He is 7 of 10 from shooting, 5 of 8 from downtown, and gets a season high with 21 points in the game. Drives right in on Edwards, gets double team, throws out of it to Gordon for 3. Yes! 129 to 104. When are you going to wave the white flag and get your big guns out of there? There's the horn in Denver. The Nuggets blow out the Philadelphia 76ers 144 to 109.
Well, you certainly had the thought heading into the game last night that the Nuggets should blow somebody out. And they did exactly what they were supposed to do. The Nuggets are looking a lot more like a team that you can truly believe in. That makes 3 straight. It makes 7 out of their last 8. And all wins coming by double digits. This one, damn near 40. Everybody played well yesterday. Like, not a single person I think you could point to be like, yeah, didn't really have their A game. I thought everybody was fantastic. You know, even Jamal Murray, who was 2 of 7 from the floor last night for only 9 points, it doesn't matter because everybody else was cooking. And you don't need to force things when things are working. You know, Russell Westbrook's out there. He's dropping dimes to everybody, including Jokic. So Jokic gets another triple-double in the third quarter. That all culminated with that highlight that you heard of his no-look alley-oop to Aaron Gordon. It feels as if this basketball team is starting to find a bit of a stride. But here comes, I got a bigger question that I want to get to in a second around why I think that is the case and why average defensively what they've done in this little stretch here. And it's really been since, let's find like the real first date of when this all kind of started. Because the Nuggets were in a place for the longest time where they would put up 125 points and you didn't know if that was going to be good enough. But after the Atlanta game on the first of the year, they've been on a stretch now over the last, let's call it 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 games where they've been on fire. They've been able to hold teams to around 110 points. So I just want to check something where this ranks over the last, let's call it since that day. Let's go the second of the year on about points allowed per game. And the Nuggets are, why can I not find Denver? Denver. Yeah, they're one of the tops in the league. Like, this is how they have to play. Ultimately, you know, I talk about an identity all the time. And identities, they matter in sports because it builds your entire method to winning. And it builds your entire method to getting a championship. And in this case, the Nuggets championship DNA has mostly been built around defense because it's what it's been preached from the top. Michael Malone will not allow you to play on his basketball floor unless you are giving effort defensively. And you just had this really wild sense early in the year that nobody was really doing it. And I watched pretty specifically last night. Now, let's be honest. This Sixers team stinks. Okay, they're bad. And they were missing guys last night. Like, obviously, the big name being Joel Embiid. But Kyle Lowry wasn't in the lineup. They're missing a couple. So take it with a grain of salt. But the way that they were switching, especially out on the perimeter, they felt like they were more in the space of people when they switched. They weren't switching and then backing off a couple of feet and giving guys wide open looks. It's like, if we're going to switch, I'm going to go out and be on ball in front of this guy. Like, the offense takes care of itself with this team. They are so good offensively. Like, I honestly don't care what the points per game say, even though they're going to be right near the top of the standings on those two. I don't think there's another offense in the league I'd rather take. Like, they're third in the NBA in points per game. They got 121 a game. The leader is Memphis at 123, and then you have Cleveland at 122. I don't want another offense. Like, I truly think this is the best offense in the league. Because keep in mind, the Nuggets have done this while having guys out of the starting lineup constantly. But the identity is defense and how you play on that side of the floor. And with that in mind, when the Nuggets play up to that standard, they are really, really, really difficult to beat. I mean, think about what you got offensively last night. Porter was 8 of 13 from the field for 19 points. Jokic was 10 of 15 for 27. Westbrook was 4 of 5 for 11. Christian Brown was 8 of 11 for 20. Jamal Murray only took 7 shots last night. He made 2 of them for 9 points. Then off the bench, Aaron Gordon was 6 of 7 for 19 points as he hit all of his threes he attempted. Julian Strawther couldn't miss early in that game from long range. He was 8 of 14 for 23 points off the bench. Their offense is as good as you could hope for. But if they put the defense alongside it, you get a butt whipping like that. But play to the identity of what makes you successful. And for them, that is defense. If they do that, they will win games at an incredibly high rate. And all these teams that are in front of them in the Western Conference standings, except for maybe Oklahoma City, who just doesn't lose, you'll jump them. You'll jump Memphis. You'll jump Houston. You're a game back of Memphis for the 3rd seed. You're a game and a half back of the Rockets for the 2 seed. And you're 2.5 in front of anybody else behind you. Continue to play this way, and the conversation and the tenor about this team will completely change. Now, should always be looking for ways to improve. Like trade deadline a couple of weeks from now, I think you should be trying to do whatever you can. But you're at least getting to a point that's more comfortable that if you just can't find a way to offload one of these contracts of guys who don't play, maybe you'll be all right anyway. But where this really takes a hit is with health. Because we've seen it when you force some of these guys that you don't want to play into the lineup, things look a lot different. Now, here's the overarching question for the Nuggets that I think is a bigger and larger conversation, and it has to do with their culture. The Nuggets are really good when Russell Westbrook's in the starting lineup. Really good. He brings a pace to making this offense run more. Or, as much as you'd like to take advantage of high altitude and people being tired, especially when you're at home, the Nuggets have never really ran their offense at a super high pace. They're doing that this year, and a huge reason why is because Russell Westbrook's been in the starting lineup. And if he gets a rebound or you give him the ball after a defensive rebound, he goes. And yeah, sometimes that turns into a wild turnover, but a lot of times it turns into a wide open look for somebody underneath the hoop or a wide open kick out to somebody on the outside. And so here becomes the question. Can you keep doing it? Is the culture strong enough to where somebody can brush aside the ego of calling themselves a starter? I heard some audio a while ago from a podcast. I believe it was Ryan Blackburn's with HP Basketball. And HP Basketball said, Christian Brown is not going to the bench. He feels he's earned his place as a starter. He wants in the starting lineup. So, yeah, if you got this, Nelly, go ahead and pull this up for me, and let's see if we can hear it, because this is, I think this could be one of those team in season defining things. Let's go ahead and hear it.
Christian Braun, in my opinion, this is an opinion thing it's an educated opinion based off of conversations, is never, ever leaving the starting group. They believe Christian Braun is the future. That has the backing of not just the front office. Maybe the only thing that the coaching staff, front office, and ownership agree on is Christian Braun. That might be the only, and like Jokic is good. Like those two things are like the only two things I think that they agree on. So Christian's not going. Okay. And so then it becomes, all right, well, Christian's not going and MPJ's not going and Aaron's not, and MPJ's not traded. Like MPJ's still there and Aaron's not going. And Jokic is obviously there. It's either Jamal or MPJ. So you're talking about benching one, either a max player or a player on a near max for Russ.
Here's the thing. I don't think either of those two are going to move either. The question becomes to me, AG. And here's why. AG is the epitome of selfless. Everything he does for this roster is the grimy, dirty stuff that you don't get praise for, but everybody who watches them consistently recognizes. Everybody in that coaching staff, everybody in that front office. You've gotten a sample size here of AG coming off the bench after coming back from his injury and playing in limited minutes because this was the plan all along. He comes off the bench to not put too much stress on the lower body injury that he has, and you don't want him to overwork it, so ease his way back in to the starting lineup. But in the games that he's come off the bench, the Nuggets have been killing it. Now, his numbers down, his minutes down a bit. I think part of that is due to the idea that they want to be able to take it easy. But AG can still get 30 minutes a game coming off the bench. Monty Ginobili did it his entire career in San Antonio. And what you found with Russ in this starting lineup is something that is wildly unexpected, even for somebody like me, who thought the Russell signing was amazing when it happened. Like, I've always been giddy about the idea of Russell Westbrook being on this team, despite his poor shooting by volume. Because of all the other things that he does, I thought it would elevate other people, and you know what? It has. But I don't want him to leave the starting lineup. And I don't know who that comes to the expense of. And I'll tell you this. If AG was willing to say, I still want to get my minutes, but I'll start the game on the bench as your sixth man, I think that would be an ideal world. Give him a defensive punch. Give him somebody that, AG's three-point shooting this year has actually been great. That's been one of the struggles in his career. He's shooting 43.5% from three. He shot 29% last year from three-point range. Everything seems to be better.
I like this text that we got from Jackson, by the way. He said, now the Nuggets look like themselves, and the Avs are super inconsistent.
Yeah, seriously.
WTF, mate? I agree. It's wild. Ride the roller coaster with me.
Yeah, just keep it together, guys. We can't have one playing well and the other one not. But just food for thought. It's the way that I'd put it. Is that Roller Coaster Tycoon sound effects?
That is. Good ear.
Man, that just took me back to my 10-year-old self with my parents' PC in the basement.
In the computer room, yeah. And by the way, don't get me started on that game because we're never going to talk sports if you get me talking Roller Coaster Tycoon, man.
It really is a great game. Like, it truly is amazing. You got the kids who are sick, who are throwing up outside the roller coasters. You got to have somebody clean it up. Did I set up a couple of roller coasters that were unfinished just to see people fall off? Yeah, I did. I did that.
Fall off, nice euphemistic word choice there.
That's what I'll say.
They just tripped.
Anyway, just food for thought. But I think it could be like a team-defining moment if somebody just has the balls to say, I'll be the guy who does it because this is better for us. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Texter says, apparently you missed Michael Malone's presser after the game in which he said AG said exactly that he's willing to come off the bench. Nelly, if you could find that, I'd love to hear it. I did not. I was sleepy after the game, so I went night-night. I missed that. I watched a little bit of the TNT postgame show, but that's not the same without Chuck there and Ernie and the regular casting crew. No disrespect to Candace Parker or Vince Carter or anybody else. Not the same. I wanted to catch a little bit of the Jokic postgame interview with Shaq because those are always fun, and then I said, all right, enough. And I watched the show The Terminal List. If you guys haven't seen that, it's a great show. Super intense. Amazon Prime. Highly recommend. So if we get that audio, we'll play it in a couple of minutes. Some news coming down yesterday. And this is not something that's unexpected. But report coming out that the Broncos are not expected to re-sign Javonte Williams. And my response to that is pretty much duh. Javonte, for whatever reason, just wasn't fitting. You know, it felt like after his knee injury, he just was never the same. You know, there's a level to what you need out of a running back. And I think having a committee at running back is totally fine. If you got two guys who you think are good enough to take snaps, then go ahead and do it. But just to spread around snaps can't happen. Now, in this era of the NFL, I think you're asking a lot on one guy to be your bell cow at running back. There's a couple that can do it. We've seen that in Philadelphia. We've seen it in Baltimore. Guys like Derrick Henry and Saquon can. There's other running backs I'm sure could, but they got to get breathers occasionally. The issue with the Broncos is they didn't have like one really good guy and then couldn't find somebody else to spell whoever that dude was. I don't think they had anybody that you would have considered prominent, have to have this guy on the team type of players. They just didn't. I think Jaleel is a fine running back in moments. He can't be a guy who gets you 15 carries a game. Javonte just isn't consistent enough, nor I think has the shake, wiggle, or fast enough to do that consistently. Audric Estime, honestly, it's like an incomplete grade. I don't think I saw enough of him to truly make a judgment. But the judgment I did see that was made was playoff game comes around and he's on the bench for a guy who's been on IR for 2 months. You know? That tells me a lot. And Sean Payton said it was about the style that we wanted to run. No, you just want a running back who picks up yards. It doesn't matter what the style is. Like, it doesn't matter. If the guy was able to get 5 yards a carry, he'd be in the game. And he would have been your number one back. And that's why I keep saying, like, my priority numero uno heading into this offseason is very clear and simple. You find somebody in that backfield that you trust. Whoever that is. Because if you don't, and you're in this same situation of all of this pressure is going to be on Bo Nix to play well again, I think that's unfair to him. So whether that's the draft, whether that's free agency, like whatever it is, some of the big name free agents that are going to be out there this year, and there's not a lot. Aaron Jones' contract is up. He is now 30 years old, by the way. My guess is Minnesota will try and bring him back. Najee Harris is going to be 27 next season. He's going to be on the market. And then you have guys like A.J. Dillon, Jeff Wilson, Nick Chubb, Alexander Madison. You give me Nick Chubb from a couple years ago, then yeah, I'm all in. But Nick Chubb, after knee injuries and almost 30, Don't know about that anymore. No, J.K. Dobbins is another one, but I don't think L.A. wants him to go anywhere. There's not a lot of names free agent-wise to take a look at. So I think it's going to have to come in the draft. Unless you get really lucky in the free agency game and you pick up, I'd be fine with Najee Harris. I still think that Najee Harris gets, how do I put this? He's good, but he's nothing that I'd break my back to go get. He's fine. 1,000-yard rusher the last 4 years, but in all 4 of those years, he didn't average over 4.1 yards to carry one time. He's a volume guy, which if the Broncos would stick with the run, would help. But I don't think that he's a change of scenery away from breaking off 50-yard runs. I want somebody who's a threat. So again, that is the first thing I'd be looking for. Now, you can put 1A, 1B. I want a tight end, too. I mean, that's another one that the issue with tight ends are they're even harder to find, it feels like, as far as really good ones than what running backs are. The tight end free agent market is just, it's nothing. There's Mo Alley Cox and Juwan Johnson's okay, and Tyler Conklin's okay, but I want guys that you fear. I want guys at the running back and tight end position that when you line up against the Broncos, you're like, all right, we got to stop, obviously, Bo Nix with his arm and his legs, but we got to watch out for this running game. Or we got to watch out for this tight end breaking one over the middle. I've said it the last couple of years, but for the most part, you take a look at teams left late in the year and who their tight ends are, most times you're like, yeah, they're pretty good. Makes sense. They all seem to have somebody who is a threat on that team. The Commanders might be a little bit of an anomaly in that category, where I don't think they're hitting you too crazy with big plays to the tight end, but I think a lot of that is buoyed from Jaden Daniels' ability to run. Zach Ertz still finished as their second leading receiver on the season, as he had 66 catches for 650 yards and 7 touchdowns. Zach Ertz is also a million years old now. I say that he's a year younger than me, but I'm talking about in dog years. Those football years. So yeah, there's a lot of different guys that I think could be available in the draft, especially around where you're picking, that is really, really interesting. Tyler Warren is a name that keeps getting thrown out there as that true sort of joker role that Sean Payton wants to have on his team that he's always kind of had. But they need improvements in that category. Here's something else, by the way. I don't know how this works in the NFL, because consistently there are guys who just get, I expect everybody who's coaching the NFL to find a job somehow, some way. But sometimes you're like, how do they keep getting that kind of job? And in this case, I'm talking about Josh McDaniels. Mike Vrabel goes back to New England, and one of his first big moves he does is Josh McDaniels is coming on as their offensive coordinator, according to Ian Rappaport. And it's amazing the amount of times that somebody can fail, and fail miserably, by the way. The whole thing about Josh McDaniels isn't even so much the idea that he's a bad play caller or something like that. His problem is he can't seem to get along with any of his players. And that seems like a pretty big deal. And part of me is thinking, if you're a New England fan, are we really just going to try and run this thing back with the old Patriot way stuff? Is that all we're going to do? How many times have we seen this when somebody exits the orbit of Bill Belichick, it doesn't apply anymore? And all the players that play for New England have no idea what the Patriot way is like. Like, they tripled down now. They let Belichick leave, and then they hired Gerard Mayo because he was on the staff, but also he's a former Patriot. Oh, maybe they can keep that sense of what made us successful there. And after a year, their answer was no. So they said, so now what do? We will sign a former player to be our coach again. Now, in fairness, Mike Vrabel's had success elsewhere. And I think a big reason for that is because he didn't ever coach under Belichick. He just played for him. I'm being serious, by the way. Look at the resume of former Belichick coaches. When they learn how to do that, makes it different. But then
when we work on football, we work on football.
It's just like, I mean, good Lord, man. Just bring everybody back who used to be in the Patriot system, and then that'll recreate it. And I'm just like, I heard Kreckman talking about this the other day, and I think he's so right. It's amazing what a good coaching quarterback can do for you. Like, Robert Kraft is seen as an architect of genius because he got lucky finding a coach and he got lucky finding a quarterback. And the second that those things leave, he's not so smart anymore. Like, maybe he's not very good at this and he got lucky once. Now, they've had a much longer track record of success than they have of failure. So, I mean, go ahead, puff your chest out if you want to. But this just seems foolish. Like, if I were Kraft, I think I'd kind of do the opposite. I think I'd look at all the Patriot stuff and how you won in the past and be like, I don't think that's replicable. Especially not in today's NFL. Sean Payton might be a little bit of a hard ass, but it's not. If you ask his players about it, he's not necessarily a dictator. Like, he's in charge. But I don't think he's a drill sergeant. You know, they get into the locker room after a win and there's smoke machines and rap music playing. That's not Belichick, okay? So I don't know. It's just like the fact that Josh McDaniels continues to get jobs kind of blows me away. I got something I saw that made me angry yesterday that we'll get to in a couple of minutes. So I'm told, just keep this in mind, later in the show today, towards the end of the show in the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to try and get Julian Strawther on, who had a fantastic game yesterday. Correct, Nelly?
Yep. Tentative time, 9:40 a.m. Julian Strawther, right here on our airwaves.
So hopefully around 9:40, we'll talk to Julian Strawther for a little bit and get his thoughts on the big game he had last night. You want to talk about somebody kind of coming into their own here. Julian Strawther has been really, really good for the last month. Month of January, he's averaging 11.5 per game. He's taken 6 threes a game. Like, he's doing exactly, I think, what his role should be on this team, which is you come off the bench and you fire. Come off the bench and just go. 5 threes, by the way, was the most he's had this season in a game, as he was 5 for 9 from the field. And he made it to the point it's like you didn't want to take him off the floor. So hopefully in a few hours from now, Julian Strawther will jump on the show, talk about that game, and kind of how the Nuggets are turning around overall. Playing like a team with some confidence as the season moves along. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. So when we come back, it's very clear to me in the way that the game is discussed, in the way that awards are handed out, that some people in this sport don't necessarily like the sport that they cover. Because if they did, they would never act the way that they do. Some sports are almost too pom-poms in the way that they cover theirs. But this has been a problem for a long time. It's not a secret, but God, did it show itself yesterday. We'll get to it next. Jared Bednar joins the show at 8 o'clock this morning. Julian Strawther, hopefully, in the 9 o'clock hour. Somewhere around 9:40 is the tentative plan. Now, yesterday, 2025 National Baseball Hall of Fame includes Dick Allen, Dave Parker, and his hose. Ichiro, CC Sabathia, Billy Wagner. Here's the part that I just don't get, and I feel like baseball writers hate their jobs. I really do. Now, not everybody. I'm a big fan of the guys like Thomas Harding and everybody else that's of that ilk. But a lot of times, baseball writers don't seem to enjoy the sport that they're covering. Or they take it way too self-importantly. Like, it's one of the only sports where it feels as if the reporters act as if they're on par with the players and coaches. Baseball's got a hard enough time being likable to a huge swath of people. Trust me. I've said this forever. I thought baseball was the most fun sport to play. I know it can be a pain to watch. I'm well aware of it. And I don't know how much you can do to really help that. Either you like the sport or you don't. That's just kind of the way it is. You can't get people to really learn to love baseball. If you don't have the attention span for something like that, then it's just not for you. And that's totally fine. The issue becomes this, though. In the way you discuss your sport matters. You know, basketball is the opposite. Basketball has an issue with, they'll let anybody into a Hall of Fame. They're like, oh, yeah, I think he's great. This guy's amazing. And it's like, maybe you should have a little bit higher standards with that. But for Ichiro Suzuki, who is easily one of the most recognizable, best pure hitters that sport has ever seen, to not be a unanimous 1,000% yes on his Hall of Fame vote is crazy to me. Now, he missed by one. There's one jackass out there that decided not to. The fact that they allow these guys to stay anonymous are crazy to me. You filled out a ballot. Own your decision. Why would somebody not have to walk up in front of, write a piece, something, defending their position on something like this? Why would they not?
Well, think about it. There's only been one player voted in unanimously in the entire history of baseball, which means there was some writer who said, you know who doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame? Babe Ruth.
Well, listen.
Hank Aaron, kick rocks, dude.
Listen, this whole thing with baseball, and I think sports in general, I'll make this very easy, and this is my annual take, so I'm sorry. I'm actually tired of saying it too. But there's a very easy fix. Go and give these players 1 year. They got 1 year on the ballot. Are they in or out? God bless Billy Wagner. I think he was a great closer. Is he a Hall of Famer? Yeah, he's probably borderline. The fact that he's in, great. Sure, good for him. What is it in the 10th year that changed people's minds as opposed to the first year he was on the ballot? What's happening there? Do your research, look these guys up, and say yes or no. Billy Wagner did nothing to improve his resume this year from 10 years ago. But you force these people to... you don't get to parse through what level of Hall of Famer is this guy.
How much more we got to lose? Yeah.
That's what we do as fans. You know what? In the NFL Hall of Fame, Devin Hester's a Hall of Famer, and so is Tom Brady. Tom Brady gets his own wing in the Hall of Fame. Devin Hester doesn't. We all know that in watching the game. Hester was the greatest returner of all time in that sport. But compared to what a quarterback was in the amount of winning that they affect, it's completely different. But this is no longer about the sport. It's about you. And whether you sit in that chair as a writer or in this chair that I'm sitting at, the job should never be about you. It should be about your consumer, because that's what your job is. That's who you're talking to. I'll never understand it. Now, if I were that writer and I left Ichiro off the ballot, I would sit on this microphone today because I know it'd be controversial, and I would tell you my reasons why, except I never would because it's stupid. But let's say that I did. I don't get to hide. I shouldn't get to hide the fact that I did it. And so again, it's something I will never understand about the people who cover a sport that I love dearly. And they make it more unlikable. It's so frustrating. Like, I still don't understand why we just don't celebrate people who are great in the sport that helped advance the sport. You know what Ichiro did? Ichiro brought an entire massive fan base from another country into the MLB game. I'm not saying that there weren't Asian American or Japanese baseball fans before, but certainly he brings it to another level just as Shohei is doing.
Right. It's the same thing as it's why Yao Ming is in the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Correct.
Because there's an entire league blossoming and flourishing in China because of him.
It was huge. Now, imagine somebody with Yao Ming was like, yeah, you know what? He's probably a Hall of Famer, but he's going to wait because I said so. Think about the ego you got to have for that. Like, I hate that the sport that I love is run by a bunch of self-interested egotists.
And I also hate when people, when somebody doesn't get in on their first eligibility ballot, and then what do people always say? Oh, he's got to wait, or oh, Todd Helton's got to wait a few more times.
Larry Walker,
yeah, and it's almost like you have to take your lumps by getting between 4 and 7 Hall of Fame snubs, and that's a rite of passage. Why is that part of the culture?
Like, how about this? I hit 450 bombs and I had 3,500 career hits. That was my waiting. It was like a 15-year baseball career. How's that sound? I don't understand. And football, to their credit, football gets this stuff out of the way immediately. Now, it's not a perfect system. That's why people around here are still yelling about Mike Shanahan and Randy Gradishar, who absolutely should be in the Hall of Fame. The football one is more, the way they do their numbers game is very odd. Like, they should just do it the same way. But I don't know, man. It's pretty crazy that these are the people that discuss your sport, and then you allow somebody who is obviously stupid. And why does he not come out and confront it, by the way? Why does this, how do we not know who this guy is? Because this guy is too embarrassed to admit that he was the only one. And so he doesn't want to take the brunt. And I'm like, no, you probably deserve it. And I don't even care. Remember when Jokic was going for his MVP and Mark Jackson left him off? They asked him, or left him off the ballot, right? Was that just him talking, or was that his actual MVP ballot? I can't remember. But he said, I made a mistake. I just forgot. Now, it's a bad excuse, but at least it felt honest. Nobody would have just left him completely off a ballot. Drives me insane.
So you think these writers need to do a post-game press conference? Hey, Brett Kane of USA Today, first-time talker, long-time reader. Why did you leave Ichiro off your Hall of Fame ballot?
I don't think all of them need to do it because there's like 400 voters. All I'm saying is it should be public who it is so that if something like this happens where even his fellow writers are like, what the hell's the matter with you? You find out who it is and they got to explain why they did it. Like, stand by your conviction. It's not that hard. There's plenty of times that I've been the guy saying something that 90% of people disagree with. And then it's up to me on this radio show to give you my opinion as to why I think the way that I do. It doesn't matter if you agree or disagree with me, but at least I can kind of explain myself. I hate it. I hate the people who cover the sport that I love. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. So again, Jared Bednar is going to join the show at 8 o'clock this morning. Julian Strawther is hopefully going to join us around 9:40. So stay tuned for both of those. Julian Strawther went crazy last night. Nuggets with a huge win. They were supposed to win big, and they did. So we'll talk more about that in just a second. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude.SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can shop Safeway's Winter 4X Points event and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. Save big on the season's hottest items this winter. Whether you're hosting or cooking dinner, Safeway is there for your grocery needs. Clip the offer in the Safeway app to start learning today. Moser Lombardi came next.
Front court, Jokic, bounce pass, Brown, dunk, 2 hands. You rock him, you chalk him, and you dunk on him. And that's the Kansas way. Oubre back over to Yabusele, knocked out of his hands and a steal. It's a breakaway Westbrook. Layup good. 20-point lead for Denver, and the Nuggets are blown out the Sixers in the third quarter. Murray over to Jokic. Lobs it down low to Gordon on a triple-double as he looked right at a different player in the corner.
Oh, my gosh.
Might be one of the best no-look passes I've ever seen in my life. Top of the key, Strawther 3. Got it again! Julian Strawther. He is 7 of 10 from shooting, 5 of 8 from downtown, and gets a season high with 21 points in the game. Drives right in on Edwards, gets double team, throws out of it to Gordon for 3. Yes! 129 to 104. When are you going to wave the white flag and get your big guns out of there? There's the horn in Denver. The Nuggets blow out the Philadelphia 76ers 144 to 109.
This is the NBA. Anything can happen. You better be careful.
Hey, man, they did what they were supposed to do last night. We all said that should be a blowout. No Embiid, no Kyle Lowry for the Sixers, and it was a blowout. Like, really no doubt from tip-off who was winning that game.
Are you bald?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
What happened? I'm not bald. I got, I don't want to say the name of the hair. My guy, or my gal, is in South Korea. My normal haircut gal is in South Korea. I don't have a sister-in-law who just does it and knows it, all right? My gal is in South Korea, and I needed a haircut, so I went to this other dude, and I got Jarhead.
I think it looks
like
fine.
No, I mean, I didn't mean to offend you.
No, I told Moj, I go, that's a nice haircut, and he was like upset. He thought I was messing with him. I wasn't. I was like, I think it looks good.
You know what, Moj? It makes you look fit.
It does, actually. It does. It shaved off a couple pounds for you.
It did.
I appreciate that. Vic, yesterday at the end of the program, you pulled one of these. I don't know, be careful. You watch, you see.
No, but Vic did say
said
that should be.
Don't be
No, he
stupid.
did say that this should be a game that they blow them out, and they won by almost 40 points.
And what did I say?
What,
They
you
are
want a
going to
lollipop?
smoke them. And they smoked them.
Well, listen, man, you know what's. I got a bigger question that I want to get to in just a couple of minutes, but just to focus on the game, I don't think a single player played poorly. Like, even Jamal, who only shot the ball 7 times, finished with 9 points. It's like, you know what? If everybody else is going to score 25, then who cares where the points go? Just let the offense roll the way it was. Because, all right, I wanted to save it, but I can't. I'm just going to point something out. And yes, Jokic had another triple-double by the time the third quarter.
Are you going to point out that Julian Strawther is joining this show?
Yes, at 9:40 today, Julian Strawther should be on the program. Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock.
What a great night.
Your mic's off.
Crap. What a great night for him. What a great shooting night for Julian Strawther.
He's a flamethrower, man. But here's what I wanted to say, and I hate to get like overarching point after a big win like that. We can get into some fine details of how it got there, but I just got to say something because I didn't watch the post-game press conference from Michael Malone. I saw a little bit of the TNT post-game show. I saw the Joker interview, and then I went to bed. There's a piece of audio about 3 weeks ago that I saw on this podcast with Ryan Blackburn and HP Basketball. So AG is hurt. Russell Westbrook enters the starting lineup. And this team, I don't want him to leave. Like, Russell Westbrook is such a great fit. Because how many times have we talked about this, Vic? The Nuggets play at altitude. It's an advantage to you. And they don't play very fast. Yeah. Like, for years, they didn't play fast. With Westbrook in the lineup, the pace jumps up like tenfold. Because he gets a rebound, and he sprints down the floor, and he tries to find somebody cutting to the hoop for an easy bucket.
He goes.
So the question is, how do you keep him in the starting lineup? And this was a discussion. This is what HP Basketball said about 3 weeks ago.
Christian Braun, in my opinion, this is an opinion thing it's an educated opinion based off of conversations, is never, ever leaving the starting group. they believe Christian Brown is the future. That has the backing of not just the front office. Maybe the only thing that the coaching staff, front office, and ownership agree on is Christian Brown. That might be the only, and like Jokic is good. Like those two things are like the only two things I think that they agree on. So Christian's not going. Okay. And so then it becomes, all right, well, Christian's not going and MPJ's not going and Aaron's not, and MPJ's not traded. Like MPJ's still there and Aaron's not going and Jokic is obviously there. It's either Jamal or MPJ. So you're talking about benching one, either a max player or a player on a near max for Russ.
And my question became this. Russell Westbrook is so good in that starting lineup. If Christian Brown's not going to move to the bench, then who? And maybe you have your answer. Maybe the guy, not that he plays bench minutes, but comes off the bench is what's happening now.
Can I bring up another question? Mm-hmm. Because listening to Matt talk about that.
That was the Locked On Nuggets podcast, by the way.
Where are we going when he says they're not going where? What is the big deal?
The question was, if Russell were to start, then who comes off the bench? That's what he was talking about, who goes to the bench.
This notion, though, we talk so much about Nuggets culture. What a great culture. It's a family culture. They won a championship with that culture. If you have such a great culture, what's the big deal?
That's exactly what I said in the 6 o'clock
What's
hour.
the big deal? I thought the Nuggets were different from all NBA teams. I thought this whole, I've got to be a starter because I need that on my resume. And if I don't have it on my resume, I don't have that street cred. I thought, wait, I've been told that they're different than every NBA team when it comes to that. If that's the case, what the hell's the big deal who starts?
Well, and this leads me to what I missed in the post game that a texter brought up to me earlier, Moj. Because I said, maybe AG's your answer. Maybe he's the guy that when he's fully healthy, he still plays 30 to 32 minutes, but he just does it coming off the bench as opposed to with the starting lineup. This was Michael Malone after the game yesterday.
All I'll say is this, without getting into too many details. Before Aaron's first game in Dallas, I talked to him about what his minute restriction was going to be that night, as well as what would be moving forward, just to give him an idea so he could wrap his head around that. And the first thing he said to me was, Coach, we're playing really well. He goes, if you want to bring me off the bench, even when I'm healthy, bring me off the bench. And I'm not saying I'm going to do that, but I want everybody to know who Aaron Gordon is. That is selfless to a T. And we've seen that from him time and time again. But what I love about our group is that we have a bunch of guys, and it starts with Nikola and trickles down to everybody else that just want to win. Like Nikola's not, I need more shots, I need more touches. He's just happy we're winning. Aaron Gordon is happy that we're winning. And if it's best for us to bring him off the bench, then we'll do that. If it's best for us to start Aaron Gordon, then we'll do that. And we'll make that decision when we come to that point. But I just want everybody to know how special of a person Aaron Gordon is and how he views this. Not about him, but about what's best for the team. And I love that about him.
Let me let you in on a little something. Aaron Gordon finished the game last night with 22 minutes, which is almost as many minutes as Christian Brown, Russell Westbrook, and Michael Porter Jr. They finished with just over 24. So those guys all play about the same amount of minutes. Aaron Gordon did not start the game. He also finished 6 of 7, 3 of 3 from the three-point line, 4 of 4 from the free throw line, 19 points, plus 10. Those numbers are ridiculous. If Aaron Gordon gives you that off the bench, I would not touch a thing. And you know what? Aaron Gordon is not the type of player that's going to cry about it.
Yep.
The end.
He also had a sweet alley-oop dunk from Joker. Yeah. I mean, I love that. That being said, what's wrong with the course of an NBA season being a living, breathing entity that can be changed? And
Moj,
there's no rules on the locker room inside the Nuggets. Inside the Nuggets locker room that says, "Wow, this is our starting five," and this is there's no 10 commandments up there as to what the Nuggets have to look like to win basketball games. So I love the fact that they're selfless, and it's led by the big fella in all the way down. And I love Aaron Gordon's attitude and his disposition. Whatever works, works. Are we about winning championships, or are we about ourselves and egos?
Moj,
What are we about?
It's working. What they're doing now is working. They're the hottest they've been all season.
Yep.
They're blowing teams out. That's 12 straight wins now. Their last 12 wins have been by double digits or more. They're blowing teams out. What they're doing with this rotation works. Don't touch it. Leave it alone. Leave it alone as long as you can. It's he who finishes the game. How many times do we have to bring this up? Do you know how many games I've seen? Because, the beginning of the segment started with the assertion that Christian Brown isn't going anywhere and he's not. Do you know how many games I've seen where Christian Brown didn't finish the game?
Sure.
A tight game? They went with
or
Peyton
Porter.
Watson or somebody else.
When they won the championship, how many games did MPJ finish?
Exactly.
On the bench. And he was totally cool. Like, they're totally cool with it. I mean, it's just, it's how you have to win sometimes.
I
So
don't
enough of
care,
that crap.
guys, and I mean this sincerely, and maybe players still do, but Aaron Gordon got paid. He got his contract. Jamal Murray got paid. Why do you care so much if you start?
Vic, I look, I'm not saying I disagree with you, but for whatever reason that is
Why,
that
though?
is a mental block for a lot of
But
players.
why? What if you're playing as many minutes as the other guys, and that's what's happening here, and you're finishing games? What's the big deal?
Because it's an ego, and there's no sport that breeds a bigger ego than basketball does. It's just the truth.
Okay,
Like,
but
do you
again,
remember-
I'm told that the Nuggets are an egoless team.
No, I everything you're saying, Vic, you and me agree wholeheartedly. And I think that audio from Michael Malone proves it. What Mosier just mentioned, Michael Porter Jr. during a championship run, finishing the game on the bench and being happy at the end of a game kind of proves that. What I'm saying is there is a multitude of examples, including that very famous one from Carmelo. I forget which team he was playing for at the time. Was it OKC, maybe? Where they said, would you consider coming off the bench? And he looked at a teammate of his and he goes, do you hear that? They want me to come off the bench.
Yeah,
And he's like, I'm not
ridiculous.
coming off the bench.
Well, let me let you in on a little secret. Carmelo and AG cannot be more worlds apart.
Oh, for sure.
Philosophically, and I'll go out and say it. I guarantee AG would have no problem with this if it were presented to him.
But
He would have no problem with it.
I don't know. You know what I
one
think?
bit.
I think we should go get Carmelo back. And I think we should, let bygones be bygones. Let's put his jersey in the rafters and let's do what we should.
Hey, man, I got another example for you. Remember how the Nuggets wanted to fashion?
Another example.
They wanted to fashion themselves after what NBA dynasty?
Spurs.
What team? The Spurs. So what did the Spurs do better than anybody? What were they able to navigate better than these roster
Ego.
decisions? Ego and rosters. They had a player who's a Hall of Famer come off the bench for years, and they did it without ego. So if the Nuggets want to go up there and say we are the next rendition of the San Antonio Spurs, which is a great model franchise, okay? Then this is what you do. This is not a question. It's an activity. You just do it.
I don't know.
Nobody should be asking how or why. You just do it.
I don't know. Let bygones be bygones, and just
forget the mellow stuff.
put them in the rafters and,
Hang on, though,
have
Moj.
a big party.
'Cause there's-
and we love you.
There's
you
something
love
about this.
us.
Hang on. There's something about this, though. And this is not a knock on Christian or Porter or Gordon or whoever would he would take the place of in the starting lineup at the beginning of the game. Fact of the matter is, I think it's clear. This is not a small sample size. This is over 20 games. That starting five is better with Russell Westbrook in it.
Yes, it
They
is.
just are.
Yep.
Okay? And I put your finger on one category.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm going to push back on you a little bit. They're different. They play differently. Here's what you should be asking. Here's what you should be saying. Is it the starting five is better? The team is better with
Sure.
Aaron Gordon coming off the bench.
Totally
the
fair.
second unit is better. It's more productive. It can do more. It can match up better. It's better with him in that spot.
That's a better way to put it. I guess what I was getting at was the pace in which they play with really stresses defenses. Did you see early in that game? Wasn't it 18-0 on fast break points
Yes.
in the first quarter?
Yeah.
And why? Because Philly would miss a shot, they'd get the ball to Russ, and in the span of 4 seconds,
They're
they
gone.
were already in the offensive zone, either hitting somebody on a cut or having the team off balance, the defense off balance.
And Vic,
That doesn't happen without Westbrook in that lineup. Doesn't
Vic,
happen.
To prove your point, you played a team last night that shot 46% from the field and 40% from three-point range, which is, on a given night, pretty good. and you beat the snot out of them.
Crushed them.
I felt bad for Philly. They're bigs. They look small.
I don't feel bad for anybody. Screw them.
I mean
no,
that.
No,
I mean
screw. Screw them.
Okay.
And screw Philadelphia.
I just felt bad that all their fans had to pay all that money to come and watch them. All the Philly people that live in the Denver area. You had to pay all that money to come out and watch your boys get absolutely used.
Oh, I got one main takeaway. I
I'm
can't
going to
believe
put that in a pipe and smoke it.
I can't believe it took me an hour and 15 minutes to get this off my chest. The biggest takeaway I had from the game. Biggest one.
Yeah.
What's the guy's name? Gorshon Yabusele? What's his name?
Gorbachev
Yabusele.
Yabusele has the largest ass of any basketball player I've ever seen in my life. It's the only thing I could focus on yesterday. I'm like, what is this?
I know you're
dump
focusing
truck?
on that. Yeah, but you're right.
What is this dump truck back there on a basketball player?
And yet he looks small next to Joker in terms of size under the rim, right?
Yeah, Vic, you know who had
It's the only thing you guys should be thinking out of that almost 40-point win yesterday.
My only takeaway.
The only thing you should be thinking is Yabusele's ass is the largest thing in the NBA.
Not only that, you know who had a really, really, really big caboose? The late, great Wayman Tisdale had a gigantic caboose, dude.
So did Mark Aguirre.
Yeah, Mark Aguirre. Yeah, but he was a guard.
Mark Aguirre was a tweener, but he had a big one.
Yeah, he had a big.
He had a big one.
Can I tell you something about that Yabusele
Did
guy?
Roy Tarpley have a big caboose?
He was just a large man overall.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Yabusele is actually really fun to watch. He can shoot threes. That dunk that he had, he moves fast for being like 270 pounds.
He was pivotal on that French national team that took the U.S. to the wire. Hey, last night, again, I want to thank...
Look at that thing, Vic. Look at it.
Yeah. I can house my entire family. And I mean that would be a good small little condo flat.
Yeah, he's got a big.
Yeah,
he's going full Kardashian.
That's a 3-car garage.
Look at that picture.
Yeah,
Look at
that's
this.
a 4-car garage. No doubt about it.
Hey Vic, just do me a favor. When I want you to trust me for once, and I know that's hard for you to do. I understand that, but would you trust me for once when I tell you they're going to blow somebody out?
Moj, but you do it all the time, and we've already gone
through
this.
Yeah, but listen to yourself. Nelly, please.
You don't get to do this anymore. But you don't get to do this anymore. Okay, how are they going to do against Sacramento tomorrow night? Is that a blowout?
No. This is an educational experience, though. Listen to yourself. Just listen to yourself talk.
Yeah.
Don't assume anything. That is my key. No assuming tonight.
Let me give you a key. If the Nuggets don't beat the Sixers tonight and destroy them, I'm going to come in tomorrow morning with this stick. I'm going to whack all of you really, really hard.
Well, a year ago when
There's
Joel
the key to
Embiid,
the game.
Do you remember a year ago in that game here at Ball Arena, Joel Embiid, moments before game time, decided he wasn't playing, and the Nuggets had to go to the final minute to eke that one out?
Yep.
Don't do that.
No, the Nuggets are playing better basketball right now. You hold them down and you stick it to them.
You know, the fundamental difference between Mosier and myself is this. Would you rather, as a sports opiner, okay? We're not analysts by any means. We simply opine in the morning. Would you rather undersell or oversell? Would you rather go in with open eyes and say, hey, I hope the best and I don't want to assume anything? Would you rather have that, or would you rather have Mosier's attitude, kill them all, and if you don't, you're a loser? What would you rather do? How do you look at sports? It's a fundamental difference between the two of us.
Look, it's all situational. Here's the thing, though. The Nuggets, at this point, how they're playing right now, I think it should be fair to expect some games in which you're expecting a big win. Before, earlier in the season, you couldn't.
Yeah.
Couldn't do it. But they're playing at a level right now where I think, you know what? It's a compliment to them that you expect something like that to happen. Because that wasn't happening before.
Sure.
So we'll get back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock. Stick around. Vic, I was just talking to Mosier. We're outside getting coffee. And for some reason, it's because I pulled out my little pocket knife that I have to get something open.
Are you allowed to carry that in the building?
Try and stop me. But I said, when I was at that Sportsman's Expo, they had like custom-made pocket knives that cost like $200. I'm like, that's crazy. I would never pay that. But then it got me on another subject, which is that Sportsman's Expo at the convention center that I did a remote from a couple weeks ago. They had a whole bunch of tents set up just for like, hey, give us $800,000. We'll take you to Area 51. You can kill an alien yourself. Like, they had a whole bunch of these things like that. It's like, do you like elephants? You want to shoot one between the eyes? Come to this African safari with us. And I was just sitting there. I was like, that's a thing that people just sign up for at this expo? Now, I'm not a hunter, so that's like not an appeal to me. I'm a softie when it comes to that. But I don't. It just blew me away.
So what are you going to do with that knife?
This knife?
Yeah. Like what? What's the purpose?
Have a bad take. You'll find out.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's not a knife.
That's
this is a knife.
Dude,
any self-respecting man needs to have a pocket knife.
Eazy-E has what I believe to be the largest collection of pocket knives in all of Metro Denver.
You take
Absolutely
one look at
love
Eazy-E, you're like, that guy's got a closet full of those things. One look at him, you know it.
I'm going to tell you something. You know how many of those knives now belong to DIA because he just takes them every time?
That's what happened to my last one. I forgot that I had it, and they're like, we can mail this back to you. I go, for how much? They go, $50. I go, I don't even know if it's worth that. Keep it.
Eazy-E grew up in the country. When I say in the country, I mean he was on the side of a mountain. Like, you need a good pocket knife on the side of a mountain, Vic. I mean, who knows what he had to go through.
Well, I understand it's a different environment, but what would necessitate Powder there to pull out his pocket knife on a daily basis?
Well, I'll tell you what,
in Denver,
I cut little strings off my shirt. You got to open a box, and you're like, how do I open this?
I honestly feel a lot better with Brett next to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's for my personal safety. I love it.
Don't test me. Got John Wick in front of you. I just watched a full season of The Terminal List. I'm ready to use whatever I need to protect myself.
What a good show.
What a show.
That's a great show.
What a show.
What is it?
The Terminal List.
What's it on?
Amazon Prime.
Okay, I need something. Is it what is it? An action?
He's Chris Pratt.
Former military. Yeah. He ran in some trouble. Family got caught up in it, and now he wants revenge. It's a great show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you put your name on it?
I put my name on this one. You'll like it,
Vic. I didn't recommend it to Brett, but I've seen it. I saw it a long time ago, well, a while ago.
Yeah.
And now Brett and I, much like you, I get jealous sometimes when you guys talk about,
all these shows.
He's watched this show. It's like I'm talking about TV with Mosher.
I've seen this show, and he and I talk about it. I think it's definitely worth it. It's killer.
Have you seen Lioness yet?
I have not watched that.
Okay. I really like that show. Zoe Saldana, is that her name?
Yeah, I like Zoe, too.
It's really good.
I like Zoe.
mean, it had me.
In the meantime, report comes out yesterday. It's not a shock at all, but the Broncos very unlikely to re-sign Javonte Williams. I think we all kind of saw the writing on the wall at the end of the year. The question is, how do you go about fixing that? It's, to me, if not the main priority, it's 1B to whatever else you want to say, whether it's tight end or whatever. And I took a look at the free agent running back list that's on the market this year, and
it's not that great.
Not great.
No.
It's not. So here's some of the options as of now. Things can change, but you have Aaron Jones, who is 30, and I think Minnesota probably wants him back after this year.
I didn't include him because I assumed he was going back.
Najee Harris is a name that I've seen thrown out there multiple times. He's 27 years old. His contract's up in Pittsburgh. He's got 4 straight years of 1,000 yards, but he has never reached over 4.1 yards per carry, which means he's a volume guy. Like, you can give him the ball 20 times a game, and he can carry that load. He's probably not going to be a super explosive guy.
So are we ready to say then that the guy that they drafted in the middle rounds is a bust?
Well,
they drafted a running back for this purpose.
Yeah, I don't know if you can call a 5th rounder a bust, but I don't think they drafted Estime with the idea he was going to be a 20 carry a game guy. Maybe he's more of a specialty back, but I think you need to look for something bigger.
Well, then why would you? Let me stop you there. Why would you expend a 5th round pick on somebody who's a specialty back who doesn't play? I mean, you can get that as a free agent, for crying out loud.
you like the cut of his jib. I don't know, Vic. I don't know why you do it.
All I'm saying is that, I assumed, and I'm sure you did too, that was the back of the future when he was drafted.
Well, I'll tell you this. What makes me think that that's not the case is your back of the future doesn't get benched in the postseason for a guy who didn't play for 2 months.
So something went off kilter, right?
Yeah.
But that's not it.
Just some other names here. The only ones that I think are worth note. A.J. Dillon is going to be on the market, depending what you think of him. Nick Chubb, who used to be really good, couple knee problems later, not so much. I think your answer's got to be in the draft or via something else, a trade, whatever. But I think this is the first priority. Like, you want the easiest way to help out your young quarterback in Bo Nix, get him a running back, because that'll help everything. Everything in your offensive game plan, whether it's, the amount of times, guys, and we ask this question over and over again, now that the season's done, we've had some time to reflect. I'll ask you again. The lack of a rushing attack from the Denver Broncos, was that Sean Payton getting egotistical with the passing game, or was that a lack of faith that the running game was going to be effective? What do you think it is?
I think it's a little bit of both. He wanted his young quarterback to get plenty of throws, grow, mature, open the field up, and he did all of that. So I think that it's a little bit of both. Plus, he didn't trust, I don't think, overall, handing the ball off and handing the ball off and handing the ball off to these guys, no matter who it was, because he tried every single guy, did he not? Including Bidet. He tried everybody at some point to be the, not bell cow, but to be the focal point, and nobody really took it and grabbed it by the horns and took control.
Well, look this up, please. Allow yourself a couple minutes to look this up, Brett.
Okay.
Has Sean Payton, as the Denver Broncos head coach, ever had a 100-yard rusher?
No, I don't need to. No, the answer is no.
All right, so you just answered your own question. If you go 2 full seasons, not one, 2 full seasons, and not one time did you produce a 100-yard rusher, which you could do by accident just by breaking a big one, I think that's game plan. I think it's not inherent in their makeup to want that.
Could I try and provide a counterpoint?
But Vic, here's the crazy part. Peyton is not rushing adverse. He will rush the football.
I was just going to say, go back to New Orleans. He ran the ball all the time. All the time in New Orleans.
So he's not. There's something that makes him uncomfortable.
Yes.
With this setup.
Yes.
To run the ball. So whatever it is, if you go 2 full seasons, if you go 34 games, and not a single back rushed for 100 yards, that's outrageous.
A back has eclipsed 80 yards only twice in 2 years.
That tells me there is something more at work here. Is it the offensive line? Is it the system? Is it this year the excuse was, well, they wanted to develop a young quarterback. So what was the excuse last year?
Well, I think if that was the case, then you would have argued the running game mattered more this year than last year with a rookie as opposed to a veteran QB.
Listen, I think he sort of tells on himself when he goes on national television with the words "run the ball" on his play sheet. I think that lets you in on what he's thinking. They didn't commit to it enough.
Yeah, Mosier
they didn't commit to it enough.
Mosier might be right. Might be a little column A, a little column B. You know what I remember when I think he was still unemployed at the time. Or maybe he just got the Broncos job, but he had obligations in that Super Bowl media week with Fox. Do you remember when he was sitting down, I think it was like the Kay Adams show or something, and next to him was Josh Jacobs, who was an impending free agent that year. And he just started talking about he's the best back in the league, and, man, we'd love to have a guy like that in our team. Like, I think if he got a guy that he truly believed in like that, this isn't a discussion about the lack of a running game.
But hold on a second. I keep hearing his guy. I'm reading this on the text line. Well, didn't he and his staff draft Estime? Isn't that his guy? Didn't they keep McLaughlin? They're the ones who found him and kept him, right? Isn't that his guy? So what qualifies as your guy? These weren't people handed to him. These are the people you developed. You found.
But my guess, though, Vic, and maybe Estime's just a miss for him or whatever. Like, I don't know what's going on with him specifically. But I have to imagine if he has Saquon Barkley, he's going to have a 100-yard rusher. If he has somebody like that's in the top 10 of running backs in the league. If he had Joe Mixon.
I don't know, though, dude. Philadelphia runs a style, a system that allows Saquon Barkley to do what he does. That's not the Broncos' system. It's not what they do. I think it's a little bit of both, and I think it's. I'm going to put a little more on the style you throw out there than you guys will.
I think, look.
You know what? You know what? In my book, here's what Sean Payton considers a run game. Quick screen. That's
true.
his run game.
I mean, he used his passing game like a running game this
That's
year.
his run
he
game.
Did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he would counter if you said, what do you mean we run the ball? You know how many times we threw the quick screen to Mims and to Franklin? That was his run game, man. Hey, listen, don't make excuses for it.
Well, I'm not. I'm trying to, parse this out. Because let me just, I typed a random year that he was in New Orleans. 2017 was the random year I came up with. Mark Ingram had 1,124 yards. Alvin Kamara had 728. And he had Drew Brees.
Yeah, that's 2,000 yards combined.
So are you telling me right now that the running backs that the Broncos had in the stable this year were incapable? None of them were incapable of rushing for 100 yards in one game.
I think they were, Vic, but on how many carries and how efficient would they be?
They got 8 carries.
I mean,
you make it sound like they were bell cow backs, Mosier. Mosier, go back and look at the numbers. How are you going to run for 100 when you get 8 touches?
I don't disagree with you, but I think that's why I said I think it's both. I think that it's the personnel he has, and it's also he wanted to use the passing game as a running game and open up his young quarterback.
That's the answer. The answer is he believes he ran the ball. He just did it unconventionally. He ran the ball on the perimeter by throwing the ball. That's how he ran the ball.
That still didn't feel effective, though.
I'm just telling you, that's his answer. It wasn't the conventional line them up. First of all, they're lined up all the time in the shotgun. All right. So if you're looking for that old style play action, you're not going to get it in this offense.
Yeah. That's true. How about this? I want them to have a back this year that will eliminate that doubt anymore. If they get somebody that you see as a bona fide number one running back on a roster, because here's the thing, Javonte, is he the number one anywhere else in the league?
No.
Maybe Vegas?
No.
All right, so let me ask, if Ashton Genty, if he were drafted, if he falls far enough to the Broncos, and you close your eyes and envision him as a Broncos running back,
okay,
do you think they change the style of their offense?
I think they do.
They should.
What does it look like then?
I do.
You tell me. What does it look like?
Well, when you say style, I just think there's more of a commitment to the run game. I think it makes it easier for him to commit to it if he believes in somebody in the backfield.
One thing,
I guess we'll find out.
Vic, one thing we have not talked about is the offensive line.
Yeah.
And listen, I think they're incredibly capable of producing a running game, but you're paying them like they should produce a hell of a running game. So I don't think the issue is up front. I think the issue is with play calling and the issues with scheme and philosophy right now, and a lack of a semi bell cow. All that combines to see what we've seen the last 2 years.
Jared Bednar is going to come up in 20 minutes. We'll have Julian Strawther towards the end of the show around 9:40 today, broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this.
Guys, you got a bad ankle. You're going to do something about it. Elbow, you're going to do something about it. Got a problem with your sinuses, you're going to do something about it. What about erectile dysfunction? You know what? Do something about it. Don't laugh it off. Don't pretend it doesn't happen. If you've got a problem, fix it. And the people at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you fix it because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. And you can last a long time. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So do yourself a favor. If you're dealing with this, don't pretend it doesn't exist. Don't laugh it off. And honestly, don't be embarrassed about it. Just get it done. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's 2025 for crying out loud. Call today at 720-440-7900. Your initial visit, only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TNPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then your appointment's totally free, but you know it's going to. They've got an expert staff, so don't wait. 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. Again, call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, Jared Bednar in 15 minutes. In the meantime, I love the sport of baseball. I truly do. I don't like the people who talk about my sport because I think they do a poor job. Now, we're singling out one guy out of many, but the fact that there still exists a person that looked at Ichiro Suzuki and said, that guy is not worthy of my Hall of Fame vote.
I need a name.
Yeah.
Have we come up with a name on who did that?
No, which is also the problem. Here's the thing about baseball writers in general. I've always said this. There is nobody more miserable at their job than a baseball writer. And I don't mean miserable like bad at their job. I mean miserable in covering their own job. And I don't get it. I don't know why that exists in the sport. And of course, it's not everybody. We love talking to Thomas Harding, and you won't find anybody who loves baseball more than Thomas Harding does. But in the case of stuff like this, I will never understand why somebody always feels the need to be that guy. And if you want to be that guy, I think you need to put your name on it and then explain yourself as to why that is. It's not that hard.
Well, the fact that Ichiro, who we all saw play the game, and he marveled, he did it even later in his career. He was 27 years of age when he made the move from the Nippon League. Is that what that's called back in Japan?
Yes.
He made the move, and if you combine those hits with the hits he had in Major League Baseball, he would have surpassed Pete Rose. Okay, we get all that. He's a legendary player. I mean, you just had to watch him play a couple games to figure that out. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, bar none. The fact that somebody's sitting at their home right now who decided that, I think we're going to let him wait a year. He's not first ballot in my book. That's somebody, whoever that is, whoever that person is, whoever that contrarian is, because it is truly a contrarian type of vote. You need your vote taken from you. You need to be brought out in the public sphere. I need to know who you are. You need to debate it. You need to defend it. I need to have that.
I would argue that Ichiro, in my life, was as pure of an all-around baseball player that I've ever seen. His ability to do everything. He had one of the strongest arms in the league. He was the best pure hitter in the league. He was a little bit like Jokic in the sense that, Vic, if he wanted to go up to the plate and aim for 40 home runs in a season, he could have hit 40, but he knew his game was better suited just to be somebody who could slap a double in the gap and use his speed on the bases. He's a 10-time Gold Glover. Like, I don't know if there's anybody all around that was a better baseball player than Ichiro in my life.
Sure.
In my life.
So you know how when they have the NBA's MVP votes that are unveiled, we always find out who voted where, right? There's that list that comes up, and it's no longer anonymous. And I think that's important.
Mm-hmm.
When you remove that shroud of anonymity, it makes people much more honest. It forces them to put in a little more work. The fact that baseball still has that tells you all you need to know about the sport. What are you so scared about?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If this is your opinion, then defend it.
Yeah.
You were brave enough to actually throw your vote out there. By the way, the other names that got in, Dick Allen, Dave Parker, and his giant hose is going to the Hall of Fame.
Moj, the fact that Dave Parker and Dick Allen, two mashers of our childhood, right? The fact that they're in the Hall of Fame, how pleased were you to hear those two names?
Very
Dick freaking Allen.
Very pleased. Dick Allen, Google Dick Allen.
You just don't get enough Dick Allens today.
You're damn right you don't.
Brett, when's the last time you met a Dick Allen?
I don't think I've...
Nelly, you're a young man. Have you ever met a Dick Allen?
I want to enjoy this together. Hold on. Talk.
What are you doing?
I'm coming over to see you.
Okay.
Nelly, do you know who Dick Allen is? Have you met a Dick Allen?
I have not had the pleasure yet. No.
Hang on. I want to see. Hang on a second. He's on Twitter, by the way, at @DickAllen_15. Get off this pop-up. Masher of the baseball. Like an absolute masher.
Yep.
Okay. Dude, look at his arms.
Images, please.
All right.
Look at his arms.
Hang on. We're going to go
Look
back.
at Dick's arms.
Hold on.
Oh, he's a big dude. Look at him.
Now,
the old, like, the facial hair with the giant glasses look is something that I actually wish was still here.
The oversized frames.
Yeah.
The oversized frames of the 70s.
Guys like Dick Allen, they start out in the 60s. They got the, Coke bottle glasses and all that, right? And clean, just real close haircut.
It looks like his batting gloves are gardening gloves, too.
Hold on. Then he gets to the 70s, and Dick Allen lets it all hang out, baby. He gets the fro going with the mutton chops. Brett, it's the fro with the mutton chops.
He don't care what you think.
No, look at this.
I mean, what a handsome son.
Look at that man.
Look at that man.
Whatever happened to that look?
That dude.
Brett, do you think he cares what you and Nelly think about him?
No.
He doesn't care.
But I want him to. I want him to know I think he's cool.
Brett, that's Dick Allen.
Dick Allen.
Yep, I got it. It's in my Google search.
So he's like this. He's like this, college professor, clean cut, Coke bottle glasses and the Buddy Holly frames and all that in the 60s. You get to the 70s, baby, and you just let it all hang out. And you get the hair with the mutton chops and it all connects.
Okay, so hang on a second.
Total stud.
See what these guys want, Moj. These guys want these clean, Bryce Harper looking dudes. Everything's clean.
Are you listening to me?
They don't even get Dick Allen. They don't get it.
Do Did you even listen to what I said? I go, that's the coolest look that's ever existed in baseball is the oversized frames with those mutton chops.
Hey,
it's a great look.
The day that I had the late, great Marty O, he's not dead. But the day that I had him pull up the Dave Parker hose, you can't tell me that was not one of the most enlightening moments of your entire life.
Yes, but I also hang on.
What?
So Dick Allen, Dave Parker, Ichiro, CC Sabathia is in, and so is Billy Wagner. Can I focus on Billy for a second? I don't know if you think he's a Hall of Famer or not. He was a really good closer, borderline to being. I'm totally fine. I'm fine with him being in. But here's the problem I have.
There's Dick Allen.
Look at that.
Look at that son of a gun.
Look at that. That is perfect.
Dude, that guy, I mean, if he sat in front of you right now, you'd be
in awe.
You wouldn't be able to speak. Words would not come out of your mouth.
All right, just leave Dick in the background for a second.
Please do. Dick, you stay there.
I want to focus on Billy Wagner for a second because he is the classic case of what I think is so stupid about some of these baseball writers. What year was this on the ballot for Billy Wagner? You guys know?
I think he waited. It's been 10 years.
Billy Wagner
10.
is he's 50. He's 54 years old.
How many more saves did he have between 2015 to now?
None. Zero. Yeah.
So what happened?
I don't know.
What's going on?
Guys fell off the list and he moved up. Listen, you could say what you please about Billy Wagner. To me, I mean, he was what, 5'9", 5'10", 180 pounds tops, and he threw 100.
Cheddar.
He threw 100 every time. I mean, I don't know how he generated it. I have no idea where it came from. That dude, to throw that hard for that many years is impressive. Now, did it result in, but what were his numbers? Can you give me his numbers? How many saves? Where did he rank?
422 saves. He was, a 6-7 time All-Star, something like that. Look, good numbers. Like, they're good. Again, if you want to argue they aren't Hall of Fame worthy, I guess, okay, fine. You know, a lot of times, though, people compare these guys to, like, modern relievers now, and it's different. It's different between what he was doing and what's happening now.
Oh, they're not facing as many guys these days either. I mean,
Right.
You got so many damn relievers before you get to the closer.
Yeah. Hey, Vic, I've got to wonder, and this is just me, I've got to wonder the one person that didn't vote for Ichiro.
Who do you think? Like, how would you describe that person?
One of the most miserable human beings on the planet. Self-loathing, probably dirty, probably filthy.
I guarantee he smells.
Unkempt. Yeah, smells.
I guarantee there's an
smells.
See, this man right here, this man smells like Drakkar, for sure.
Absolutely he does. Dick Allen smelled like the roses. But just a unhappy. His kids probably have rickets. You know, it's bad. Yeah, bad.
Dude, back to Ichiro as we go full circle here.
But why would you not?
Tell me something.
Why would a human being want to be that person?
All right, so I'll ask you this. We all watched Ichiro play. Tell me something he didn't do well.
It doesn't
because
exist.
he did it all great.
It doesn't exist.
His fielding was superior. He was an A+ fielder. His arm? Remember his arm?
100%.
Do you remember some of the throws he made? His range?
Dude, his first game in the bigs, that opposite field hit to right field where he guns the guy out at third by a mile. I mean, it's unprecedented.
So you want him to get on base? Sure. He'll just
absolutely
he'll change his batting stance. He'll open up his stance to the point where he sees the ball before it's even thrown. He'll chop one oppo and he'll get on base. You want him to steal a few bases? Huh.
No problem.
He'll steal bases all day for it.
All day.
All day. What is it he doesn't do?
Hey, Brett, you want him to lay down a bunt? Oh, he'll bunt himself on
that
all
little run
day.
bunt. Hey, Mose, remember that little run bunt?
Yep, sure do.
The only thing that you could even remotely argue that he wasn't great at, and you'd be wrong, was power.
If he wanted to, he
could smoke the baseball.
He could do it. Like, if you watch this guy take BP, every once in a while, he would, for the fans that were in the stands, like his last round of BP, he would do the old dip and drive thing, and it would just be a light show. You know what I mean? If he wanted to, he could. Now, here's another thing about Ichiro that I think is the most underrated part. He got to the league when he was 27. We all know what his career was before this when he was playing in Japan.
I tore it up.
Did you know when he was 43 years old in 2017, he started 136 games for the Miami Marlins at 43, playing outfield, by the way. No DH, playing outfield, and still hit 255? At 43 years old.
Total stud.
Yeah. Hey, I've got two things, by the way, from our boy Dan Hyatt, who does a lot of baseball in addition to his Nuggets work. First of all, you guys mentioned that Dick Allen's on Twitter. Dick Allen died in 2020.
Well, he had a Twitter account.
He had
Yeah,
a
I know,
Twitter
but
account,
he's no longer with us, unfortunately.
Hey, real quick.
I got another one.
Oh, no. Johnny texted in, and then the 8391. These are two that are really good. Dick Allen smelled like the inside of a new Cadillac.
Yes.
I believe that for
100%.
Absolutely.
And a cigar. For sure a cigar.
100%. Also, Dick Allen wore Sex Panther.
Yep.
Probably did.
You asked why Billy Wagner made the Hall of Fame. What is it that stuck out? Wagner, according to Dan, struck out 33% of the batters he faced in his career. That's the highest strikeout rate in MLB history with that many innings for a reliever.
Yep. No, that's why I said if I've heard people say he's not worthy, and I go, all right, I think it's fine that he's in. Totally fine. Anyway, we can jump back to this later. Got to make room.
But I like guys who look like this, Brett. We don't have men who
We don't
look
have
like
that
this anymore.
Well, maybe we can ask Jared.
I mean, look at him. That's a magnificent man.
Why doesn't Jared look like that?
We'll ask Jared Bednar that next.
They've done studies, 60% of the time, it works every time.
How do you coach through that when you say you guys just felt like you guys didn't have the energy? It's like you said, a divisional game, a team that you can pass in the standings. Like, how do you coach through?
You get the pom-poms out. That's what you do. You're a cheerleader. What are you going to do? I mean, if we can't, if we're not, it's not lack of try. It's just you don't have the legs, whatever the reason is. I don't know. You'd have to ask them, but we got to find a way to do that. That game reminded me of the Chicago game.
Avs back at it tonight as they take on Winnipeg, and we are joined, as always, every Wednesday at 8 a.m. by the head coach of the Avalanche. It's Jared Bednar. Coach, how you doing this morning?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing good. Going back to the game on Monday, it's funny looking at the schedule right now and the past games that you guys had. It feels like win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. What do you attribute to maybe a little bit of the inconsistency in that win column?
Well, we're not playing great. That's the truth of it. We went through a stretch where I felt like we were firing on all cylinders. Got everybody in the lineup playing pretty well, all four lines contributing, 60 even with some of the injuries. And just recently we're hitting and missing on different lines. So you need everyone, especially when you're kind of running the gauntlet of these divisional games. You got, we had Edmonton, Dallas, Mini, Winnipeg tonight, Mini and Winnipeg before that, the week before. And so you're playing really good, really tough teams. They're important games. Everyone's digging in, and we've just been we're too sporadic with hitting on all of our lines going. One night it's McKinnon's line carries us, and the next night Middlestead's line's good, McKinnon's line's not so good, then Kelly's line is going, but we're not hitting on all four. And we've had some guys, there's a handful of guys in our team that are struggling right now, and so it's, we're kind of with the injuries that we have and have had, we're hitting nights where I don't think some of our guys have their legs because we're overusing them to try to get points the night before, and then we're kind of running a vicious circle here right now.
What's crazy, Coach, is that's that same Minnesota team a week earlier. You massacred them in their place, and then they come here, and it's just like a different outfit. Can you sense early on when you're watching your team that we just don't have it tonight? How soon does that cross your mind?
Well, no, there's some patience involved in it. We come out because in that game, we made 3 mistakes with the puck at the offensive zone blue line, and two in the neutral zone and no zone blue line. And what it did is they took off on, positive number rushes, right? So they come into the zone on the first one, they delay and hit D2. We have 4 guys back there, or we have 3 guys back. They get their 4th into it and they score. And so it's too easy, right? Because we turned it over at the line and got caught going one way, they're going the other way, right? And that happens twice. Then we get a D-zone shift that we're good in, and we grab the puck back, we start to skate, and then we turn it back, and they check it back. We're tired, and bang, bang, it's in the back of our net. So 3 turnovers that we have to handle much better, just knowing and managing the game, knowing where we're at, not trying to make something out of nothing at the offensive zone, having a patient approach. If we have something, then we got to execute. So we didn't give up hardly any 5-on-5 chances. The big saves and their goalie keeping us in it was all their power play, right? And the mistakes we made 5-on-5 end up in our net. But we're just – and that's throughout the whole game. So, I felt like we were checking fine, things were going good. It's our puck management. It's our play with the puck and our offensive attack, in all 3 zones, getting up and trying to get dangerous on the offensive side that wasn't there. And you're hoping it's going to come, and you're hoping that you can grind something out. So 1-0, and goalie makes a bunch of big saves. I had 3 that probably should have been goals on their power play. Goalie makes huge saves, so he keeps us in the game. And 40 minutes in, Nathan McKinnon does Nathan McKinnon things and goes gets us a huge tying goal. And then, but already, halfway through the game, this is a struggle for us offensively. So you're trying to give them information that can help simplify our game to just grind it out. And it's just not coming and not coming. So by the time you hit the third period, you're just, like I said in the interview, you're like kind of cheerleading and just hoping someone can make a play to win you the hockey game, and we just didn't have it.
Coach, you had 11 shots through 2 periods the other night, and then 16 in the third. And so I guess when the getting gets tough, the guys shoot the puck. But how do you encourage them and I guess plead with them to just shoot? Because, yeah, like you said, 4 shots on goal in a period just ain't going to cut it.
Yeah, part of the problem in that game too was our D just didn't do a good job of getting shots through to the net. That our offense runs partly through our D, and you go grind and you win a puck battle and you get it low to high, and then the D shoots it into the shin pads, and it's and that was happening a lot. Especially on some of our extended ozone time shifts, so just trouble getting pucks delivered to the net. And that's just, it's probably lack of movement, too methodical, all the things that I'm saying. You just don't have the jump. You're not getting into the gaps. You're not and their puck support in the offensive zone will be the big sort of target of today's conversation going into the game, because really Winnipeg's better defensively yet than what Mini was. That's a team that came in here missing 2 or 3 of their top D and Kaprizov, so they were kind of same team we played, like you said, the week before, that we mopped up, and we were sharp, and we had all 4 lines going, and it was a struggle for at least 2 of our lines the other night, and some of our D, and you just don't get it done. It's a fine line, and it's going to be a fine line here to the end, and we got to get playing a little bit better than we are now.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, with us as he is every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. I know you've been asked a version of this in recent weeks. Hopefully this is a little bit different. This is a coaching perspective question about the power play. When your power play is operating, it's at a high level. It's one of the best in the league. For whatever reason, it's struggling right now. From a coaching perspective, how do you battle, I know this thing is good, and when it's on, it's really good. Do we just try and break through the wall for that to come back, or do I think about making some changes? What's your balance with that?
Well, we're always kind of evaluating if we have if we're making changes. If you're talking personnel changes, they're always looking every game kind of specific to our opponent, what could be available, what is the plan of attack, which I like our plan of attack. I like the conversations that are going on in the meetings. If you're talking personnel, say you're thinking, well, if we take Drouin out of the middle, who do we put there? And what does that get us?
Right.
And it always kind of circles back around to, we think Drouin should be in the middle, So making changes to just make changes, if it doesn't, in your ideology, if you're thinking you're better off the way you are, then I think you should leave it. If you think you have a better option for reason A, B, and C, then we think you should make the changes. We're open to all of that. We tried Colton there the other day, and we moved Middlestick to the net the other night with an injury. And so we're kind of using all the guys that we've used all year and trying to give some opportunity there. And just taking it game by game. We've seen some positive steps from them the last couple of games. We finally get rewarded on was probably our worst scoring chance of the power play the other night. We had 3 scoring chances, 1 power play. We miss on an empty net rebound. We hit a post, and then finally Kale sips one from the blue line and shoots and it goes in, which has to be part of our attack. But it was the worst chance out of the 3, and finally goes in for us. So it was a big goal. And then the other night we come up empty again.
Coach, it's January 22nd, and I don't think I've ever seen this late in the season. At this point, both the Avs and the Nuggets have a better win percentage on the road than they do at Ball Arena. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, I've been asked this before, and it's funny with our team because it seems like, some years we've had good records on both, and some years we're just much better on the road, and then the next year all of a sudden we're really good at home and not on the road. Yeah. And sometimes it's kind of split, during the year too. We've gone stretches where we've been bad at home and really good on the road, and then it flip-flops at some point during the season. I can't really put my finger on it because you game plan the same way, you prepare the same way, you I think the players have their routines that they prepare the same way. And like, I don't know, like sometimes it's scheduling and like how busy you are and how much you have to tax your guys. Like that's one of the things that we're really looking at and we're having a tough time with because, again, we still got these 4 guys out of the lineup and we're taxing our top guys too much. But, like, what's the solution? You're in a 2-1 hockey game that you're winning and you trust your top guys. Do you leave it for grabs and play other guys more and put the game in jeopardy, or do you go secure the 2 points? And sometimes you're down 2-1 and you need to score. Well, the McKinnon line and the Middlestat line is the ones you want to go to on that, so you play them more. And we're in a lot of these tight games now, but right now then we're running into games where, like, we don't have a lot of legs, so we use a 4-line approach and it doesn't work out. And that kind of seems like the vicious cycle we're in. So we're trying to pay as much attention to it as we can, give the guys as much rest as we can in between games because we need the points. Like right now we're sitting, realistically, we're in a playoff spot by 2 points, 3 points. That's it, so you got to carve out all the points you can and hopefully get healthy at some point and add some bodies.
Coach, Connor Hellebuck is a really good goalie. We know that. Probably in line for another Vezina this year. But he's got 3 consecutive regular season shutouts against you, yet you solved him in the postseason. What'd you guys do in that first round last year that's not happening right now? Is it screens? Is there a reason for it? You tell me.
Yeah, it's all of it. Ultimately it's high desperation, urgency, intensity, winning puck battles, getting to the net hard, getting your shots through. It's a culmination of everything you talk about offensively, and eventually we broke them down and started to put pucks in the net in the playoffs. It's I would say the teams we've played consistently, Winnipeg's the best defending team in the league. They're dialed in on their system. They give you no space. So, if a guy's draped all over you every time you touch the puck, the only way to score is for a guy to beat someone one-on-one and create just an inch of a shooting lane and put it there, and the next guy's got to beat the guy trying to seal him out or box him out at the net to get there and score gritty goals. They don't make a lot of mistakes. They're a patient team. They rely on their top guys to score on the power play, but everyone else has a great checking mindset. And then when you do break them down and get some really good chances, which we've been able to do in some of the games that we've played, you got to beat Hellebuck too. So and that's the way you have to expect it to be that way. It's going to be that way in the playoffs too. So you got to find a way to work through that pressure, and beat that pressure. And it's all the things that I mentioned, previously. And it is not easy. So you have to be energized, and you got to be highly competitive to beat this team. And we've played a couple of good games against them. Like we lost the 1-0 game there, which I felt like we should have won. I think you got to prepare for it to be a game where you want to try and win it 1-0, 2-1. So your checking game better be in order too. Like we can't have the turnovers like we had against Minnie and spot them a goal or two because you're just not coming back in it. Like the last game in Winnipeg, we had a bad breakdown, got beat on the rush, played it soft. They score early in the game, and it's really the only goal they needed. We were grinding the whole game, but it ended up 3-0.
Coach, I know that this has been a theme over the past couple of years, but especially this year, 2-part question. Number one, the record you guys have without Val Nichushkin in the lineup is 14-13. When he's in the lineup, it's 14-7. I know he's a great player, and maybe that's just the answer, but what do you attribute to that, difference? And secondly, is he close to coming back?
He's an impact player on any line that he plays on, then has a huge impact on special teams as well, both of them. Penalty kill, he's one of our top penalty killers. Power play, he's that net front guy that's hard to see around, just that big body, plus the hands and finish around the net. And 5-on-5, he's an animal, 200-foot player that makes it hard to create offense against. And then he has the size and strength to be able to help and create more offense than a lot of other players that you're going to substitute in for him, right? So he makes a line. So you talk about, like, you know, one night you got McKinnon's line doing their a lot of nights, and if they get, you know, checked hard and can't create offense, then you need somebody else to do it. And with no Val, there's, you know, like your job becomes infinitely tougher. So it makes a big difference. One player of that caliber makes a big difference on a whole nother line. It can energize a whole nother line and make them more dangerous. So I think we're doing a better job without him this year. Unfortunately, he's had a setback with his injury, and he's not close to coming back right now. He's on a week-to-week timeline. So that's not good, you know. So the hits keep coming when it comes to the injuries and the length of our injuries. You know, I said it the other day, like with Colton missed significant time with his foot. Lackinen missed a significant time with his shoulder. And then you got Drouin and Val, who I think they've only played one game in the lineup at the same time the entire year, and we're in game 48. So it's like it makes the job more difficult, and there's nothing to do but put your nose to the grindstone and continue to try to get, you know, play your best on a nightly basis, and you know, that's what you got to do. There's no easy way out of it. You got to keep playing until you get guys back, and you got to keep carving out points.
Okay, before I go and wander into traffic on I-25, after all of that, hey, did you see what happened last night in Edmonton between the Caps and the Oilers? The Caps won 3-2, but did you see what happened on that Corey Perry goal?
I did not. No.
Okay,
I didn't see that. I watched the end of some of the highlights and review of the Vancouver Edmonton game the night before when it turned into a gong show at the end. But
yeah.
I didn't see the Caps game.
So some dude comes and throws a tray of nachos on the ice. And then Perry, as he's ready to for the slapper to make it 3-2 and he scored, he skates right over the nachos and gets the one-timer off short side. And I'm not even kidding you, there's a tray full of cheese-covered nachos right between his legs. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? And Logan Thompson, their goalie, goes, I was staring at the nachos and he beat me top shelf. And I'm like, what? I'm not even kidding you. And then Spencer Carberry goes, yeah, I've never seen that before. I don't even know if I have any recourse. Can I challenge nachos? I mean, what can you do? They let the play continue.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think you got to let it continue for a second, especially if there's an imminent scoring chance, which there obviously was. But, yeah, you don't see that every day.
One last thing, Coach. Can you do me a favor? I took my daughter, baby Jamal Kale, to her first hockey game on Monday, and when Nathan McKinnon scored, it was too loud for her. Can you just ask them to do something about the horns and everything? It scared her.
You need to bring the earmuffs that you got there for Moj. Like when he starts talking too much, you throw them on.
That's
absolutely.
Right. Coach, always appreciate talking to you. Good luck tonight.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
There you go. Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Still have Julian Strawther going to join the show at 9:40. And all conversations with the coach are brought to you by Quantum Fiber, internet that's everything you imagine and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com. Reminder to all you guys out there that the morning sprint with Coach and Raj is going to be live from the penalty box for morning skate today, coming up right after us from 10 a.m. to noon.
Yeah, they're going to be live at the rink. Coach lays it out like it is. I mean, he's an incredibly honest guy.
Yeah, I feel like I wanted to give Coach 5 big booms.
Yeah.
Dude, that Val news pained me.
Yeah.
That's tough.
If you missed it, he's had some sort of setback, and his return is not as imminent as we all assumed. I don't know what that means.
This was originally supposed to be like 7 to 10 days, right?
Yeah.
And it's been already 3 weeks?
You know, it's really weird. We went back. We've got an unbelievably good TV crew. We went back and tried to find what happened. And it was basically a pivot and a push. And then he was injured.
Yeah.
And you're like, damn, it just stinks. You know what I mean? That's just tough news.
All guests join us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Back after this.
Yes.
All right, I want to get back to the Nuggets, but just to reiterate something that I don't know if this was total knowledge yet, that Val is not only not close to coming back, he had a setback and now is week to week again.
That's hard to hear. That's scary to hear that.
Originally, this was a 7 to 10 day injury that turned into 3 weeks, and now it's turning into probably more like 5 to 6 at least. Like, he didn't say that, but week to week from now, like.
Here's the idea. What's the date again, Vic? Give me the date.
January 22nd, the year 2025.
The Avs' last game before the break is February 7th. So that's, let's see, 9 and 7. That's 16 days from now.
Yeah, I don't see him playing.
No.
That.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, just get to the friggin' break. Get to the break and chill.
It's just depressing news to hear that because it's so critical to have him.
But let me restate that too. Yeah, you're right, Vic. You're right. He's critical to winning a Stanley Cup. Everybody is. McKinnon, you have to have. Retney, you have to have. McCarr, you have to have. Blackwood, you have to have. Taves, you have to have. All the Colton. A good playing middle set. All this stuff is important. But you should be able to win games right now.
Yeah.
You should be able to win games with the guys you got, period.
Well, and it shouldn't look like it did on Monday. Bottom line is, it shouldn't look like that lackluster, if nothing else.
Agreed.
Yeah. Hey, one piece of good news. Obviously, you're not going to replace a guy like Val in a temporary basis.
Hold on a second, Vic. Nelly, if you could, pull up Corey Perry skating through nachos and scoring a goal last night, if you would. Not about Perry. But there's nachos on. There's a dude throws a full plate, and by the way, they don't go flying. The nachos are sitting there in their tray on the ice, and they score a goal.
Well, if our boy Marty were there, he'd eat them.
Pretty much.
Would have been
tonight's
badass
game,
if he scored the goal and then ate some of those nachos, that would have been the coolest celly ever.
Yeah, but it's Corey Perry. I couldn't give him credit.
But it would be cool. All right, go ahead, Vic. Sorry.
Tonight's game is going to be broadcast on Channel 20 KTVD, correct, Moshe?
That is correct. KTVD, that's also 7 p.m. with the pregame show.
Well, just broke that those of you with DirecTV Stream who had trouble finding KTVD because they didn't carry it, well, that's been cleared. KTVD will show up, Channel 20, on your DirecTV Stream broadcast tonight. So another hurdle cleared.
Just to clarify, because I've seen a couple of these on the text line, Val is out because he's injured. He's injured.
He's injured.
That's it.
I listen, I know people want to have connotations.
Yeah, he's injured.
Stop it.
All right, hang on. Let me see this. So
this right
those
here,
are nachos.
That's the plate of nachos.
Oh, right there. Okay,
those
right
are
above
nachos.
the circle.
I can't even see him.
Right above the circle.
You can.
Right there above the circle.
All right.
Yeah, right there.
Those are nachos. And he goes through the nachos and scores.
Well,
I thought that would have looked a lot cool. I thought chips were going to fly in the air or something like that.
That would certainly add another element to the
watch,
game.
He skates right. They go right between his legs. The nachos are between his legs. Watch Perry. Between his legs are nachos. Watch right here.
Yeah.
I wish he would have thrown a shot and then chips would have flown in the air like confetti once he did
And
it.
look here. And then immediately the Caps goalie goes, hey, didn't anybody see the nachos? Come on.
It's a walrus.
He's pointing, and he admitted in the postgame, and by the way, the Caps won again. Washington is having a phenomenal season.
Yeah.
Spencer Carberry's got to be the coach of the year right now. He says, I was staring at the nachos. I couldn't make the save.
Is there anything that's dirtier from the stands that you can throw than nachos? I mean, anything that would cause more havoc?
Well,
a hot dog wouldn't.
Well, I mean, with mustard on it and ketchup, it probably would.
Hot dog's nothing compared to a plate of nachos, bruh.
I've always thought about this. Like, let's say it's a 34-30 football game. 2 seconds left. You just scored a touchdown to take the lead. Now you got to kick off. Somebody boots it deep, and the only shot the other team has is they got to take a kickoff for a touchdown, right? What if he's wide open? They found a clearing. It was the why am I blanking on the Titans touchdown in the Super Bowl with Whitecheck? What was that called? The
Music City Miracle?
Music City Miracle. and some fan just jumps from the stands and tackles a guy before he gets in the end zone. What's the call on that?
Touchdown.
Fan interference?
I know, but do you give him the touchdown?
Look. They're cleaning up the nachos.
That's a waste of like $18.
It is. In Edmonton, it's a lot of money.
I contend there's nothing you could throw on the ice that's messier. What else is there?
But they didn't spread out. They stayed in their tray.
Sloppy Joe night?
Dude threw the nachos over the glass onto the ice, and they stayed in their tray.
Ain't no sloppy Joe night, bro.
What would be no, if you did like a fully loaded hot dog, you put the relish and the mustard and the ketchup and all the stuff on there, maybe.
Come on, dude. A plate of nachos. There's cheese everywhere, jalapeno. Come on.
Hang on, let's really think about this. What is the one that clears? What's the number one? The number one thing that'd be the messiest thing to throw on the ice as far as a food item. Popcorn would go everywhere. It wouldn't have a splat, but there'd be a whole bunch of popcorn spread throughout that ice.
Popcorn wouldn't even get there. It'd fall on people in front of you.
That is true, yeah.
Somebody says the baby's full diaper.
Yeah, okay.
Well, that's not cool, man.
Talking about food
Stop.
Here.
Yeah, food.
I just said food, and somebody goes poop.
I know I could think of a bunch of cow manure, but talking about food at the rink, man.
What
Anyway,
about
don't throw stuff on the ice.
What about
a boy from Nashville that carries a fish? Remember, he carries a. Remember, you carry loaded diapers with you into the arena.
I got it. You know those giant confetti poppers?
Yeah.
Just do that while the other team's on the power play in front of the glass. Just go. Stop!
Joey McGuire has a microphone. He's
yeah. Hey, real quick, Vic, you talked to our buddy Jake. We did a thing on this way back in the day, too. We met him at the fish store in Nashville. Lauren Gardner and I did. This is, I don't know, 6 years ago or something.
Is he still doing that stuff?
No, not as much. But, Brett, you know the whole story, right?
About the fish?
Yeah. He would smuggle.
He would smuggle a giant catfish into the rink.
And he would put it on his person, somewhere on his body. Like he came in to Ball Arena. I was on recognizance that day.
Yeah, Vic was full on Jason Bourne that day.
Yes, I was looking for men with fish in their bodies, on their bodies.
Disgusting.
Yes, that pat down took a long time. I was patting down everybody.
Somebody says like calamari. It's like. I love calamari. It's not an appetizer at a hockey game.
Somehow he got past security, Moj. He got that catfish into Ball Arena and onto the ice.
I know, but imagine how long you have to have a catfish, a big one, on your person.
This ain't a goldfish powder.
Yeah, it's not like a beta.
Hey, in the last 4
games, put a beta in your pocket.
In the last 4 games, Nikola Jokic has gotten a triple-double despite not playing in the fourth quarter.
That's silly. Listen to me. Listen to my words.
4 straight.
Do you know how stupid that is?
You want fish?
Do you know how stupid that he has already on the season more triple-doubles through 3 quarters than anybody else has triple-doubles, first of all? That's stupid. He's got 13 before the end of the third quarter. 13. The rest of the NBA has 7.
4 straight games without playing a second in the fourth quarter, and he's got triple-doubles, and the Nuggets have been beating the holy hell out of everybody. That's crazy. Crazy. And, again, this team is operating, and here's what sucks. They're operating at the level that we expect from the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Like, this is what we expect them to look like, and here's how it feels. Avs play really good. Nuggets not. Nuggets play good. Avs not. We can't get them on the same page together right now. They can't be like in unison as teams that participate inside the walls of Ball Arena.
Yeah. Hey, Vic, what do you make of what the Phoenix Suns did yesterday?
Yeah, I wanted to bring it up on the show. It's very creative, and it gave me an idea for the Denver Nuggets because the Phoenix Suns, much like the Nuggets, they're in very similar situations contractually. They're up against it, number one. Number two, they don't have many assets to trade. So what the Phoenix Suns did yesterday, in case you missed it, they traded a future first-round draft pick, 2031, to Utah for 3 first-round picks. Now, you're thinking to yourself, what? What the hell would Utah do that? You're trading a future first for 3 firsts? Well, these 3 that they're getting back are all protected first-rounders that are going to end up late in the first round because they're the worst of the allotted. It's hard for me to go into full detail, but let me put it to you this way. The first that they have in 2031 would have been a pretty good first-round pick, all right? The
Why
one
are
that
people under that assumption, by
to.
the way?
That's the assumption.
Okay.
All right. The ones that they're getting are all late first-round picks. Utah has too many firsts. They had to unload a couple. That's why they did it.
Right.
They have too many.
Because
what
first
are we
round,
going to do with all these?
First-round picks, here's the God's honest truth. They are guaranteed contracts in the NBA. If you make the pick, that player is a guaranteed contract.
So Utah had too many, much like Oklahoma City's got too many. They got to unload them. So it gave me, I should have given the Nuggets a pretty damn good idea. Phoenix now is they're back in the game. They got 3 first-round picks to deal with. So everybody assumes they're going to be in the Jimmy Butler game. They can use these picks as assets.
Essentially, can I do a visual demonstration?
Yes.
This is a piece of paper, okay? This is a first-round pick that Phoenix had. And what they decided to do was trade it for this, which is the same piece of paper torn up 3 times.
Just not as valuable.
Yeah.
Assumed. And it's
not like more
it's a risk.
value. It's just more of a thing.
Yes. Yes, they have more to work with now. You're basically taking your future. Like I've suggested all along, I don't care about the future. I want the now. Because you have Nikola Jokic doing Nikola Jokic type things now. So if you rip up your future like that in 2031, I don't care.
But
and I hate to say that. You don't want me as mayor because I don't care.
What I'm saying is they just took one thing and divided it into 3, and it's virtually the same, but you can use these smaller pieces now.
Would you guys agree? I want it now.
Of course. I think Calvin Booth should do the same thing. Find a team like OKC or something like that, because the Nuggets have their 2031 first-round pick they can trade too. And Oklahoma City has, I think, 5,000 first-round picks in the next 3 years. Do the same thing.
They're hoarding them.
Yeah, do the same thing.
Do
they
me a
can't
favor.
Use those.
Sing the Queen song.
Which
I want it all.
Moj, here's
I
what.
want it
Brett,
all.
There's no way
I want it all. And
Oklahoma
I
City is going to do business with the Denver Nuggets to make them better. Utah would do business with Phoenix. Utah has nothing to gain. They're done. There's 0 chance that Oklahoma City says, all right, Nuggets, let me help you.
Well, what else are they going to do?
I'm just telling you. I mean, you just pick them as a dance partner. Ain't going to happen.
They have too many first-rounders.
That's not going to happen. Look at me. Look at me. They're not going to help you find room to make trades to better your team to take on Oklahoma City.
Then fine. Get some more guaranteed contracts on a team that's already good. See if I care. 303-504-0925. You can listen to the show on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Enjoy lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
Certified pre-owned means something. That ride is really, really good. Gone over with a fine-tooth comb. And right now, at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, they've got a ton of certified pre-owned vehicles waiting for you. Also, you can get up to a 75,000-mile warranty on certified Volvo, Ford, Lincoln, and Mazda pre-owns with a 5-day exchange policy. That's unheard of, folks. Silterhar is family-owned. Been in business for 65 years. It's the best dealership I have ever worked with in my entire life by an absolute mile, and you will find that out too. So do yourself a favor. Get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield to see over 1,500 vehicles, or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Julian Strawther will join the program at 9:40 this morning as he had an excellent game for the Nuggets yesterday, finishing with 23 points off of 5 threes. Started the game 4 of 4. That guy's got something you can't teach, which is a release that is lightning quick and very difficult to stop if you give him an inch of breathing room.
Looking forward to talking to him today in about, what, a little less than an hour? Is that correct?
Yep, 9:40.
Okay, cool.
Nuggets.
Man, what a game he had last night, too. I mean, what a valuable weapon off the bench.
Well, the Nuggets get this big win, and look, it's a win that we all agree they should have been able to handle them the way that they did. But I want to go back to something we were discussing earlier, which is if the Nuggets culture is what we say it is, where it's all about unselfishness and it starts from the top with your superstar Nikola Jokic, then somebody's got to play the unselfish role in this sense. The team overall is just better for whatever reason when Russell Westbrook's in the starting lineup. Now, they're doing this thing with AG right now where he's coming back from an injury. They're easing his minutes back into it to not push him too much.
The team is more efficient. I think you have to change your choice of words there. You keep saying that the starting lineup is better with Russ.
I said the team is better. I said the team is better.
All right, let's make sure that we understand the difference. I think you can put anybody in the starting lineup next to Nikola Jokic, and he would be a very effective starting lineup. The depth, the bench is better with AG coming off the bench.
I agree. And look, the question from Michael Malone was this regarding AG and his willingness to, when he does get healthy, will he come off the bench? He said this.
All I'll say is this, without getting into too many details. Before Aaron's first game in Dallas, I talked to him about what his minute restriction was going to be that night, as well as what would be moving forward, just to give him an idea so he could wrap his head around that. And the first thing he said to me was, Coach, we're playing really well. He goes, if you want to bring me off the bench, even when I'm healthy, bring me off the bench. And I'm not saying I'm going to do that, but I want everybody to know who Aaron Gordon is. That is selfless to a T. And we've seen that from him time and time again. But what I love about our group is that we have a bunch of guys, and it starts with Nikola and trickles down to everybody else that just want to win. Like Nikola's not, I need more shots, I need more touches. He's just happy we're winning. Aaron Gordon is happy that we're winning. And if it's best for us to bring him off the bench, then we'll do that. If it's best for us to start Aaron Gordon, then we'll do that. And we'll make that decision when we come to that point. But I just want everybody to know how special of a person Aaron Gordon is and how he views this. Not about him, but about what's best for the team. And I love that about him.
That's the thing. Aaron Gordon, as much as really anybody else, is the epitome of what you want on your roster, and specifically this one. You know, the identity of the Nuggets is an interesting thing, and I think they've gotten back to it, and that's why they've been winning the way that they have over the past couple of weeks. The offense is going to be there every night no matter what. That's what happens when you have Jokic on the floor. You're going to score. The identity of winning for what the Nuggets are and what they always have been is defensive effort. And I know that because there's been plenty of guys that have come through here and not played good defense, and they don't find the floor because Malone doesn't allow it. Once they got back to playing solid defense, this team has soared. They've taken off and looked normal. And the points haven't changed. They scored at the rate last night. All year long they've been scoring like that. That's not new. What's new over the past, 3 weeks-ish, kind of since the start of the new year, is that they've been holding teams to about 110 a game. That's the difference.
They've won 7 of their last 8. They're 8-2 in their last 10. They've won 3 in a row, and yet they are still stuck in 4th Place in the Western Conference.
Oh, but they're a game and a half back a second.
Agreed. But it's still hard to make up ground, man. It's hard to raise yourself inside the top of the West right now. Very, very difficult.
These next 2 games are going to be very revealing because you're taking on a Sacramento team. And listen, I'm not trying to dismiss anything from what the Nuggets have done in January. It's been a glorious January. The last 2 opponents have been badly injured. 3 opponents, okay? They're taking on a team now, Sacramento, that's red hot. They're taking on a Minnesota team that has, in the last year, you owe them, right? So these next 2 games, back-to-back, Thursday and then Saturday, are going to be 2 huge games.
But the Kings will be on a back-to-back.
Mm-hmm.
They're hosting Golden State on Wednesday. Then they'll be at the Nuggets on Thursday.
And the T-Wolves on Saturday will not have Dante DiVincenzo.
He's out indefinitely, right?
Big toe problem.
Good. Good. You know, he should have a haircut problem.
Well, you've got the same haircut.
I do not have the same haircut.
You have the Dante DiVincenzo.
It's gray. It's not red.
100% you have the same haircut as Dante DiVincenzo.
That's a good point. In the postgame, I stayed up long enough to watch this because I always like when Shaq interacts with Jokic after a game. So Shaq asked him, and Shaq's a huge Westbrook guy, as I always have been. Anybody who plays that hard, I like. But Westbrook has very obviously found a better sort of fit on the Nuggets. And you can chalk that up to the Nuggets culture. You can chalk that up to playing next to Jokic. Whatever you want, he looks different. And Shaq asked Jokic about Westbrook specifically after the game. Here's what he said.
Joker, you're having a fabulous year. Westbrook, how's it feel to play with a guy that looks for you every time? As a big man, I used to love when my guards look for me every time. But don't you like when you run the floor, you're the first guy he's looking for? How does that feel?
I just love the connection because I just need to look at him and I think he knows exactly knows what I'm thinking. So he just waited. I'm kind of a little bit slower, so he just waited me to get to the spot, and he passed it over on the right time. So he always play. I mean, he's a great player. I think people and teams that he was passed misunderstand him and didn't give him the opportunity to be who he is.
That last part.
Yeah.
That last part was very, very, to me, why did the Nuggets go out and make an effort to get Russell Westbrook? Because they believe, Joker believes, that his previous stops, the Clippers and Lakers, did not appropriately use his talents. They didn't use him. In L.A., for example, they stuck Russ in the corner. Nobody puts Russ in the corner. They stuck him in the corner and said, hey, sit there and be a three-point shooter when James Harden dribbles around for 30 seconds.
So right. It's the first thing that I thought. Like, here's what's interesting. We all know where the offense runs through. We know that Jokic is going to get the basketball on the offensive side. But allowing Westbrook to take the ball up the floor to try and create something at a high pace is something the other teams did not do because LeBron would take it up the floor or Harden would take it up the floor or somebody else. Now, if it's not there, where does the ball go? It goes to Jokic, and he does his thing on that elbow spot where he starts to play two-man game and all that. But it starts with Westbrook trying to push with pace and see if you get something like that.
Which I absolutely love, but I'm not going to let Vic – I'm not going to gloss over Vic's Dirty Dancing reference.
What was it? It was unintended, if that's the case. Hold on a second. What did I say?
Oh, please.
When you close your eyes?
Can I say something about what you just said, which was nobody puts Westbrook in a corner?
Oh.
Do you know who puts Westbrook in a corner?
The Lakers and Clippers.
Dumb teams who don't understand their players. Let me tell you something. I can say this as a Westbrook defender and lover his entire career. Russell Westbrook, by volume, is the worst three-point shooter that I think has ever existed in the league. And you wanted to stick him in the corner and have him shoot threes. Please tell me basketball-wise how that makes any sense. Like, players have assets to them. They have things they do well. They have things they do poorly. DeAndre Jordan, you know what we should do? Hey, DJ, hang out in the corner, and let's just see if we can kick one out to you. Like, that's virtually what they were doing with Westbrook. It's stupid.
Michael Malone was asked a question over a month ago regarding Russell Westbrook. He said, what does Russ do when he's in there with Joker that, makes it easy for Joker to get the ball? He says he simply passes it to the best player in the world. And I guess that's a message that I'm glad it's out there now because other players on the team understand this is not rocket science. When Joker's in the game and he's on the block and you're taking on a team like Philly that didn't have anybody that can deal with him, nobody, give him the ball. Hey, real quick, see that guy? See him? Give him the ball.
It's very simple. If a guy's wide open underneath the hoop, like last night it was MPJ, it was Christian Brown, you give them the ball and they get an easy bucket. It's not hard. Avs in Winnipeg tonight. You can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and let's get our keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane.
30 seconds, Moj. Avs against Jets tonight.
Very, very simple. The Winnipeg Jets have lost 2 in a row coming in. Connor Hellebuck got shelled at Utah 2 nights ago. Jets have been hanging out here waiting for this game, right? You've got to absolutely pound the snot out of Hellebuck. High volume, as Coach said, against one of the best defending teams in the National Hockey League. The Avs haven't played well. I mean, they haven't played poorly against Winnipeg, but they haven't played well enough to solve Hellebuck. Screens, volume shots, and good Lord, power play. Please come to life.
Figure it out. Those are the keys to the game. It's powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Julian Strawther will join the show at 9:40. Stick around. All right, a few things here. If you missed our conversation earlier with Jared Bednar, a bad update in which Val had a setback and he is now week to week again. So it doesn't sound like he is coming back before the Four Nations in a few weeks. We'll talk to Julian Strawther at 9:40. Can I go to something real quick regarding the NFL? I saw this yesterday. Warren Sharp said, I saw a crazy stat on ESPN that I could not believe. The last 4 years over the Chiefs' 11 playoff games, 0 games.
Hold on. I want you to say this slowly, and I want everybody listening to really listen intently. Don't just, you're driving, you're distracted.
Hey.
Just listen to what Brett has to say, please.
Have you forwarded this to the mayor of Kansas City by chance?
The last 4 years over the 11 Chiefs playoff games that have existed, the Chiefs have had more penalties than their opponent in 0 of those games. In 10 of those 11, the opponents had more penalties, which means once was even.
Mm-hmm.
He compared those to other teams, and I'll get to that in a second. But this is what I'm getting at, where it's like, this isn't people making stuff up in their head. And it's like, it feels like there's one of two camps in this discussion. It's either you are a conspiracy theorist that the NFL is rigging games for the Chiefs, which I do not believe in, or you are just a hater who does not believe in the greatness of Kansas City, which I also don't believe in. The Chiefs are a very good team who get the benefit of calls in big moments. Both can be true. They, even with those calls, could still be a 2-time champion going for a three-peat. All of those things can still exist while acknowledging that very obviously, because this happens in every sport, if your team's been good for a while, they generally get a better whistle than most teams.
Yeah, the third part of your theory is this. The Kansas City Chiefs are very good at drawing penalties.
Yeah. That too.
Their quarterback, specifically, is very good at drawing penalties. That's not an opinion.
Okay.
Look at the numbers.
Yeah. But Vic, that being said, I don't disagree with you. That being said, it's still abnormal to have this happen to one particular team through 11 playoff games. Okay?
In the last 4 years, just to back you up, Moj, last 4 years, since 2021, teams in their net positive result of more penalties called on your opponent than yourself. Only 2 teams have had that. The Ravens are a net +1, 1 game. The Rams are a net +3 games in which their opponents have been called for more penalties than they have.
And what is Kansas City again?
10.
Net +10. Look, it's just the way it is. Yeah, they're good at getting opponents to commit penalties. They are looked upon as the wonder kids by the officials. It's just a natural human reaction that the best team in the league gets those calls. All this is true. Doesn't make it right. And by the way, pointing it out doesn't make me a bad person. Doesn't make me a hater, Mayor.
I see. I don't know if there's Kansas City fans on the text line. A whole bunch of people saying, go back to 2018, those stats reversed. Well, that was before they were a dynasty. I mean, that's what I'm getting at here is dynastic teams get the benefit of calls.
Who is that?
Another
785. Where's 785 from? Hang on.
Kansas City has the most penalty yards of any team in the NFL since Mahomes became the quarterback. You're going back to when he first became the starter. We're talking about the last few years where things have pretty obviously changed. Now, just quickly, Moshe, hang on.
That 785? Most of northern and central Kansas, excluding the Kansas City metropolitan area, but it's a Kansas person. Hey, Kansas person.
Wow.
We hear you.
Wow.
Hang on a second.
Topeka boy.
I just want to be clear on something.
Topeka boy.
I am not taking anything away from that football team. They are great, have been great. They've been one of the, you want to talk about dynasties, they are one of the better dynasties that's ever existed in the sport. However, I have seen virtually every snap, it feels like, that right tackle for Kansas City for about 2 years could be called for rocking back before the snap or a holding call on every single play that doesn't happen. But it's more than that. The moments in which these calls or non-calls occur that have been the beef, okay?
These are drive keeper alivers.
Like a pass interference call that is not called on Casey, a holding call that holds back another team from extending a drive, a hit to the helmet call on a soft call that extends a drive for Kansas City. It's the moments in which these happen that's the beef. Because we all acknowledge if you're a better football team, you get more calls. You just do. It's how it happens. So I don't want to hear maybe they're more disciplined. Well, maybe they are. Maybe that's a part of it. And also, what about the other stuff? That's all. I mean, is that the fairest way I can put this?
Yeah.
I feel like it is.
I just need material for the Kansas City mayor. I'm interviewing the Denver mayor today for another project that we're working on with Altitude Sports, so I'm not even sure if I should bring it up. I need some. Someone told me if I want to get at the Kansas City mayor, just mention the Kansas City barbecue and how it doesn't hold a candle to Texas barbecue, and that'll get under his skin.
I don't know, man. I used to go to Kansas City a lot. I love burn ends. There's a place there underneath the overpass by the train tracks. Forget the name of it. Really good burn ends. Love those.
Is it Arthur Bryant's or something like that?
I don't know. I forget the name of the joint, but I love burn ends.
Can I bring up something else that has a
I like
Denver
split ends.
Yeah, was that a band or is that you're talking about Hair or the band?
Hair.
All right.
You want to see a split end?
Yeah.
An overall show, yeah.
Shut up.
Hey, can I bring up another thing with a Denver slant to it? Because I saw Columbus say this yesterday.
By the way, we call these the X receivers in football now, the X's, right?
It's an X and there's a Y.
Right.
And a Z.
Right. But the X receiver on the side of the tight end, that's the tight end side, used to be called a split end.
Side.
Used to be called a split end. Did you know that?
I used to just call them whiteouts.
Hey,
Why do we change the name? Why do we change the name of positions?
Brett,
Where's
do
the
you know
tailback?
Brett, do you know what a halfback is, Jack?
Why are there no tailbacks and halfbacks anymore?
Do you know what a halfback is?
Stupid.
You don't know what a halfback
Why
is.
are there no split ends?
You don't know what a halfback is. You just don't have that in your arsenal.
Who just arbitrarily started to change the names of positions on a football field?
Do you know Rob Lytle was a halfback?
Well, there used to be like shooting guards and small forwards, and now they're 2s and 3s.
It's just dumb.
Hey, do you know what a flanker is, Jack?
I played flanker when I was a kid.
A bull crud.
I think we all did. That's where they put the slow white guys.
No, Moj, I was athletic, so I played sports when I grew up.
I almost cursed.
Well, I got a college scholarship to show for it. What
Yeah,
do you
that's
got?
good. I
do you
played
got?
sports my entire life, too.
Did you get a scholarship?
I did not get a scholarship.
Okay. Well, then one for me.
You got like one textbook.
Mosher's Achilles
No,
turned
that's
into
true.
flanker steak. Does that count as anything?
Hey, I want to bring up something else with the Denver slant because I saw Columbus say this yesterday, and it truly boggles the mind. Josh McDaniels just got a job as the Patriots OC again. What's up with that guy? And how I know that coaches who coach in the NFL, they will always have a job, but they don't always get that level of a job. And it feels to me Josh McDaniels' biggest problem, and this is a pretty big thing to be a coach, is you don't get along with your players that well.
Yeah.
And here's what I don't get, because I heard Kreckman talking about this too about a couple weeks ago. Are the Patriots just going to keep doing let's just bring back the old Patriot way stuff, and that'll work? And it's like,
that's what they're doing.
Actually, it won't, because Bill Belichick isn't there. It's the only constant.
It's pretty obvious why he's got a job again for the third time. It's because Mike Vrabel, he coached him. Remember, he'd line him up. He'd line him up on offense at times.
Yeah,
he did in the Super Bowl.
That like whatever weird formation that they had.
Familiarity is all that is. He knows him. He coached him.
How old is Mike Vrabel?
He's not that old. Dude, he was playing like a decade ago.
He's older than Josh McDaniel.
How old is he?
Josh McDaniels.
I don't know how old Vrabel is. I would estimate Vrabel's 47.
He's 49. McDaniels is 48. So he was coaching a guy that was older than him. That's kind of interesting.
But I would have such a fear Here's what it feels like, okay? It feels like Jokic retires and the Nuggets try and run the Jokic offense. And it's like it doesn't work like that. Yeah. When one main guy who is one of the greatest who's ever lived is gone, you don't get to recreate that with an old band.
Yeah, but say what you want about McDaniels. He may not succeed as a head coach, and he's got some issues clearly as a head coach, but as an OC, he's been great.
He really has been. He really has been good. Well, yeah, but I mean, listen, I don't think he has any issues as an assistant coach, as a coordinator. His issues come when he is the guy in charge.
Offense in Denver.
He made Kyle Orton look like a damn good quarterback for a while.
For the first 6 games, it was great.
6. How was the offense in Vegas?
Crap.
How do you do in relating to a star player like Devontae Adams in Vegas?
Again,
it was awful.
Again, we're talking about him as a head coach. As
Correct.
an OC, it's a different set of rules here now.
What I'm getting at is he was still calling the plays when he was the head coach. He was still in charge of the offense, much like Sean Payton is right now in Denver. And the second he leaves Tom Brady, that offense doesn't look so great anymore.
Well, and what did he do this year? Did he just sit on the sideline collected
money
from the Raiders? Is that what he did? I have no idea what he did this year. Anything.
Just weird. By the way, we're going to talk to Julian Strawther a little bit later. The Nuggets have this thing on YouTube. It's called the Nuggets Road to Gold YouTube series. So I think this is hosted by DJ, right? DeAndre Jordan.
My boy Austin puts that together. It's really well done.
I haven't heard this yet, but I want to listen because we're talking to Strawther later. So it's Peyton Watson, it's DJ, and Julian Strawther, and he asked them their guilty pleasure TV shows.
You got it, Ju?
I got it, for sure.
Oprah.
Yeah, my deuce used to watch the Oprah when I came home from school, so it was always on. She's just looking out for you. The Oprah music.
I feel you on that.
For me, it's Sex in the City. For sure.
Ooh, I used to like Judge Judy. Bernie Mac was good though, bro. Judge Judy, man. I roll with my girl, man.
Dexter's Laboratory.
Wait. Nelly, you got to give me some clarification on who was talking when.
Okay, so Julian Strawther was the one who said Oprah, and then Peyton Watson said Sex in the City, and then he said Dexter's Lab at the end there, and then DJ was Bernie Mac. Well, because they were trying
Bernie
to make
Mac's not a guilty pleasure.
But they were trying to make a joke about him being old, right? So you probably like Bernie Mac.
Gotcha.
And then he also said Judge Judy.
Okay, hang on a second. You know what I appreciate about those answers? Somebody asks you like a guilty pleasure or something, and nobody actually, I don't feel like they know what that means. Hey, what's your favorite guilty pleasure song? And Moj goes, I like Running with the Devil. It's like, that's not a guilty pleasure. It's a song that you like. Oprah, which she doesn't have a show still, does she? She's not doing daily shows.
No, she's not.
Sex in the City, that's a great answer. That's a good answer. But Julian Strawther said Oprah?
Who said Judge Judy?
I don't think that's guilty pleasure either. I think that's just a decent show.
Nelly, who is Judge Judy?
Judge Judy was DJ.
Okay, so DJ and my wife have something in common besides being tall.
Judge Judy's great.
My wife loves Judge Judy. And by the way, Judge Judy's, she's tough, man.
Trying to think.
She says this. She'll say this. You're a loser.
Yeah.
You're a bum. You're a bum and a loser. Like she's tough, man.
I love how on those judge shows though, a lot of them are just like I find I can't even think about how.
I find for the plaintiff.
I find for the plaintiff, you get $50. It's like, why are you here for $50? What's going on there?
It's the principle, man. You ever gotten a ticket that you didn't like, didn't agree, and you took it all the way to the top, the Supreme Court?
The
You're a bum. You're a bum. You're a loser.
The train set goes to you, Miss Judy. All right, there you go. I don't get it. Going to court for that.
Did you guys see? I've gone on the record saying I think the folks who operate Bill's Mafia, some of those fans in the tailgates, they're crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They're certifiable.
Yeah.
I mean, they're flipping off Winnebagos on the tables. They're crazy. But I tell you what, they are some of the most charitable, generous people on earth. Did you see what they've done with Mark Andrews? $60,000 already donated to Mark Andrews charity. Diabetes. He's a diabetic.
Yeah.
And he's got a charity foundation. 60,000 compliments of Bill's Mafia.
Really?
So here's Bill's Mafia. Here's what they do. hey, if you lose and do something
That's
really
what I was
dramatic
thinking.
to lose to us, we'll give you a bunch of money.
It's very nice.
It's
but
NIL.
It's also kind of like a way to go, loser. Here you go on the way out. It is a little bit of that, but it's good for a good thing.
Now listen to you. No good deed goes unpunished. Maybe out of the goodness of their Bills Mafia hearts, they truly felt they wanted to donate to his charity.
Mark Andrews makes the catch, falls in the end zone, tie ball game. Are they getting?
I don't
$60?
He's not getting a dime.
Okay, there you
not,
go.
Not a single cent.
Yeah. Check out the full episode of Road to Gold on the Nuggets YouTube page, where DJ takes viewers and fans through the whole season with fun interviews and behind-the-scenes access. That's Road to Gold on the Nuggets YouTube page.
Hey, real quick.
Quick.
Dan Hurley's a...
Oh, I saved that. I got something
He's
for him.
filthy.
I got
I
something
don't like
for him.
that
We'll get to
guy.
it next. Hey, I did want to mention something. Did you guys see the snow in Florida and Georgia and
New Orleans,
Louisiana? That's
Bourbon
crazy.
Street. Bourbon Street was under snow. 4 inches of snow down there, man.
saw-
And the Super Bowl's there in a couple weeks.
I got a friend who lives in Gulf Shores, Alabama. No,
I saw the video of it was a beach, I think, in Florida, like the Sarasota area Destin. And it's covered. Like by a couple inches, it's covered. And I sat there and I just saw a video of these guys in Georgia. They have a hill. And look, there's only a dusting of snow, but they don't know how to treat the roads, obviously. No car can make it up the hill. They're just sliding back into each other's bumpers, just kind of like Tetrising their way back down the hill. It's crazy. That would have to be the most frustrating thing in the world. If you lived in the South like that, and part of the reason why a lot of people move there, maybe if they're not from there, is I want to avoid all this nonsense and never be in it in my life. And then boom, something like that happens. That's crazy.
Well, I complain about Winnipeg, and then all of a sudden, here I am in beautiful Denver, Colorado, and I wake up and it's 0. And I'm going, what the hell am I doing?
I will ask you guys this again. And it comes up every time there's a weather-related topic on this show. Would you rather deal with this or extreme heat?
Look, bro, 35 years of my life, I've had snow. I'm good. Like, if I never saw it again, I'd be like, you know what? I'm just okay
If
with
for
that.
the rest of my life someone said to me, I will never see another flake of snow, I would die a peaceful, happy life.
See, the problem is you can't talk about the weather at all and not have somebody get pissed at you.
Well, because you get freaks.
Because I was thinking, when I got out of my truck this morning, walking into the studio, the wind was like 100 miles an hour. At least it felt like it was. I mean, driving to work today, Brett, did you feel the wind? I'm getting blown almost off the road. And if I come onto this program and I say, and I could do without the wind, I'm going to get some jerk face going, oh, well, we need it for the windmills. We need the wind to power. Oh, you don't like electricity? You know, this kind of thing. If I say, man, I'm kind of over this snowstorm. I got plenty on my driveway right now. We need the precipitation. We got to think about the farmers. I'm like, I can't say anything if I say, you know what?
Yeah,
it's a little too hot.
I'll tell you what, guys. I'll tell you what.
Hot? Well, you ought to go, someplace else where people they're dying of thirst. And I'm like, oh,
I actually got no
man.
problem with rain. Rain's fine. Like, now, if it was like Seattle where it's every day, then I don't want that. But like rain.
Yeah, with rain.
Yeah, rain is fine with me. Rain's fine.
When I walked off the Nuggets plane at 2 in the morning, early Monday morning from Orlando, and it was -7, and the wind was blowing, and I was wearing my suit pants, thin pants, loafers. The feeling of cold that attacked my body at that point. You know the feeling because you faced it coming off the charter, right?
It's full on.
It is
full on shrivelization.
I mean, at that point, you just want to say, all right, let's just go ahead and end it right now. Close the book. Call my loved ones.
Some people have these fancy cars. I can remote start my truck, which is pretty cool. But you got to be I got to be within I don't know, 100 feet of it, right? Then I can start my truck.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these people have the apps on their phone.
Yeah.
So you know what they do? You know what they do? We get to like 20 or like 10,000 feet.
Watch this.
And they start their car before when the plane's in the
Keith
air.
does that all the time. He thinks he's like some.
Yeah, they start the car when the plane's in the air and they walk out to a warm vehicle. I'm like,
be a man. Be a man and get in your car and be cold for a second. Okay?
Yeah. Here's Brian. Shut up, Mosier. Shut up. We need the moisture. Exactly.
Yeah, you shut up.
I mean, I can't say anything without somebody saying.
There is proof. Moj. There's proof. Like I was talking to people the other day. When it gets to be like this, when you're in January, February, these days of just, you look outside and it just looks like crap, you get depressed, right? Depression sets in. I guarantee.
I need some vitamin D. I do. I need some sun, man.
Depression sets in.
I need
all
that
of us.
vitamin D in my life, Brett. I know that you hate the sun because a sun ray touches your body and you turn beet red and peel.
You have this totally wrong. I love the sun. The sun just doesn't love me. That doesn't stop it. Like, look, this is me. The sun is like the girl I'll never date, but I continue the chase. My whole life, I'm going to continue this chase. Like, always going to get rejected. Doesn't matter. I love the sun. Just quickly here. We're going to make room for Julian Strawther in a few minutes.
Is a bad person.
Did you see what this... Nelly, pull up the list. He's going on.
He's going on
the list.
He's going on the list.
Several of our texters sent us this. I was not aware of this. I didn't watch.
I read the story.
UConn.
I read the whole story.
Can you explain what Dan Hurley's latest move? He's done a couple of these, and it's been embarrassing.
Well, I'm going to surprise you guys with something. So Dan Hurley was coaching in a basketball game yesterday, and he lost it on the refs. I don't know, like super out of character for him. He doesn't do that other than every 5 minutes during a game. And he does it to the point, like he's at mid-court in the middle of a play and he'll bark. Here's what he yelled at the ref. The ref is getting screamed at, and because he's trying to be a good referee, he turns around and tries to ignore Dan Hurley so he doesn't tee him up. And I'm like, you know what? That's a good ref move. Let him yell. You get it off your chest. I'm not going to tee you up and we'll walk away. And then Hurley says, don't turn your back on me. I'm the best coach in the bleeping sport. That's what he said. And this guy has an ego that is so large that he needs to be humbled immediately.
The article goes on to say, the story, the two-time champion coach also lodged a complaint about how often TV cameras focus on him. Quote, I wish they'd put the camera on the other coach more. I just wish they'd show other coaches losing their minds at the officials in other Big East games that I'm coaching. Whatever.
Hey, guess what, Dan Hurley? If the other coach every 2 seconds went, ah! If he did that every 2 seconds, maybe the camera would pan over to that guy.
It's a whack.
But he says, don't turn your back on me. I'm the best coach in the blanking sport. What? Talk about egotistical. That is ridiculous. Ridiculous.
I cannot stand this guy. I can't stand him. Like, I don't have the fervor for college basketball as I once did.
Can't stand you. Costanza.
But I will bring that back up in just hating this guy.
Bro, speaking of college hoops, the move to the Big 12 for CU has not been kind. They're 0-7 in the Big 12. They lost again last night to BYU. 7 straight L's in the new league.
Yeah, it's rough. It's a rough start. And we'll jump back to this in a bit, but I want to talk about somebody who I do like playing the sport of basketball, and that is Julian Strawther, who had a great game yesterday. We'll talk to him next.
Guys, you got a bad ankle. You're going to do something about it. Elbow, you're going to do something about it. Got a problem with your sinuses, you're going to do something about it. What about erectile dysfunction? You know what? Do something about it. Don't laugh it off. Don't pretend it doesn't happen. If you've got a problem, fix it. And the people at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you fix it because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. And you can last a long time. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So do yourself a favor. If you're dealing with this, don't pretend it doesn't exist. Don't laugh it off. And honestly, don't be embarrassed about it. Just get it done. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's 2025 for crying out loud. Call today at 720-440-7900. Your initial visit, only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TNPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then your appointment's totally free, but you know it's going to. They've got an expert staff, so don't wait. 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. Again, call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hush your face, Moj. I got to talk about this Avs game tonight because on the Circus Sportsbook, the Avs are minus 115 on the money line. Fun fact for you guys, the Avs have not lost back-to-back games since November 29th and 30th, which means this. That minus 115 is looking pretty good. You can find that and so much more on the Circus Sportsbook as you download it to your phone, and what you'll have is the best odds in the game. Nobody does it better than the Circus Sportsbook. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
.121 to 104. Denver lead is at 17. We've played 3 minutes. Top of the key, Strawther three. Got it again! Julian Strawther! He is 7 of 10 from shooting, 5 of 8 from downtown, and gets a season high with 21 points in the game.
That man will join the show shortly. That is Julian Strawther. And he will take us to the end of the show today. Got a whole bunch of questions for him. Julian Strawther is really starting to find his stride, by the way. As far as guys that you wanted to produce from a bench spot, go back to last year. Like, we were begging for anybody off the bench to do something for you. And he got hurt in the middle of the year, and it was his rookie season, trying to figure things out. But this year, he's starting to find it. In the last month, he's averaging almost 12 points per game coming off the bench, which is huge. Especially considering that you've had injuries and Russell Westbrook's had to be elevated to the starting lineup. So him and Peyton Watson, obviously two giant pieces moving forward for if the Nuggets want to get to where they want to go. And his ability, Vic, and I say this all the time, That quick release that he has where it's catch and shoot and it's like a tenth of a second, that ball is out. And it's all in rhythm still. It's not like he's rushing anything. It's a pretty incredible trait to have for a lockdown shooter.
Well, what's helped his jump shot, too, is the ability to go finish at the rim. He's got that floater down. He's been really strong finishing layups, man, and getting pounded in the process. So that kind of stuff all goes hand in hand, and they need him. We mentioned that was a key to the season. They need that offense off the bench. Without it, man, they don't survive. The non-Jokic minutes are more vital than ever, and they are much better in those minutes today than they were even a month ago.
You know, we expect so much out of young guys. Maybe it's because, excuse me, so many young guys have come into the league and thrived right away, that sort of thing. Julian Strawther's only 22 years of age.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's learning the NBA, which is a very difficult thing to do. And he's when you look at the growth, here's what I love, Vic. And I don't know where I want to project him 5 years from now when he's 27 years of age. But you look at the growth from year 1 to year 2 and the comfortability factor. I'll ask him all about this. It's impressive and it's cool. And the fact that he's getting those minutes and is relied upon by Michael Malone, big for a 22-year-old kid.
When you look at his ability, and we had a lot of concerns heading into the season, they talked about it during the offseason. Spacing, three-point shooting, got to get those numbers up. Well, at the beginning of the year, you're like, Porter can shoot. Mm-hmm. Jamal, when he's on, can shoot. Who else? And now what you have is Strawther's added his name to the list, and Nikola Jokic is shooting 49% from three on his highest volume three-pointing shooting season he's ever had.
By the way, he says he's going to keep the sleeve, Joker, for as long as the win streak continues, because you don't mess with win streaks. So even though he may not need the sleeve, the elbow seems to be doing a lot better.
Yeah.
He's going to keep it on as long as they keep winning.
By the way, last night, it was contributions from pretty much everybody. It was beautiful basketball. I don't know if you guys heard Van Gundy in the middle of that game goes, I don't want to say this too loud for the bosses, but I feel like they should be paying me to watch I should be paying them to watch Nikola Jokic play basketball, not the opposite of that. And I don't think there's anybody in that booth that is a bigger Nikola Jokic fan than Stan Van Gundy is.
Well, Shaq. Isn't it fun to see Shaq? I don't want to say come around, Vic, but you remember at the beginning, he's like, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And now, once you walk him into the, quote, big man's club and all this sort of thing, when I watch Shaq talk to Joker, I see a guy who's enamored. I think it's really cool.
It wasn't always that way.
I know. It wasn't.
I'm going to take you back 6 months ago on national television, more than that, 7 months ago, right before the All-Star break or thereafter. It was Shaq Diesel who went on TNT and awarded, that was during the playoffs, awarded Nikola Jokic the MVP and couched it by saying, I didn't vote for you.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yep.
That was right before the series moved to Minnesota, and that's when Joker just put on a clinic. I'll never forget it. It was the most disrespectful piece of television I've seen in a long time.
But what about now?
I think he's trying to make up for it.
He's come around, I guess.
I just think he's trying to make up for what. And I think, Shaq in all his pride, he'll never admit that was wrong. That was so wrong.
I think he knows, yeah.
That was so wrong. You take a guy who had a national platform and you disrespect him like that? Come on.
Well, let's jump out to the Ramos Law hotline and talk to a teammate of Nikola Jokic's. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Julian Strawther joins the program after a huge game last night. Julian, how are you this morning?
No, I'm good. How y'all doing?
Doing good. We were just kind of talking about your game and maybe the evolution of it as you look way more confident now, and that's just part of the process. Had some injuries last year. It was your rookie season. How much more confident are you in year two?
Oh, I mean, it's hard to even put in words. I feel like a completely different player even than I was a couple months ago. I feel like, confidence is one of them things that, can catapult your entire game on both ends.
Julian, last night the three ball was working. Everything was working for you. Can you please explain to us what the signal you give, thumbs down, is that a Gladiator reference or not?
It's not a Gladiator reference, but my dad finally called me and gave me the rundown on why everybody thought it might have been.
So why are you
were
doing it?
unaware? Have you not seen Gladiator?
Why thumbs down after a 3?
It's actually just something me and Chair Alexander came up with one day on the road on the bus. We were talking. I told him, I'm like, man, we need to come up with a little 3-point celebration, but it got to be something original. So we just started brainstorming, and I was like, what if I threw the thumbs down? He was like, that'd be kind of cool. So then I tried it, and everybody rocked with it, so I kept it going.
Oh, it's on now.
Maybe, I mean, I don't think Coach Malone would like this, but what if you just stopped in the middle of the floor and did the Macarena for 5 seconds?
I mean, shoot, I'll do it.
Sounds awesome. Hey, the second unit has been good, and I just want to find out what it's like for you coming in, having to spell obviously the starters and whatnot, but the focus on keeping the momentum going and not being like we've seen in the past, maybe a hindrance where you're in negative numbers, but keeping that thing going so that Coach Malone will throw those minutes at you and feel comfortable doing so.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, just kind of being able to be on the bench, read the game before I get in, understand what's going on so that when I get in the game and it's my turn to make a play on either side of the ball, I just have context of the game. But, the older guys been helping me through it. Obviously, it's not been all sunshine and roses when it comes to the bench unit and our play this season. But, we're growing each and every day, and we're continuing to, find ways to impact the game, bring energy to the game. And it's been working.
What's been your assessment of the biggest turnaround it feels like since you guys have kind of gotten on this streak here is defensively you guys have played better. What changed defensively?
I feel like it really just boils down to, just buying into the scout and understanding what we want to do each and every night with different players and their tendencies and, just buying into it and, making the scout come to fruition on the court. I feel like everybody's just been on the same page, communicating. Everybody's moving as one unit. Yeah, that's really what it boils down to.
Julian, what's it like having AG come off the bench with you guys? Because I think he brings a level of just, he's an anchor now, and you can rely on him, and he's shooting lights out since he's returned. What's it like having him on the floor when you're on the floor?
Oh, I mean, it's been amazing just because he's been so composed and calm, and it's kind of just been able to settle everybody else in the unit down. Obviously, guys like me and Peyton Watson, we're so young, and we come in the game and we might be moving a million miles an hour, but having AG on the court with us and him being able to calm everything down a bit, be a leader vocally and leading by example, I mean, it's done wonders for us.
To have him say, too, or Coach Malone say that Aaron Gordon said, hey, listen, well, the starting unit's going good right now. Bring me off the bench. I'm great with that. I mean, there's like no ego with this basketball team. And I think that maybe comes from the big fella and the guys, who have been around, and then it filters all the way down. Talk about that, if you would, Julian, about the unselfish nature overall of your squad and why it is that way.
I mean, like you said, I think it starts up top with the big fella. He's the best player in the world, and he could score every single time down if he wanted to. But, I mean, he wants to play ball the right way, and that kind of just trickles throughout the entire team. I mean, if the best player in the world can play the right way, why can't I? It's kind of, how I feel about it. And then, nobody just has an ego. Everybody just wants to win games now. And, I mean, it's showing on the product on the floor.
Julian Strawther with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Can I ask you about Russell Westbrook? Because he gets brought over this year. He's played as a starter. He's played off the bench. But he moves in a way that doesn't say he's 36 years old. He's incredibly fast. What does he bring to the table most to you?
For me, it's just his ability to, put pressure on the defense. When you see a guy, like you said, moving as fast as he is, running down the court with the ball, I mean, it just puts so much pressure on the defense, and all 5 guys will collapse. And he's done such a great job of either finishing or finding the open man. And, I mean, it's been amazing to kind of see him get his feet back under him after, he's kind of been tore down by everybody the past few years. And, to see him bounce back in the way he has and play ball at such a high elite level, I mean, it's been fun to watch.
Regarding your game, these guys are talking about your outside shot, and I knew you had that coming in. We all did. But I think your ability to get to the rim has given you a different layer. Let me ask you, because a lot of times you'll go to the hole and they'll foul the hell out of you, and you got to learn how to fall. Do you learn how to fall? Is that something you work on? Because you and Peyton Watson, when you go, you fall hard.
Yeah, it's something that we always talk about. We got to figure out a way to control our body better. But, I mean, we kind of just going in there hoping that we can get a call. And, you know, being a young guy, sometimes you're not going to get that call. So more focus on making a shot than trying to draw a foul and trying to stay on our feet to preserve our bodies a little bit.
Hey, second question. Have you noticed that you're shooting the ball a lot better ever since you cut about half of your hair off your head?
Oh, trust me, I wake up and I think about it every day when I go in the bathroom and brush my teeth and look up and the hair's not there. Nah, but it was one of those things. I knew I was going to cut it as soon as the calendar year turned 2025, and I was going to see if that could help me do something, and it definitely been working.
Bro, you're 20 pounds lighter, man. It's easier to get up.
Aerodynamic now, right?
Yeah, I feel way faster. I could go coast to coast, and I don't think nobody can catch me.
I love that. Yeah, Shaq was talking to Jamal Murray, or he said something about Jamal Murray last week or a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. And Murray said, you know what, Shaq is right. And I got to go, but he also said that we got to go. And you guys have, as Brett said, you turned up the wick. Is there a sense of seriousness about this team right now as we get into the new year, into 2025, and where you guys need to be when the postseason rolls around?
1,000%. But I feel like, early on we were just dealing with a couple of injuries, and the rotations were kind of, different every night. It was a different group of guys on the floor every single night in different rotations. So it was tough. And, now that we're finally starting to get a bit more healthy and, everybody's back in the rotation, I feel like the connectiveness that we show on the floor is what's ultimately bringing us wins. And then obviously the locker room morale just improves the more you win. So if we keep it rolling, I think we got something special.
When Mosier asked you, turn up the wick, do you have any idea what that means?
I hear wick. I think candle. I think fire.
Of course he does.
I just want to make sure.
22.
I've never heard
wasn't
it
born
before.
yesterday, for God's sake.
For the record, I didn't know what he meant.
Let me just ask a couple of quick ones for you, Julian. We'll let you go.
I've got a real good one, too.
3-point contest between you and MPJ. Who wins?
Me.
Oh, look at
Would
you. Like
MPJ
that.
say you, or would he say himself?
He would say himself, but that's okay. I still love him for who he is.
Listen, I got to ask you, this is a personal question. Do you like Spokane?
I love Spokane.
Okay, because my family's from up in that area. I'm not a big Spokane guy. That's number one. Number two, you are only 22, but I used to do games at Gonzaga way back in the day. Has anybody talked about Bing Crosby up there? Do you know who that is?
Yeah, I do. He got a statue on campus.
Oh, does he? I said I didn't know that, but he got expelled for pushing a piano out of a window up there. You know that, right? Did you hear that story?
I've never heard that story.
Yeah, apparently when he was there at Gonzaga, he pushed a piano out of a second-story window and they kicked him out. Anyway, that's just a little thing between me and Julian.
That's great.
Good talk. Yeah.
Julian, last thing for you. So you said your dad had to explain to you that the thumbs down thing from Gladiator. So I'm assuming you haven't seen that, right?
Correct.
But I did hear on the YouTube show that DJ has, the Road to Gold, that your guilty pleasure TV show is Oprah. Are you still a consumer of Oprah's television show?
No, I'm not so much a consumer of Oprah's television show as much as I was, but I still got to give props where props are due.
Like when you sit there and it's like the middle of the day, you're waiting for practice or whatever. Like, what is it now? Because Oprah's show isn't on. What is it now? Is it Judge Judy?
I don't know. I haven't been watching as much TV as I used to. Maybe I need to get back on to something. Maybe I need to watch Gladiator.
Dude, you got to get it.
Yeah,
man.
watch Gladiator.
On the next flight, whenever you guys, I guess I don't even know where you're going next, but you just put it on your iPad and watch it. You won't be disappointed. It's a great flick. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see what's up with it.
Yeah, check it out.
Julian, you're having a phenomenal season. Keep it up, and we'll talk soon.
Appreciate you guys.
Julian Strawther joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline again. Fantastic game from last night, 23 points, 5 threes And look, it's a guy that looks like he's figuring it out, right, Vic? Like he's starting to get it.
Listen, if you give him the opportunity to take open shots, and he took 9 threes last night, he's going to start making them.
Mm-hmm.
And that should be the push for the Nuggets is volume with Julian. Volume. Let him have that volume. Some of them aren't going to look good, but eventually he's a good enough shooter. He's got good enough form. He will find the bottom of the bucket. And we saw volume last night. The results were great.
How do guys have releases like that?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
Now,
so quick.
You remember Jonathan Drouin's goal against Dallas over the weekend? Remember where he toe dragged it in and then sniped it? And so I interviewed him. I said, he said, well, I practiced that a lot. I work on that. But it's more than that. I mean, it's natural God-given ability, is it not? I mean, Strawther's release, Vic, is it not just natural? I mean, you can work on quickness, but the God-given ability is there to just choom, choom, choom.
You know what I love, by the way, because when we do the emojis, it's just a reminder because I forget about it midway through the year, but we're fresh off them. And Bing Crosby piano story, I think, was cool. I thought you were going to end it with a question. You didn't. You just stopped talking and goes, that's something between me and Julian.
I don't know. I think that any kid who goes to Gonzaga knows Bing Crosby now. I mean, look, Bing Crosby was dead probably before his. When did Bing Crosby die, Nelly? 70s sometime.
That's not something I know off the top of my head, unfortunately. I'm not like Julian.
His parents were probably little when Bing Crosby died. So how do you expect him to know? But at Gonzaga, the Bing Crosby thing's a pretty big thing.
1977.
There you go.
I just love how the dismount to the question was, anyway, that's something between me and Julian now.
That could have been a conversation maybe you have on the phone with him
I'm going to do that. I'm going to go to shoot around next time, and we're just going to sit and talk Gonzaga. So in the Palouse country up there.
So in that Orlando, Julian is low key one of the funniest guys in the locker room. I mean, it's so funny. So after that Orlando game, I don't know if you guys remember seeing this. There was a shot he took from the corner, and it hit the side of the backboard. Now, the shot was partially swatted by an Orlando player. The ref missed it, and they gave possession to Orlando. They totally missed it, all 3 refs. So he's sitting in the locker room afterwards saying, man, these refs think I'm so much trash that I purposely hit the side of the backboard on a wide open 3. It was so fun the way he delivered it. They think I'm that much trash of a shooter.
Before we get to fact checker, I just read something. Is this real? So Jeff Bezos' wife or girlfriend or whoever she is now, you know what I'm talking about?
I used to work with her in Phoenix. She was an on-air television news anchor in Phoenix. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Was she married to Tony Gonzalez before this?
I don't remember her being married to Tony, but I never remember the association with Jeff Bezos until like 10 years ago.
So hang on a second. So her name is Lauren Sanchez.
Her name used to be Wendy Sanchez.
Wendy?
Huh?
Yeah.
Lauren Sanchez, her son Nico was born February of 2001. His father is former National Football League tight end Tony Gonzalez. So she went from Tony Gonzalez to Jeff Bezos? That's impressive.
It's
an impressive resume.
Why did that come up?
I just saw it on Twitter. I had to get this out there.
What the hell does that have to do with anything?
I'm sorry. I just saw it. I had just a squirrel moment, okay? I apologize. It happens occasionally. It was shocking. Are you not shocked by the information I just gave you?
No.
I was shocked by what she wore the other day.
All right. Fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Let's do a bit within a bit.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
I'm calling a straw poll on Mosier's story with Julian Strawther, where he asked him, are you a Spokane guy? And then told him the story of how Bing Crosby got expelled from Gonzaga. Everybody, just give me a simple yay or a nay. Was that a thing that you would do?
I kind of like the story, but here's what's funny. Mosier said, are you a Spokane guy? Oh, really? I hate it. Bing Crosby pushed a piano out a window.
I did enjoy the pushing the piano out the window portion of it. I thought that was great.
It's true.
Anyway.
But I mean, I don't know many Spokane guys, so I don't know what the hell that meant.
iTunes, Spotify, wherever the hell you find your podcasts. It's Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane.
What if Mosier had headed, yeah, my mother died. Just to wrap up the story.
Anyway, it's just a moment between me and Julian now.
Yes. Julian, I'm glad your mom's still alive. Anyway, mine's dead.
Oh, God.
All right, come on, Mosier.
All right.
Hey, Moj, sorry about your mom. 5 big booms.
Talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a great Wednesday. Love you. Bye.
it again. Julian Strawther. He is 7 of 10 from shooting, 5 of 8 from downtown, and gets a season high with 21 points in the game. Murray has it on the high left side. He goes to the left hand. Drives right in on Edwards, gets double team, throws out of it to Gordon for 3. Yes! 129 to 104. When are you going to wave the white flag and get your big guns out of there? There's the horn in Denver. The Nuggets blow out the Philadelphia 76ers 144 to 109.
Live from ice level here at Ball Arena ahead of the Avs and the Winnipeg Jets tonight, 7:30 p.m. puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 in a Central Division collision. It's the morning sprint live from morning skate. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach Mike Sanford, Jesse Trujillo hanging out with us in the box as well. Coming off the heels of a 144-109 hammering of the Joel Embiid-less 76ers. Well, the last time that Embiid played in Denver, we didn't know what COVID was, and it showed last night.
Man, that was like 4 jobs ago for me.
What state were you in?
I was in Utah, Logan, Utah. I was the offensive coordinator at Utah State University in 2019. I had Minnesota ahead of me. I had the Colorado Buffs ahead of me. I had a volunteer job with the Meade High School Mavericks ahead of me. And I had the morning sprint ahead of me. That was like 5 jobs ago. Joel Embiid, man, he's earned the name. I understand he's a little bit banged up. He's got some real injury stuff.
It's a legit injury right now.
I'm not going to do it. But we have to look at the history, the context of 5 years, 6 years. And we have to also realize that there is a soft J issue. And I did say Joel Embiid. It's not Joel. That's too much shade at Joel Kiviranta, who we're going to see out here on the ice here soon. It's a Joel. We're going with the Jota from the Spanish language. Soft J.
Coach, you were in the building last night. The chants were heard loudly around the Twitter sphere of where's Embiid at? And I'm sure you were part of that, or at least maybe your offspring was part of that.
Yeah, I think my 8-year-old might have started it.
But the story last night is 3 straight triple-doubles from Nikola Jokic, in which he doesn't have to step foot on the court in the third quarter, or rather the fourth quarter. That's what you need to see out of the Nuggets when you're winning games at this time of the year, is not running that guy into the ground, but still getting the efficiency. Outside of the triple-double, we see a career night from the young man Julian Strawther. You just heard him on with MLK. He was on fire, 5 of 9 for 3, 23 points in the win.
The revelation for me with Julian Strawther and just how on fire and confident he looked last night, and he has started to look as the year has progressed, is that maybe you don't need Jamal Murray to be on fire every single night if you do indeed have the possibility of a Julian Strawther to be on fire. And then I'm thinking about the same thing as it relates to the postseason. And if you can have a confident Julian Strawther that has one of the most lightning-quick releases of shooting the basketball from three-point range, man, that could be an unbelievable weapon in the event that, say, Jamal Murray doesn't have his A game like he did last night. The shots weren't going down for Jamal Murray, but he still found a way to be an effective player.
And he didn't force it, right? That's the thing. He didn't force the shot. It's not one of those games where he goes 3 of 18 from the field. I think it was recognized early, all right, I don't have it. Some of these other guys do. It was very clear that Joker was doing whatever he wanted to for the first 3 quarters of that game, and then pair that with Julian Strawther going off, pair that with a 20-point outing from Christian Brown. You don't have to step on the gas there.
Correct. Yeah, and Michael Porter Jr. also was finding his rhythm as a three-point shooter. AG coming off the bench, man. I'm telling you, man, there's something to be said. Raj, how long has our show been talking about the Russell Westbrook, Jamal Murray, Christian Brown, Nikola Jokic, Michael Porter Jr. starting 5? With AG, he's got his contract, right? Like there's and he is a selfless basketball player. What's good for the greater cause of the Nuggets? I think that AG is seeing that him coming off the bench is an incredible benefit for the bench, but it also allows for Jamal Murray not to be the point guard, not bring the basketball up, and now you have 2 incredibly high IQ players with distributing the basketball in your starting 5, and the energy, most importantly, is what I see is the difference when you have a Russell Westbrook in your starting five. You don't have to play him 39, 45 minutes. You can back it off a little bit. Just the initial onslaught of energy, I think, is so important.
Your last 3 games since he's come back from injury, Aaron Gordon has averaged exactly 22 minutes per game. He's got 16 in his first, 9 in his second, 19 last night. He goes 3 of 3 from beyond the arc, and he did tell Coach Malone that even when he's off of this minutes restriction, even when he's back and 100% healthy, this is a player that went to his coach and went, I'm cool with coming off the bench. If that means we win basketball games and that means we don't start blowing leads and we can hold teams. Again, I know Philly was very injured last night. They didn't have their stars. The only guy who was worth a damn last night for Philly was Tyrese Maxey.
He was worth a pretty big damn. That dude who could play.
He's a hooper.
My goodness. And they had the my guy. What's his something Baselli, Wabiselli. With the biggest rear end I've ever seen. I became obsessed with this player.
I don't know how to pronounce his name,
like Yabusele or something like that?
Guerschon Yabusele?
Yeah, Yabusele. Yeah, Guerschon Yabusele.
What a name!
Dude, he looked like I was watching him as a football coach, and I was looking at him like, oh my gosh, that would be the greatest defensive end, pass rushing Jesse I've ever seen in my life. Humongous lower half. I mean, I'm talking a backside that would it'd make you blush. Raj.
It rivals some of these guys.
Who's these guys?
Some of the hockey players are about to be out.
No. This is the largest ass I've seen in my lifetime. Hockey player ass? We're talking about a elite pass rushing body type with long arms from France. This dude right here, man.
They play football in France?
That's the problem.
I don't think they play football.
If he would have played football, he would be the next, like, Javon Curse or
Javon Curse was a freak.
But he looked like an NBA power forward, which is what Yabusele looked like. I was sitting next to Nate Kreckman last night at the game. He had his daughter. I had my son. It was a lot of fun. Krecker and I became obsessed with Yabusele. I was like, who is this guy? This is body type. This is not an NBA normal body type. And he was just a really fun basketball player to watch. When you look back at his history, you know what helped him get back to the NBA? He was a big-time international draft pick in 2016 for the Boston Celtics. It's what he did this Summer Olympics with the French team, and so it was a lot of fun to watch him be able to get a chance with the team that's really struggling.
Michael Malone would go on to gush about how selfless of a player Aaron Gordon is, how special of a person Aaron Gordon is, to go to his coaching staff and to say, hey, listen, even when I am back and I'm 100% and there isn't a minutes restriction on me, I'm willing to come off the bench. And we've talked ad nauseum about what this team needs to do in terms of like making a move to bolster the second unit or to figure out what you have to do behind Nikola Jokic at the number 4 or the number 5 position. And the answer, unfortunately, is, well, you can't do much outside of someone being bought out and then going into that market. That's the reason why Bruce Brown's name was brought up yesterday. If Toronto can't find a way to flip that guy, because, well, the Nuggets can't trade anything. They have a single second-round pick. They can't trade a first until 2031. So your ability to move players and picks it's almost nothing, because you have to move on from a contract that you clearly don't want in Zeke Naji. You'd have to move on from a contract that's 2 years long in Dario Saric, who, by the way, again, in nearly a 40-point blowout yesterday, didn't play a single minute. The only guy on the Nuggets not to play a minute yesterday. You'd have to move those contracts, and in order to do that, you have to have picks to attach to that. If Aaron Gordon can be that sort of pickup for you at the, quote-unquote trade deadline on February 6th, and you figured out the second unit, watch out.
I agree. So now you have Aaron Gordon. You have a more confident, clearly Julian Strawther. You still have Peyton Watson and his length, and he's also going to be a player that I believe is going to have stretches where the offense is starting to really come together, and he's going to give you value in length defensively. It doesn't look nearly as bad of a bench unit with the emergence of Russell Westbrook as a starter. He is starting to create positive benefits on the starting five, which ultimately is, to your point, creating really good byproducts of an improved bench unit. And that's where I'm at with this Nuggets team. They're playing good basketball now, Raj. And the best thing is the Nuggets are doing what the Denver Broncos did, is they're beating the teams they should. When they didn't early in the season, you looked at November and December, you're losing games that you should not have lost. Last night was a game you should win. And that's one thing I want to see from the Avs.
It's funny because that's something that the Avalanche haven't done this entire month. Is you haven't beaten the teams that are in front of you that you should beat. You end up losing to Chicago. You lose to an undermanned Minnesota team. While Edmonton is arguably the hottest team in the National Hockey League, you had a 3-0 lead on that team, right? You had them on the ropes. They were dead, and then they score with 45 seconds to go in the first period and continue 4 unanswered goals to beat you in regulation. Those are games that you should win. You lose to Montreal, who I love Montreal. I've always really liked what Martin St. Louis has been creating and fostering there. I still think they're a year out from being really dangerous, but they've got some good players. It's not a game you should lose at home. You lose 2-1 in the shootout. You had to fight back to find a way to hold on to a single point in that one. This is a game that is not one that you look at that it goes, you should win this.
Yeah.
Winnipeg they are healthy. They are one of the best defensive teams in the entire National Hockey League, and they have a guy in Connor Hellebuck who should win the first back-to-back Vezina for the first time since 2007-2008 when the great Martin Brodeur did it in a stretch of 4 out of 5 seasons where he won it. The only time that he didn't win that one was Mika Kiprusoff right after the NHL's lockout in 2004. Connor Hellebuck, that guy's a freak, and he has your number right now. Whether you want to point to the playoffs or not, he shut you out 3 times in the regular season.
Yeah, and I think the best thing for the Avs is obviously you got to take your medicine after what was a disappointing last time out. And you got to continue this awesome streak, at least for tonight, which is that every time you lose a game, you win the next one. Unfortunately, every time you win one, you lose the next one. And that's something that, on a night like tonight, I think that the response mechanism of the Avs has been really good, and I think the Avs are going to come out and skate really well. I think the news that came out today from Jared Bednar, I want to hear more about from you about Val Nichushkin. Doesn't seem like he's going to be trending back, into form anytime in the near future. It probably sounds like a month, maybe 2, that you're away from getting him back to full strength here for the Avs. Tell me what you heard and what you know about Val Nichushkin.
Tell me what I heard. I'll tell you guys what Coach Bednar said on the other side. We'll hear from the coach. We'll open that one up. It's the morning sprint live from Morning Skate at Ball Arena ahead of Avs and Jets tonight at 7:30.
I think we're doing a better job without him this year. Unfortunately, he's had a setback with his injury, and he's not close to coming back right now. He's on a week-to-week timeline. So that's not good, you know. So the hits keep coming when it comes to the injuries and the length of our injuries.
That's the head coach, Jared Bednar. He joins Moshe Lombardi and Kane every Wednesday morning exclusively on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and on Altitude Television Wednesday mornings at 8 a.m. That was his latest, and it's not great.
It's not exactly what you want. It's the kind of news that, you know, I mean, you listen to the intro of this last segment. I mean, I just got my first penalty minutes here officially. I'm in the penalty box here at Ball Arena, Raj. Never been in here. There's probably been a lot of times in my life where I should have been placed in a penalty box. You know, Val Nichushkin's health is also, he's going to sideline him, keep him off the ice. Raj, I've been put in the penalty box a lot, the figurative penalty box, by my wife a lot of times throughout the years. Served some time in the penalty.
Some Pims.
Yep. This is the first time I've actually been in here, man. It's kind of, it's a shameful place. It really is.
We're live here for Morning Skate. Avs are stepping back onto the ice right now, getting ready for a matchup between them and the Winnipeg Jets. 7:30 p.m. puck drop and a 7 p.m. pregame show on Altitude 92.5. You can watch the game on KTVD this evening as well. Sam Malinsky, the first guy on the ice. We saw Oliver Shillington in a red non-contact jersey skating around with Avs skills and development coach Toby Peterson as Shillington gets back on the ice to join the boys for a little bit of a morning twirl. But the big news for the Avalanche this morning is, while we expected this, and the first report was Val Nichushkin out somewhere between 7 to 10 days, maybe as much as 2 weeks at the beginning of this. Coach downgrades him to, and I quote, not close. I would not expect him to play.
Where are we at, Raj, in terms of total time on the IR for Val?
Val Nichushkin
Because it was originally said that it was 7 to 10, right?
Val hasn't played since New Year's Eve.
Okay. So you're at 21, 22 days.
By the time he gets back onto the ice for the Avs,
I bet probably 6 weeks.
I know. I bet you it's closer to 2 full months, right? Because what happens in 9 games from now is that the Avs play their final game against Edmonton on the 8th. And then they go off for 2 weeks. Their next game isn't until not the following Saturday, but 2 Saturdays from then after the Four Nations face-off. Luckily for Val Nichushkin, there's no Russian team in that, so he's going to be off for a couple of weeks. I suppose it helps the Avs there. I wouldn't expect him back until February 22nd.
It's not an ideal situation, but yeah, I mean, if there is any positive to this news, is do you get to see other opportunities for players to step up in that absence?
I guess, but like,
who is it?
We've talked about how integral he is to the 200-foot nature of this team, to the want to in terms of checking for this team. And Bednar talked about it. It's what was lacking against Minnesota. It wasn't necessarily that the team was playing poorly. It was just like you lacked energy, and Nichushkin plays with energy on both ends of the ice. I suppose you can look at players like Logan O'Connor and Ross Colton to try and step up. Casey Middlestat has to be a guy that steps up in terms of production value, but no one on this roster provides the same forechecking pressure and neutral zone presence as Val Nichushkin does. The only guy who would be doing that is a player who hasn't seen the ice in 2.5 years, and Gabe Landeskog. He's not coming back anytime soon. So I look at this, and you're almost back to you're treading water. And that's what the last month of games has been win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. That is treading water. You've gained a bunch of space in the standings. You're no longer worried about missing the playoffs this year because of those winning streaks that you had in December. But you are treading water until the Four Nations face-off comes along. Nichushkin's that important to this team. And I would like to reestablish the point. Valeri Nichushkin is missing time because of an injury setback. That is the only thing. There's no more to read into it in terms of the communication from the organization. This is an injury setback for Val.
Now, is Russia is not a participant in Four Nations?
Four Nations is USA, Canada, Sweden, Finland.
Okay. So Val probably doesn't play for the Avs?
No, he doesn't play. I wouldn't play him until the 22nd.
Yep.
There's no reason to.
Right.
And I've been saying that, like, you do have to push to get to that spot for players that are struggling right now. We just saw Casey Middlestat, who's off to our right. He's stretching, grabbing a couple of pucks. I think Middlestat's a player that, you're either going to have to rely on for the next 9 games, or you have to wait for him to get to that break and then maybe be refreshed at the end of the year, right? We saw him really good at the end of last season. We saw him really good at the beginning of the year, which is coming off of a couple of breaks. Maybe he's a better player that finds his best game when he's on extended rest.
Do we know anything about the nature of Val Nichushkin's injury at all?
It's a lower body injury. That's all we know.
Just straight up LBI. Just LBIs.
That's all we know. Raj, if you had to pick any team in the NHL not named the Avs to win the Cup this year, who would it be? And second part to my question is, do you think the Avs would be that team or would beat that team in the series? I think the Stanley Cup champion comes out of the West this year. I don't think it's an Eastern Conference year, although the teams in Florida have dominated the East for the last 5 years. Tampa Bay going to 3 straight Cup finals, and Florida being in the last 2, winning last year and losing the year previous. I think it comes out of the West. I think
Who's this behemoth right
That's
here?
Keaton Middleton, number 67.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
he
big,
is
big boy.
Massive.
Big
He
boy.
looks a lot different than everybody else that looks like Raj out here.
Yeah, he's not everyone looks like me.
There's a lot of them out here.
There's only a couple of dudes that are my size, and I don't even see the one who's my size out there in Sam Girard.
It is mind-blowing to me how small a lot of hockey players are.
My Western Conference picks this year, Edmonton is on fire. They scare the living crap out of me. Vegas is a team that you should never count out. I think Winnipeg is more real this year than they ever have been because of how well they are playing defensively. I don't know if Connor Hellebuyck can keep up the numbers that he's got, and we'll see him in about an hour from right now. There's 5 teams that can win it in the West. Winnipeg, Edmonton, Dallas, Vegas, and Colorado. Those are my 5 teams that can do it. I think Colorado, if healthy, can beat any one of those teams in a 5-game series, but you have to make moves. There's something going on with the bottom pairing with your defenseman. Something's not clicking there. The Middleton, Dahan, Malinsky thing isn't working for them right now, and they need to find a way to get another D-man in there. Is it a guy like Scott Mayfield, who's playing in New York? Possibility. We heard some news from Kyle Dubas, the general manager in Pittsburgh, formerly the GM in Toronto with the Maple Leafs, that he's thinking that there might be a fire sale with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Could you find a player there in Pittsburgh that you would want to bring
Fire
in?
sale.
Fire
So
sale.
Explain that relative to your favorite player of all time.
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can explain it in terms of Sidney Crosby, because he's playing so well that you can't screw up another point per game season out of a guy who's nearing 40 years of age and a guy who's never really lost in his career. That Sidney Crosby's not a loser. He doesn't want to be that guy, and I don't know if the Avs could fit him in this year. You'd have to move a big contract to bring that type of guy in, or Pittsburgh would have to be willing to eat some of that contract that got extended this year. I still think it's a pipe dream that Sidney Crosby would ever come to Colorado, but Pittsburgh might be a team that you could grab some players from.
So if you're watching on Twitch right now, and check us out on the Safeway Twitch feed at Altitude SR on the Twitch stream, who's this? Who's going to be in net, does it look like, right in front of us?
I mean, I don't believe that you're going to see Scott Wedgwood, who's in front of us right now with the puppy dogs and Princess Peach on his great mask, little matted mask.
Glorious mask.
I think you can expect, and this should be number 1 against number 1 tonight. It should be Hellebuyck against Blackwood. Blackwood's been good enough to win you games. In the 3 hockey games that Blackwood has lost for the Avs this year, his goals saved above average have been below minus 0.5. And what that tells you is he's been good enough to win those games. All you have to do is score on average for the Avs. You end up walking away with points in all 3 of those losses. The goaltending tandem changed everything for this team.
It really has.
It changed
has.
every piece of energy.
And we're watching Scott Wedgwood right in front of us, going through his paces, but dealt with a little bit of injury stuff himself. It seems like progressing back to full health, and just having that pairing is the ideal situation instead of having this 1A, 1B. That we really you had more 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B when you were dealing with Alexander Georgiev and Justus Annunen, which, by the way, Raj, was on full display last night, if I'm not mistaken, was it not? the Justus Annunen and Alexander Georgiev matchup.
Well, half of that is true. So last night what happened between Nashville and San Jose was a 7-5 victory for Nashville. The first 4 goals.
Sounds like a lot of goals. Sounds like there's a lot of goals scored. 12.
Yeah. First 4-goal comeback in the history of the Nashville Predators organization. But while you think it was Justus Annunen versus Alexander Georgiev the entire game, yes, Georgiev led in 6 goals.
That's,
and there was
quite a few.
That's a lot of goals.
Yep.
Justus
We've
Annunen.
seen, we know that. We've seen that.
Justus came in relief of UC Saros, who let in 4 goals on 8 shots in 1 period of play. So Justus wasn't the problem for Nashville. He was the answer in a 7-5 win.
Yeah, because he, like I've said all along, man, he's a goalie that can fill up a mask. And that's a guy that I've always been looking for, man. He was a better option at the time.
Avs are out here for morning skate, the morning sprint, live from morning skate. Avs and Jets tonight, 7:30 p.m. puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli live from Ball Arena. They're twirling around, getting some shots on net. We'll go into some flow drills. The only player out in a non-contact jersey today is Oliver Shillington, so no Gabriel Landeskog sighting for the Avs quite yet. Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, Mikko Rantanen, and who's the other one in the blue jersey over here?
62.
Jonathan Drouin, all in blue jerseys. So that's your power play 1 unit going into tonight's game. The power play has been an issue, Coach. And Bednar said it a few days ago after that loss against Minnesota. When the team doesn't have it, when they don't have the get up, the go for a certain game, he goes, well, all you can do is kind of get out the pom-poms and be a cheerleader. You ever been in a game like that as a head coach?
Yes, I have. And what I think that Bedsy was talking about is that you just have to encourage, you have to demand, but there gets to a point where the message, it just isn't quite sinking in, and it's not hitting home. And sometimes it does take some incredible amount of adversity before it really does get that type of urgency required for your players to respond. And I think Bedsy, when you're dealing with an 82-game season, there's a lot of challenges that come with that.
So do you not have to really deal with that in football, where it's like it's such a truncated season where it's a full week of gearing up for performing at your best? It's not attrition of 82 games. It's not like baseball where you're having to battle through 162 in a season.
The wild thing about a college football coach in their life is that you work 20-hour days throughout the majority of the calendar year, Raj. Spring ball, fall camp, the recruiting, the travel. You work 20-hour days oftentimes, and I know people are going to think that sounds insane, but that's true. 20-hour days for just 12 guaranteed 3-hour opportunities to prove what you're capable of doing, and you're only evaluated as a football coach on 36 hours a year. Guaranteed. 36 hours. 3 hours times 12 opportunities. And how many hours you work for those 36 hours it's crazy. Hockey, basketball, baseball for sure, a little bit different. It's a different coaching mentality, but coaching is coaching and motivating is motivating. And there are times that even in a college football season where it's because of the physicality and the intensity of it, there are times where you're just having a hard time getting through to the players of the urgency of the task at hand, how to practice that day, how to perform in a particular game to put an opponent away. A lot of times it's this complacency of, yeah, we got this. No, you don't. And I think that's what Jared Bednar is dealing with as I look across the ice with one flat bill mafia member to another. I respect the flow. It makes me want to kind of grow out a little bit of my wings.
Can you grow out a flow?
Oh, I was college. I was flat bill with the flow for 5 years.
I mean, that was 20 years ago, Coach.
Oh, I can definitely grow it out.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bedsy would actually be pretty jealous of what I'd be a little bit more, a little thicker than what Bedsy does.
I'd be a big fan of that.
I'm not a big. I can get some lettuce going, but I'm not a big salad guy. I don't like putting product in my lettuce.
So you just let it go?
Yeah. So I don't.
Just like self grease?
Oh yeah, because then you get that dry and that flow, and it kind of. I like that. I mean, it's the beach.
You don't zhuzh it a little bit? Not a little zhuzh?
Oh, I zhuzh without any. I don't want any salad dressing.
Hey, there's no salt in the air here, though. That's like you can't bank on the SoCal lettuce vibes without salt in the air. There ain't anything in the air. There's hardly any moisture in the air out here.
Yeah, it's I can see why there's some serious product right there in Betsy's lettuce there.
Some news around
looks like some Italian dressing.
Some news around the NFL in terms of head coaching searches and defensive coordinators and offensive coordinators. The reports out of New England, Josh McDaniels back with the New England Patriots.
Of course. Man keeps falling forward, doesn't he?
And Liam Cohen stays put in Tampa Bay instead of putting his name into the ring as a head coaching candidate for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, that combination of Khan, the owner, and Trent Baalke as the general manager is about the least enticing job right now in pro football.
Why is that? It seems like it's an ownership group but it does seem like it's an ownership group that's willing to spend the requisite resources.
They weren't willing to sever ties with what most people believe is the actual problem, and that's Trent Baalke, your general manager. Like and Khan comes out and says in a press conference in which Baalke is present.
Sitting next to him, we're going to keep him unless the head coach doesn't really want to keep him. What? What are we even doing? That just sounds like pure dysfunction to me. It felt a little odd that someone backed out of that job yet again. Is there a candidate out there that makes perfect sense for them, that can find a way to right that ship? Because you have tell me if I'm wrong. Like, you have the most important piece in place in Trevor Lawrence, don't you?
I think so. I mean, he didn't have a good year this year, and a lot of people are down on Trevor Lawrence, but he has had success in the National Football League. He does have physical attributes. There are some things in place. I think the guy who's going to end up getting the job and taking the job is Robert Saleh. And I think I think it sounds crazy after everything that happened in New York, but after the New York Jets got rid of Robert Saleh, the Jets got way worse. They certainly got worse defensively. And I think the Jets, in allowing Aaron Rodgers to take over and control the New York Jets franchise, it proved out that Robert Saleh wasn't necessarily the problem whatsoever.
So is that a case study for the Avalanche where you should be looking at, or the Avalanche, the Broncos, where you should be looking at Vance Joseph and going, well, if it ain't broke, don't try and fix it?
That'd be my opinion. I mean, why would you try to fix something that's clearly not broken?
Well, it's
a reason why you made the postseason.
You have 36 hours, right, as a college football coach to be evaluated in any given year. Let's say you have 42 hours, maybe a little bit more than that, 48 hours in an NFL season if you find a way to make the playoffs. What do Vance Joseph's hours overall look like?
35 of them were pretty dang good. Pretty dang good. He had some dominant performances. The Broncos were a team that was picked to win 5.5 games. That includes the defensive personnel. Everyone wants to try to make it like the defense was loaded. But preseason, nobody was talking about this defense being loaded. That was not the narrative going into the season. You were able to put people in places and utilize your personnel in a creative manner that did elevate their play, that did make Nick Bonito a household name. Vance Joseph has made Zach Allen into somebody that the whole league now knows because he led all interior defensive linemen with pressures. A lot of that's systematic. It's what he did from a system standpoint. And so anything that involves firing Vance Joseph or trying to push him out the door from this perspective of a coach that understands evaluating the time, it's a humongous mistake for the Broncos franchise. Humongous.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. It's the morning sprint live from Morning Skate. Avs are on the ice twirling around before a huge Central Division collision between Colorado and the Winnipeg Jets. That tonight at 7:30 on KTVD. You can listen to the game starting at 7 p.m. with Berto's pregame show starting at 7. Puck drop. Connor McGahey at 7:30. I'll take a quick timeout. On the other side, we got news around the MLB. We'll let you know who got into the Hall of Fame, who got close, and who was a snub, who fell off the ballots. Well, 2 Rockies fell off the ballots. That on the other side.
Well, if I get through this interview without crying, it'll be amazing. But, I mean, I don't even know how to express it. From Southwest Virginia, I mean, when I think about what I represent from Division III to Southwest Virginia to state of Virginia, it's such a blessing. I mean, there's so much that it's involved in this than just me. I mean, my wife being pretty much throwing every pitch with me and being involved in every step through college and minor leagues. There's just so much that I'm grateful for.
Billy Wagner, the newest member of the Hall of Fame, alongside CC Sabathia and Ichiro Suzuki, your Hall of Fame class this year. In the players' voting, Carlos Beltran falls off just barely. He finishes with just south of the requisite 80% that you need to get in. So your three players this year, again, Ichiro Suzuki, CC Sabathia, and the left-handed reliever, diminutive yet fireball-throwing Billy Wagner. It's a good class. However, the same conversation remains. Ichiro Suzuki was not a unanimous Hall of Fame.
Stupid.
He missed out by one vote.
Dumb. Who is that? Who is the voter? Let's find out. Let's grab our pitchforks and seek out the one voter that just didn't award one of the most exciting players in the history of baseball.
Insanity. Suzuki has 393 votes. Sabathia gets in with 87% of the vote on his first year on the ballot as well, with 342. Wagner, on his 10th and final try to get into Cooperstown, gets in with 82.5% of the vote. Beltran, as I mentioned earlier, just south of the number that you need. He ends up at 70.3%. He was polling the entire day to get into the Hall. Seems as though he'll get in next year. Guys who fell off the ballot this year, not hitting 5% or higher. Middle infielder Ian Kinsler. Catcher Russell
Has it already
Martin.
been that long? Ian Kinsler?
Ian Kinsler's been out of the league for a while.
He's ineligible now?
You have to get at least 5% of the vote to stay on.
Oh, my gosh.
So Kinsler's out. Catcher Russell Martin and Brian McCann both out. Former Colorado Rockies players, shortstop Troy Tulowitzki and Carlos Gonzalez, garner a total of 6 combined votes. They are off the ballot as well. Ben Zobrist, Fernando Rodney, Adam Jones, Curtis Granderson also fall off the ballot. Guys barely hanging on for another try next year, going into his 6th season, is Torrey Hunter, the former Twin center fielder.
That's a little surprising.
A little surprising, but he was while a wonderful all-around player, his best moments came as a Gold Glover. Mm-hmm. And you can make the argument that he wasn't even the best defensive center fielder of his time. Like, you can make the argument that Jim Edmonds was better, that Andrew Jones was a better defensive outfielder than Torrey was, and he did have some amazing plays. David Wright stays on with 8% of the vote. Dustin Pedroia, who I think is a guy who's eventually going to make it with a Rookie of the Year, an MVP, a championship. It's still ridiculous, man, how a guy like Ichiro, who comes into the league at 27 years of age and throws over 3,000 hits, wins an MVP, makes the Mariners relevant again, doesn't get 100% of the vote because there's some crotchety old dude that says no one is worth this. It's crap.
Yeah, it's probably some xenophobic old man hates foreign baseball players. Like, what are you doing, man? Like this it doesn't make any sense to me. Who cares? I'm not gonna let it ruin my day because Ichiro Suzuki, a very exciting baseball player to watch, somebody who, like you said, brought the Mariners back to relevance, but also made the Mariners fun. They made them a hot ticket on the road. People wanted to watch. I mean,
you ever been to a game at what is it, T-Mobile Park now? It used to be Safeco.
Yeah,
I think it's T-Mobile.
I've been to about 3.
It's a great park to see a ball game,
especially when they made the construction adjustment in the outfield
in left center.
Well, and you know what they did with the visitors' bullpen? They made it a beer garden.
You're
right
there.
You put your craft beer from the Pacific Northwest,
on Goose Island.
Yeah, whatever you name it. There's a lot of really good ones up there. But, yeah, you would just surround the visiting bullpen, and the pitcher's warming up, and you're sitting there just sipping back on a double IPA and, just talking
Coors Field has a little bit of that feel. Like, you can look over both bullpens.
It's pretty
at
far
Coors
down
Field.
there, though.
It is far. You gotta be loud
it's really
to be
cool,
heard.
though. Yeah.
I mean, I remember in 2007, so Flash Gordon was still pitching for Philly when Colorado beats the Phillies, and they find a way to get to the World Series back in 2007. We were talking about championship series or games where you walked away after getting blown out and didn't feel bad about it. That's one of them, 2007 World Series for the Rockies. I remember 2007, I was 14 or something like that. Yeah, 14 years old, and I remember Flash Gordon warming up and just pelting the guy with every insult I could find. And he looked up and he sees this little, like, skinny-ass white kid going, like, what do you... Someone control that kid. Finally, my dad grabs me by the scruff of the jersey and marches me away to the seats.
It's a good fan right there, Raj. Though. We need more of those at Coors Field.
Oh,
Something's got to change.
We're live from Morning Skate here at Ball Arena. Avs taking on the Winnipeg Jets tonight at 7:30. Players are starting to trickle off the ice. Power play has come and gone now. Your power play one unit today was looking like Nathan McKinnon, Mikko Rantanen, Cale Makar, Jonathan Drouin, and Arturi Lehkonen. Pucks were moving well. My favorite part of what I heard from Jared Bednar today was attack mode. That was his first word that he said to that power play one unit. Attack mode, go. Attack mode now.
Yeah, it was frenetic. Frenetic movement. It's nonstop. Just constant inertia, which has not necessarily been the case when you watch these Avs play, particularly recently. It's been a lot of standing around. A lot of watching ice melt underneath their feet.
When Coach was talking with the guys this morning, and they asked the question, like, what do you do from a power play perspective when it's not working? Do you just keep hitting your head against the wall? Because eventually with that five-man unit, the wall's going to break. And over the course of the last 5 years, it's one of the top 3 power plays in the National Hockey League. So the data says eventually it's going to turn around. But at one point when you start losing games because the power play isn't clicking, do you change the personnel? And I don't think the answer is changing the personnel. The answer
don't really
is
have any options right now to change the personnel.
No, like you
today.
would move Casey Middlestat in for Drouin or Lehkonen or something like that. Those are the movements that you would make. What he ended up doing today, at least what we saw from Morning Skate, is you're changing the way the power play works.
Yep, tactics.
They're still in a 1-3-1, but they're moving. They're moving.
Seems
There's
like
pace
there was
to
a
it.
constant change of almost shape and form as the movement was taking place.
And I think
you take my spot, I take yours.
I think what you can very clearly see is they look at Edmonton and they go, well, they have just as much talent as we do. They don't change their pieces on power play. They've got a wonderful net front guy in Zach Hyman. They've one of the most talented players in the world in Connor McDavid, one of the best wingers in the world in terms of power play scoring in Leon Draisaitl. All of those have an Avalanche counterpart that are either just as good, if not better, right? Leon Draisaitl, Mikko Rantanen, Nathan McKinnon, Connor McDavid. Evan Bouchard, Cale Makar, which is a big step up for Cale Makar.
Draisaitl might be a little greater than Mikko.
I agree.
Yeah, that's the one to me that I see that it might be the physicality of his game.
Yes.
And that he has a little bit more net front presence because of the size and the way he plays.
And I think you look at that power play unit and you go, well, why was it so successful against us? Why has it been so successful against other teams while we're running at a 9% clip over our last 30 power play opportunities? And it's so very clear that Edmonton just continues to move players. They don't snap pucks around stagnant. And it works for the Avalanche every now and again. But when you get caught in these ruts where you're trying to overpass the puck, the best way to get out of that is to force your players not to stand still. And I love to see that out of Bednar today. I hope that it translates from morning skate to tonight's game.
There's definitely an intent. This is my first morning skate, Raj. My first hockey practice, to be candid, outside of my backyard in Minneapolis when I was coaching at University of Minnesota, and we had some morning skates. A couple of the neighborhood fellas in a Busch Light. There's some morning skates out there. We didn't necessarily have the same intent that I'm seeing out here today, but what I can't have nothing to compare this to, but I would say that there's a resolve in how this team took the ice today to put some of maybe the frustrations of what's happened recently particularly to not find that consistency night in, night out.
Yeah, I've been to my fair share of morning skates around this team over the last 6 years, and there's some sleepy ones. Today's not sleepy.
It does not seem that.
It doesn't feel that way.
The hockey term, there's some buzzing going on.
There's a little bit of buzz going on.
There's a slight bit of buzz.
On the other side, we've got a latest mock draft out of ESPN, and Mel Kiper Jr. will tell you who the ESPN draft expert has the Avs taking. We are also
Broncos.
Scratch that. We're not doing Broncos next. We're going to be joined by Avalanche general manager live in the penalty box. Chris McFarland is our guest after this. Don't go anywhere.
I think we're doing a better job without him this year. Unfortunately, he's had a setback with his injury, and he's not close to coming back right now. He's on a week-to-week timeline. So that's not good, you know. So the hits keep coming when it comes to the injuries and the length of our injuries.
Live from the penalty box, it's morning sprint at morning skate. The Avs are getting off the ice here in a couple of minutes, making way for the Winnipeg Jets tonight. 7:30 p.m. puck drop right here at Ball Arena. 7 p.m. pregame show on 92.5. You can watch the game locally on KTVD. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, joined by our esteemed guest, GM of your Colorado Avalanche, Chris McFarland. Esteemed.
Wow.
Every time I'm here, you're my guy I want to talk to.
Yeah.
Especially going into a Four Nations break.
Yeah.
This is a team that you guys are you're still hoping to get healthy. How big is this Four Nations break for you?
Yeah, it's potentially big. I mean, sometimes with these, even something as short as the All-Star break, if you're kind of on a roll or your goalie's hot or you're in a bender, you're like, it's a rough time for a break. And then if you're banged up or you got a good player that's going to be out, you're thankful. So, I mean, it can cut both ways. But I think for us right now, it's potentially something that could help.
This guy that I bought his jersey in the offseason.
Yeah.
So it's a really important question for me. Casey Middlestat.
Yeah.
I moved to Colorado from Minnesota,
Yeah.
Not too far from the Eden Prairie, the Edina world.
Yep.
What have you seen from Casey Middlestat? He's had moments where he's looked really good on the
Yep.
ice. He's had moments where it just looks like he's hasn't been as aggressive and as physical, been a bit more perimeter. What do you see in terms of Casey Middlestat and the importance of him moving forward?
Well, it's massively important. I think, the job of the, a second-line center, right, is you're counting on a guy to score 5-on-5 and then, then chip in on the power play, how the coach uses them. But he's expected to create offense consistently, and I think Casey has shown that throughout his career. He, had a dynamite, end of the year last year and a good start to this year. And then he'd probably be the first to tell you that there was a bump in the road there in late November and December, and I think he's played pretty well here the last 3 or 4 games. I think the Dallas game was, that was sort of grade A, middle stat. He was making plays. I think confidence probably would be when it tends to drift on you and snowball, it sometimes takes 1 or 2 or 3 games, and but he's a proven player, so his hands and skill and vision are too good. So we got the utmost confidence in him, but it makes the engine hum a little cleaner when you've got, both lines going at the same time type of thing. And because we, what we're fairly, with Parker Kelly and OC and Kivy, you kind of, what you're going to get out of those guys every night and elite checkers. So we need the guys that are expected to score.
In terms of player confidence, and maybe that was a thing that's been hampering Casey as an individual, does that transfer over to things like the power play, which is, over the last 5 years, you guys are a top 3 power play team in the league. Does it transfer over to units like the power play, and what's going on there? How do you guys look to try and break through that wall?
Yeah, the one thing, like for me, I'm guessing the coaches that, in the summertime or during the year, that you probably would say, what's 1 or 2 things you don't have to worry about? First on my list would be power play, right? We've got, Mikko Rantanen and Nathan Kale, like Raj, they could put you or me out there, and we probably wouldn't screw up the power play with those 3 guys. So obviously it hasn't been humming the way we're
offering me a contract next year?
Yeah,
I'll take it. Give me a PTO.
Chris, I noticed you didn't mention me.
No, I didn't mention you. You're from Mini, so you'd be better than both of us.
Hey, 6'4" is a good thing to put in front of the net.
Yeah. So those are the things that I think we're, and I still, it's going to start humming again, but we certainly miss it. When you're missing some guys like Val and Jonathan Drouin, and your secondary scoring is dried up, the power play has to score, right? And I think, our guys would be the first to tell you. So, but it's going to turn. I think, Casey's been used on it at times, but he's been on the second unit, and our second unit doesn't get a lion's share of the ice. So I'm sure that's That's just because we have such good players that can play a minute and 20, minute 25 of each power play. So, but yeah, I think that's still something that I don't worry about, but we do need to be better there.
Chris, when as a former coach myself, there's certain players that are really straws that stir the drink type of players, and one of those, from my vantage point, not knowing the sport nearly as well as either of the two you do, but is Val Nichushkin. And when you look at players like that, and knowing that when they're on the ice or they're on the field in other sports, it just helps you sleep better at night.
Yep.
Obviously, there's some news today from Bedsy that it's not looking like anytime soon we're going to see Val Nichushkin on the ice, but with the importance of Val Nichushkin, not just in the short term, but frankly in the long term in the postseason, how well are you sleeping at night with everything that's gone on with Val Nichushkin, and how do you feel about the prospects of seeing him through the entirety of this
well,
campaign?
he'll be back. It's just it's going to take a little bit more time here. I think Val is in the discussion for me for one of the most underrated players in the entire league. He touches every part of our operation, and Raj has been here. He knows, he follows us. When Val's not in the lineup, it's a massive hit for us. He touches everything that we do, from 5-on-5 to power play to penalty kill to shootout to up a goal, down a goal, overtime. Just a unicorn of a player, right? He's big, he's long, he's got a great stick, he checks. He's just a trusted all-situation player, and you take that out of the lineup, out of our top six, it hurts. So yeah, it's a massive loss for us whenever he's not in the lineup, for sure. But he will be back. It's going to take another little bit of time here.
You guys have about 6-7 weeks until we hit trade deadline area, and you've made historic moves. No other GM in the history of this league has traded both his starter and his backup netminder at the beginning of the season before the calendar turns over, and it's been a home run of a play with Mackenzie Blackwood and Scott Wedgwood. It's changed the feel of the locker room. It's certainly changed the feel of the team. Any other plans to address any other spots, whether it's bottom pairing on the D or middle six forwards? Are you guys kicking the tires anywhere?
Well, we're always kicking tires. I think the reality for our situation is we need our group that's here to get the job done and accumulate points. That's first and foremost. We are certainly want to improve when we can, but that requires, obviously, whether it's draft picks or prospects or cap dollars, that makes sense. So there's no doubt we're in a stringent scenarios to do anything significant. So we've got a lot of, tighter concerns that we have to be mindful of leading into this deadline. But if history shows, if we can make something work, we'll strike.
What's the greater pressure right now, cap space or draft picks?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, both. You gotta be able. There's teams like. First of all, like if you look around the league, there's the teams that are fighting for playoff spots is massive. There's on both sides, the races are incredibly tight. So there's probably not a whole lot of teams that are thinking we don't have a shot here. So the pool is I think will still be something to be fleshed out over the next few weeks, and obviously you gotta get points. It's not easy to make trades in this league, as you guys know. So I think certainly how we've got to win games and get points leading in. I think over the Four Nations break we'll probably, because that's sort of unprecedented, but I think the GMs will use that time to kind of assess their own situations, because the trade deadline's kind of right around the corner at that point. So not that there's a hard deadline, but I think when everybody plays their last game going into that break, there'll probably be some chatter, and we'll be a part of that. We can entertain around the fringes with lower AV types until the cows come home, but something of significance, there'll be a lot of things that have to be considered.
Speaking of that Four Nations tournament, and it's coming up, you guys have that 2-week break, your final game against Edmonton on the 8th, I think, of February, and then you come back, you play on the 22nd. Do you get any input to the guys who are putting those teams together about like, hey, Devon hasn't been completely healthy this year. Maybe let's not throw him out there for 28 minutes.
Yeah, no, they talk. Listen, all those teams have tremendous people picking those teams, and they've done a great job. Obviously, do they check in on obviously if a player's injured going into the Four Nations, the club is going to have a say in that because it's your guy, and if he has to rehab or it's not the best for them, that's why they can adjust the rosters, I think. But the managers and the management teams for each of those countries had a hard job and did a heck of a job.
Chris, looking at the remaining time up until February 8th before the Four Nations, what do you want to see accomplished on the ice? Just from a roster perspective, going into that break, what would be a successful final couple weeks leading up to that?
Well, hopefully we'll get Miles Wood back here, within the next 7 days at some point, hopefully on this road trip. And then obviously get, hopefully Val progresses here and stay healthy. I think that would be a huge part. As far as on the ice, we've got to find a way to get points and bank points. When it's tied in the third period, we've got to make sure we get points out of those games. And it's gonna be a tight race, and every game is gonna be crucial here between now and the Four Nations break for sure.
That guy that we see out here in a red non-contact jersey, he's been on the ice for the better part of 2 hours, and Oliver Shillington.
Yep.
How important is it to get him back, and how close do you think he is?
I think it's important. I don't think it's without question. I think there's our top 4D are pretty darn good. I think we've overtaxed them a little bit here recently. So, Oliver's a veteran. I think the unfortunate part is I think he was having an adjustment to how, when he started here, and then he started to play, pretty darn good hockey for us, and then he gets hurt, right? And that's hockey. So now he's got to be, it's been, 6 weeks or whatever it's been. Now, how quick does it take to get him back up to speed? But he's a veteran who's played a lot of games in this league, and Raj and you guys know you can't have enough defensemen, and it's certainly something that we have to monitor.
Last one before we get you out of here. Again, Avs GM Chris McFarland is our guest here, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline, live from Morning Skate at ice level at Ball Arena. Before you guys made the trades for Blackwood and Wedgwood and shored up the crease for this season and beyond, both of those guys now under contract. Wedgie for this season and next season, and Blackwood, you guys signed to that 5-year deal, which already looks like it might be one of the biggest goaltending steals in the NHL right now. A guy who got a lot of talk about prior to that move was your young netminder that you drafted out of Russia, and Ilya Nabokov. There's been chatter about him not staying in the K. What's the process with him?
That's a great question. I think we were our goalie department, our scouts, we were very bullish on Ilya going into the draft last year, and that was a big part of our trade to move back and get extra darts for the draft board. But Ilya was a guy that we really wanted to see if we can find a way to get him, and felt we can get him in the second round. And his development has been nothing but extremely positive. We think he's got high-end starter upside. As to when he could potentially come over, we'll still have to figure that out. But I think the exciting thing for me is when I look at it, our goaltending tree, it feels really, really good right now.
Is that the first time since you've been at the helm here, or even dating back to your days under Joe?
Just in terms of, like, obviously we Grubauer, Kemper, Varley, these guys, Jonathan Bernier, Pav, like, all really good goaltenders. But in terms of the sort of the depth and then what you have in the system, I think it's really good now. I think McKenzie's age, the fact that he's locked up at hopefully what we think is a good number, and Scott Wedgwood for another year, and then you've got this player who's performing in a professional league. It allows you to dream realistically. It's not an 18-year-old that's in college and light years away. And listen, goaltenders can take a while, but in terms of Ilya's skill set and what he's been able to do, and what our goaltending department and sort of our eye test says is, this kid has significant upside. So we're very bullish on him. But you got to get it done on the ice. It's a big adjustment to North America. Ask Pavel Francouz about that. He was 27 when he came over, but if you look at some of the Russian goalies they're very talented, and Ilya's got a skill set that should translate over here.
That's Chris McFarland, Avs GM. We'll check in with you in a month and a half or so around trade deadline. We'll have a conversation around then. Chris, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much for coming down. The Morning Sprint live at Morning Skate. We'll take a quick break. NFL Notes is on the other side.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint live from morning skate as the Avs are off the ice. We got about 3 passes with the Zambonis down here at Ball Arena. The Winnipeg Jets are all seemingly trying to pack on to the visitors' bench instead of hanging out in the nice warm locker room. I don't understand why that's happening, but Winnipeg on the ice in a couple of minutes from right now. Our special thanks to Avs general manager Chris McFarland, who joined us last segment. If you missed any of that interview, it'll be up shortly after Coach and I get off air. Just search The Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj wherever you get your podcasts. KJ, it's time for NFL Notes. Take it away.
According to Sports Illustrated, the Denver Broncos are not expected to re-sign running back Javonte Williams. The Broncos drafted Javonte in 2021 with the 35th overall pick, but he has never eclipsed 1,000 yards rushing in a single season here with the Denver Broncos. Over the last couple of days, guys, we've gotten into the discussion of, is there someone in free agency or do you draft a running back? But we haven't gotten into potential trade candidates. So here are a few trade candidates that could potentially be on the horizon for the Broncos if they choose to go this route. You have Jordan Mason from the San Francisco 49ers, Zach Charbonnet of the Seattle Seahawks, Jalen Warren of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Tyler Algier of the Atlanta Falcons, Raheem Mostert of the Miami Dolphins, Tyjae Spears of the Tennessee Titans. Any of these guys kind of catch your eye?
Not much, unless you have an Alvin Kamara type, because let's just face the facts. Sean Payton wants to recreate all things the New Orleans Saints. I actually do think that a player that we're going to start hearing a whole heck of a lot more being linked to being a Broncos draft candidate is Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins. When you saw what he did in the pass game, you saw that he can be that joker running back position, but he also has carried the football and has shown durability as a runner of the ball between the tackles. And that Quinshon Judkins, he's starting to emerge in my brain as somebody that could end up being available when the Broncos do select and a great fit for what Sean Payton wants to recreate in his pass-catching Alvin Kamara role as the Joker.
Yeah, I find the only way that you can fix the running back room, especially when you're moving on from Javonte. Now you've got a couple of young guys in Jaleel McLaughlin and Audric Estime that you're gonna run through next year. If they go in with those guys being your 1A, 1B, or one of them being the bell cow, I think you're in trouble, right? As Eric Comrie comes over and stares Coach square in the face. That was a good little.
He didn't want that smoke.
No, he didn't want it.
Yeah, pretty clear.
You're a little taller than him.
Yeah.
The other guy who's skating in the middle of the ice, Connor Hellebuck.
He wants that smoke.
I think he's got a reach.
He wants
on
all of that smoke.
I think the only way that you can fix the running back room and get a number one is by drafting it. I don't see the guy in the offseason for UFA or for a trade ability. You got to find the guy. I hope it's Ashton Genty. I just don't think he's going to be there.
It's not going to be. He won't be available at the point, number 20, when the Broncos do select. I would love to see it. I mean, there's nothing better than going from the beautiful blue and orange of the Boise State Broncos to the still beautiful blue and orange of the Denver Broncos. But unfortunately, I just don't see a world where that's going to happen. I also don't think that Tyler Warren is going to be available, although he fits the Joker, big Joker role that you're looking for, almost in a Taysom Hill. I think that you're going to end up seeing Quinshon Judkins is going to be somebody that the running back that I've heard a lot, that's becoming a bit more of a household name also in the draft is the running back from Miami. Hearing about him as a potential prospect. So,
KJ, what's next?
North Carolina, North Carolina running back.
According to Josina Anderson, Lions DC Aaron Glenn has made it known he's planning to take the Jets head coaching job, and it has been clear since his meeting yesterday. I just want to pose to you guys, obviously he's going into a situation where he's dealing with Aaron Rodgers, Nathaniel Hackett, Woody Johnson, and all of the crazy personalities on defense. Is Aaron Glenn set up for success as a first-time head coach with the New York Jets?
No. I mean, this is
Don't
it's a
sugarcoat it,
bad
Coach.
job. It's a bad job. It's been a bad job. I mean, there certainly are some good skill player availability.
I was going to say, is
Who's
it
the quarterback?
that bad of a job?
Who's the quarterback?
I don't care who the quarterback is.
I do. It kind of matters.
Why don't you draft him?
Okay. Do you like the draft? Do you like the quarterbacks in the draft
I
this year?
wouldn't say I love the quarterback draft this year, but do you love?
It's New York,
Would you
man.
bring Sam Darnold back? Is he fixed enough to come back to Manhattan?
What a disaster for the organization to bring back the guy that you.
Why would
ran
it be
out.
a disaster if you ran him out and he's fixed, and then he comes back and he's the starter? Why is that a disaster?
Because it just proves that you made bad financial decisions, and you made bad personnel decisions. It's like as glaringly obvious as it gets. And
yeah,
plus,
you got duped by an ayahuasca witch.
and he is going to continue to have his spell over the franchise there in New York somehow, some way. I mean, it's a great opportunity for Aaron Glenn to be a first-time head coach. Man, I'm just not seeing it in terms of the success. That franchise just feels doomed.
It feels cursed.
It does.
KJ, keep it rocking.
Let's go Birds!
For another organization that is cursed, Buccaneers OC Liam Cohen has pulled his name from the Jaguars head coaching vacancy. And this is exactly what Bears head coach Ben Johnson did last year during his coaching tour / search. You know, a lot of teams are taking on the Sean Payton, George Payton model where you want a strong head coach and then you want kind of a scout-based GM that can, kind of take care of everything behind the scenes and let the head coach be the face. But Shad Khan, he is refusing to let Trent Baalke go. How much of the success or lack thereof has been on Shad Khan and his loyalty to Trent Baalke regarding being able to keep top-end head coaches around?
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense to me. What has Trent Baalke done for you lately? I mean, it seems like from a personnel standpoint, you haven't put together anything that resembles a consistent winner, and you're not supporting the number one overall pick in a quarterback that has shown promise. So Trent Baalke should not be in a position to keep his job while all these head coaches continue to lose theirs.
I mean, I suppose you could look at some of his drafts, though, and looking at Baalke, and Trayvon Walker hasn't turned into, the best pass rusher in the game, but I don't think, I wouldn't turn him away from Denver right now. I think Tank Bigsby, as a running back, I would take in Denver. You have a 1,200-yard receiver in Brian Thomas in a first-rounder last year. He's drafted decent enough players to surround Trevor Lawrence with. It's just been the decisions in terms of the front office hiring the coaching staff that hasn't worked. I wouldn't say it's been a complete failure for him. They made the playoffs, not this year.
Well, it's interesting. I remember when Jim Harbaugh left Stanford, and I had been working at Stanford at the time that Jim was. He left for the 49ers. Guess who the general manager was? It was Trent Baalke. Tell you who Jim Harbaugh did not like working with? Trent Baalke. No longer was working with him, and things started to get better in a hurry. Jim Harbaugh's had no desire for Trent Baalke to be anywhere near the Los Angeles Chargers organization, and there's a reason, man. Nobody wants to work with this guy. It's going to be really hard to hire a desired head coach that is hot in the market because of this obvious, glaring, strange situation that exists with Trent Baalke being there. I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense to me.
KJ, what's next?
Let's go Birds!
The New England Patriots are rehiring Josh McDaniels as their OC. He returns back to Foxborough for his third stint, but obviously this is his first stint under Mike Vrabel. I kind of, as I was thinking about this story and Coach sent it to the chat, I was thinking of a theory. So one thing about, coaches that have been in New England is they've always kind of done it their way. But Bill Belichick was like the ultimate Patriot way guy. Does Mike Vrabel, did he give them the best chance of being able to get the pieces in place to get back to the original Patriot way?
Vrabel did his first good thing. Say what you want about Josh McDaniels, man. As a head coach, the guy sucks. As a head coach, he cannot cut it in this league. As an offensive coordinator, and I know we had Tom Brady with him.
It's a pretty big big asterisk.
It's
there.
a pretty big thing.
Although you do have Drake May now. You do have Drake May.
And you like Drake May enough.
I am starting to become a believer.
What
I'm a Drake lever.
What Vrabel did was immediately go after a guy that he is familiar with, that has had success as an offensive coordinator, that has won a bunch of games, that has won Super Bowls, and he surrounded himself with a football guy. He's hated here. He should be hated here.
He's hated
in Denver.
in Las Vegas, too.
He's a guy, ask Tyler Columbus about him, he's the worst head coach that Columbus ever played for. But as an OC, he's been successful. I think that's a very good first step for Vrabel to make.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hated in some places, too. I mean, I'm hated in Minnesota. I'm hated in Bowling Green, Kentucky. But there are certain places that you fit well, and you had success in that place. For me, it was at Boise State as an offensive coordinator. It was at Stanford. So there are places that feel like home to you. And if there's one job that Josh McDaniel has done and executed the task at a very high level, it is the offensive coordinator at the New England Patriots. That's about it. It's okay.
He's got a lot of rings to it. If he can turn Drake May into a quarter of what Tom Brady was, it's a rousing success. It's a good hire from Vrabel. KJ?
Let's go, Birds!
NFL Films released Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin's pregame speech from their divisional round matchup versus Detroit. He obviously is the guy who sets the tone for the Commanders, but listening to the audio, and I'm going to play it here, I wonder, do the Broncos have a guy who sets the tone like this from game to game?
Hey, we here. We the show. Hey, everything you got inside of you got everything you need to be successful. No reason to be fearful, no reason to have anxiety, because everything you need is inside you. We live a great life. But listen here. When this money gone, when this fame gone, the only thing you really got is your name and your reputation. What they gonna say about your name? What they gonna say about your reputation? What they gonna say when they turn that film on? I know what they gonna say about me. I'm gonna ride out. They gonna say we some dogs, man. Let's get it. See who you say you are, man. Win on three. 1, 2, 3. Win.
Oh, I love it.
Coach loves himself some Terry.
Scary Terry McLaurin. And I'll tell you what, that is a scary thing to face when you have an elite receiver that is he is a pass-catching son of a gun, and he's a good leader, and he's a good team guy, and he's doing a great job of realizing that there is a lot of pressure on a rookie quarterback. So Jaden Daniels doesn't need to be giving these speeches. He needs to be preparing to throw for completions on third down and move the sticks and take off and run when he needs to. There's something special going on in Washington, and I'm just going to call it right now. I like the Commanders over the Eagles. Period, point blank, end of story. I like them. I like the team. I like the way they're built. I like their synergy. I like their camaraderie. Hearing stuff like that makes me even more confident that the Commanders can do something, and Jaden Daniels as a rookie quarterback can do something that's never been done in the history of the National Football League, and that is to be a rookie starting quarterback in a Super Bowl.
They've got a good chance of doing it. Don't get me wrong. I think they've got a very good chance of doing it. I don't love the matchup for them.
Why?
Because
they split during the regular season.
Because Philly can dominate the ground game and keep the ball out of it. And Jaden Daniels, outside of Saquon Barkley, right? And Saquon has to be handed the ball or passed the ball to be dangerous in this game, right? Jaden Daniels is the most dangerous player in the game because he has every single snap. You can keep the ball out of his hands if you're Philadelphia by just pounding the rock. Saquon, mix in some runs with Jalen Hurts, and before you know it, Philly's got the ball for 40 minutes out of this football game. That I look at the matchup and I go, I think Philly's got a little bit of an edge there. They're more of a veteran team. Eventually that rookie wall is going to crack. Don't you think?
Did you see the college football picture that surfaced of Dan Quinn, head coach for the Washington Commanders, back in 1991.
Where did Dan Quinn go?
Gosh, it's a fairly obscure school. I got to look it up. But there's a picture that surfaces.
Salisbury University.
Correct. Yes. So Dan Quinn in 1991 with his cutoff on. I'm going to show you this picture, Raj.
Oh. My good.
Let's go ahead and show that right there too. That's Dan Quinn in 1991.
He looks like Goldberg.
Look at how tiny his tattoo is and how large his biceps are.
His tattoo would cover the entirety of my shoulder. It looks like it's a dime size on his.
It does. It does. That's the head coach that's tasked with stopping that ground game. And Dan Quinn is a defensive guy, man. He's a really good football coach. I'm a believer, man. I'm a believer in the Washington Commanders, and that's the game I'm most excited for this weekend.
NFL Notes is brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. They are Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com every day here on the morning sprint at 11:20 as the Winnipeg Jets are sprinting around the ice.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
These guys look really good at hockey.
Yeah, they're a good hockey team.
They look really crisp. Everything they do is like, I feel like I'm watching Ivan Drago train ahead of fighting against Rocky Balboa. It just looks really clean and powerful.
Winnipeg's legit. It's a good team. Connor Hellebuck's a hell of a goalie. They've got some good size on them. Mark Scheifele is an amazing player as he again stares you down, number 55 there with the tinted visor. Those were two guys that Winnipeg tried to run out of town no less than 3 years ago, now signed to extended deals on 8 years, and they're both outplaying those contracts.
Is there a reason I keep getting stared down by players from the Winnipeg
I don't know,
Jets?
because you're standing the whole time?
Yeah, you're an intimidator.
Nervous.
You're an intimidator, coach.
Yeah, you're standing. And 6'4" now, you're a little bit above the ice, so you look like you're 6'8".
I'm trying to channel my inner Dan Quinn.
You're puffing your
Circa
chest out a little bit.
1991. I might go cut off next time we do the
Mark
the
Scheifele
morning
did stare you down.
Oh, for real?
He gave me a little smile and a wink, though.
Yeah. What's the deal?
I don't know. I can sense a hockey guy from far away.
I think he can
Even
sense.
though it's a
you know
hockey
what he can sense?
What's that?
He can sense danger, and he doesn't want this. He does not want this.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. The Morning Sprint live at Morning Skate. We'll take one final timeout, preview the rest of this Avs and Jets matchup, and also tell you, I told you there's a mock draft out there from ESPN expert Mel Kiper. I'll tell you who he has the Broncos taking at number 20. It's someone that Mike Sanford doesn't think is going to be there.
What started out as a joke has turned out to be a disaster.
Creed appears to be in very serious condition.
The man alive.
If he dies, he dies.
Live from Ball Arena, down at ice level, the morning sprint at morning skate. The Avs have come and gone. The Winnipeg Jets are going through their last 20 minutes, getting ready for tonight's Central Division collision between the Avs and the Jets. 7:30 p.m. puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli. You can watch the game on KTVD this evening. Coach, Winnipeg looks ready.
Yeah. Frankly, it's getting me even more excited to watch this one tonight. This is it. You can tell this is a Winnipeg Jets team that, with their morning skate. Once again, I didn't have a lot of context until this morning. You do, Raj. They actually did their morning sprint during their morning. What do you hot lap?
They do a little hot lap.
Yeah, you said that's pretty rare.
During morning skates, you don't really see it. You see it with younger teams. You'll get a hot lap in, like teams that are at the bottom of the standings and building through youth.
That whistle blew, and it was like sprinting.
You'll
sprinting.
see hot laps in practice. You won't typically see them at morning skates. Winnipeg does a couple in between their drills. Instead of splitting the ice for power play.
These dudes are sucking some gas right now.
Yeah,
they're sucking some air, man.
This is kind of a full practice.
There's
it's
some
a little
dudes.
hot.
There's some guys on a knee right now. There's some dudes that are bent over. Usually a morning skate, bit more of just kind of work on a couple skills, right? Get the travel out of you.
Oh, they're going through I'll switch my camera around if you guys are watching on Twitch. They're going through offensive zone 3-on-2 mini games right now with center help to make it 3-on-3. That is a middle of the week practice drill. Like this isn't zip the puck around on the power play and just get your hands loose for a game tonight. They're working. This is a good hockey club. Before we get back into that,
You guys anything to do with altitude?
Probably get used to it, open up your lungs a little bit.
Just kind of so it doesn't hit you, reacclimate you a little bit. It doesn't hit you in the middle of the game. It hits you a little bit more earlier in the day.
They did play in Utah on Monday night and lost 5-2. So maybe it's something of a little bit of a, hey, the effort against Utah wasn't
Especially
good enough.
At altitude as well.
Let's get a puff in
Winnipeg.
before we
Winnipeg's
play.
not at altitude, correct?
I don't believe it is.
Significant altitude?
I don't think it is. It's certainly not Utah.
This is just north of Minnesota and all the.
I don't think it is.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty flat. I don't know. I'm not going to be an expert on Winnipeg's elevation.
Well,
but
the
I
good
don't
thing
think
is I can be an expert on it.
Colorado Sports Fanatic says 784 feet.
Yeah,
right.
very, very much like the Bold North.
Yeah, it ain't the same. Coach, I said that I've got some Broncos mock draft news.
Bring it to me.
Mel Kiper, ESPN's
give it to me straight.
Mock draft specialist, has Cam Ward going number 1 overall to the Titans.
Believe it.
Travis Hunter, number 2 to Cleveland. Shador, number 3 to the New York Giants.
Okay, all right.
You don't believe?
Which starts to push some players down.
Well, I want to see the Raiders real quick.
The Raiders selecting at number 6.
Tedder McMillan,
the
receiver
wideout
from Arizona. Freak.
All right.
Freak show.
First time that we see a tight end come off the board isn't until number 14 when Tyler Warren of Penn State goes off to the Indianapolis Colts.
It's probably because he was a high school recruited quarterback, and they're going to use Tyler Warren on third down as a passer instead of Anthony Richardson, their starting quarterback who cannot throw the football.
Lo and behold, number 20 to the Denver Broncos, Mel Kiper Jr.
Don't do that. I'm
going
to get emotional here.
From Boise State.
Can't do it to me.
Ashton Genty slipping all the way to number 20, and I'll quote from the article. This from Mel Kiper. I've made it clear how I feel about taking a running back in the first round, but I'm not the one making the picks. And make no mistake, Genty is going to go in this year's first round. He's a top 10 prospect with incredible elusiveness. Genty piled up 2,601 rushing yards and 29 touchdowns this season. The Broncos, meanwhile, couldn't establish the run to help out rookie quarterback Bo Nix. Their running backs were in the bottom 10 in rushing yards, rushing touchdowns, and yards per carry this past season. Lead back Javonte Williams' contract is expiring, and as we learned this morning, the team is not expected to pick it up. Although Denver did draft Audric Estime in last year's 5th round, it could make a day one splash at the position this year. An added bonus, Genty is a great pass catcher out of the backfield, which would give Nix another outlet.
It would be the perfect draft if you can get that draft pick, because I still believe that Sean Payton and the franchise loves what they have in Jaleel McLaughlin, different body type. a bit more of the receiver, the guy that you can use out of the backfield on second down, even maybe a third down. I think Jaleel McLaughlin's capable of being a third down protecting back intellectually. Maybe not enough lead in the pencil to hold up against inside backers, but man, if you get Ashton Genty and you've got your true 3-down dangerous back that can really move the sticks, I think you got something there that would be special. Now, I just don't see Sean Payton doing that. I don't. And I don't know that Ashton Genty will be available at 20. I think that Sean Payton's going to want to do something a little bit more along the lines of running back by committee, try to find somebody that's, be the smartest guy in the room. Don't take the obvious number one running back. And I think it could be a guy like that Quinshon Judkins from Ohio State, who we all watched and I was really impressed by him.
I mean, he was a guy at the beginning of the season that a lot of people looked at from Ohio State and went, could he be a Heisman Trophy candidate? That's
well, they had kind of the double, both those backs, man. Travion Henderson, those guys are great players. You know, Judkins was a transfer from Ole Miss.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Had a ton of production at Ole Miss, big time. One of the part of what made that payroll $20 million plus was the acquisition of Quinshon Judkins, and of course Lane Kiffin wasn't too fired up about it, and he made the noise that Raj likes to make from time to time.
Where?
That exact noise. That's what Lane Kiffin did. But yeah, I don't believe that there's a world that exists. Raj, will you tell me when Colston Loveland comes off that mock draft first rounder?
Colston Loveland comes off at number 22 and goes to his former head coach, Jim Harbaugh, with the Los Angeles Chargers.
I would not love that in the division. Do you see what number 21 with the Pittsburgh Steelers?
A guy who I think, if Genty isn't available for Denver at number 20, if Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State is available, I think that's a great first-round pick for them to put around Bo.
Raj, did you formally break the news yet on Aaron Glenn that it is official?
I have not.
Well, I can do that. Can you give me some breaking news sound bites there, my friend back at the studio, KJ? The New York Football Jets, coming in hot, have now hired Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn as their new head coach to steer the ship that appears to be lost at sea and may forever be lost at sea.
So the Lions lose both their offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator in subsequent days after losing their best chance of winning a Super Bowl in the franchise's history. That's a big knock for Dan Campbell to have to deal with now. I still think Vance Joseph, that's a sneaky spot for him to go to. If it's true, the rumors of the split between Vance and Sean Payton and him being a little bit of a scapegoat, I think that's a great spot for Vance to go.
It makes a lot of sense.
It
really does make a lot of sense. Except for, do you think Aaron Glenn is going to want to run his own defense? And I know they might have. We looked into it yesterday. There might be some career back and forth and mutual respect because of the man coverage and the pressure packages. But do you think Aaron Glenn, as a head coach, is going to want to call the defense himself?
No, what you've been speaking about a lot over the last couple of days is guys getting jobs like this. You want to surround yourself with other guys who understand what the head coaching position is like and take that pressure off of you.
Yep. No, you're right about that. And I think that would be – Vance Joseph would provide a ton of really good value and wisdom for an Aaron Glenn in his first time as a head coach. I think it'd be a great move for Aaron Glenn. I just think it wouldn't be great for the Broncos unless the Broncos are guaranteed to be able to get Dennis Allen as their defensive coordinator, if that's indeed who Sean Payton wants. Seems like Ben Johnson has other designs on it, wants to get Dennis Allen at the Chicago Bears. Don't think that's broken yet, that's going to be the reality, but we'll have to play this thing out as it goes.
Keep running you guys through this Mel Kiper mock draft, who has the Broncos selecting Ashton Genty at number 20, seeing the running back from Boise State slide all the way to Denver. Number 5, Jacksonville taking Mason Graham, the defensive tackle out of Michigan, after the Patriots take Abdul Carter, the linebacker from Penn State. We've already told you McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona, mocked to go to the Las Vegas Raiders. The Jets taking Mykel Williams out of Georgia.
Freak.
The Panthers at number 8 taking Jalen Walker out of Georgia.
Freak.
New Orleans Saints taking the first corner off the board.
Interesting.
Maybe the second best overall player
really good
in
player.
This draft in Will Johnson.
Yeah. He was fantastic player, and just after watching the New Orleans Saints this year, boy, they have some issues on the defensive side of the ball.
And rounding out the top 10, Will Campbell, the offensive tackle from LSU, going to
Chicago Football Bears.
Yeah, and cover for Caleb Williams. All right, well, that's going to do it for us from here at Ice Level.
Boy, it's been fun, Raj.
It's been fun. You've been a kid in a candy store. You haven't sat down the entire time.
Yeah, I don't ever really sit down, but I just hope that Shifley gives me one more bad look because it's going to be on.
You're going to get on the ice and
drop
him?
I'm going to drop him. Yep, I'm going to drop him, and it is on.
Avs and Jets tonight on 92.5, 7 p.m. pregame show. 7:30 puck drop. PhD is coming up next. That'll do it for the Morning Sprint live at Morning Skate. Can't wait to talk to you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m.
So it's an easy fix. So now you know.
Now I know.
That's got to be the last step.
You're bringing that on air? Where are we doing that?
Yeah, we're on the air. We
Right.
don't have to. It's
No, it's fine. I mean, I guess I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. You know, couldn't figure out the game last night because I got Fubo, and I'm bouncing around trying to find it. You know, I'm like, gosh, like you got to go to HBO Max to get TNT.
HBO Max
I'm
has
so
TNT
freaking,
Sports.
Yeah.
Now
I'm an
think,
idiot.
but it should have. Ooh, I don't know. I think it would have been on Altitude Plus as well, though. You know
Well,
what?
I did get that on my phone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you test that yesterday?
I did not.
Oh,
no.
okay. And I don't know for a fact. I think. Oh, here comes Scott. Maybe he would know. Hey, so that game last night that was on TNT. I don't
think that are those on Altitude Plus when it gets on. I don't think it is when it's on TNT.
Do you know, Scotty, if it's on Altitude Plus, if it's on TNT?
I think national games, exclusive national games, are exclusive national games.
Right. It's not on Altitude Plus.
Right.
Okay.
I think it's all exclusive.
But if you've got HBO Max, TNT is on HBO Max, and they've started covering sports on HBO Max, so it's right there. So.
Well, you called it. You said they were going to smash them. They
smashed them.
They smashed them. We got Michael Malone on 1:30, I think, it's today. I'm looking forward to talking to him. I'll tell you this with the Nuggets right now. They're in a similar spot in the standings to the Avalanche, but they're in a way different space, better space right now. It's so funny how these two teams have been like this season kind of up and down, and one's good, one's bad. Maybe we're the same, boop-a-doop-a-doo. But right now, the Nuggets did exactly to an injured, down in the mouth, without their superstar team, they did exactly to them what they should have done to them.
Especially at home.
For 4 straight quarters.
Mm-hmm.
And if they wanted to hit 150, they could have. And it is the fourth game in a row where Nikola Jokic, because he didn't play in the Houston game.
Right.
Fourth game in a row where he did not play in the fourth quarter. Westbrook, too.
I thought it was third game where he didn't play in the fourth, but 4 games in a row, triple-double.
Third game in a row. Oh, do I got to check my numbers on this? I'll check my numbers on it. It's something along those lines.
Yeah.
Because it's let's see here. All right, maybe I got that slightly wrong. Nikola Jokic dropped his 4th straight triple-double in just 3 quarters. Okay, there's that. In each of his last 4 games, triple-doubles sitting out the 4th quarter. So it's kind of, in each of his last 4 games, Jokic has notched a triple-double and not played in the 4th quarter. No other player in NBA history has done that in more than 2 consecutive games, and he just did it for the 4th time.
I mean, it's just stupid. That's just stupid. Yeah, doing it without it's stupid. It's insane. Well, we're sitting here talking yesterday like we're giving up on the MVP for Nikola Jokic. Like, huh?
I mean, he just may play. Well, he said too on the TNT interview. He did the TNT interview afterwards. That was long too. Like he was
there for a while. Yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
I know because I'm in a spot where I sit where timing is fine, but they close off the railing so all the players can get off, which is more than fine. But so you gotta wait a second. No big deal. But yesterday was like, oh, we're really waiting here. I mean, we're waiting a long time. Because his interview with TNT kind of win. Anyways, on that interview, he said, he likes Many Men, the song Many Men, 50 Cent, and he's playing the best basketball of his life.
It's pretty awesome.
He said that.
That's pretty awesome.
That's a little scary, too. Well, I did an interview with my guys over in Grand Junction today, and it really hit me while I was talking about it because I guess Malone said in the postgame, there's not enough adjectives. And he said it before. I mean, what do you say? I mean, after a while, you can't say. But I've talked to a handful of people lately, and I talked to on this interview today. You've never, ever, ever in the history of the Denver Nuggets, 60 years counting the ABA days, seen a guy better than him.
Never.
Mm-hmm.
This is your John Elway, right? I know people argue with McKinnon, but this is your Joe Sakic, if you will. There's never been anything better. And he does is,
I'm not sure you can even compare him to any of those guys.
Well,
I think it might be this other level that just exists by itself.
Ooh, from Elway and Sakic?
Yeah. Yeah, that's how crazy it's going right now.
Well,
he's
now on the Mount Rushmore with them.
Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, it's going to come down to how many championships he's got.
Which Mount Rushmore? The one in California or the one in the Dakotas?
The real ones.
The one in Hollywood?
The one in Hollywood? Because I got to check on the.
I didn't know there was one in Hollywood.
Well, that's what Prime
according
said.
to Dion.
Yeah, I don't know. You know. I'll tell you this. I wish you did come to the. I understand why you didn't because you're doing radio.
We're
only.
up at the 260.
I got you. I understand, but I wish you were there. Katie can confirm it. The Sixers, because we can hear stuff in the media room through the walls with the visitor locker room. Now, what's annoying is when they're playing music and having a good old time.
When they beat you.
Yeah, that's kind of like an eye roll thing, and you can hear it. Yesterday, what we heard was the Sixers screaming at each other. And I had never heard that before. Usually locker rooms, when you lose, are pretty quiet. There's not much going on. But that was their 7th loss in a row. They got embarrassed, humiliated, really. And they were, I don't know who was screaming at who. It wasn't like that. But it got to the point that my guy, Brendan Vogt from DNVR, is pretty funny. He's like, shh. He goes up to the wall and puts like his ear to the wall. And we just started laughing. It's like, what journalism class did they teach that in? But it was like that for them. You know, there's another side of this coin, and that's the teams that the Nuggets are beating the crap out of. They're take away Houston. Look at the scores of the game. I mean, they're not just winning, guys. They're humiliating their opponents, and they're getting rest for Westbrook and Jokic at the same time.
You want to talk about game management? That's how you want to do it.
Yep.
Manage the load in the fourth quarter.
And there's 2 things going on as far as I can tell, which are pretty awesome. One, AG is fine coming off the bench. It really does feel like he's good doing that.
Can I be a party pooper on that?
Sure.
I just wonder. I know we talk about it like it's, and I get the appeal to it. Trust me, I understand why it's been so effective. And I think we talk about AG like he's like, yeah, I'm good with it, right? Aaron Gordon is a freaking starter in the NBA, man. He is a starter in the NBA.
He is.
I really do wonder if we're talking about this like it's easy for him to accept that and it's easy for Coach Malone to keep it that way. I don't think we can keep it that way forever, man.
Well, we'll talk to Malone about it, but I'll tell you why it's working. Because Russell Westbrook has taken control of the team and not everything weighs on Jamal Murray anymore. It doesn't. And there's no doubt this team starts faster with Russell Westbrook being the point guard.
27 or 24 fast break points or 18
I'll take your word for it.
First quarter, 18 in the first quarter.
But it's all because of Westbrook with the ball in his hand.
I know.
And Jamal is the 2. And Christian Brown, man, that dude is awesome, and he's doing great.
Well, and how about Julian? Julian was awesome last night also.
Well, you're going to win an NBA championship if you're going to get shooting like that from Julian Strawther, bench production like DeAndre Jordan.
Season high, by the way.
Yeah.
Bench points.
I mean, if you're going to do that, you are going to get the parade ready. Dynasty. I mean, if that's seriously the way it's going to go. But it can't happen unless AG's coming off the bench. It can't happen.
I just think I think over time it's going to add up.
Yeah, but who's going to have a problem with it?
Problem with it is maybe not the right word. I do think internally Aaron Gordon over time would be like, yeah, man, I want to get back. Do I think he's going to be a bad dude about it? No, I don't. I think Aaron Gordon is a phenomenal dude, and he'll accept whatever the role is that is best for the team in all likelihood. But there's going to be a lot of pressure to get back to a lineup that you've won a championship with. There's going to be a lot of pressure to look at Aaron Gordon and be like, hey, man, you're a starter in the NBA. And I just think over time you're going to default back to what it's been previously.
And I had this conversation this morning also. And I'm with you. I think AG, this is where Malone will earn his pay. Because the coach is the one that's got to pave the way and smooth it this way you want to go. They are better with him coming off the bench. And there's been a lot of guys in their careers that have been great starters. And I use this story. Mark Aguirre, who was an all-star and a great scorer, an unbelievable player, big trade with Detroit. They came over. I think he started that first championship. Second year, it's a struggle. And he went and said, man, let me come off the bench. End up starting Dennis Rodman, not a scorer. Now he's a hell of a rebounder and defensive player. But now all of a sudden you add scoring to the bench and Mark Aguirre coming off the bench. We won the second championship. And if you look at what we did in the playoffs there, I mean, we beat Chicago in 7 games. But other than that, everyone was 4-1, 4-1, whatever. And it worked.
Yeah, a big part of why it's working is the ball is not in Jamal Murray's hand to start the game. It's with Russell Westbrook. Now,
you're setting a tone.
Why couldn't AG be out there? Well, theoretically he could, but you don't have the right energy off the bench for the Jokic on the bench moments. That all changes when you put in AG. So is he good enough? Of course he's good enough to be a star. He's a superstar.
And here's the myth. And this is why it's different than football. I mean, football, you usually start and you finish, unless there's injuries, right? I mean, very rarely do you see, especially linemen, get benched in the middle of the game. I mean, he had to just be absolutely horrible. And I'm sure it's happened, but you don't see it very often. In the NBA, it's different. And I've said this forever. Who starts the game is fluff. That's
a little bit, yeah.
That's for the media and
however,
whatever.
Getting off to fast starts still matters.
I get you.
Does matter.
I get you. But it's about who's finishing the game. And once the minute restrictions lifted from AG, he'll finish games. And that's what matters.
I firmly believe that when you get to the playoffs, Michael Malone will go back to what he knows, and he'll have Aaron Gordon in the starting lineup.
Well, we'll see.
Not if you win
Maybe.
55 games and this has worked and you're second in the West, or who knows.
You'd be crazy to change it right now, that's for sure. You'd be crazy.
He got 19 points in 22 minutes off the bench.
And by the way, when AG goes,
how many guys on this team, and I think we all agree Aaron Gordon really does want what's best for the team. How many guys on this team do you think could accept that as well as Aaron Gordon can?
Nikola Jokic.
Nikola Jokic could. He damn sure could.
It's funny.
Those two guys would be the easy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. Russ did. Russ accepted what his thing was.
That was different. That was different.
But he still accepted. Yeah, I'm the backup guy. You need me to start? Okay, I'll start and help. They won a championship. They lose Bruce Brown, but they didn't change anything with the starting lineup at all, and you fell short. Now you've lost KCP. You put in Christian. You mentioned I think Christian's been fabulous, which we've been saying here for months. And you've replaced KCP, fine. You just haven't replaced Christian off the bench. Maybe Peyton Watson develops into somebody like that you can count on.
Mm-hmm.
But then you add Russ, and that is now a new X factor that I think is shocking everybody.
Yeah,
because like you said,
nobody
the fast starts, how you're getting out, the energy to start games. Does he make dumb passes sometimes? Yeah. I mean, you kind of take some of the bad, but overall the good has way outweighed anything negative, hasn't it?
And yeah, it has. And here's the truth on this one. AG in the starting lineup does not necessarily help you off to fast starts.
No. He's a more deliberate player.
Russell Westbrook does.
Mm-hmm.
Period, the end. This is not actually that complicated.
And yet, think about this. The two biggest, fanciest highlight playing on ESPN highlight assists has still been with Gordon coming off the bench, Nikola and Gordon.
Yeah, it's
the Miami
awesome.
game, back up over his head, bounce pass, dunk. There's your triple double. Last night, looking over the corner, throwing a perfect lob up here. I mean, he's looking dead left corner. The defensive guy on the bottom shot all the way over to the block on the side he was looking, and AG's by himself.
The crazy thing about AG, high compliments here, his ball handling skills are as good as a lot of point guards in the league. It's that good. His three-pointing has been bum. We'll see. It was great last night, though. I think he was 3 for 3 last night, and wow. I don't know, man. I love what the Nuggets are doing right now. I think they are playing as well as they've played since the championship right now, which is bananas.
Well,
sometimes they kind of stumbled into it.
Sometimes you just fall into these things that you never would have had the guts or the courage to make a decision like this if it weren't for specific circumstances. But I'll bet you a nickel. I'll bet you a dime. Here comes playoffs. Aaron Gordon's in that starting lineup.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. It's good news for them. For the Avalanche, not so much. Jared Bednar revealed why on the morning show. We can get to that. I did ask Christian Brown, You're going to love this. If he's rooting for the Bills this weekend. And if you don't understand why that's a complicated question, you'll hear it and we'll explain why coming up next.
Paul George has it the other way. What?
Oh, wow.
I don't know what that was. I didn't know if that was an alley-oop or a shot. Denver gives it right back to him, though. In the corner, Maxey three. That one misses. Rebound tipped by Drummond and grabbed by Westbrook. Front court, Jokic, bounce pass, Brown, dunk, 2 hands. You rock him, you chalk him, and you dunk on him. And that's the Kansas way. Nuggets lead it by 5, 17-12.
What did Kaz say? You rock him,
you chalk him, and you dunk on him. And that's the Kansas way.
That's a good call. All right, Kaz, as heard here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You rock him. Oh, wait, you
rock him, you chalk him.
Chalk him. You rock him, you chalk him.
Rock, chalk,
and you dunk him.
And you dunk him.
That's awesome.
And that's the Kansas way.
Dude, I totally forgot Paul George was even on the court last night. It was just like nothing. So Christian with 20 points, 8 of 11 shooting, didn't even try a 3. No big deal. Plus 20. Great game. Great game. Great game by Christian. Great game by everybody. He doesn't. We'll get to the Avs news here in a second. It did stand out that this Kansas legend, and I got to assume Christian Brown is a Kansas legend. Modern day Kansas. Has to be.
Has to be. Won a championship.
3-time high school state champion. National champion at Kansas. NBA champion. Gotta be one of the state heroes of that state in basketball. Gotta be. But I heard that he's not a big Chiefs fan. And sure enough, at the Broncos game, last game of the season, there's Christian wearing a Broncos brown, his name, Broncos jersey at the Broncos Chiefs game.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just too delicious last night. And I was trying to wait till all the serious questions were done.
I remember when Scotty told us that a few months back. I was like, really?
Yeah.
Really? He hates the Chiefs? Is from Kansas City?
Right. So I'm not going to lie. I was aiming for a little bit of a viral moment last night. I'm just going to keep it real. But I wasn't trying to do it in a bad way. No. I was. It was my only goal there with Christian last night. And so here we go. I'm trying to see what this Kansas legend will say is if you're going to root for the Bills. So here is, and now note how long it took him to answer this question. Okay, go ahead, Dan. Jersey at the Broncos Chiefs game. Pulling for the Bills this weekend?
Oh man, I mean, you guys asked. To be honest, golly, I'm a Josh Allen fan. I am a Josh Allen fan. But I've said this before. I'm a fantasy football player. And I like different players, and I like. But I have a lot of Chiefs fans that are my friends, so we like to give each other a hard time. But I wouldn't mind it. If Kansas City wins, honestly. It's fun for the city. It's fun I got some friends that have some family members and things like that are part of the organization. So I'm not going to answer that question directly, but either way, I'm happy, I think.
How great is that?
Yeah. He knew you wanted to go viral, and he wasn't going to give it to you.
Wait, at the very beginning, he started to mumble, man, you asked some, it was something like that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Dan, can you isolate that little part there? I want to hear what he said. Man, you guys asked some stupid questions.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you can find the beginning of it there, Dan. He said right at the beginning. There's one moment there.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Jersey at the Broncos Chiefs game. Pulling for the Bills this weekend?
Oh, man, I mean, you guys asked.
You got to ask some. I could say, you got to have some or you got to ask some.
No, I think it's you guys asked some stupid questions.
Yeah.
Stupid-ass questions.
It was pretty funny, man. It was pretty. You know what, Dan? I'll find it. I know where to find it. Christian also said, and I'll find it. He goes, "That's not a dumb question." I've got Christian saying that's not a dumb question. We can use that in a little bit. I got to find that.
He's probably a lot like me, right? Generations separated, but I told you, I got that thread with all my best friends.
Clearly not a Chiefs fan.
Yeah.
He's clearly not a Chiefs fan.
But he also got that's kind of like me.
Yeah. He can't root against him because it's too close. Andy said he's got friends and family involved in the organization or something like that.
Oh, he's got probably a million reasons to
but I mean, he
said
something like involved in the organization.
Yeah, he did say that. So I'm sure he's a pro athlete. He's connected. I'm sure there's all sorts of connections.
Should ask me if he's a Royals fan. Maybe we could connect on the Royals.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't even know why he doesn't like the Chiefs.
Probably because he got beat up with it from day one as a little boy.
But he loves football. He's a fantasy football guy.
But there's a lot of guys in Denver that don't like Denver because their dads or grandpa, everybody just inundated with them, and they drove them crazy.
I have found out about guys, pro athletes, and I'm sure you guys know this too. Some pro athletes are into sports. They're into all sports. They just love sports. Some pro athletes...
DJs like that.
Okay. Some pro athletes just do not care about other sports. They might not even care that much about their own sport, aside from playing it. You know, they love playing it. They don't love the sport. Christian loves sports. He's one of the sports guys. Colin Gillespie was another one who I talked to a bunch of times. That dude just loves sports. You know, he's a future sports talk host, which might be a good career for him. And Christian's kind of the same thing. Nicola, I'd be stunned if Nicola knows anything, frankly, about sports.
Funny story. So I'm walking with Vic and Marlo in Orlando to go eat dinner, and the Chiefs game's on. It's towards the end of it, and we walk by, and they're sitting there having a beer in the upper level, which is a bar, and you can eat at the bar there too, is Dario and Vlatko.
Okay.
Watching a game. So,
watching what game?
The Chiefs, the playoffs game last
Really?
night. Yeah, on Saturday.
Okay.
Watch a game.
Cool.
So we go down there. We said tomorrow we're going to finish the game right there, and the game's on in front of us. We got TVs right there. We'll watch the game. Beam, beam, beam. Malone comes by. He goes, and it was the funniest thing. I asked him, he goes, Vlatko and Dario up there watching the game. I have him tell the story. But he asked him, you guys like football? Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, so Dario and Vlatko were getting into NFL football.
Well, if I lived in Europe, I guarantee you I would be into, if I lived in Italy, I guarantee you I'd be into Serie A, the league in Italy. And if I lived in England, I'd be into the English Premier. I guarantee you if I lived somewhere, I would get into whatever the culture sporting-wise.
You'd at least be highly intrigued, for sure.
I would, and I would learn it. They both lived here in the United States for a long time. They've lived here long enough to understand what the deal is. Plus, football is more acceptable in Europe anyway. It's been over there for... How long have they been going over to Europe? 20 years? I mean, forever. I mean, you know. I think on the surface, football might be a tricky one to understand, but I think baseball would probably be the most complicated sport to understand to somebody who just knew nothing about it.
Pan America and Asia and all them places, it's huge.
Yeah, but in Europe, baseball's nothing.
Baseball.
Yeah, but baseball's really complicated. It is really football's really not that complicated. Not really. You get it.
It's pretty intimidating, man. People that don't know football, when they start to learn it, that's an intimidating sport, man.
Yeah, but you got 4 downs to get 10 yards, you know. It's football, but you kick the ball just a little. Sometimes it's worth 3, sometimes 1. Have you seen the Nate Bargatze, George Washington sketch? Have you guys seen it on Saturday Night Live? Oh, my God. It's so good.
Where he goes, and we're going to call it blah, blah, blah. That
Yeah.
one.
I have seen that. I have. That's freaking. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
He's done 2 of them.
And he goes into the metric system. And
yes.
Yeah.
How many liters are in a gallon? Nobody knows. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. Well, he talks about football a little bit. It's football. It's played with your hands. Is there any kicking? A little. What's the scoring? Sometimes 3, sometimes 1.
Wait, who did that?
Nate Bargatze.
How do you spell that?
Bargao. Nate.
Got that part.
It's Tyler asking the question.
Great. Gatsby. Gatsby.
All right. Anyways, great skit. Pretty funny, and it points out some cool things. By the way, that's an old concept. Like George Carlin did that 50 years ago with, football's played on a gridiron. It's a battle. Baseball's played in a park. That's skit.
And that's a funny skit too. Yeah.
All right, let's get to the Avalanche a little bit. And really good question by Brett Kane this morning. They were going through, and Mosier and Vic were kind of just, whatever with Bednar. And then thank God Brett asked a question that actually matters about 3/4 of the way through the interview. And that's about Val Nichushkin. Go ahead there, Dan.
I think we're doing a better job without him this year. Unfortunately, he's had a setback with his injury, and he's not close to coming back right now. He's on a week-to-week timeline. So that's not good, So the hits keep coming when it comes to the injuries and the length of our injuries.
What a bummer. Good question and Brett did point out wins with them percentage with and without him, which is staggering. It is unbelievable how important this guy actually is.
Well,
kind of like no other athlete I've really. Well, Nicola would be like that too, obviously, but it's ridiculous.
I was talking with Andy last night. We were talking about him, and it shows you what they're going through right now. And just flash back to the last 2 years in the postseason, how big of an influence Nichushkin is on this team.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I mean, it's unbelievable. And Andy pointed out, so really, you got two kind of thumpers in the offensive set in front of the net that can pop people and be physical, and both of them are injured. One you may never get back in Landeskog. And Nichushkin's the other guy, and he's going to be out. And when you're saying it's not day to day, but week to week, that's a while.
The thing that amazes me about Val is the amount of superstars that is on this Avalanche team. It's wild. I mean, it's nuts how many top players you've got, and yet when Val goes out, unlike anybody else, Kale, maybe even Nate to some degree, Val Nichushkin impacts that game more than anybody else.
In my opinion, because you still need a thumper in the modern NHL and how quick everybody's trying to play, you still better have a thumper around the front of the net.
As good as Nate is, and Nate is spectacular, there's a skill set that Val has that is almost impossible to replace, and you're pointing out exactly why. It's unbelievable. So that sucked. I was sorry to hear that news. And the Avalanche, arguably, fellas, have their most important home game of the season tonight. I'll make the argument that it is, and here's why. You had a 5-game homestand where you had rest between every game. There were no back-to-backs. There was no 3 and 4 nights, and it was 5 games at home. You pulled off a win against the Rangers in overtime to start it off that you played like crap, and Bednar killed you for. Your response after that was to lose a 3-goal lead to Edmonton. That sucked. You played better in that game, excuse me, but you lost. Your response after that was to shellac, basically, Dallas at the end. They had a really good third period, and they took care of Dallas at the end. Your response after that was to lay down to the Wild, where you got beat by a 40-year-old goalie you couldn't score any goals on. Your power play has been just garbage. And all these teams are above the Avalanche. They're all above, but they're all right there, too.
Right.
So this week has been a barometer as to really where you are. Well, guess what? You wrap up this bad boy homestand with the best team, meaning you should have learned whatever you've got to learn in this homestand. And unless you want to walk away with 4 out of 10 points at home, which is terrible, you got to show up tonight. This game matters more. You're 8 points behind them. They have shut you out. You ready for this one? Connor Hellebuck has shut you out over this season and last season in the regular season for 180 straight minutes. Wow. Now, I'm not counting the playoffs. I'm just talking about regular season games. And the Avs did beat Winnipeg this year. He didn't play in that game. Okay? So you played him 3 times, you beat him once, he didn't play in the game. The other 2 times this season, he has shut you out. You go back to last season, he shut you out 7-0 late in last season. So you got to have a little pride. You got to have a little, point-wise, just regular season-wise, this matters. You'll be 10 points behind Winnipeg if you lose this game tonight. This game tonight...
Well, it's a 4-point swing.
...is, to me, the biggest regular season game of the entire... It means more. This game tonight, to salvage this homestand, actually means more. So, anybody going the game tonight, this, to me, it's up there. And I think it's an ESPN game, too. And I know the puck drops a little bit later, like 7:30. And then you come out with the news this morning that Nichushkin's
not close.
Hey, he's not coming through the door anytime soon, boys. Here we are. And I think teams need a moment every now and then to be like, oh, okay, we got to go here. You got to go here tonight if you're the Avalanche. You got to go. And they haven't been, or they've been off and on with it.
To not be able to find somebody that can kind of fill that role, and listen, and I say that, and okay, fill that Joker role when he's not playing. Well, he's not going to do that. But Nichushkin's not a Joker level either. So there's going to be a little drop-off. But to have nobody on any of your forwards that can go in there and do some of the stuff and the dirty work he does.
Sucks.
Well,
Sucks,
right?
It stinks. But there's very few guys that have his size and skill. Mikko's kind of one of them, but he's not as rough and tumble. He doesn't stand in the middle. Mikko's like off to the side a little bit.
There's also a reason in the NFL that you have 3 running backs in your back, and all of them are 180-pound running backs. Yeah. You don't do that.
Yeah, and look, I mean, we talk about the NFL all the time, and I think some sports are different, especially hockey with all the lines and everything. Everybody's out there playing the whole game. But look, man, drop off in the NFL from starter to backup, pretty damn significant. So is it really that surprising we haven't been able to find it? Probably not.
Well, tonight's a big night, man.
Well, it is surprising to me because, A, you got 4 lines, and B, this third year.
Yeah.
Because you lost me in the playoffs 2 years ago with
that was the
Seattle.
thing. You had to make a plan just in case, right? So what if it happens again?
You've had 3 years to kind of find somebody that could fill that in a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah, I guess. Oh, here's Raj was at morning skate. Winnipeg was flying today at morning skate too. Hard laps, mini games, full ass practice stuff. So they know. They get it too. They've been kind of
they in their minds they can bury the Avalanche at midway point of the season.
Overcoming a 10-point deficit, pretty tough to do. Like, yeah, you're probably right. Winnipeg beats you. That's probably a wrap on any chance to catch them, which isn't the worst thing in the world. I'm so sick of killing ourselves for home ice or home court. I am not bothered by that at all. It'd be nice to have home court for the first round, but
it's good for the marketing and sales ticket people.
Well, yes, of course. There's those reasons too, of course.
I mean, that's it. I mean, to be honest with you, good teams win on the road.
If you can't win on the road, you don't deserve to win a championship anyway.
If you can't win on the road, you're probably not going to win a championship.
Well, there you go. So don't worry about it. But I understand. You want more games at Ball Arena for a lot of reasons. I do understand that, of course. And no team is trying to lose games. What I don't want to see is to do anything that you have to overextend yourself to try to get somewhere, like the Avalanche did do a couple years ago when they had that stupid Nashville plumbing game and they had to play Georgiev in back-to-back games and you play the stupid Kraken and you're exhausted. Or frankly, probably what the Nuggets did too. Doing everything they did and they just ran out of gas at home against Minnesota. I don't want any of that.
There's a 20-point lead. You almost forgot about that, didn't you?
Jeez. Sometimes you do. Yeah.
You almost forgot about that, didn't you?
Yeah, it comes back quick,
yeah.
though.
Yeah.
All right. We have some Broncos news, which is pretty interesting. Some developments in the NFL in terms of head coaches. That's coming up next. All right, let's go around the NFL here a little bit. Congratulations to Pat Surtain, named the PFWA. It's got to be Leggy's got to be part of that, right? Defensive Player of the Year. That's really cool. Good job.
Pro Football Writers Association.
I assume. What else would PFWA? I can test your comedic skills. What else would PFWA stand for?
Relax.
Whoa.
Relax.
Are you're going somewhere dirty right off the bat? It could be Pets for Winter Adventures, like a sled dog or something. I don't know, why's your mind got to go right in the gutter?
It didn't. I just thought Scott's did. Mine was clean.
Yeah. All right. So what would in your clean mind PFWA stand for? I just gave you Pets for Winter Adventures.
People for Wrestling
Alligators.
Associates.
People for Wrestling Associates.
Mm-hmm.
Wrestling alligators.
People for Wrestling Alligators.
They voted him the defensive Player of the Year.
People for Wrestling Alligators.
Yeah.
That's that's kind of a win it or lose it sort of adventure, isn't it?
Right,
You
right.
wrestle
You're
that
either
alligator.
going to be really good and defensive, or
When I lived in Buffalo, I thought the whole like going over the falls thing was just like, but it turns out like that's a real thing.
In a barrel.
In a barrel. I couldn't
When was
believe
the
it.
last time?
I don't know when the last time was, but when I lived there, it happened 3 times in 6 years when I lived there. I couldn't believe it. Most of the times, it's just I'm gonna kill
most
myself.
time they catch them.
I don't want to go deep into the whole thing, but there's a barrel museum. Listen, here's what I found out. At least when I lived there, there have been like 16 people on record that had done it in a barrel. Half of them lived and half of them died. And I thought, well, that would be a fun Olympic sport right there.
Sure. I mean, it's 50-50 you live.
There's other great stats about it. The first woman.
How about the people that bring animals with them? Like, why you got to kill the animal?
The first person, and this will be my last thing on barrel history. The first person was a school teacher around the 1900 or so. She was frustrated, hated being a school teacher. She loaded up a barrel with mattresses and took her cat with her. They can turn off the falls now. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but hydroelectricity-wise, they can turn off the falls. But back then, they had no control. The falls was actually much more aggressive. It was more thunderous and whatever. The falls has receded since known time, 7 miles. It has gone back 7 miles. So at the time in 1900, the flow of it was crazy.
Yeah.
She survived. She just got her cat. She put a bunch of pads in a barrel, and there she went. They picked her up in a boat down the river, and she was fine. She made no money off it, and she lived. People started dying when they started controlling the flow of the falls, and it was less forgiving. There wasn't as much whoosh.
Didn't shoot you out farther to deeper water.
It did not, and it created a more of a suction sort of thing, and people just got,
So you survived the fall and then drowned in the undertow.
You wouldn't come out. Or you pop up. You just don't know. So if you're going to Niagara Falls for whatever reason, go to the Barrel Museum. It's a hoot.
Didn't one of those, what was the famous, not trapeze, what's the high wire?
Flying Walendas.
Didn't one of the Walendas walk across?
There have been a couple of different tightrope walks over the falls. There was a dude who actually did it not that long ago, maybe the past 6-7 years. I forget his name, but he did it. So, yes, people have tightrope walked over the falls before. Some do okay.
Some die.
Some don't. It's crazy what people have done with that thing. Football here. Let's get to Mel Kiper, Dan. You got that? We got... You guys want to pass your congratulations on before we get to this to Josh McDaniels returning as the offensive coordinator of the Patriots.
Just super fired up. He's landed the Patriots job for the 166th time in his career.
Yep.
He now is returning as the offensive coordinator. The Patriots apparently are not looking to get outside of the Patriot way. They're going back to the well. Nobody in the NFL gets more chances than Josh McDaniels. Everybody on Twitter today is sitting here telling me, yeah, but he's a really good offensive coordinator. He just sucks as a head coach. Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see how
he does without Tommy Boy.
Drake May has 3 good years. And let's see who the next one to hire is.
Yeah, we'll see.
Congratulations to Aaron Glenn. He's the new head coach of the New York Jets.
Why'd he take that job?
Because it probably pays $25 million guaranteed.
Yeah, he was going to get a job.
He's
25? Hell no.
I don't know. What do you think a guaranteed coaching job?
Are you saying over the course of the deal?
Yeah. What do you think you make?
Oh, yeah, probably more than that.
Probably 5 years.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
7 per? I don't know.
7 average.
Yeah.
35 million. What?
Yeah.
Why did he take it? Because of that. That's why I took it.
All you got to do is get fired once.
It was interesting seeing Ben Johnson just kiss ass to everybody in Chicago after coming from Detroit. That was wild to just see him like, this is the greatest place ever. We go to Wrigley Field, blah, 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 blah.
Why?
Wow. No, I'm sure it's all true.
You
It must sting Detroit fans, though. I'm going to guess people in Detroit hate Chicago.
Yeah.
For a million different reasons. All right, that got me off my focus.
Well, what was it? What was the football coach that won like Division II championship or whatever it was at UNC? And he'd always sing the UNC fight song or whatever, and then he gets hired the next year at Wyoming, and he's singing the cowboy song, "Cowboy Up," and I can't remember, old famous coach in this area.
I don't know, but I think it's one thing when you just leave, but when you leave to go to like a hated rival,
Mm-hmm. I think it's that way in college. I don't think anybody. Well, I could be wrong.
Really?
I don't. I
and
certainly
blue
don't
division?
feel that way in the NFL.
I think
maybe regular fans do.
These Detroit people, they don't. God, I feel bad for him.
I bet you that those Detroit fans, that dude's like he's a hero to them. Come on, they ain't gonna be mad at him.
We tried to get a hold of Brett Kane yesterday.
There you go.
Well, Dan, can we try again to get a hold of Brett Kane? He wouldn't answer our calls.
They ain't gonna be mad at him.
Okay.
I cannot believe Chicago didn't wait out for Cliff Kingsbury though.
You got Ben Johnson. That'd be great if Brett would pick up the phone.
Joe Glenn. Remember Joe Glenn?
There you go, Joe Glenn. I do. Here is Mel Kiper on his mock draft, and this has to do with Travis and Shedeur. So the first mock draft there. Hey,
can I just go get coffee?
No, you need to sit here.
Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
no.
Take a break.
Sit here and take it.
Sit here and take it. Here's Mel Kiper.
Brandon going number 1, Tennessee. I'm taking Cam Ward, not because he's my highest rated quarterback. Shedeur Sanders is my QB1 because my friends in the NFL are saying, hey, the live arm, the mobility, the high completion percentage at 3 different programs. Doesn't throw a lot of interceptions, but he's a little careless, a little reckless with the football in terms of ball security at times. He cleaned that up a little this year. Certainly Cam Ward makes sense of that pick number 1 for Tennessee. Then you go to pick number 2. This is where, again, these 2 quarterbacks getting forced up just a bit. Who's the best player in this draft? It's Travis Hunter from Colorado. Be it wide receiver, corner, Cleveland needs a dynamic presence at that wide receiver spot. Sprinkle him in at corner. They go Travis Hunter, best player in the draft, over the quarterback in Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders would drop down to that 3rd spot. And I think when you look at number 3 and you're the New York Giants, people say, hey, Brian Daboll likes mobile quarterbacks. Well, hey, in Baltimore, they had Joe Flacco and then went to Lamar Jackson, won with them both. Why not Shedeur Sanders? He's surgical in the way he goes about his business. He completes a high percentage of his passes. He's a guy certainly super tough in that pocket, great instincts and awareness as well. To me, Shedeur Sanders, with the ability he has at magic when he throws that football, it would make sense with the New York Giants. He's my 4th. They're my 4th and 5th highest rated players on the board.
That to me is analysis by clicks. I have a hard time taking Mel serious on this one. If anything just screams, I want to prop up a New York City team and make things more interesting where it matters more, it's putting Shedeur Sanders on the New York Giants at 3.
Well, here's the thing, and I don't disagree with you, but I will say Jimmy Haslam, he's dumb enough and proud enough that he might just be hell-bent on making Deshaun Watson work. He might just be hell-bent on it, and it would be idiotic. I mean, for them to pass on Shedeur Sanders would be the dumbest thing of all time, but he doesn't appear to be the smartest owner of all time either.
If the Titans do like Cam Ward better, fine. If the Browns want to continue with Deshaun Watson, fine. But there's going to be teams lining up to make a trade for them with multiple first rounds and all sorts of other
stuff. But they haven't started doing the trades yet.
Okay. I'm just trying to point out here.
They wait until they get real close to start doing the trades.
Unless the Giants make a deal.
You mean another couple months?
Yeah. I mean, it's like practically tomorrow.
2 more months before we just get into
But Scott, if you want to enjoy the trades, go to orangestickyfingers.com. We're doing trades right away.
Yep.
Today, you can check them out today.
Yeah. We got a 4-round mock podcast that we're doing as soon as this show's over. Nikola Jokic. Yeah, we didn't invite you. Nikola Jokic.
You know what? I am thankful.
Yeah, no, we know. You're gonna steal.
Mike
Now, are
the
you stealing? Are you
dumbest thing in the history of the world.
Are you stealing my charger now?
I am.
Okay.
Well, you weren't using it.
It's PhD on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's DMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, if you and your partner are experiencing troubles because of erectile dysfunction, that's not good. No bueno on that. We'll get you going better, and the failure to perform in the bedroom will be something of the past. So let's go. Let's go, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. You're going to bring love and excitement back to the bedroom, and everything will just be a little bit better, a little bit brighter. They've been servicing the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade with tens of thousands of men. This could be part of your story as well. So what do? Well, just start with $99. It's a consult. It's a T and PSA test. If it buys a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free, but it works. You'll see. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I'm looking at the Shop Mazda text line. Thanks for listening, by the way. Appreciate it. The app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. Wilhitewins.com. Kind of cool just to get some text from people like outside of the Colorado area that are just listening to us on the app. Like, where's your head at with a couple things? Like, where you at? It's a good time to sort of assess things. Happy with the Avs? Frustrated? Nuggets? What are you feeling? Cool with how the Broncos season ended up? On fire for the Rockies? You guys know that people got voted into the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Saw that.
3
of them, right?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Ichiro was one.
Yeah, and CC Sabathia was another. Who? Billy Wagner. Yeah, sorry, forgot about Billy Wagner. But some dope.
Every year.
It's every year. Do we know? Hey, do we know who the writer was who didn't vote for Ichiro?
Even Jeter. I mean,
it's unbelievable. You want to talk about collectively the most pompous group of writers. You can't find something that's going to top baseball.
What if they have a conversation? Hey, one of us this year it's Darren.
Yeah.
This year
you're going to bite the bullet.
Yeah, you can't vote for Ichiro.
The concept that Ichiro Suzuki, who came to Major League Baseball at age 27 when he had 1,000 hits in the Japanese league,
and played 19 years after that,
would play till he's 43 or so, get 3,000 hits in Major League Baseball.
And somebody would not vote him as.
Do you know where he got his 3,000th hit? Little trivia question.
Rockies.
Colorado.
Yeah, Colorado. I think he had a triple. at Coors Field for his 3,000 hit, something like that. Pretty cool. The fact that there's a writer, what would your reasoning be?
So there's literally never been unanimous, right?
I don't think so.
And I think they like that, though. I think the Writer Association is proud of them.
Yeah, but how do they collectively organize themselves to be that one guy? Because it's only one guy. How do they really do it? How do they pull that off?
I think they coordinate it somehow because
it really should be like 4 or 5 guys, right?
I mean, we could go through a myriad list of great names from baseball past and say not unanimous. And you're like, what?
I can't even. This guy, whoever he is, should be shamed. Should be pillared.
If you think about this, Hank Aaron played over 20 years, had a 305 lifetime batting average, and was the home run king.
Not unanimous.
No.
By the way, Mariano Rivera was unanimous.
Oh, he was?
Oh, he was?
I think he's
Rivera
the only one.
He was the only one.
Okay.
Yeah.
The nerds didn't get their act together for that one. It is pretty.
Somebody forgot it was their turn.
Well, and what you could have done is said, well, gosh, the last few years he wasn't as dominant. He hung on a little too long. Let's make him wait a year.
I wonder if that writer. Yeah, no, but it's not that though.
I know
because they know the guy's getting in.
Right.
You know, they're just. I really do wonder what the logic is because it's a different guy every year who's like that guy.
I think they pass it around.
They got to.
And I think they forgot with Rivera.
Well, because if it was just going to be the same guy, you would say, oh, it's that guy.
Yeah. He's just a turd.
But it's not just that guy. It's always like somebody different. So how do you organize it where it's just one? Because theoretically, right, it should be 4 or 5. No, I'm going to be that guy this year. Oh, there were 3 others that guy.
I don't know. We always talk about these things in life. Like we just assume that everything is like holistic behind the scenes. Everybody's doing the right things. Come on, baseball voters of all voters absolutely conspire. Whether it's steroid guys, whether it's this, they got to be the shadiest group of all the voters in any sport.
I'm reading on the text line. Thank you for this. Beat writer from the Mets said Utley turned more double plays over Ichiro. Well, Ichiro is an outfielder, so I don't know.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't know how that makes any sense.
I don't get it.
I actually don't get that either. So Rivera was unanimous, huh? All right.
Well, before that it was like Seaver and then Jeter.
Yeah, Jeter
the
was
next
not.
2 highest.
It's so ridiculous, man.
Either a Hall of Famer or not. Right?
Totally agree.
Right. Like if you're voting no, are you voting like, yeah, I think you're a Hall of Famer, but not right now?
Yes.
That's what you're saying? Like this year, I prefer somebody else goes in because obviously he's a Hall of Famer.
Johnny Bench, who modernized the catching position, really made it athletic and made it more than it had ever been. Not unanimous.
Dude, all I can think is it's a bunch of nerds that this is their revenge on being bullied. I don't know how else to put it.
I don't know. I'm pretty bitter on most Hall of Fames these days.
Why?
I'm bitter about the NFL with Mike Shanahan. That one's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the NBA's Hall of Fame is. I mean, it's just basketball. I know it's just basketball. It's just whatever.
They're the most liberal of all. They let. Golly, everybody gets into that one.
Ladies who played in Europe for 25 years that you've never heard of. But it's an international, just a basketball.
Dude, when they have their ceremonies, there might be like 12 people on stage for NBA.
I think Hall of Fame should be voted on by previous Hall of Famers. That's it. Get rid of the writers. Get rid of anybody. Just let previous Hall of Famers decide it.
Yeah, but what do they? I mean, you're assuming a lot. You're assuming they're paying attention.
Sure.
They would just vote for everybody. You can't have everybody in there.
What you are, Mr. Everybody. You of all people. You're like, put the whole 2015 defense in the Ring of Fame.
Oh, for Ring of Fames?
Yeah, get 15 statues outside the stadium.
Oh, that's different. Those are local teams. Dude, here's where I went on that one. I went to a Cardinals game at their new ballpark. Have you ever been to the new?
Yeah.
So St. Louis is a city kind of,
But it loves baseball.
But there is like this little stretch. It's like from the arch.
Yep, up to the ball field.
And it goes to the ball field, and then you just close your eyes for a little bit, and you get to the hockey arena up you got to close your eyes a little bit. However, the area around the baseball field
is awesome.
Yeah. It's like Coors Field area on steroids. It's just so if you didn't know you were in St. Louis, you would just say, wow, I'm in baseball heaven right here.
And that great steakhouse right outside.
Great one? How about like 12 of them? I mean, it
was one that used to be a broadcaster and played for the Cardinals, and he had a steakhouse just right out. I mean, you could basically sit in the window and look at the ball field.
And guess what's outside? Statues galore. Names galore. It's like there's like 40 guys that are being honored around the ballpark. And I realized that's awesome.
Well, I think
that's cool.
I think statue gardens are pretty cool. Like Oklahoma's got a Heisman garden where if any of their cool. Heisman, they all get a statue, right? I think Philadelphia 76ers, they do something like that. Because I remember AI's, he had that tiny little one, but that's what all their statues were. Like it was a statue garden.
Let me segue into something really quick. Slight squirrel, but still relevant. What is CU going to do for Travis Hunter?
I don't know.
Like, you got 2 Heisman Trophy winners. 2. Don't you think there should be something kind of pretty freaking awesome for those guys?
Yeah.
Like something way above and beyond.
Yeah, I mean, previously with Rashawn, it was different because for a lot of reasons. But, I had the old locker room, and his locker was glassed off, right? So
cool.
So that was permanently there. In the locker room, his locker never changed. I would imagine you do something along those lines. And I'm not sure if if Rashawn does have one in the new locker room or not. I've been in it a million times, but I actually don't remember if he still has that there or not. But yeah, you have to do something for a Heisman.
Got to be a statue, right?
I mean, they don't have any statues.
Right.
It's a brick. They paint a brick and write your stuff on it.
We need a Travis Hunter statue.
What would it be?
That's a great, like, what's
I mean, he struck the pose like 3 or 4 times.
Let me ask this, because they have the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but they also have a College Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, which is
arguably the best Hall of Fame of any of them.
It's really good.
Is Hunter already in the College Football Hall of Fame? I mean, did this year solidify him automatically into the College Football Hall of Fame?
Yeah, you're a Heisman Trophy winner. But the College Football Hall of Fame takes like forever to put guys in. I don't know.
Michael Westbrook just went in a few years back.
I know. Like, it's not just like 5 years. It feels like it
could be like 30 years.
Seriously, it's weird. I don't know what their standards. He'll definitely go in.
But Travis just the experience itself of the Hall of Fame, like it's modern. They use technology. It's not like run down. It's cool.
It's really cool. It's way more interactive than any other Hall of Fame. There's way more space there. It's really, really awesome. The Pro Football Hall of Fame sucks.
Too tiny.
Oh. It's like a wax museum from the 70s. Yeah. It just blows. Yeah. They need to just plow that to the ground and start all over. The coolest place in the Pro Football Hall of Fame is the bust room, but it's hard to get into. It sucks.
I think it's CU for Travis. Now number 12. That's the number, man. That's just it. You give that to the top dog.
So you like that better than retiring it?
I do. Yeah.
Like you got to earn.
Well, first
12.
off, it's really hard to retire numbers in college football because you've got so many bodies on the team. I'm not saying it's an impossibility, but it's really, really difficult.
What was Salam's number?
Oh, I don't even know.
What?
Good question.
Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a
Wasn't
blank
it like
on that
4?
right now.
Wait, wasn't it a single digit? 9?
I want to
9.
say
That does seem right. I think it was 9.
They ought to make 9 and 12 ought to be your captains.
19. So you got the 9. You got the 9.
You do 19 and 12. You only hand those out. They have to be 2 of your captains.
You can only have like
players.
one number though for it's got to be one. You can't have multiple cool numbers. You got to have one.
No, if you're doing captains, what's Scott's saying you could? For sure you could.
Okay.
All right, well then 19 because I mean he did rush over 2,000 yards.
I got it.
In like 11 games, not 47.
But hey, if there's some slappy wearing 12 next year, that'd be disappointing.
No, you can't do that.
Hey, they got Slappy's wearing 84, and he's in the Hall of Fame for the Broncos. Little Jordan Humphreys wears 84. I cringe every time I see an 84 come out there that's not Shannon Sharp.
There's only a couple numbers retired for the Broncos.
Well, 84 should be one of them.
Nah, retired?
He's Hall of Famer.
There's a bunch of Hall of
7
Famers.
and 18, right?
It's 7, 18 with two different people.
Right.
There's more than that. Oh gosh.
I could have sworn it was just those two numbers.
You think it's just those two? I thought there was more.
No, 44.
Floyd. Yeah.
I thought there were like 4 or 5.
Yeah, I think there's like 4 or 5, but not many.
I'm trying to see it because it's up on the back there.
Well, I know you got doubles on 18 and 7.
Well, 18, not double on 7.
Or 18.
18
sorry.
is Trapuka. And
There's no
Manning.
double on 7.
No.
Yeah, 7, 18, 44, and there's one more.
Is there?
Seems like.
Yeah, you got to do
Why
something.
an 84 up there?
I don't know. You got a lot of Hall of Famers, man, connected to. I mean, what's Zim's number? He's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, we played.
You gonna
2
retire
years
his?
Here. We played 2 years here.
You want me? Where's the 30s still being worn?
Exactly.
Well, there's a bunch of guys.
Why would Slappy like him wear it?
There's other.
Slappy's wearing 30.
You call Philip Lindsay a Slappy?
He's a Slappy. Now, but I will say this: Philip Lindsay did it right. Before he took that number, he called Terrell Davis and asked him if it'd be okay.
I'm trying to think.
And Andy brought back the Mile High Salute with it.
I'm trying to think who number 30 is now.
Slappy.
I don't even know.
Exactly, he's Slappy.
I don't know.
Michael Burton?
No, he's 20.
20.
Off the top of my head, I mean, I can look it up, I guess. I don't know who the last guy is that wore 30. I mean, Phil did, for
7,
sure.
18, 44. That's it.
That's it. That is it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 80. Come on, Scott.
84.
There's a lot of Broncos in the Hall of Fame now. What did Gradishar wear? You should retire his number 2. He's in the Hall of Fame now.
Think about it.
So, someone says unofficially retired numbers 24, 58, 88. Which would make sense.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah. I mean, who's going to wear 88 again?
Come on.
Right.
Although, like Cowboys do that. I think it's 88, right? It's that exact number. They give that to their top wide receiver.
Okay. I get that to honor somebody, but it's got to be something like that.
No.
24's champ. What was the other one? Oh, 58.
Vaughn.
Yeah.
Vaughn.
So nobody's worn 58 since Vaughn's left?
Oh, this is just a text. I don't know if that's fact or not. That's just text on the text
Hey,
line.
let me give you number 30. Tanner McAllister.
Who's that?
He's reserve future.
He's
on the reserve future list.
He's got number 30?
30. Slappy.
Well, yeah.
You gave a Slappy. You know, little Jordan Humphreys, 84. Slappy. Come on, man.
There's been a lot of other 84s, though, since Shannon's.
And it's
a ton
bothered
of
me
84s.
every year they see it.
You know what? I think
27.
I think
27
Rashawn
needs to
Salam's
be.
number is retired. I don't think I've ever seen a 19. I think that must be retired.
Somewhere Dave Platty is head spinning right now, listening to this conversation.
I know. Like, come on, Tyler. How do you not know this, Tyler?
All right, not Jared Bednar, Michael Malone coming up. Great run by the Nuggets. They are on fire. And Michael Malone will join us. Coming up, it's PHC on 92.5.
Hey, guys, I want you to look and feel your best. So if you're out there struggling with hair loss, don't just accept it and feel like there's no options out there. You can do something about it, and I want you to invest in yourself. Do it the right way with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, if you're anything like me, once you noticed you were losing your hair, you might have got online, you bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Nothing's working the way that you want it to, and you're frustrated. Call Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best. The entire staff is the best of the best at Advanced Hair Restoration. And what I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That is a lifetime guarantee there, folks. That's a comforting feeling. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. Pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. That's 720-459-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Randy ding, 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 ding. A huge game for the Avalanche tonight. Huge game. And then they go on the road for a little bit. The Nuggets, they have a very weird. I'm glad they're back, but they're only back for 2 games, playing a scrappy Sacramento team tomorrow.
Played well since they fired Mike Brown.
And then, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They won at one time like 7 in a row.
Is that right? Okay. Probably will not bring that up to Michael Malone when he joins us here in about 6 minutes.
Well, and Mike addressed that on the road because someone asked him about it. He goes, listen, he said, I have no problem with Doug Christie, and I hope he does well and blah, blah, blah. It's how they did it. You let the coach practice, and then he gets a phone call in the car to the airport.
Gotcha. Good point.
And fires him over the phone. That was his problem with how it was done, not necessarily why.
How well are the Nuggets playing? The Sixers, it sounded like they were screaming at each other in the locker room afterwards. It was loud enough for everybody, all the muggles, to be like, what's going on there? It's pretty loud when you're screaming through the wall that people could hear you. But this is the world the Nuggets are in right now. It is pretty damn good. But the Nuggets, they go out. Boy, you're going to be gone for a little bit, huh? Are you on the whole road trip? I assume. Yeah, that's a tough one. You're bouncing around a little bit. It's 5 games.
Let's see.
How many days? It's got to be 10 days.
9 days, I think.
9 days.
Minnesota, Chicago,
yeah,
New York, Philadelphia, Charlotte.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, dude.
Have fun.
Yeah. That's a tough one.
Cold. Back to back.
I'll tell you this. They're winnable games, though.
Yeah.
I don't know about the Knicks these days.
Oh, Boston not in on this one.
No. I mean, they're not world beaters on this 5-game road trip.
Well, Embiid's scheduled day back.
I'm not even worried about it.
Is the game the Joker, or is that the Denver comes to Philly?
Okay, who cares?
I know, but I just find that kind of funny.
Of course.
Whatever. That team has problems.
Yeah.
They ain't good.
Chicago's scrappy, but they got a huge Serbian influence, and there's usually 50 Serbian flags in the crowd in Chicago. It's almost like a mini home game for Joker.
Well, we went through that. We said it's just Serbian night, like
usually in Detroit, usually in Chicago.
Yeah, your one-offs.
Miami, they've had it before.
Yeah.
We had about 8 or 9 of them last year.
Yeah, we had a bunch last year.
Yeah, so Jokic,
Brooklyn, I think this year did something.
Yeah, so if it's Serbian night on the road for Jokic, it's
which that almost feels like a borderline Colorado Rockies move to me. You know, other teams doing Serbian night when Jokic comes in,
because you forget how difficult it is to get fans in the stands in other places.
I know. That's why I said Colorado Rockies. They pull BS like that.
They do it all the time.
And then they upgrade or upcharge their tickets too. I told you last night you asked, or we talked about the game. You said, well, it'll be a full crowd and all that stuff.
It was late arriving, though.
Yeah. Well, it was also, but whatever.
Yeah.
But Joker's also, we haven't said this, he's starting to fill arenas.
How about that?
Everywhere he goes.
Think about that. I mean, I don't think we've.
Well, that's what I asked you.
Played for under 19,000 people.
Yeah,
this year.
That's what I asked you yesterday. I go like, what are some of these arenas like Orlando?
Yeah.
And you're like, how was the crowd in Orlando? You're like, it's packed.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, Miami was a little bit late arriving, and then they early left because they're getting smashed. Orlando, late arriving, but then they were all in and then got smashed. They leave.
It's the realization, because it's people so often want to play. We don't get any respect. You cannot say that about Nikola Jokic. You just cannot do it. He does.
That's over.
It's over. He gets all the respect. There's everything said about him is awesome. Nobody is critical of him really anymore. Some of the foolishness that happened a couple of years. You don't hear that at all. He packs arenas, whatever.
He's packing arenas.
He's a leading vote getter for the All-Star game in and out. Like he's won 3 MVPs. That diatribe, that narrative is just dead in the water. The Nuggets are on national TV all the time. They're repeatedly on.
They're on ABC this week.
They're on ABC, an afternoon game.
Yeah.
So it's done. Any Jokic is this, Jokic, forget it. That's over. How about that, Nuggets fans? How do you like that? How do you like that? How do you like that?
It makes you think, doesn't it?
The Nuggets are one, and he's one of those guys, and they're one of those teams, and that's just that. They get all the attention. And whether it's good or bad or it's other, they're the Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, all that sort of stuff.
Except for the calls.
Time.
Except what?
Except for the calls.
Oh, come on. You can't even complain about that. Oh, well, not like the Chiefs, yeah.
Yeah, from Joker.
I bet Joker gets the benefit of the doubt.
Come on. He's got to get his fair share.
I think it's like that.
Well, go back and look at the was it 2 MVPs ago or last year? Embiid's getting 12, 13 free throws a game. Joker's getting 4.5.
Yeah,
and you're gonna tell me Joker didn't play physical game?
Well,
okay.
Come on now.
I'm bitching about.
I do.
No,
think,
I'm not bitching about
think
anything. I don't care. You can't stop it.
Of all the sports that it's easy, like it's almost human nature to hold a personal vendetta as a referee. NBA's got to be it. It's just so up close and personal. You're talking to each other. You're interacting. There's no helmets on. I mean, I get why there's vendettas in the NBA.
Jokic shamed a referee for how the referee threw him a ball on the free throw line.
That was definitely a diva move. Yeah.
And the referee apologized.
Yeah. Yeah, my bad.
But he's never had a guy come over and tap him on the chest and say, hey, my bad, I'm sorry.
That was pretty close, Scott.
That's pretty damn close.
I don't know what the difference is
there.
That's
pretty damn close.
Well,
I mean, Josh Allen, that was the first I've ever seen in the NFL. But
and who's the guy? Tony, what's his face? That
Brothers.
Yeah, Tony Brothers been fine. There's no issues with Tony Brothers.
We also haven't had him this year, though.
Okay, but all right,
he's
fair.
been fine. 43,
he's been great.
22 games. We haven't had him this year.
I don't know, man.
Did you like that little poll,
trip.
that Tim Donaghy video I sent you last night?
That was
Scott Hastings.
That was
appearance?
on 60 Minutes.
Yeah.
Michael Malone Show is brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to exit 243, the Central City Parkway, your 4 lanes to fun. Coach, how you doing?
Doing well, guys. Doing well. How are you?
We're doing great.
Voice is better than the last time we talked.
Sound good.
Yeah, they're winning.
Yeah, it's improving.
I know why.
Winning helps.
You don't have to say. You don't have to say anything in the fourth quarter. Well, you don't have to scream. I'm sure you're saying things, but how about this run, Coach? Can you maybe just talk about that? This recent stretch, Jokic not really playing in the fourth, kind of doing what you should do, continuing good defense and everything through 4 quarters. It's been a really nice run.
Yeah, obviously, if you go back, our last 14 games were 11-3. And in that stretch, we have the number 1 offense, and that's not a surprise. We know offensively we've always been very gifted and talented, and have always been the top, 4 or 5 spots in the last 7 years. But the reason for the 11-3 in the last 14 and a much improved play is because in that stretch we're also the number 7 defense. And that's where we need to stay. Last year we finished number 8 after the regular season. So an improved defense, an improved 3-point defense especially. And then you couple that with an elite offense and getting contributions from a lot of players. Obviously Nikola has been great. Jamal Murray's playing at a high level. Michael Porter, efficient. Christian Brown running the floor. And the bench has been really solid. Julian, Peyton, Aaron, DJ. So we're getting it's just a team effort right now, which is what I love about our group.
Hey, you mentioned that bench, and I know it's a lot of talk, and you're not blind to the talk and everything else. And I know Aaron's still on the minute restriction, but he seems to have done something, rejuvenated, revitalized. He's been absolutely a positive on that bench. Have you guys yet had discussions of what happens when the restriction's off? Do we leave him here? Do we talk to Aaron? What are we going, or is that still for down the road?
Yeah, it's still for down the road. We're taking this return to play very serious and very with a very patient approach. Aaron Gordon playing is really important to our group, and he's missed a ton of games this year with that calf strain. So we're not going to push the envelope. Our group is playing really well right now. We're going to go slow and steady, wins the race. We want to get him back, not just for the next game, but we want him to be back for the rest of the season.
Right.
And we have 12 games to go before the All-Star break. So slowly but surely we'll get him back. We'll increase his minutes. He's done a great job. You look at his minutes last night. He's got 19 points, 6 of 7 from the field, 3 of 3 from the three-point line. So Aaron's just been terrific for us. And then when he's back and that restriction is lifted, then we'll make a decision on what's best for our group. And Aaron, being the selfless leader that he is, he's going to be down for whatever is best for our unit. And that's what you have to love and respect about Aaron Gordon and his mindset and his maturity.
Well, one guy to me that seems like he's sure been benefiting from AG coming off the bench looks like it's Julian. It just looks like AG is feeding him left and right, and Julian's not been afraid to shoot. Do you feel like Julian Strawther's maybe flipped a switch that is ready to stay on at all times now?
Yeah, I mean, Julian, for me, people forget, this is just year 2 for him, and he only played half a year last year because of the knee injury. So I think Julian, has been outstanding for us. Last 14 games, 11 points a game, shooting 37% from three. And as you said, more important than the numbers and the stats is how he composes himself and the confidence and the aggression he's playing with. And I'm calling plays for him, and he's shooting the ball, he's driving the ball, he's finishing, he's making plays for his teammates. So I just see a really aggressive and confident Julian Strawther right now. And he's not the only one. I mean, Peyton Watson, another young player, Christian Brown, who's been outstanding as a starting two-guard this year, is also a young player. And those guys, the confidence that they're playing with right now is great to see, because you need the young guys to continue to develop at a rapid pace, and they are.
It's crazy that Nicola's not had to play in the fourth quarter for several games here. You're up by 23 going in the fourth quarter last night. I do wonder when you start getting ants in your pants, like, what do I got to put him back in?
Which it never happened last night.
I know, but like, and I'm sure it's the vibe of the game has a lot to do with it. But I was curious if you could take us through the process of, like, if you can rest him, it'd be the ideal thing to do. You don't really want to put him back in. But what process do you go through during a game to say, all right, I do got to put him in here for a couple minutes, or maybe I don't, and we're going to be just fine?
Well, to your point, you're up by 23 going to the fourth quarter. Our bench unit has been playing well. They played the game, in the first half when Nicole was on the floor. So you have confidence in that group. At the same time, in this league, you see it almost every night. A 23-point lead can disappear in a heartbeat. With the three-point line, the way teams get hot, turnovers, whatever may be the case. So if 23 goes down to 13, you're getting Nikola Jokic back in. You're getting Russell Westbrook back in.
Yeah.
And luckily last night that wasn't the case. But if you go to the game in Miami, I think it was in Orlando rather, it's a situation where that league gets down to like 16, and then you're asking yourself, well, if I'm going to have to go back to Nikola.
All right.
You don't want him sitting on the bench for 9 minutes and 3 minutes to go. All right, go out there and save the day, because you've been on the bench for a while. So you're just reading the game, reading the flow. And if that group is playing well, you don't have to go back to your key guys. And if a team makes a run, which is going to happen a lot of nights, then you have your safety security blanket. Hey, let's get Nikola back in, play through him, and weather the storm. And luckily we haven't had to do that in the last 4 games, because we've handled and played with maturity and handled that lead well.
You've mentioned it, and I think you mentioned it last night too, but there's just not enough adjectives to talk about what this guy is, what he meant for the town. I was telling these guys here earlier, I did an interview in Grand Junction this morning, and it hits you every once in a while that you just hope the entire state or the region, everybody who's watching on altitude, whatever, realize this is a one-off. This guy is unique. He does things that no one else probably will ever do in a Nuggets uniform. Do you ever sit back, if you had time now, because I know you're in the middle of it now, but do you think there will come a time in your career and you're sitting back with your fish sandwich and a hot toddy going, God dang, I coached 15 years of maybe the greatest player that's ever played.
Yeah, because of course a hot toddy coach goes great with a fish sandwich. We all understand that.
Well, you know what I make sure I do, Scott, and I learned this from my father, I learned it from Chuck Daly. One, I cherish and savor every moment in the NBA and the job that I have, because I realize it's one of 30. So I never take this job for granted and the opportunity that's been given to me. And then I also, even though you are in the season and you have blinders on, it's that bunker mentality game by game, I have to make sure I take my head up out of that bunker sometimes and appreciate the group that we have, the staff that I have, the people that I work with and I work for. And along with that, I understand fully the outstanding luxury that I have in being able to coach a guy like Nikola Jokic, who you can describe him with the stats, the triple doubles, and all the numbers and all those things, that the records he breaks seemingly every night. But more importantly for me, it's the person who Nikola Jokic is. Him, his family, his wife, his kids, his brothers, his mother, his father, everybody. That guy is as humble as they come. And what a great representative of the Denver Nuggets in our community, in our state, in this country, and around the world, because he's humble as they come. He doesn't want the attention. He just wants to be a part of the group. He wants to win. He's almost embarrassed by the attention, and that's what you love about him. All the money, all the fame, all the success, all the MVPs, all the championship, he's still the same kid from 10 years ago. And that's what I love more than anything about Nikola, is that he understands that this is a game. He does it. He loves it. He's great at it. But he's also a really good person that I love working with on a daily basis.
You know, on TNT after the game, he said he thinks he's playing his best basketball ever, which is like, wow. You agree? You think so?
If you look at his numbers, I mean, and I know there's always a constant analysis, like, you know, hey, Nikola's a 3-time MVP and he's putting up career best numbers.
Yeah, crazy.
I mean, 30 points a night, 13 rebounds, 10 assists, almost 2 steals. 56% from the field, and unbelievable 48% from three.
Unreal.
I mean, what can't the guy do? And he does it so efficiently, and he makes it look so easy. And you know, it's weird. Like for me, it's a great thing he's not playing in the fourth quarters, because that means we're playing well. That means that we're up,
right.
And we know that we run Nikola sometimes into the ground. So any chance you can get him rested is great, you know. But then you ask yourself, well, if he played in the fourth quarter, his numbers would be even just more through the roof and
Crazy.
More incredible. But, you know, that's not what it's about. It's about us getting him to rest, because Nikola doesn't care about the awards. He wants to win.
Right.
And he wants to win at the highest level. And for us to do that, a well-rested and a healthy Nikola Jokic is paramount.
And last thing for me, and it's funny, NBA TV right now has highlights of Sacramento and their year and maybe the last couple of years, showing a bunch of games and all this stuff. A good team. I know they got rid of Mike Brown, but they've kind of bounced back the last handful of weeks with Doug Christie at the helm. What are the concerns with Sacramento coming in tomorrow?
Well, to your point, they're playing at a high level. I think they're 9-1 since the coaching change. So you have to give Doug Christie, his staff, the players a ton of credit, because an end-season coaching change is never easy. But those guys have responded. And obviously Doug deserves a ton of credit for getting those guys to respond and to play the way they're playing. When I think of Sacramento, you think of Sabonis in the middle. He's a guy like Nikola that's capable of getting a triple-double every single night. He's a hell of a playmaker. He can score in the post. And he's one of the best rebounders in the NBA, and I think he leads the league in double-doubles on the season. And then you also have a very dynamic backcourt, De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan. So, you know, they're playing tonight. So we finally get somebody on the second night of a back-to-back.
That's cool.
So it's a rest advantage game for us, and we have to take advantage of that. That's the one thing when I think about our team and the standings. You know, we're 27-16. We're 14-8 on the road, which is great, but we're only 13-8 at home. And that's something that we have to start doing a hell of a lot better job of in terms of protecting our home court. And hopefully we can build off of last night's win over Philly and get another one tomorrow night against a very hot Sacramento Kings team.
All right, we'll let you go in a second.
And get 18 fast break points like you did in the first quarter last night.
Hey, you were going to ask him about Dario and Vlatko watching football.
I didn't know if you wanted to share that story. We saw you and the coaches out for dinner in Orlando, but you'd walk by and you saw an amazing thing. You saw Dario and Vlatko watching NFL playoff football.
Yeah, it's funny. I was walking by the bar headed to the restaurant and seated at the one of the tables with a bunch of food.
Dead center.
Was Dario Saric and Vlatko Čančar, a Slovenian and a Croatian, and they're sitting there watching the NFL playoffs. And I'm like, you guys don't even know what the hell you're looking at. But they were into it. And, again, it just when we're on the road and you see guys and you spend time with them, that's what I love about our group, because it definitely is a family atmosphere. And I got a kick out of those guys just hunkered down and with good food, getting ready to watch a playoff game. And good for them.
You know what? I got one. Sorry, one more real quick. Holmes looks like he's doing all right from his Achilles. Looks like he's doing better. You got anything new on him, or just good progress there?
Yeah. No, a big update. He's doing better.
Okay. All right. All right. There you go. All right, Coach.
Big update.
D-Mac, really astute observation.
Yeah, right.
He is. On a serious note, he is doing a lot better. And one thing I love about Deuce, we call him Deuce, is that you're at Summer League, you're dealt just a devastating blow. You tear your Achilles as an incoming rookie. You're going to be out for the year. And one thing that I marvel at with Deron Holmes is just the positive mindset that he has. That kid's always got a smile on his face. His mom and dad did a hell of a job raising him because he's about all the right things. Wonderful personality. But I firmly believe, I'm not a doctor. I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn last night. But I firmly believe when you are dealing with an injury like he is dealing with, your mental is attached to your physical, and his positive mindset is only helping him recover and come back. And as I told him that night in Las Vegas, devastating today, but you're going to come back better, stronger, and improved, and we're going to help you do that. And he's making progress, and he's moving in the right direction, and I'm proud of him for that.
By the way, Coach did hit Bennett from the Denver Post with you got a question in there during the post game last night.
There have been some rambling speeches on some of the muggles asking you questions.
You got a question in there.
Well, no, it happened. Hastings knows it happened in Miami or Orlando, and the guy was asking a question about Nikola, and he was sitting there just ringing off all the stats. Like, I know his stats, bro. What's the question? You know what I mean?
Is he good?
No. Bennett wasn't as bad. I was just breaking his.
I know you are. I know.
I got to break his shoes once in a while.
Yeah. That was good. All right, Coach. Have a great week. Good luck tomorrow night, and got a big road trip. So we'll talk to you next week on the road.
Coach.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
All right. Take care, guys. Have a good one. See you.
Michael Malone Show brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to exit 243. Central City Parkway. Your 4 lanes to fun. No dumb questions next. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction can be rough, that's for sure. And if it happens one time, you probably ignore it a couple times, maybe even then. But if it's become something on the regular and you just sort of avoid the intimacy that makes a relationship special, then okay, it's time to do something about it. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments, they work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule your consult today. The initial visit's only $99. Consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If advised, test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today. 720-440-7900. Online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, no dumb questions. Scott, you got anything? It's a shorter version of this, as we had a great session there with Malone.
Brought to
you by nobody, but brought to you by.
We've been through this.
You got a business, you know.
Nito, stand of the
we
night.
are open for business.
Sponsored by nobody. So I had something happen to me last night. I'm going to turn it into a no dumb question. Have you ever, either in a greeting or a conversation or a passing, and you're kind of leaving or whatever, you say something you're like, and you stop as you walk away going, what did I just say? Have you ever had a what did I just say moment from a conversation?
I've started questions to athletes or coaches, and I have forgotten what I was trying to say in the middle of it.
Then you just go.
You got to keep going until you figure it out.
And I'm sure this has happened to both you guys too. And you just stop, and you just kind of in the back of your mind say, I hope he just says something, whatever it is.
Right.
Have you had that? I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah. I know. I'm pretty.
Did you
much,
literally just forget?
I'm a pro. But anyway, Tyler, you ever have one of those what did I just say moments?
Sure. What's your example? What happened to you?
Here's what happened to me. So I told you at halftime, in the 260, you go up to the concourse there, the two level.
Hold on, really quick. Did you see the Philadelphia mayor with the Eagles thing? She was spelling it out.
Yeah, she forgot the A.
So no, it wasn't just that. It was EGSLES.
Well,
Eagles.
Because she forgot the A. It just ran short of the other letters, and she was trying to fill in the letters. This is the mayor of the city not being able to spell Eagles.
Yeah.
I mean, that does go to what you're saying.
Exactly. A little bit. Yeah.
Oh, you got it? You got to play it real quick before he goes into his.
Let me hear you all saying ELGSES Eagles!
ELGSES.
Actually, I forgot she forgot the A and the G.
ELGSES.
A G after
Eagles!
What did she actually spell? E-L-G Elgas? The Elgas.
ELGSES Eagles!
Elgas.
Elgases. It's plural. She made it plural.
She never got to the A. She never did get to the
Elgases.
A.
Elgases.
She never got the A in there.
Yeah.
Anyways.
So mine, and mine's a 101, so mine wasn't national embarrassment. So I would go up to concert, use the restroom, then you got to come back 260, and people there, and you talk to people, and got a diet drink, and everything. And this guy came up to me, probably early to mid 30s, somewhere there. Say, hey man, listen to you guys every day. Love your show. Blah blah blah. Love you, man. Been watching broadcasts. I said, man, thanks. I said, what's your name? Always trying to get their names down. Hey, okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, man, I just love you guys. I go, here's what I said, and after I said it, I walked 3 steps. I go, did I just say this to him? I said, thanks, son.
I gotta tell you a story off. Hey, I've got to tell you a story off air along those exact same lines. I wish I could say it on air, but I can't.
But I mean, he was a super nice guy, and I tried to give him some time and asked his name, and he said, "Oh, really appreciate you one more time." And I, thanks, son.
Thanks, son.
And I turned around and walked to my seat. I mean, there's a little hallway before you go down where Cos and I sit. And I go, did I just call him son?
That's a great one.
That is hysterical. That's awesome.
Yeah. So I did that, and I figured that's an old man thing.
Why would I just do that? I don't call everybody son.
No.
That just reminded me a little bit of I was.
That's funny.
I was in the up in the press box at a Broncos game. I think it was the year after Kubiak retired. I'd lost all my weight and everything, and I'm in the bathroom in there. You guys know that bathroom. It's only got like 2 little spots in it, and so I go in, and all of a sudden Gary Kubiak comes in behind me, and we're sitting there right in the stall, both taking a leak, and
that's awkward.
He goes, "Damn, boy, you really shrunk up on me." I'm like, wait, hold on.
Whoa.
What are you referring to there, Gary?
That's all right.
What are you referring to?
Well, how much attention was he paying ahead of time?
Damn, boy, you really shrunk up on me.
Oh, that's funny. Did I tell you guys I got locked in that bathroom in that bathroom this year? I got locked in. I had to crawl out.
How do you crawl out?
Where's this at?
It's in the media.
I don't understand. How do you crawl out?
I couldn't.
Oh, are you talking about the stall?
The stall.
Oh.
The toilet. The door.
So now hold on.
I kid you not.
Let's go back to him splattering the front bathrooms up all over there. He had to crawl out of the splatter?
Right.
I had to crawl out of the toilet. Yeah, if you go in that room, I know exactly what you're talking about. There's one stall, like a toilet with a door, and the rest are just urinals in there.
So why didn't you just urinalize it?
Yeah, it was that wasn't going in the urinal.
That was my other no dumb question. Has there ever been an appropriate time to have to take a poop?
Yeah, well, it is what it is, So, the little lock got stuck. I could not unlock the little lock. I locked it. I could not unlock it.
Did you think about lifting weights after that?
Yeah, I don't think it was that. I don't think that's what it was. Well, I don't know what it was.
I mean, you locked it.
I locked it, and it was a little sticky when I locked it. It was like, oh, that's a little weird. But then I could not.
Splatter.
I couldn't unlock it. I had to crawl underneath.
And so you just left it locked for the next 20 people that had to do what you did, and they couldn't.
Wow, nobody else could relieve themselves the rest of the day because you couldn't do that.
I went and I told somebody in the Broncos, whatever. There's a million Broncos people. I go, I did. I said the thing is locked. I couldn't get out. They're like, what are you talking about? I go, I had to crawl out. They looked at me a little like, okay. And that was that. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crawling out
Did you
from
wash your
underneath.
hands?
Oh, yeah. Oh, did I wash my hands?
She got naked and took a shower in the sink.
Hey, you know what I
washed
thought
my
about
hands.
in all these things when we're talking about? Oh, you weren't here when we were talking about the showers and D-Max putting in a personal request for a shower in this building just for him that nobody else will use other than him.
Why wouldn't I let other people use it?
You know what I just thought about the other day?
It's a good point, though.
Remember when D-Mac took a shower at the Broncos facility? Do
That's
you know
a great
this story?
He probably doesn't know the story.
D-Mac took a shower
you wanna do it
at
on
the
our side?
Broncos facility.
I can tell you the story. Big question of the day coming up as well next. Connor McGahee is going to join us in just a little bit. So the big question of the day is really how important is this game for the Avalanche? We'll get to Connor in that and answer that for you in a second. I think it's a big one, and we'll put some perspective to it about Val, the news from Val from this morning. And like I said, Connor here in a second. I'll tell you the shower in the Broncos facility story real quick.
This is unbelievable.
So they had moved the media.
I will never get over this one.
Okay. I'll tell. You don't know the story, right, Scott? You're not
I don't
aware
think
of this?
so.
All right. It's a quick one, relatively. They moved the media from the main building over to the field house. There's a room. It's a pretty big room, but it doesn't have a bathroom. You have to actually leave the room, walk on the practice field just a little bit, maybe, and go to the right, and then you get into the bathroom, and the bathroom's actually like giant. It's gorgeous, but that's what you have to do. Now, in the old media room, there was like one toilet, and everybody could hear your business. That room was like a little tiny thing, and if you had to do some business there, everybody was going to know.
And during training camp, you were waiting in that bathroom all the time.
And keep in mind, the bathroom the D-backs referring to, it's also in that field house. They've got locker rooms for other teams if they want to come during training camp, right? So it's a big old shower. It's actually like a full-on locker room for an entire team.
Well,
right off of it.
Yeah, but there's multiple rooms like that. It's not like it's the only one. So I go in there one day, and Connor's on hold. We're getting Connor. We'll get him in a second. And it's summertime. It's hot, and I try to, for years, take my bike as many days as I possibly can to training camp. But it is like a 100-degree day. And I'm in that bathroom on like a Tuesday, and I'm like, man, they got a shower right there. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm like, damn, son, there's like a whole shower here.
But it's a locker room shower also. It's not like a private shower.
Open, yeah.
There's at least 10 to 12 showers, like full on,
But
a team showers.
You do understand it never gets used.
Right.
You understand that it's never being used. Okay. So the next day, I just take a towel with me, and I'm like, I'll just jump in and shower off. And that's exactly what I did. I just went in there, I turned the shower on, it worked great. I just kind of showered off, and then I made a big mistake.
You told somebody.
I told somebody.
Tyler?
I did not tell Tyler. I know exactly who I told. Zach from DNVR. I told Zach from DNVR, and it's not his fault. I would have blabbed about it too. And then it was like wildfire. It just started going around. That D-Mac had just taken a shower in the facility because it's like, who the hell would ever do that?
Who the hell would do that?
So did any of the PR people talk to you?
No, but they didn't have to because the next day there was a gate that was closed on the shower room in that bathroom. And I had no idea. I did not get in trouble. I did not get spoken to. You can shake your head at it, but did not happen.
I just can't believe the guts you had on it. It's just like the guts to shower at the Broncos facility. Like, who has got the guts to do something like that?
Don't pipe me in the shower naked, because I'm going to grab some winky.
Well, your boy. I got one shower in the field house.
There you go. Good Lord, dude. Like, that ain't your building. That ain't your office.
Well,
he showered at the Bronco facility, so does it surprise you that he made his own office here?
No, not at all.
You say it's not my facility.
It
was the bathroom provided to the media that we were supposed to go to. And as part of the bathroom that's provided to the media, there was a shower there. How there's some things I can use a urinal, but not the shower?
Yeah, that's the way that works.
Really
Yep.
It only happened one time.
Let's see if Connor's ever showered at Ball Arena.
That would be awkward. I don't know how. Connor, have you ever showered at Ball Arena?
No, but you know the altitude green room that we have there.
Yes.
There's a shower in there.
There is a shower in there.
There is?
Scotty knows.
Right off the press? There is?
But I've never used it.
I didn't know that.
But I've never used it, and neither can you. It's off limits to you.
Why is it off limits to me?
I
got one of these blue. I got one of these blue badges.
You need a black badge for that one.
Oh, I need a black badge. You got to. Wait, your badge is.
Okay.
Yeah.
But why would you need to take a shower at Ball Arena?
Well, you wouldn't. I mean, I don't. Yeah, right. If I was taking my bike down there.
In an emergency, mi casa, su casa, right?
Yeah.
Friend in need is a friend indeed. So if you needed to, I wouldn't want you to make a habit out of it. I don't think.
Yeah, the Broncos didn't want me to make a habit out of it either. So
I wouldn't think so either.
The best part about it is they didn't say anything; they just blocked it off.
They had a gate the next day. There's a gate drawn. I'm like, oh, I just should have kept my mouth shut. If I kept my mouth shut, I'd have been fine.
Yeah. You'd have had a personal shower place the rest of the summer.
I might have. Nobody would have ever noticed it.
Did you bring a bar of soap with you?
No,
it's
probably.
on the wall, right? You didn't need to.
I brought a shower caddy. I know the whole thing. Brought the whole thing right
No,
in
you
there.
didn't.
No,
Little bathroom bag, little mini body wash, like carry on side.
Soap on a rope.
When Jeff Legwald saw me with the loofah, he thought, that's unusual.
Yeah.
But, Connor, okay, the call tonight. I'm going to say, and let's get your vibe on it. Bummer news about Val this morning, okay? That he's had a setback and he's week to week, which who knows how long that's going to be.
And we've seen how much the team needs him.
Yep, we know that. It would be a bummer to only get 4 points out of a possible 10 on a 5-game homestand. We know that too. We know there's an 8-point difference between Winnipeg and the Avs, and we know Hellebuck, regular season, has shut them out for 180 straight minutes. By all those measures, I'm going to say this is the biggest game of the year, regular season. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's so many factors that go into it. And both teams are coming off games that they underperformed. I don't know if you saw Scott Arniel's comments after the Jets lost 5 to Utah the other night, but he called it a horse-s effort.
Gotcha.
Underwhelming there, so response time for them. I think underwhelming for the Avs versus Minnesota, response time for them. So this is a huge hockey game tonight. I mean, Winnipeg has lost 2 in a row. Again, over the past 4.5 weeks, they've come back to earth a little bit. But I think this means a lot for the Avs, too. If you want to compete for the division, look, you're in the playoffs, right? I mean,
yes.
you could make it as a wild card team, that's fine. But if you want to compete for the division against Dallas, Minnesota, and Winnipeg, this is a game you have to have tonight because – 6 points is definitely attainable, especially if you're going to go through stretches where you alternate wins and losses. Scotty, what'd you call that Nuggets schedule back a couple months ago? The Christmas tree schedule: red, green, red, green, red, green.
Right.
Keep your stick on the ice. If that's going to be the case, then you're not going to go on runs where you're getting 10 out of 12 points and are able to leapfrog teams. So yeah, this is big for a lot of reasons tonight. If you're alternating wins and losses, it's a win tonight, and the home team has won every game in the series this season. So I think that combined with the Avalanche knowing that they got to do a lot of things better, this actually should be a great game tonight and one that the Avs probably need to have.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Hey, Connor, why do you think conversation stalled out a little bit with Mikko? Do you think there's no chance he actually hits free agency, right?
Absolutely not. I don't think. Here's the thing. So escrow payments have been canceled for the rest of the year with the expectation that the cap is going to go up a significant amount more than people thought, right? So if you're probably negotiating for a new contract, you know that a team's salary cap is going to go up, and they will have more to spend percentage-wise on you. And I have no idea what's happening, but that's what I think is happening. There's no rush to get it done because both sides could be happy with the number, knowing for sure what the salary cap is, which we don't know yet. That'll be in the summertime. So, I mean, remember, this has happened before. Landeskog was the 11th hour with his negotiations. I just think that with the news about the increased cap number, that changes the timing of negotiations. If you knew for a fact right now that the cap was going to stay, say, at $88 million for next season, you could negotiate knowing, how much you're paying each of your superstars, so on and so forth. But with the ambiguity of not knowing exactly what the cap is going to be, but knowing it is going to go up significantly, I think that's the big X factor in all this.
There's a big difference if the cap goes up 10% or if the cap goes up 3%, right? I mean, that really changes.
You're talking about, paying, you're paying McKinnon a certain, 14% of your salary cap. And then, if the cap goes up higher, then I don't know, what do you pay, what percent of the cap do you pay Mikko Rantanen? So, these are all the factors that go into it. And I don't think for one second that Mikko Rantanen will become a free agent. I think he's an Av for the duration. I really do.
D-Mac mentioned a while ago, and Bednar was on the morning show and said it also yesterday, right, about Nichushkin's injury. I brought this up, and I'll ask you, and I don't know if there's a good answer. I mean, his skill set is different than what some of the other guys and forwards have been able to do. But it's been 3 years, all right? 2 years ago in the postseason, we had the thing in Seattle. Last year, again, we missed him in the postseason. He plays a style that there's no one else on the roster that plays like him, and he's very talented too. I mean, don't sleep on that. But is it incumbent on this team to find somebody that can at least have some of those skills that he brings to the game when he's not here?
I just don't know who. I
don't see
maybe collectively, but I mean, you can't have it all wrapped into one retainer like you had with Val Nichushkin. Yeah. I mean, in basketball parlance, Scotty, to have a big who can shoot and do everything. Nikola Jokic, right? Like Val Nichushkin is a guy with size that has a ton of skill too. 5-on-5 impact player, power play impact player, penalty kill impact player. And even look, the Avs aren't the biggest forward group, and that's where they miss him because if you're trying to dump it in and dig the puck out of the corner, if you do everything right, the amount of times where the Avs in his absence have been one and done, you know what I mean? Dump the puck in, but you can't win the battle, and all of a sudden, the Wild are back the other way. That happens less frequently when Val Nichushkin is in the lineup because of his wingspan and his skill with the puck. So to have a guy that has size and skill is rarer in the National Hockey League, and what makes him so valuable.
Like you could say, just for the sake of argument, Miles Wood is kind of, I mean, it's not the same, but like he's size, he plays forward, he's physical, that sort of thing. But he's injured. The only other guy I could think of, Connor, but it'd be weird because he's more of a penalty killer, would probably be Logan O'Connor, I guess. But like it'd be probably hard to move Logan around. But I don't know. I'm probably stretching right here. Like,
yeah, again, I don't think it's going to be one guy, though, D.
Yeah.
I think you'd have to, okay, who's a guy who can be a bowling ball and then free it up for, that's why I think that second line worked so well against Dallas the other day. I mean, that's the perfect example because you had Lehkonen, Middlestat, and Jonathan Drouin. You had the tenacity of Lehkonen, and then you had the skill and the smarts of Middlestat and Drouin working together to score 10 points combined versus the Dallas Stars.
Different style, though, because there's no size, not real size there, not huge guys.
No, but the way that Lehkonen plays is like playing a big guy, right? I mean, he comes through and, good stick lecky, as the kids say, and all that. But so you have his, defensive forward prowess to free it up for Middlestat and Jonathan Drouin to make plays. And I think that's what I'm talking about. That's the best example of replacing Val Nichushkin by committee.
All right. Great stuff, Connor. 7:30 puck drop, right? So
7:30 tonight because it's Scotiabank Wednesday night hockey in Canada. So thanks for that.
Hey, tell me about Giovanni Smith, though. What are your thoughts on his since the trade?
Where is he?
I was going to ask.
I don't
talk about who?
Giovanni Smith? I think he's with the Eagles. He's not on the team, is he?
Down with the Eagles. Yeah.
He's not.
And Ivan back up again.
Oh, really?
For the game tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. Their big guy now is Keaton Middleton. That's their that guy right now. Who he is huge, by the way.
Josh.
Josh Manson is too. Yeah. So they're those are those guys. Those guys though, Connor are. I mean, listen, you got to have those guys. But there's so much less fighting in the NHL.
Well, I don't even need a fighter. I just need what Connor said a while ago. I need a physical dude and presence on the offensive side of the ice.
Well, they don't have anybody. I mean, those are two defensemen. And,
Smith's a forward.
Who? No. Oh, right, I guess. Yeah, true. But he doesn't have they need defensemen, though. Like, you're not going to put...
need somebody busting people in front of the offensive net.
Yeah, but you're not going to put a fourth-line guy doing that.
Scotty's saying you need some size up front.
Yes, I got you.
That's what I'm saying.
Which I don't disagree with, yeah.
Yeah, but you're not going to use a fourth liner in the same role that you would use Nichushkin in. Like, he's not good enough. No offense to Giovanni Smith. He's just not good enough.
And that's right. Remember before the Seattle series in regular season, D-Mac said This right now, he might be playing better than anybody else in the NHL. That's how good Nichushka was at one time.
He was.
Yeah, I think he had goals in 4 or 5 before he got hurt, right, on New Year's Eve versus Winnipeg. So, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, he'll just go on a tear like that and either quietly or not so quietly score. And then I have contested for years that he should be in the Selke conversation, which is the trophy for the best defensive forward in the National Hockey League.
Crazy.
Barkov, Bergeron, that type of player. And that, to me, that's Val Nichushkin. He should write it in that regard.
All right, bud. Great job as always. We'll listen to you on the Social Bank call. What is tonight? Is tonight
Wednesday night
force,
hockey?
Are we doing a force of nature against a hot tub component?
Yes, tonight is, and I was on with Winnipeg Radio earlier today, and even they laughed at that. And they said, "Is that true?" And I was like, I said, like from Big Lebowski and John Goodman, "Am I wrong? Am I wrong?" And I said, "No, you're not. Technically, a jet is a hot tub component."
Oh, that's too good. All right, thanks, Connor. I'll see you later tonight.
See you, boys.
There you go, Connor McGahee. Can you believe Val's like that? I mean, golly, man.
Well, it answers why the demise in the postseason last 2 years.
Yeah.
Can we?
Because he is that important.
He's that
We've
important.
seen it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh. That's a good break for the Nuggets. They are healthy, man.
They're getting that way, aren't they?
They really are. Is there anybody that's really? Oh well, elbow. Are we concerned?
And Gordon's still. I mean, that
we gotta be careful there.
They're going to be super careful with that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we don't want anything long term. But it's knocking on wood, man.
Knock on wood. Win a bunch of games between now and the All-Star break, and then you get 8-day rest or something like that.
This is a big one tonight for the Avalanche. This feels like it matters. And then they go on a little bit of an East Coaster to Boston and New York. 2 afternoon games, by the way, this weekend for the Avalanche on the road.
Wow.
Kind of a back-to-back games, afternoon games. The probably is not going to be good.
Not in both of them.
Well, routine, man. It's weird to play games that is not within your routine.
Yeah, I know. And they got 2 of them this weekend against Boston and the Rangers. I don't know. This could be a sticky little
But that means
road
you're
trip.
also on national television, so people should be a little fired up.
Here's what you don't want. 10 possible points. 10 possible points. You do not want to walk away from a 5-game homestand with 4 out of 10 points.
Because we talked about before this started, you wanted 8 or 10.
Well, don't you think?
Yeah.
Let's Football Go comes up next.
Hey guys, Tyler Plums here, my friends over at Phil Longford. I've been a customer there since my rookie year in the NFL. I've easily bought 4 or 5 vehicles since 2008, and I'm a customer for life because I know them, I love them, I trust them. That's what you're going to do. The first time you buy a vehicle from Phil Longford, you're going to become a customer for life because you realize it's a different type of car dealership. They're going to respect you. They're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in, get you out. They're going to give you the best price. And when you go to Phil Longford, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right now. So whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, they're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Longford. If you've not tried one of those electric vehicles, you're missing out. Guys, give a test drive to that Ford F-150 Lightning or the Mach-E Mustang. Incredible vehicles, incredibly fast, incredibly fun. And you're going to be grateful that you went to Phil Longford because you don't have to drive all over the state of Colorado trying to find your vehicle of your dreams. Just go to Phil Longford, get the best price, find the vehicle that you want. Keep in mind, they've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at phillongdenver.com.
That's good, Dad. Yeah, that was Christian Brown being asked, are you rooting for the Bills this weekend, as he's a Kansas legend, but he is not a Chiefs fan. And he gave a very politically correct answer. Maybe we can play that again before the end of the show.
At least you got straight to the question, D-Mac.
I try to get right to it. I don't need to tell you Nikola Jokic is a good player. You already know that. I did point out to him he wore a Broncos jersey at a Chiefs game, though. I did establish that bad boy. We'll get to it later. Let's Football Go, brought to you by MountainHighAppliance.com. We love those guys at Mountain High Appliance. Thank you. Dan Buds, Quinn Tanner, let's Football Go.
All right, guys, ESPN has an idea for the Broncos coming up for free agency. So they say the Broncos promise to take a measured but potentially aggressive approach to free agency when the NFL's annual signing period kicks off in March. The goal this spring is clear: improve the supporting cast around budding franchise quarterback Bo Nix. So, to that extent, ESPN's Benjamin Solak recently named former Pro Bowl running back Aaron Jones as an ideal fit for the Broncos, assuming he reaches the open market. So Jones is coming off a good 2024 campaign with the Vikings. He is 30 years old, but he had 255 carries, 1,138 rushing yards, 4.5 yards per carry, pretty good. 5 touchdowns, and 51 catches for 408 yards and 2 receiving scores. Do you guys like Aaron Jones fit?
Well,
potentially.
Is he a joker, a smoker, a midnight toker? Is he a joker? Is that who he is, Tyler?
No. He's a running back. Yeah.
Well, are we dumping all of our running backs then? Or are we just getting rid of everybody?
Well, not Jaleel. Jaleel will stick around.
He is?
Yeah. You'll always have a role for Jaleel McLaughlin on this team, or a guy like him. And in the interim, I really think the only guy you totally dump is Javonte. You'll probably keep Audric Estime around simply just because he's young, but you don't have any real plans for him.
Well, Sean Payton, you don't have to read the tea leaves. He said he wants a 2 running back system.
Yeah, and I think Jaleel will be the number 2. I'd be surprised if he wasn't.
Well, then why are we drafting Cam Scatterbo?
Well, you need number 1.
Okay.
To answer the question on
Aaron
Aaron
what if
Jones,
it was Aaron Jones and Cam Scatterbo?
Okay, I mean, I'm not saying that's an impossibility.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you could always keep Jaleel as your number 3.
I just want Cam Scatterbo. That's all I want.
Aaron Jones, if you go to Spot Rack, they'll do these projected contract values, which it's kind of like looking at Zillow. It's not ever accurate, but they say that his next contract value should be around $5.6 million. That's not terrible for a guy in his 30s. It's a decent chunk of change, but it's not an unbearable amount. He's a good football player. I don't know. I think you got to go back to the wheelhouse. Who's got experience with Sean Payton? Is there anybody else out there? I mean, obviously Alvin Kamara, but no thank you. I don't know anybody else, though.
Do you think the joker position will come from something other than a running back?
I do.
Where do you think it's coming from?
Either wide receiver or tight end.
Okay. Not running back.
It can be a running back. It can, but it's much easier to get a Deebo Samuel, to get a tight end that can be versatile. Put him out in the slot, bring him in, put him in the backfield, things like that.
Well, does Mims stay in that role?
I think it's pretty clear that he's not happy with Mims in that role.
Okay, but they had to try something.
Well, he was the best that he had this year.
Scott, you with us?
Yeah.
Okay. Next story, Dan.
All right,
just waiting for an opening there, D-Mac.
So the Houston Texans say they might think Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs receive favorable calls from game officials, not just the Texans, pretty much anybody outside of Kansas City.
Yes.
But Patrick Mahomes, fellas, shocker, says he doesn't agree. I don't feel that way, Mahomes said Wednesday as the Chiefs begin their preparations for the AFC Championship game against the Bills. He said at the end of the day, the referees are doing their best to call the game as fair and as proper as they possibly can. And all you can do is go out there and play the game that you love as hard as you can and live with the results. I think that's what we preach here in Kansas City.
And yet there's all the films going on of Patrick Mahomes after they lost to Buffalo. And he's basically going off on the officials and
Chris
chasing them out.
Jones and Travis Kelce.
Yeah, so just play as hard as you can and just stay with your results.
I saw.
As long as we win.
AI is a interesting tool.
Dude.
The memes coming out are
It's getting a little
glorious.
scary, yeah.
It is way too accurate.
The kitty cats that can sing rock songs now is unbelievable.
What AI is generating with Patrick Mahomes and referees is
I'm kissing.
Well, that was a hell of a kiss.
A little X-rated.
It's a kiss.
It made me feel awkward.
That was a long kiss.
It was just like, okay.
Was that before or after he won the 7th straight game with that guy?
Yeah. Next story, Dan.
All right, we talked a little bit about this earlier, but the full-time position of Travis Hunter remains unclear despite the draft being a few months away in April. So Hunter obviously won the Heisman Trophy playing both wide receiver and cornerback at the University of Colorado. So Mel Kiper has Hunter going to the Browns, like we talked about earlier in his latest mock draft. The Browns would likely use him primarily at receiver and then sprinkle him in at cornerback in specific situations. According to Lance Zierlein, however, 3 of the 4 teams he's spoken to about Hunter have him graded as a full-time cornerback who will also play some snaps at wide receiver. Is there any world that you guys can envision where Travis Hunter is essentially doing what he did at CU and playing the majority of the game on both sides of the ball, or do you think the NFL is going to make him pick one side or the other?
The NFL ain't going to make him do nothing. The team.
Well, the team that drafts him.
We just talked about a joker. I mean, there's a guy who can be a little joker differently than anybody else does. You know, I think he's going to look at it. What was the one quote? Didn't we just have him quoted this week? Where, well, I got to get some of that money. Where's that money from? Talking about new NIL stuff. Who's going to pay him more, cornerback or wide receiver?
Wide receiver. We know that. We've been through it.
There's your answer.
Yeah, it's about the highest paid wide. Well, there's about 12 wide receivers that are making $28 million or more, and corners. First of all, there are no corners making that, but the corners are like a step below that. They're just a notch below. But there's like a dozen dudes that are that. So it's close. It's close, but it definitely at the top level is going to be wide receiver. Wide receiver is just a more important position in the NFL right now than corner.
Because everyone wants points and not defense.
That's right.
There's 5 guys in the NFL right now at the corner spot making $20 million or more, and 2 guys making 24.
Right. It's Surtain and who's the other guy?
Jalen Ramsey.
Wow, really?
Jalen
That is
Ramsey's making
amazing.
24, and you know what? Jalen's still a hell of a player. He really is.
On his third team.
Yeah. To answer Dan's question about will he be able to play that amount of football? It won't be every snap. There's no way. But I actually do think he's going to play a lot on both sides of the ball. I do. Personally, I think it makes sense to have him be a starting wide receiver. And wide receivers are always in a rotation anyways, right? So they're in certain packages, certain personnel that they get a breather anyways. And then you make him your dime or nickel guy on defense, which plays a lot. I mean, your sub packages are in more than your base packages on defense anyways.
Well, I'm looking at Mel Kiper's mock draft. Some interesting twists and turns in this one.
What we got?
Well, maybe we'll get to that in a little bit. Just because I know.
You
just want to leave?
We're in let football go, so.
You want?
No,
all right, let me get
I prefer to do a whole segment on it.
No, we'll do it really quick. So we went through 1, 2, 3, where Shadur is going actually 3 and Travis going 2. Tyler Warren, and I've seen this multiple times, 14 to the Colts. Okay. So whatever the Colts need, and I've seen the Dolphins also interested. So I don't know if Tyler Warren really makes it to 20. I mean, I'm seeing this over and over and over again. Obviously, these teams have needs at that same position. So that's kind of bad news for the Broncos there. This is interesting. It's got the Cowboys taking Luther Burden III, who we just talked to Leggy about the other day, the wide receiver out of Missouri.
Tell me what you know about Luther Burden.
Well, I know a little bit more about him because I talked to Leggy.
Leggy said he's not 6 foot tall.
Right.
I remember that.
Yeah, that's about it. But, good for him. Missouri had a pretty decent year. Mel's got the Broncos taking Ashton Genty at 20. Yeah, got your eyes going on
I don't think that's insane. I'd be surprised if Ashton made it all the way to 20, but he is a running back. Okay, that's not an insane thought at all that he would fall to 20.
Okay, and they got Egbuka from Ohio State, 21 to the Steelers, and Colson Loveland, 22 to the Chargers. So in his mock draft, he has the Broncos making a decision between the top running back, a very, very good wide receiver who's got a little bit more size.
Or the second tight end.
What an interesting conversation.
I would take Ashton.
You would take Ashton.
If that was what the board was, you had Cleveland, you had Ashton, and then whatever. For me, the wide receivers is whatever. I would absolutely take Ashton Genty there.
What do you think, Scott?
Well, didn't Leggy say a lot of teams are going to be able to find wide receivers deep, 4 or 5 even?
Yes.
So,
yep.
And you got 3-6, so you probably can move a couple of those if you need to move up one round. I think tight end is a missing link on this team since your Super Bowl year, to be honest with you.
I like Colson Loveland. Did I say his name wrong last time?
No, you got it. Well, you got it there.
I like Colson Loveland a lot. He is probably not as good in the Joker role as Tyler Warren would be. Tyler Warren had like 280 yards rushing, which is actually pretty crazy in college because they don't really do that with tight ends like they do in the NFL. So he's already built to be the Joker. But I'll tell you this, Colson Loveland, for a wide receiver type of body that plays tight end, he's not afraid to put his nose in it in the running game.
All right, let me ask it this way. Is Ashton Genty Saquon Barkley?
Not as big, is he?
I think they're somewhat similar.
Look,
he's not Derrick Henry.
It's asking a lot, but do I think he's got that type? Yeah, I think he's got a chance to be like that. Sure, he's got a really good chance at it.
Yeah, he is smaller, 5'9". What is Saquon Barkley? I mean, if the answer is,
I don't know. Saquon Barkley can squat 650.
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley, what do we got on Saquon?
6
foot. Oh, yeah, Saquon's way bigger.
Wait, how tall did you say Ashton was?
5'9", which is probably really 5'7" and a half. I would know that.
I do not want him at 20.
He is a smaller dude. Gosh darn it. Because you see the power of Saquon Barkley right now and how just unbelievable that is. Can a 5'9" guy be that?
Yeah.
You think so, huh?
Yeah. I don't think at the running back position the height matters that much at all.
Okay.
Can he catch? What do you do catching a football? Because, Reggie Bush, how big was he?
I don't know if they needed to throw it to him.
Reggie was taller than you think, but he was light.
What was the other guy only had in that area?
Genty only had 23 catches last year. But, I mean,
they handed the ball off to him every freaking play.
Right. He had 374 carries for 2,600 yards.
Yeah.
His numbers are ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think I'd take Genty.
Really?
No.
You crazy, dog.
Nope.
You crazy.
He's it, this year as running backs in the first round. He is it. There's not another guy.
He might be it until the fourth round.
Right. I don't know, man. I think it's all about where you project him to be. Is he really that special or not? If you don't think he's that special, fine.
I think he's a can't-miss prospect.
But
does that mean he's going to be Saquon? That's not what I mean. But I think he's a can't-miss prospect in terms of if you draft him in the first round, you won't regret it.
Well, give me another comparable then if it's not Saquon. Because Saquon to me, and he's not Derrick Henry because Derrick's kind of in this world by himself. Barkley's 6 foot, that's more reasonable.
Done in Tampa Bay all the years.
Warwick Dunn, he's about 5'9". He's a smaller dude. You're about right on that.
And then Sproles.
Sproles is even smaller.
And he was with
but Sproles was always
Peyton, right?
I don't know.
I'll give you one.
Yeah.
Kenneth Walker. He reminds me a lot of Kenneth Walker.
I don't know if that does it for me.
But better. But I'm just talking about running styles.
Man, I'm gonna be conflicted as hell if that's a choice.
He's can't miss. You won't regret it. I can't promise you he'll be Saquon Barkley, but you're not gonna regret having him on your football team.
All right, it's PhD here on 925. So I don't know if you caught it, but Pause, the DJ for the Nuggets games, who does a great job. He's smart, man. He pays attention to stuff. And it came out that Many Men, this song right here, according to DeAndre Jordan, is Jokic's favorite song that he can do word for word. So when they were introducing the Nuggets last night, I don't know if you caught this or not, when they came out on the court, they used this song for the Nuggets to run out onto the court.
Really?
And Jokic was laughing his ass off because everybody was giving a hard time about it. It's crazy how things go, but he was asked about it on TNT.
Goalie Jokic, I heard something on the internet from DeAndre Jordan, and I just want to see. Many men.
No, I'm not.
Wish death upon
DJ,
me.
DJ is
Blood in my eyes,
teammates.
dog, and I can't see.
I love the song.
I'm
but
trying to be what I'm destined to be.
No.
Now
singing in
Serbian. Do you know every word to Many Men by
No,
G- by
he's lying. He's
You
straight
know
up
every
lying.
word.
Like,
Cut it out.
I don't know. I don't know the anymore, but I'm gonna teach it. Maybe I need to perform. I think that's gonna be.
Wow! All-star game. I love that. Yes. Nikola Jokic, congrats on the
I
win,
will
bud.
need 3-4 months to get probably all the words.
We'll
so
give you
bye.
time. Or 3 weeks.
Can you imagine Jokic with 50 Cent on All-Star Weekend on stage singing Many Men?
He's got to come out to it at
Are
least, don't
you-
They've got to at least introduce him to it.
It was funny last night. I don't know if Pause is going to keep doing that for every game. Meanwhile, we had some other foolishness. It is kind of charming how Shaq tries to speak Serbian to Jokic on a pretty regular basis.
In the past, it's like, Shaq, that's Russian.
Right. So Shaq is using some sort of like translator.
AI translator, yeah.
Yeah. So here's how that went last night.
19 for Aaron Gordon. It's beginning to click. And we are now joined by the three-time MVP, Nikola Jokic. And Shaquille O'Neal has something for you.
Only Jim Bozo.
Good job, Shaq.
Which one is that?
Great job, big man. Only jumping so.
It's pretty cool.
Hey, Shaq
It's
has
fun.
kind of adopted him, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he likes it. I think it's fun. I think they have great respect for each other. I think it was a little awkward sort of in the beginning, but I think it's way past that point. I think it's kind of cool.
Talk about polar extreme centers. I mean, those two guys, there's nothing similar about those two guys.
I talked to Shaq's coach in Orlando.
Yeah.
He's still working with Orlando. And we were talking about the big guy and Nikola. And he said, listen, Shaq was just so physically overpowering everybody in his area. He said, but this guy does it with skill and finesse and moving and being. So
you're
pretty well respected.
Their games don't have a lot in common. Jokic is so much more, as I look at it, like Larry Bird. It's ridiculous. And he's better.
He's bigger for sure.
He's bigger and he's better than Larry Bird, which is
pretty wild,
crazy.
man.
Oh,
What a statement that is, and it's hard to argue against.
Yeah, Bird was a better outside shooter, of course.
Overall, it seems like.
But in terms of just their total games, this is not easy for me to say here, being a gargantuan Larry Bird fan growing up. But and we're talking the top of the mountain here. But I think Jokic is there.
Well, when Nowitzki came out, they tried to compare him to Bird. Nowitzki's game.
Bird was way better than Nowitzki.
Never.
Not even close.
Yeah, not even close.
Because it's not close. Nowitzki's a Hall of Famer. It's the whole
Great
thing.
scorer,
Right, all that. He ain't Bird. Jokic is like Bird, but he's a bigger version. He's better.
You know when we should have known Joker was coming? Remember the first handful of times he started playing against like Marc Gasol, who was the all-star center from the West, right, playing in Memphis. And all of a sudden he started dominating Marc Gasol. And then by the second or third game against Nowitzki, he's crushing Nowitzki. First game he plays against Duncan, he drops 20 on Duncan. I mean, should we have just said right then going,
maybe.
Ooh.
But here's why I don't think we were that anxious. The second round was something. There's a lot of big dudes in the NBA period. I don't know if you caught it, when they were teenagers, Karl Anthony Towns dunking on Jokic in some sort of camp sort of thing. It wasn't all there for Jokic right away. It definitely was not. It was a, It took a little time. Karl Anthony Towns looked like a man when he was like 17 years old. He was unbelievable. I mean, there was guys that it was. Jokic didn't look like that. He wasn't like that. He got there though.
Towns is still a great player. I still thought Minnesota.
No doubt. But any moron could see that this guy, Karl Anthony Towns, is going to be something.
Yeah.
You'd be crazy if you saw the video of the two of them playing at that time to think that's going to be the guy, not that guy. One last one here. Jokic about Westbrook.
I just love the connection because I just need to look at him and I think he exactly knows what I'm thinking. So he just waited. I'm kind of a little bit slower, so he just waited me to get to the spot. And he passed it always on the right time, so he always play. I mean, he's a great player. I think people and teams that he was passed misunderstand him and didn't give him the opportunity to be who he is.
Jamal, you can just stay over here.
But see, there's still the self-deprecating, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so slow. He just waits till I get to the spot.
All right.
There is a connection there, though.
Nice roll for the Nuggets. Tonight, huge game for the Avs. I really do think this one means just a little bit more. A lot of games left. I get it. But it's time to make a little bit of a statement. And now we know with this Val news, and I'm sure Nate and Andy are going to talk about it. But yeah, I wonder if the Avs have been kind of waiting for Val just to walk back in the room or something, and you're kind of waiting around for something. That's not happening. So we'll see how it goes down. But we'll get Nate and Andy reacted to it coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You know what? I got one. Sorry, one more real quick. Holmes looks like he's doing all right from his Achilles. Looks like he's doing better. You got anything new on him, or just good progress there?
Yeah. No, a big update. He's doing better.
Okay. All right. All right. There you go.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Back the other way comes Westbrook. Throws it off in the corner over to Michael Porter Jr. Back behind him, back over to Westbrook. Westbrook split the defenders. Great pass to Michael Porter Jr. Won't go. Rebound fought for. Grabbed by Jokic. Goes up. Got it! Quadruple team!
I'm a big fan. He's my childhood hero. He's the best player in the league.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Hey, all right, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. I am Kreckman. He is Lindahl. We're with you until 6 p.m. today. We have much to do on this here radio show. We got hockey tonight. We have the Avalanche and the JETS Winnipeg Jets. They don't have a new coach. The other Jets have a new coach.
Yeah.
But not those Jets.
People are hiring people, finally.
They sure are.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Just get some out of the way. Because you just heard the story from D-Mac that he told on his show.
I did.
About the showering.
Yes.
I need a quick straw poll, to borrow Brett Kane's language. 303-504-0925.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever have to shower in public at school? I feel like the show before us, now probably not Tyler, but Tyler because he played football for so long that they're just used to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I was never in the service or anything. And I got lucky in high school. They wanted us to shower after gym class, but somehow I went 3 years of having it, or maybe even it was always at the end of the day for me. So they didn't care what we did then.
Uh-huh.
You can just go home. Are you of the showering generation where you're used to just, let's all walk in as a class and take a shower?
So I recall from the first day of sixth grade, okay?
Okay.
Sixth grade was when we made the jump from elementary school to the junior high across the street.
And the hormones are working.
Sure. Yeah. It's the dark curlies that we've talked about before. Yeah, all that.
Changes in the air.
So I recall, but with that change, elementary school, you're in the same class all day, and then you go to middle school and you make the change to you have history, and then you have math, and then you have English, and then you have science, and you go from class to class, and one of those is PE. And so I grew up in the state of Illinois, where it was one of the last states. I don't know if this law is still on the books. I admittedly haven't looked this up in some time, but I did. I did a speech about it in college in a debate forum about the value of physical education. And Illinois was one of the last states that required 5 days a week of PE.
Good.
And so we had to go every single day. You had to, change and put on your uniform. We never had to change. Like in elementary school, when you go to gym class, you just wear your jeans and you go play kickball or whatever. Yeah.
Dodgeball for me.
Exactly. So then you go to junior high, and you have to change into your PE uniform, and you get the little locker and the combo lock. And I remember on the first day of sixth grade gym class, they sat us all down in this smelly, disgusting locker room, and they were like, "This is how you do the showers." And I remember our teacher, Mr. Barry, going through hygiene practices. This is how you wash yourself. This is how you dry. This is the importance of washing and drying and all this stuff. And I remember sitting there thinking, this is really weird.
Yeah. I got it.
Yeah. And so whatever, I took in that lesson, and then I literally never took a shower after gym class. I was an 11-year-old boy. I didn't care if I smelled.
Sure.
And I'm sure I did, because 11-year-old boys smell. But whatever, I went about my life. I never took a single shower after middle school, high school, gym class. After soccer or baseball practice or basketball practice, the sports that I played in high school, I would just go home afterwards. I'd be like, well, I'll take a shower there. Yeah. And so I didn't ever, I've never been public shower guy. is my long way of saying that.
Well, no, I'm with you. I'm trying to figure the age cutoff. We got a ton of people texting in, a lot of people much younger than me saying they still had to do it starting. We didn't have showers in junior high.
Right.
And I went to Vic school and all that. And I could make some smart comments, but I won't. I'll leave that alone. Look up in Westward. At my high school, we had the showers. But again, like I told you, I always had gym at the end of the day, so nobody cared. Neither did I, so I just went home.
Yeah.
I'm not staying at the school any longer than I needed to, right?
Yeah.
As a lacrosse player, we got shoved to it. We literally were like in a broken down trailer next to the football field. They didn't even let us use like the real locker rooms in the field house. They gave that to everybody else. So we certainly didn't have any place to shower. We were lucky to have. It was barely warm enough to get dressed in there some days.
Yeah.
For practice. And I played soccer one year, and again, they never worried about us showering. So yeah, I just like D-Mac's ability to just go, and I did shower at a gym once. I remember Scotty got me to join a gym with him one time, and it was middle of the workday for me. So I would go hit the shower real quick there, but that was about it. And even they kind of had the dividers. I have not ever had to really be public shower guy.
Yeah, when if I go work out at the rec center, I just go home afterwards.
Right. I'll go, yeah.
You know,
and I'm going to use all the hot water.
It's 60 seconds from my home.
Yeah.
I will go there and shower in the benefit of my own home. Yeah, I've never been a public showerer. I remember like our dorm in college at U of I, we had we all had individual stalls with a little curtain. So you didn't have to live that naked life. It feels like a very generational thing to me.
Right.
And I do feel as though maybe you and I are of the generation below that, because, and this is, and I'm not saying, all right, everybody just hang with me and stay mature for a moment, okay? So especially I remember our high school baseball coaches.
Okay.
These guys, and it, I don't know, like, to me, it was always generational. It was strange, but it was generational. They would just sit around in their underwear.
Yeah.
Like in the coach's office, like they were very into locker room culture, you know?
Like the old guy at the gym we always laugh about who just walks around buck naked.
Exactly.
Because he probably served in a war and does not care anymore. He's seen worse.
You got Captain Longballs over there, you know, drying out his stuff in the hand dryer that you use after going to the bathroom. When you go, and I work out at the rec center, so it's the blue hairs in there. Again, like I'm just like, I want to get the hell out of here. Okay. But these guys just, they stand there naked as can be and
used to it.
Chat with each other.
Right. Well, they go take the steam.
Right.
The sauna and the whole deal.
Yeah. And there's like, I think if you're like a high level athlete, you know, college pro, and again, you spend a lot of your life in locker rooms, there's just like a comfort with it.
Sure.
That I never attained.
Well, and look, pro athletes, I never had a body like yours, so I'm sure there's nothing you feel too, too insecure about, you know? D-Mac, on the other hand, I'm trying to understand why there's no insecurity.
Some dudes are just they're more than happy,
completely comfortable
to go be showering amongst the other dudes. So you and I have laughed before about a local baseball Hall of Famer who I quite frankly think he enjoyed slinging the towel over his shoulder and taking the long strut along the clubhouse all the way to the shower, because I think he got a kick out of the whole thing. And, you know, if you turned around and weren't ready for it, it's like, all right, okay.
Matter of fact, one time he turned around and said, "You guys ready for me?" We all said yes, and he took it off, and as we put the mics in, we were like, all right.
Andy, and this is one where I know this makes me a traitor to my industry. We don't need to be in the damn locker room.
Yeah, I do. I like how hockey does it, where there's a true area where they got to strip down. Like, don't the Avs have that back room? At least they did when I was in there every day as a reporter.
Yeah.
They got out of their pads in front of us.
Right.
But then they had another place that they could disappear to for the rest of and that was fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I was never that dude.
Well, right. You're right.
Yeah.
I look back at some of the media policy. Like, again, we do want to get your raw emotion as best we can after a game, but I would be okay if, like, why can't we come to the agreement of, we'll go in there while you're padded up, and then we will get out.
Yeah.
There will be a certain amount of time, and then you guys can have the room.
Yeah, I've always felt as though that was a violation of their personal space.
Well, yeah.
And it was always, to me, that was always strange to me. Like, that should be a sanctum, and we shouldn't be in there. I have always felt. Now, again, simply because that's the way it's been done forever, and it's like the convenience of the whole thing, and so nobody ever changes anything about it. Like, we're going to talk to Kosmiter coming up at 3:20. Big part of his life is just having to walk around a locker room and approach guys and be like, hey, I need to talk football with you right now, and can you answer a few questions for me? And, like, that's the setup as is. I just always found it, again, like, it felt odd and out of place to me. Like, hey, you want to talk to those guys? Why don't you go talk to them where they shower and go take craps?
Well, and immediately. And guys will tell you, Ed used to tell me all the time, because I asked him, how do you guys feel about it? Derek Wolfe even shared a thought with me once upon a time where he's like, look, we all put up with it.
Yeah.
But you got to understand, I'm hungry.
Yeah.
I may have to hit the restroom. I mean, I got things I got to do right after the game. You guys are right there.
Right.
But again, I also appreciate that I do want to catch you in the moment while you're still feeling some of this emotion.
Yeah.
But everyone's so programmed to the answers anyway. I don't know. I have been. Look, I can't totally say that. I've been in some locker rooms where I've got some completely shocking answers. We've all.
Sure.
Although, let's be honest. Again, you and I, you've waited outside. Matter of fact, gosh, who was it? Somebody was tweeting. They heard a little of this coming out of the 76ers locker room last night, where you can sometimes hear the post-game speech if the game were to not go so well.
Oh, those guys are in the bad place. They
yeah.
Sixers,
but when
it's
you
not
hear
good.
A lot of yelling behind the door, you're not like, hey, let me in. Hey, let me go in there and try to push this further.
Yeah, I guess the closest thing I can come to understanding it or deciphering it is that, again, like my high school baseball team especially, because I remember our coaches, the three coaches would sit in there just naked as can be and thrilled to do it. And everybody on my baseball team, which was all my friends in high school, we didn't do that. Everybody just got dressed and went and left. You know, like the locker room was not where we hung out. There was stupid hijinks that happened in there, but not involving everybody in their underwear.
Yeah. I mean, again, look, my sports come to a long way from where it was. We just had the parking lot.
Daniel says, I was just listening to the show in the shower, and that felt weird.
I'm just trying. If anybody knows where this comes from, I've now heard D-Mac. D-Mac last week wanted a shower in here, so I just don't understand why D-Mac likes public showers. That's at the core of this thing.
What?
Yeah.
He was showering in the
he would like
media
shower
bathroom
here. Yeah, he was showering in the media bathroom
at the Broncos facility.
And I had to laugh because he said the next day he came and the gate was down, and I was like, well, I remember seeing that. I didn't know why. I was like, but you knew. I remember walking by because the shower was by the urinals, and so as I walked out, getting ready to go to a training camp practice, I was like, well, I wonder who did something they shouldn't in there.
It's funny because, like Lou says, I'm public shower guy. Some guys are just public shower guys.
Yeah, I have no problem. I'm not knocking anybody that is.
Yeah,
but I'm with you. I feel like there's almost an age cutoff, and yet this little exercise, we've got a lot of guys that have that are younger than me that have been in the they've had a shower.
Right here from Jim. I'm at the DAC now. Old naked dudes sitting on the stool.
Yeah, Jim.
Yeah,
I've witnessed that when I worked there. Matter of fact, I used to have to usher little 5 and 6 years old where I was like, eyes up, boys. Let's go. We're going to march through here and be done.
Everybody close your eyes. Put your hand on the shoulder of your buddy in front of you, and we'll be through.
And there was
with
always
this.
one dude that had to stop in the towel. Now, thank you for having that. But he'd want to talk to them all. I'm like, no, we got to go. We're going to get back to class. We got to give these kids a snack or something. Come on. So anyway, I did start to wonder. I wonder, like, I just wondered if the shower thing ever died. And apparently I didn't play an important enough sport to have to deal with it is what I'm finding out.
There were, and I say all this, and yet a memory came back to me. There were dudes on my baseball team that did shower. There was a few of them.
Well, in my grade school, because my grade school extended 1 through 8. It was Holy Family grade school, as I said, where Vic and his brother Dalia and all that went.
Yeah.
We did not have shower facilities anywhere. It was just a school, and then we had to walk to various parks to go practice. There was nothing on the grounds. So
the reason why I remember is because there was one spazzy kid that peed on another dude one time.
All right, see, this is what you don't. Maybe this is why you shouldn't shower.
I'm just now recalling that. I got to text some buddies in the break. I got to remember what that guy's name was. It was. He had a name for it too. There was a name. There was a term.
We don't need the name. We don't need the name.
There was a term for the move.
It's called "Don't Do It." Don't encourage it. Just don't.
It had something to do with warmth on the leg. I don't remember what it was.
Stop. This is not where I meant for this to go.
Come
All
on.
I'm trying to ask is if the generations can agree that there's probably a cutoff. And can we all ask the question, why is DMAC comfortable with it? So to weight loss or not.
Go back to, after you heard that part, if you could go back 20 minutes to the start of the show when you said, "Can I ask you a question?" Would you have chosen not to do that?
No, I like hey.
Okay, good.
Listen. you know me.
It's informative. We learn these things.
I've done plenty of things.
Also, everybody keeps texting in a term. It's not that one.
Yeah.
It's not.
Right.
Yeah. It's not PP.
It's a
stuff.
prank name.
Yes, it had.
It's the name of the prank.
Something else. I just don't remember what it was.
Like sailor. Remember? Was it sailor taps or they smack your sternum?
Wait, what's sailor taps?
Here, I'll show you in the break.
I'm not familiar.
It didn't feel good. I'll just tell you that. I was not a big kid. Daryl Berg had like Thor's hammer in the tip of his fingers, and when he did that, it felt like my sternum was going to shatter.
I remember the pink belly. That was never fun. Someone tried to get a handprint right there
where
on the
you'd
gut.
smack the forehead, and the forehead. We unfortunately had an albino child in our class who that prank went to another level.
Powder went to your school.
His name was Leaf. Unfortunately, he's not with us anymore.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, but Leaf.
Nick Cosmiter may not pick up the phone now.
All right. Nick Cosmiter.
This is the part I didn't intend to happen.
Is supposed
the
to join
7th grade
us.
pranks is not where I meant for it to go.
He's supposed to join us when we come back.
No one may ever join us again.
We don't know.
We may be off by 4.
We don't even know if we'll be here when we return. Maybe on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You know what? Why not? Let's talk Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic after a segment like that. You remember the good old days, right? We were remembering the good old days. If you don't feel like you're experiencing the good old days in the bedroom, it's time for a trip to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, this is the place that you want to go and talk about your problems with them, because they've got multiple treatments they can offer you. They've got treatments that'll work when the pills and the herbals fail. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has been in business a long time, helping folks just like you get back to feeling like their old selves. And trust me, if that's how you're hoping to feel, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the place to go. Of course, I keep getting stuck where can't ever find the darn script. But you know what? I don't need the script. It's real easy. You know the drill. You want to go there, you go to the office, you'll go and get a T and PSA test. You'll meet with a Colorado licensed medical provider, and you'll go over the results together. And if you decide you want to try a test dose, if it's recommended that you have a test dose, then you know what? They'll give you one. If it's not working in the office, your visit's free. They've got 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you. So go and find them at the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Go get that old feeling back. Go remember the old days, but remember it in the bedroom at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't forget, they've got treatments that'll last an hour or more. Just for your own information there, Kreckman. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com is the place. Go sign up. Go see them. Start feeling better.
We sprint down to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick Kosmider joins us right now on a lovely Wednesday afternoon. Nick, let's start with the topic that you wrote about for today at The Athletic. Who's going to be the Broncos' backup quarterback next year?
Yeah, it's a good question. Obviously, both of the quarterbacks in that room behind Bo Nix this year, Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson, were in the last year of their deals. You know, Zach Wilson got acquired from the Jets on the last year of his rookie deal. Obviously, they didn't pick up the fifth-year option because, not a starting quarterback. You're not going to pay that $20 million or whatever it was. So he's going to be a free agent. Stidham is going to be a free agent. And look, this was a room, and I wrote about this about a month or so ago, that was really close and really a big part of Bo Nix's development this year. He credited to having these two guys in his room with a healthy amount of experience. Obviously, Davis Webb, having played in the league too, the quarterback's coach, was a pretty integral part of it all. But this was a group that, they had Thursday night dinners together, every year. Like Stidham said, this is the first time that he's had that, where it was just a really organic thing where not only them, but their wives, all got together, got along. So it was a really good room. Now, will the Broncos carry three quarterbacks next season? That remains to be seen. Will Zach Wilson have an opportunity to kind of try to make a Sam Darnold-like impression where he plays on a one-year deal somewhere as a potential bridge starter and makes the most of it? I think he might have that sort of chance when you just look at the landscape, the amount of teams that need quarterbacks versus what is a pretty, I would say minimally talented free agent market, combined with the fact that you're not going to have 6 first-round quarterbacks taken, so there's not a lot of immediate starting options coming from the draft. So for those reasons, I think Zach Wilson ultimately will get an opportunity to go somewhere. So again, maybe it's Stidham back here because, Sean Payton really likes quarterbacks that know his system, and obviously he and Bo Nix have built a strong relationship as well.
You alluded to this in the piece, but Sam Darnold in his behind-the-scenes year in San Francisco and the jump forward that he made and then having a pretty good year in Minnesota, the ending not obviously ideal. For Zach Wilson, is that the hope that being around a good staff for a full year will help this guy find his way in the NFL and take advantage of his considerable physical gifts?
Yeah, I think that would sort of, if you're a team that is potentially pursuing him as an option, whatever that looks like, right? Like a camp competition, whatever the case might be, that is what you're sort of, banking on. You're banking on the talent first and foremost that's been evident even in times where he struggled in New York. You're banking on that, but yeah, absolutely. Also the fact that, hey, the NFL is a copycat league in a lot of ways, and you say, okay, hey, we can find a guy potentially like, the Vikings did with Darnold, that we can plug into a system with a lot of playmakers. Now that he's a little bit more familiar, with the kind of system that Sean Payton ran, had the opportunity to sit back and just sort of take a look, which is what he was supposed to have, obviously, in 2023 there in New York. I think a lot of those things can be positive. And when I spoke to several teammates, who worked with him behind the scenes, there was this sense that he really enjoyed being able to kind of take that breath and learn from Sean Payton and that offensive staff that had so much experience. So again, ultimately he's going to have to get that opportunity and take the most of it, kind of like Darnold did, as you mentioned before, kind of the late season struggles. It's going to ultimately fall on him. But I do know there's a lot of curiosity that exists now in the league of like, hey, let's see what this guy looks like after that time, A, to sit out, and B, to work under the staff that he did.
First move the Broncos make in free agency is?
I think they have to come to a decision with DJ Jones. That's among the first one. Now, that might not necessarily be first in sequential order, right? Because, there's going to be some other considerations that they have before the season starts, but you always kind of start it out. Oftentimes at the combine is when, they're starting to have conversations with agents of their own players, to kind of look at what the horizon might be for that player, what their market could look like. The team can express its interest, but DJ Jones in this season where the Broncos had, set the sack record that they did and had so many guys produce from a pass rushing perspective, you could ask just about anybody on that, really good defensive line, and they'll say that DJ Jones's ability to help them stop the run the way that they did on early downs was a big reason they were in so many situations where they had the opportunity to rush the quarterback. Really, really beloved figure in that defensive line unit. Played out a 3-year, $30 million contract and really did live up to that, for the most part. So that's going to be, to me, an interesting one. He's their best free agent. And so they have to decide what they're going to do there, because if they're not going to be able to re-sign him at whatever his number might be, okay, well, you got Malcolm Roach, who certainly George Payton, you guys heard him say the other day, thought that was one of their, perhaps top signings this past off season. If part of the reason they were so good is because they could rotate him in with Jones. So if Roach moves into a starting lineup, okay, well, now who are you going to get to be, the Malcolm Roach, so to speak, of that second unit? So I think that's a big decision, because so much of where they improved this year was up front on both sides of the ball. And so you don't want to give anything back there. And so that one to me is what I'm most interested in, is will they bring back DJ Jones? And if not, what's plan B there?
Nick Kosmider covering the Broncos in the NFL for The Athletic. He's also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. Mel Kiper today echoed your draft guru, Dane Brugler. Ashton Genty to Denver at number 20. Woo! You did a deep dive into this. Why is it good? Why would Genty work here? And would the Broncos really do it? Would they pull the trigger on a running back in round 1?
Well, I like you watch these playoffs, and I know the Lions lost, but just watching that game and watching Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah. Look, Sean Payton has talked a lot about that Dan Campbell draft from 2022, where he got Jahmyr Gibbs with, I believe it was the 12th overall pick, and then got Sam Laporta, the tight end, early in the second round, basically filling two of these so-called joker spots where they create mismatches in the middle of the field. Both of those guys do. Both, obviously Gibbs is a traditionally great running back, but they use him in so many different ways. That's obviously what he's been seeking for 2 years. He has not been able to find somebody in that lineup. And so if their evaluation ultimately determined that could be the guy that Genty was, they are just so clearly in need of that kind of player. It's one of the biggest missing pieces that they have as a roster right now. So would they do it? I think so. Again, it's going to depend on what their evaluation ultimately looks like. And the same reason that you watch Gibbs and you say, oh, the Broncos could really use him, is the same reason I don't think he'll be there when Denver selects. You're starting to go back. This was the season of the running back, really, as running backs changing teams and completely lifting offenses that were already pretty good, but then went to another level. That's sort of kind of what Denver could potentially have. Mike Sando wrote kind of a piece about where the Broncos go next, where he talks to an NFL executive who said, look, this team is a dynamic 3-down running back away from winning 13 games. That's sort of the overall impression, at least in some parts of the league, about what Denver's personnel looks like, kind of the good foundation, but there's a clear need for that. So again, if Genty's that guy, if he's available, it wouldn't surprise me at all, just given the need. And, again, it just comes down to what their evaluation of the player is.
All right, let's have a little fun then. Let's have a little would you rather, simply because, look, it's the time of the off season. You'll go to the combine, you'll get your hands around this better, all that kind of stuff. But just shooting the breeze here, Nick. Let's say that both Ty Warren, the tight end from Penn State, and Genty are there. Which one is which one would get more use out of Sean Payton?
Oh, man, that's a great question. I think that it would be, I think that just based on where they lacked so clearly this past season, I would think it's the running back. Is that because you think they'll throw to him, Nick? Because here's my thing with the running back.
Genty can catch, yeah.
No, but they don't commit to the run. Mm-hmm. They don't commit to the run. I love the idea of a running back. I love your answer, Nick. That's probably the way I'd go. But are you going to commit to the run with him?
I think Sean Payton has been telling you with the way that he has used these running backs is he is telling you, I'm not committing to the run because I don't have one good enough to commit to the run with. Right. I think that's been the message he has been trying to put out. When you have your guy, and Javonte Williams averages 8.2 yards a carry. I might have cited this stat the last time I was on with you guys. There's not a team in the league that had a running back who averaged fewer carries per game than Williams did. Several teams had two guys average more than that, and or a running back and a quarterback. And so again, I think, look, now that doesn't mean that I don't think that they should have committed more at times with the personnel they had on hand. That's the cards you're dealt. You had an off season to go change it. You didn't. It shouldn't completely change how you do things. But I just think that they don't believe they have that guy. And so again, there's his past history will tell you that if he does, look at Alvin Kamara, they're top 10 in the league when he's there in terms of him having the volume of carries per game. So it's not as if he's ever been adverse to that. He's just very particular about having to have the right guy in there to do that. And so I think if you have it, it would just be such a weapon for this offense that is clearly missing it right now.
Hey, Nick, I know you can't divulge too much information as a beat reporter. You're privy to things. You hear things. There's some things that are not for public consumption. But a lot of things are bubbling here to the surface. Sean Payton, at the conclusion of his address to the media, described last year as I believe the words were misery, drudgery. What do we got there, Spring?
That was misery, sorrow, drudgery. Give me some other adjectives there. Just, that was brutal.
Yeah. His vocabulary was not expansive enough to describe the depths of his depression at what it was like to coach Russell Wilson last year. Today, Russ goes on McAfee and made sure to point out I've had two coaches that I highly respect in my career, and Sean Payton was not mentioned in that list of the two coaches. Nick, as much as you can tell us, how much did those guys really hate each other?
They were not kindred football spirits, I'll tell you that much. I think that, it's funny when Sean Payton was doing that, and asking for verbs, asking for adjectives in a room full of writers. I heard somebody yell out the word ennui, that Sean Payton maybe didn't hear or didn't know what it meant, so wasn't going to use that one. But, kind of just, that dreary sort of, there just always was a cloud around it. And look, I thought it was interesting because when you listen to Bo Nix talk after the season, when he had his final, exit interview with the media there on Locker Room Cleanout Day, he said something along the lines of, I really appreciated the way that Sean encouraged me this year, never threw me under the bus, and was essentially saying, always kind of had that encouragement. It was just a different vibe, of course, when Russell Wilson was here. And look, I do generally think that most of it stemmed from – and, Nate, I remember you and I talking about this right when Sean Payton got hired. Their football, philosophy or their football DNA was just at odds from the very start. Yeah. The way that Russell Wilson succeeded at the height of his career versus the way that Sean Payton has succeeded at the height of his career and throughout his career, they were at odds philosophically. And so it ultimately, when that is sort of the foundation that you start with, then everything else, it's sort of like, that glass ceiling kind of, or that glass bulb shatters when you learn something about somebody that you just don't necessarily like, and then everything else starts to feel like a huge deal. I think that's what it was. I think it was just this idea that football wise, they just were not simpatico. And so that just, I think, bled into everything else.
What does Russ have a team next year?
I think so. Again, I was kind of looking at the landscape, right, for this piece on Wilson, and you have teams like the Giants, the Jets, the Titans, the Raiders. You kind of go on the Browns. You can go down the list. There's a lot of teams that don't have a surefire answer going into next year, and either A, don't have the draft pick to go get the guys, or just B, that they're a victim of the fact that they didn't get to draft a quarterback last year when there was 6 of them to choose from. There's going to be a number of teams, including the one he played on this year, that are heading into the offseason right now without that clear answer. And so that's going to give him a chance. Now, I don't think he's going to get signed as hey, you're the guy, you're the undoubted starter, you're not competing. I do not see that happening for him. I don't think there's a landing spot where he doesn't at least have to compete for the starting job next year.
Who's going to New Orleans, Nick? What's the matchup?
I think it's going to be the Bills and the Commanders. The reason that I know the Commanders are heavy underdogs going to this game. Jaden Daniels has just played better than anybody else at that position right now in the playoffs. Like, there's nobody playing better that is still in the playoffs right now than him. And I just think the confidence that group has just been so evident in the way that they've played. Look, that game against the Lions, I think, was a lot of people's first time really sitting down all season and watching the Commanders. And what you see is just they're deep, and so well coached. Look, Cliff Kingsbury is probably on that wall of guys who is going to go down as one of the great coordinators, play callers, whatever. Just maybe didn't, kind of the Wade Phillips of the offensive side of the ball. Wasn't necessarily cut out to be a head coach, but just done a brilliant job calling that offense. You got guys like De'Ami Brown who are coming into their own. I like them in that spot. I really do, especially because of the way Jalen Hurts in that passing game for the Eagles is struggling right now. Obviously, Saquon changes games. But again, it's going to be great because division opponents know each other well. But there's just something about this team and that run this year with Daniels. Obviously, we know no rookie quarterback has ever won a Super Bowl. They got a real chance the way that they're playing right now. And I just think the Bills, again, I think Kansas City, it finally comes to roost that they're not as invincible as they've been at other parts of this run, and just not offensively, in my mind, complete enough to be able to take advantage of some of the things that maybe the Bills defense could give you. It's always tough to bet against Patrick Mahomes in any spot. But it just kind of feels like the Bills' time to me.
Taking the road dogs. I love it. Nick Kosmider, everybody. Subscribe to The Athletic. Read his coverage. It's the best. Plus, he is also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. Him and his brother will keep you updated on everything happening with the Broncos all off season long. Nick Kosmider, well done, man. Thank you.
All right, fellas. Take care. Thanks a lot.
All right, good stuff right there with Nick Kosmider. Boy, I want to dive into that answer. That one about the running backs and what Sean thinks of this stable a little bit later in the show today. That was a great response right there from our buddy Nick Kosmider. It is AFC NFC Championship game weekend. The Nuggets are cooking. The Avalanche in action tonight. It is all happening here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Treckman, Lindahl, that's us. We're live in the Backus and Shanker studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Speaking of the seriously injured, fun little "Where's Embiid at?" chant last night in the fourth quarter over there at Ball Arena. I'm okay with it. I really am. I don't typically. I try to be understanding of the athletic body breaking down and everything else like that. But yeah, dude, if you're gonna accuse Nikola Jokic of stat stuffing and go ahead and echo all of those narratives in an interview with Shams, then I'm okay with Denver fans giving it back to you.
Yeah, I would say so. And also, it's just wild how few games you've played in Denver. Like, again, what did we say? 1918 was his last appearance?
2018, yeah.
Dude,
2018.
What is going on? Like, is there a thing? What's the thing?
Well,
do you not like the altitude? I mean,
like this year, he's too
beat up.
He's never
broken.
played. Yeah, he hadn't played anywhere
Right.
really this year.
Not a shock he didn't do it this year.
Yeah, but is he ducking the altitude? Is he ducking the stress on his body? Is he simply ducking Nikola Jokic in his building? Because he's had some great games against Joker
on his floor
in other locales or in Paris in the Olympics. He's played very well against Nikola Jokic before, but he doesn't choose to do so in Denver. Before the game last night, Michael Malone spoke about, the importance of availability and what that means to stardom and leadership and everything else, because Nikola Jokic, he plays all the time.
It's 10 years. You're looking at a 10-year period of a body of work that how many games he plays, the injuries that he plays through. And so when he misses games, like if he misses a game with an illness, he's really sick. If he misses a game because his elbow is acting up, he can't bend his elbow and he can't shoot the ball. It's to that extent. And so you come to really appreciate and admire his dedication to the craft, because I always say this, I think the number one thing for players that you can, measure them on, yes, wins, losses, stats, but availability. I mean, that's such an important part of it. And Nikola is one of the more available superstars in the last 6-7 years, I'd have to imagine. And so you just admire and respect his toughness mentally and physically to go out there and play at a high level, regardless of what's going on within his body. He finds a way to overcome that night in and night out.
Joker said he's keeping the sleeve on the elbow as a superstition now.
Okay.
He also would not divulge how he injured his elbow. He just told everybody it was stupid. He reiterated that over and over and over again. It was something stupid, as he put it. I don't know what he was trying to do, but it's kind of funny that he's keeping that one close to the vest. But Joker plays. He plays all the time. Like we always say, the man is made of Serbian oak.
Not all the time.
He's available. Well, he didn't have
Last
to play
3
fourth
games,
quarters.
he's missed some fourth quarters. It's been nice.
Last 4 games, and he has triple-doubles in all of them.
Was there a fourth game too?
The Dallas game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I kind of like this.
He didn't play the Houston game, so the last 3 games the team has played, but the last 4 games he has played triple-doubles without a minute played in the fourth quarter, which is just unbelievable. I want to make sure I got the stat correct, because you know that I always go to the source on this stuff. 4 straight triple-doubles. Didn't play the fourth quarter in any of them. It's never been done before. 2 players, Russell Westbrook and James Harden, did it in back-to-back games. No one has done it in 3 straight, not to mention 4. And Nikola Jokic has done it. That, of course, courtesy of our friend Dan Hyatt right there. There was somebody else that I was thinking about while Malone was saying all of that. And I don't think that Malone was referencing this guy. But, Andy, I just want to point out, the Nuggets have played 43 games this year, and Michael Porter Jr. has played 43 games this year. A year after, he played 81 out of 82. A guy that he lives with drop foot. He has played through so many back surgeries. He has battled his way through. He pushes his way through. That thing that Malone talked about right there, that all applies to Michael Porter, who has become such a damn good NBA player. You saw it last night. kind of a fast break where he didn't have control over it and still, fed it, and CB got the finish. That little push floater, his touch on that shot is phenomenal. He's gotten better from 2-point range. Michael Porter's just having a great season right now. And that is something that should be celebrated. The fact that guy goes out and plays every single night.
So is the trade talk off?
I don't know if it's off because he's the tradable contract. But
but the better he plays.
Does it feel like it bears necessity right now, like it did a month ago?
Not if Jamal's going to be back to being Jamal.
He is.
Not if this second unit can
11-3 this month, Andy.
The new second unit, and we talked to Chris Dempsey yesterday, and
Yeah.
eventually, we all expect Aaron Gordon back in the starting rotation, but I don't know. When we were having the trade discussion, who broke the story? Is that who had that story?
About Zach LaVine?
Yeah.
I believe it was Sam Amick.
There we go.
Of
Sam
The Athletic.
Amick. When that all came out, they were kind of in a bad spot.
Right.
They had no bench. The starters were weird.
They're in a vastly better spot
Yeah,
now.
now it doesn't feel so necessary. It feels like you got a good stagger system going on.
Right.
And if you could figure out a way to add a big man at some point, because we had the big talk about Zeke Naji, and look, I understand everyone's frustration. The guy's not played up to his contract, but
Yeah.
there is a part of me. We talked to him a couple of times when you'd have good games. I still like the guy's personality. I wish for him he could get out of here and go play somewhere and just see what he could be. But if you could make that work and find a better back, like you got to have a backup big. That's the only thing I'm worried about. And you ain't trading MPJ for the backup big. The more he plays like this, the more pressure is you better get that trade right. Hey, real quick note here, kind of in this vein, Nate. I didn't see this until just a second ago. DirecTV Stream customers, you now have access to KTVD Channel 20.
What was that?
Yeah, didn't sound right, but that's it. KTVD Channel 20 starting tonight for the Winnipeg game. You can now watch Channel 20 on the DirecTV stream. So there you go.
I
said it with the pause, it sounds kind of weird.
I was going to say, when you split it in two.
When you take a second, because I was like, is that right?
When you
Josh Allen?
Yeah. When you put the verbal slash in there of a pause,
yeah, it
doesn't sound quite right.
No. You kind
I've
of
said it a million times, not thought anything of it.
You want to hit those call letters.
Yeah. Missing the pedal, trying to get that thing out.
KTVD.
KTVD is all
KTVD.
fine. KTVD doesn't hit the same.
Don't rest in the middle.
But either way, DirecTV customers, DirecTV stream customers,
Yeah.
go ahead and you watch us some Avs in Winnipeg tonight.
So you get KTVD on the DTV, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, very
All right.
good.
All right.
There you go.
I'm glad I could help out with that.
Hell yeah.
That's right. Thank you, Pat Valeka. PV, if you will. Craigman and Lindahl. Hey, it's NK for ST, or Nate Kreckman for Sport Trade here. You want to go to getsporttrade.com. You want to download the app onto your phone today. It is Colorado's premium new sports betting app. It is designed just for you. One of the great ways to use Sport Trade, and the fine folks over at Sport Trade have tried to simplify things a little bit. They have offered you the opportunity to be able to bet games as probabilities. That's right. Bet the games as probabilities. So you don't need to worry about any kind of confusing money lines, plus 115, minus 160. I don't want to have to do that math in my head. What exactly does that even mean? For example, the Avalanche are 52% favorites to win tonight against Winnipeg at home. You can bet those probabilities right now at Sport Trade. It's getsporttrade.com. That's getsporttrade.com. And download the app, use code Nate, earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place in your first week. Of course, terms do apply. Sport Trade, regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Avalanche, they are in action tonight. You will listen to that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as Colorado prepares to welcome in the mighty Winnipeg Jets, coming in at 31-14-3 on the year, 3 ahead of the Avalanche in the win column. Obviously, this is a huge game tonight coming up against the Peg. And the Avalanche got an injury situation that we are keeping a close eye on. This morning, Bedsy made an appearance on Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane and gave us the latest on what's happening with Valeri Nichushkin.
Your job becomes infinitely tougher. So it makes a big difference. One player of that caliber makes a big difference on a whole nother line. It can energize a whole nother line and make them more dangerous. So, I think we're doing a better job without him this year. Unfortunately, he's had a setback with his injury, and he's not close to coming back right now. He's on a week-to-week timeline.
Setback, not close.
Not what you need to hear.
Nope.
This team with him alone
really good.
Is a contender.
Yep.
This team without him and Gabe is simply not big enough.
It's a playoff team, but
I'm sorry.
That's kind of it.
It is a playoff team, but
Yeah.
we saw it last year. You got to take away the eyes of the goalie when scoring's tough. One of the reasons why they've not been very good against Winnipeg, yet they gave them the gentleman's sweep last year, was Val showed up and was Val and stood in front of the net and took the eyes away of Hellebuck. Remember Hellebuck talking about after the series, I didn't see half the shots at the goal, and that's why they kept scoring on me? Well, no one's really served that same kind of presence since he's been out.
Last game that he played was a 5-2 victory over Winnipeg.
Well, there you go.
It goes to show you his value, but he has not played since New Year's Eve.
Yeah, they need him desperately.
Yep.
He's probably the most important cog to this season right now, unless you trade for another power forward type at the deadline.
Yeah.
And again, this team's doing the same gymnastics that the Nuggets are doing, and that's just not easy to go and get done.
Like, the reality of this team is you've got 3 all-world players, and then right after that, it's Taves and Nichushkin. You can put Lehkonen in there. He's just Mr. Steady Eddie all the time, but that's you need those star players to be out there, and Nichushkin has such a specific role and a specific skill set that you're lacking something when you don't have him out there.
Yeah.
It's just a killer.
Well, and you just don't have any replacements for it, and that's constantly what we see. And again, the way you score on goalies like tonight and Connor Hellebuck, who without Nichushkin in there has been outstanding. What's it been, 2 games since they've gone 2 straight games not scoring against him or something of that? You got to have a guy go take his eyes away. Someone has got to go and get in front of the net tonight and just take the punishment that comes with making sure the goalie can't see your outside shots.
Avs in action tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
And DirecTV Stream customers.
That's right.
Watch it on the stream tonight. You now have 20 available to you.
What's the call letters again, Andy?
KTVD. KTVD.
There's so many other places to pause it. It works just fine.
Yeah, the engines stall out right dead in the middle. Isn't great, though. Makes you think about stuff.
It does. It's not great. I can tell you that. I had a thought last night. I'm sitting there at Ball Arena. I don't know how this hadn't occurred to me. Okay. And I'm watching that Nuggets game last night. Had a good time. Took Lucy to her first Nuggets game, hanging with Sandman and his little dude. It was fun. And I'm watching Russell Westbrook, who had just another fantastic Russell Westbrook Nuggets performance last night. His final numbers, you look up, and they're not stunning. I mean, 11, 7, and 9, but think about it. If he plays the fourth quarter, he gets triple-double. And it would have been another night where the Nuggets just had 2 guys put up triple-doubles at the same time. And some of his interior passing to Jokic was just chef's kiss perfection last night. It was great. And it occurred to me that there's one name that in the year of our Lord 2022 and 23, I often said in a cursory tone, and yet in 24 and 25, I say in a celebratory way. One name, Russ.
It feels different now.
I spent 2 years.
What I talk with Russell about's none of your business.
Just being like, Russ, get rid of the ball. What are you doing? And now I'm just like, hell yeah, Russ.
Russ knows how to get rid of the ball.
That's right.
Right to Joker.
He never holds the ball too long. The moment somebody is open, zip, that thing is out of his hands. It goes right to the right place. One word, and yet it has had two very different meanings in this decade of Denver athletics.
Puts you in a whole different mood.
It really does. I'm thrilled to talk about Russ now. It's way better. Those first 2 years when we were saying that name all the time, I hated it. I hated every bit of it.
And all Russ is involved.
Let's we have a caller on the line, is that? Okay.
VIP. Do you want to do the read again?
No. Mark is in Denver. Mark, you're next with Kreckman and Lindahl. Go ahead, Mark.
Hi, guys. You were talking about hockey, and it's really fun. It's really good.
This is why we don't take calls. Thanks, Mark.
That was your caller impression.
Hey, boys, good to talk to you. By the way, Nate.
Yeah.
We're talking about obviously two different Russes here, man. I mean, the difference between Russ and Russ is like night and day.
It's the difference between night and night, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well, let's check this out. Andy, you were talking about Hellebuck. No, man, in terms of regular season, it's been over three total. It's like 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 19 seconds that he shut the Avs out. He's got 3 consecutive shutouts plus against the Avs.
Well, somebody did his game prep for tonight, didn't he?
Yeah,
they got to solve him tonight, dude. It goes back. Listen, they did a great job in the postseason. And we talked to Coach Bednar about that this morning. He said, look, man, we got in front of him. We got down and dirty in his kitchen. But when you don't have Val, who is so unbelievable in that series, other guys are going to have to go hard to the front of the net. They're going to have to put their big old butts right in his face and screen the heck out of him tonight, man. You got to get bodies in front of this guy because right now they're not only talking about him winning the Vezina again, he's in the conversation for the Hart Trophy, for the MVP. Look, McKinnon's still number one for me, but he's there. So you gotta do everything you can to hurt this guy tonight in terms of his vision.
All right, help me out because who was the line I really liked before the foot injury for Ross Colton when he broke it the first time? Colton moved up to the first line. Was that with Rantanen and McKinnon? Do you remember, Moj? Early in the year.
Well, he had bounced around a little bit. Got top. Andy, what he really did is he got top power play time on the top unit. That really helped out an awful lot. He was great on that. But Coach even mentioned this morning, though, that he likes Colton's game and he likes what he's doing, but he doesn't like the way that line is feeling or working. So we may see a change tonight.
Well, I'd like to see him with Rantanen and McKinnon because I feel like he's a little bit of Gabe Light, if you will, where he's just reckless in front of the net. He's not afraid to play physical. And they can get the shots on. I just felt like he had a good thing going earlier in the year, and then the foot got broken.
They put him back up. They put him back up there a little bit.
But wasn't it with Lehkonen?
No. Lehkonen was playing with Drouin and Middlestat.
All right. Well,
yeah. So the thing is, though, is that they're all going in their own way, but they're not going as a kind of a group. It's just kind of it's a funky dunky thing right now, man. They gotta break out of it.
Are you done being angry? Are you done with angry Andy? You got kind of angry yesterday. Now I felt it. I loved it, but you were all hacked.
Yeah.
You didn't like that Minnesota game.
No, because it doesn't matter if Val's out and Miles is out and Shillington's out, and it doesn't matter. You got to beat those teams. I mean, they're missing a ton of guys on their side too, and you got and they're going with Fleury, between the pipes. You got to beat those guys up, and you let them off the hook. He only had 11 shots on goal through the first 2 periods, and that's just not going to cut it. You can't come out on the home ice in a day game, and guys like playing the 1 o'clock games. It's a unique experience, and it's kind of cool. And you can't throw up 4 shots in period 1. Can't do it. So they got to put the press on here. Now look, you look at teams outside the postseason right now. The Avs are in the first wild card, but it's going to be contentious, boys. I mean, it's going to be hard, and every point you don't make up, like Minnesota on Monday, on the teams in front of you, including Winnipeg tonight, then you got to start worrying about the guys trying to catch you and bite you in the butt from the backside. So they got to get going here, boys.
Biting the butt from the backside. That's high priced in some cities. Moj, when Jared Bednar is frustrated enough to go to the passengers narrative, what is going on there? Is it merely just I feel the need to try and light a spark under a portion of my roster, or is it that this team is lacking the requisite leadership that is required? That narrative that we've heard a few times now over the course of the season, and I couldn't help but think about it during the Minnesota game the other day. What's he getting at with that?
Well, he's remarkably honest, to be honest with you, Nate. I think I take him for his word in that you've got too many guys who are, on any given night. Now, it's crazy because some days, hell, you got 20 guys who are going crazy, right? I mean, they're ready to go, baby. But there needs to be a sense of urgency and seriousness all the time. The Avs are not in a position right now where they can, kind of just cruise around and beat some of these other teams that are below them or teams that are depleted like Minnesota was the other day. I mean, they're without their top 2D and their number one scorer, and yet they played a hard-fought, ugly butt road game, and they got the 2 points. And you need to match that grit. You need to match that tenacity and that determination. I know it sounds simple, but you need to take everything seriously. You need to come prepared and ready to step on the ice and go. And I think what he's trying to get at here is we're more than halfway through the regular season now, and you see Minnesota or you see these teams in front of you like Winnipeg tonight. There should be no lack of motivation whatsoever for going and laying it out on the line.
All right, everybody.
So I think that's what he's getting at.
Hey, how old are you?
Why?
Just how old are you? 53, 54? What are you?
I'm not sure I like the tone of your question here.
We're just trying to figure out, since D-Mac is showering every public venue he can find, and we started the show with this, are you of the had-to-shower generation? Had to shower publicly. Had to do it after class. Had to do it after sports. And Nate and I were wondering the age.
After hitting the steam room, Moj, do you take a shower?
Yeah, but I feel the need to shower when I feel like I need to feel clean. You know what I mean? Like I went to the gym yesterday, and I did not shower after my workout. I had my short. I just ran to the car and jammed out of there. I didn't feel the need to do it because I was going home and whatnot. But now if I was going, if I was coming to meet some Avs fans or something after the gym, then I probably would shower and, put my nice clothes on. I don't want to get those all sweaty, stinky, smelly, and ugly.
If there was ever a day where you, and I know you don't work out that early in the morning, but if you were ever coming in to do your radio show post-workout, would you feel a need to shower?
Not at all.
Yeah,
I don't care what those guys think.
Exactly.
I mean,
that's what I thought.
If Brett and Vic think I stink, then that's their problem, man.
Hey,
listen, there have been days, especially during COVID, but even after, and thank God he does the show from home sometimes, but there are some days where Vic Lombardi will not shower in days and he'll wear the same clothes.
Yeah, his hair shows it. I mean, it's like he's doing the walk of shame constantly. I don't know what his deal is.
Yeah, he's filthy. Yeah. Filthy pig.
Do you ever use so Connor told, because this all started with D-Mac taking a public shower in that extra bathroom and shower in the field house at Broncos. And I just was like, everywhere I go, he wants to shower, apparently. Yes. Ask him about it. Yes. He was going to the bathroom, saw a shower, the shower for the teams that come in to co-practice. That's what it exists for. And D-Mac thought to himself, that's a shower for me, and went and took a shower.
No. This isn't about showering. This is about him taking his clothes off in public.
Yeah, we don't need any of that. Do you ever but Connor called in.
I was going to say this. Yeah.
Connor said there's a special shower for the talent at Ball Arena. You ever hit that thing up? Is it luxurious?
In our little green room, no. It's for like the bass player from an opening band. Okay, so there you go.
The bass player, not even the singer.
No. It's like the bass. No, but I mean, it's convenient. Like guys have used it, like Johnny Lyles and Riker sometimes when they have like clinics on the ice. And then they stay at the rink to we got a game that night or whatever. They'll use it, and I've used it on rare occasions when I had to, when I'm really behind and I just need to go to the rink and take my clothes with me. But it's a very rare thing that I use it there.
It makes sense though.
I think D-Mac, this whole D-Mac thing,
Yeah.
I think he just likes getting naked in strange areas. That's what I think.
Strange area.
Well, I mean, to be
Well,
fair,
you
a
know,
shower's
I mean,
not
you know,
the strangest.
It is appropriate to be naked in a shower.
It's kind of designed for that, but I get what you're saying. I get you.
You
I
know
get
what
what
he's gonna do?
Nobody wants to walk in
Here's
on
what
that.
he's
Let's
gonna
just
do.
be
I can
honest.
see it. Listen, D-Mac's wife is awesome. Kim is a wonderful, wonderful person. She's an absolute saint and angel. But he's going to hijack the Christmas cards next year and include, oh, by the way, I took my clothes off at Broncos headquarters. You know it's coming.
It's an unusual holiday greeting.
Yeah.
Unconventional, I would say.
Well, I've had a few people.
Maybe just stick with season's greetings.
I had a couple families send me their wife in the swimsuit, and I'm like, all of this? Well, happy holidays. I mean, good for you, pal.
Yeah, happy
but,
holidays. Here's me naked in front of the Broncos horse. Yeah.
We maybe just get the tree going.
As long as we're not confusing the horse. Mark Mosier, everybody. Moj, good work as always. Thank you for
hit
calling
that shower
in.
tonight.
Yeah.
You know what? Give the people a Twitter tour of what that shower looks like tonight.
Okay, I will. Hey, got to beat this shutout streak against Hellebuck. It's the longest he's ever had against any team in the entire NHL. You got to beat him tonight.
Moj, good job doing your
We need
broadcast
it.
prep. We appreciate it. Thank
and
you.
DirecTV Stream customers will watch you on 20 tonight.
That's right.
Hell yeah. Okay, boys, be good. Bye.
That's the Moj, everybody. KTVD.
You just got two Andys there. You realize that? Nate was all set to get out on clock all time. He's already dealing with Andy. He piped one down, and here comes Moj.
I think I'm over today.
Not you. Not you.
I'm still going to be on the email. Don't worry.
It's very hard when the brick is set against the gas pedal and you're trying to stop.
Tried like hell. Hey, I want to tell you something. That Nikola Jokic is the best in the NBA at doing that I would have never guessed. And I'll tell you what that is next.
This whole D-Mac thing,
Yeah.
I think he just likes getting naked in strange areas. That's what I think.
Oh.
Thank you, Mark Mosier. Unbooked guest on the Craigman and Lindahl show.
Hey, we hadn't heard from Moj in a while.
We
Maybe he
hadn't.
called in. Some people are wondering, fair enough, with his diet, you're telling me this guy showers all the time. But, look, the Bears changed a lot of things in his life. Should the Bear do a painting of D-Mac in the shower? The Vic one that she did.
Is it gonna have the Ned Flanders pixelation?
How much would that go for at auction?
We're theorizing some things today.
At
altitude.
I'm not gonna. What's the word when you pay for it? You pay for the painting, but there's a word for it.
Oh,
you know, yeah.
Yeah. Why am I yeah, no, you're right about that. Why am I spacing what the word
Because
is?
we're not high art buyers.
Commission.
Yeah, commission. I'm not going to commission the work, but
I will.
I would like to see it. Well,
that's fine. Can we start another GoFundMe?
How much are you talking? No, not for this. This doesn't. The world doesn't need this released on them.
The DMAG. She can take some artistic license. You never know. Hey, I want to talk.
But it has to have the pixelation.
I want to talk about Nikola Jokic here for a moment. All right. I saw something today, and I was like, I gotta get this confirmed. All right.
Okay.
So I go to my guy, and I go to Dan Hyatt on this. All right. And I'm not saying that I doubt the validity of the initial
report,
but
it's good to look into it.
But I was like, wait, what? Okay. I saw a tweet from Matt Moore, who I really like his stuff. I think he's a great basketball reporter and analyst. And he tweeted this at HP Basketball. 116 NBA players this season have taken at least 200 jump shots. Nikola Jokic is number one in effective field goal percentage on jump shots in the NBA, according to Synergy. In terms of just raw field goal percentage, just makes versus misses, he is number two. He is 1 percentage point behind Kevin Durant.
Really?
This is as a jump shooter. Okay? So I had to ask Hyatt about this, okay? So Hyatt doesn't have a Synergy subscription, but he's got Sport Radar. Whatever. Potato. They do the same thing. Jump shot defined as a shot taken jumping into the air, usually releasing the basketball at the peak of the jump, no matter how high, and it's used primarily in mid-long-range shots, including three-point attempts. So a three-pointer is a jump shot, a long two is a jump shot, a mid-range is a jump shot. It's not a floater, okay? It's not the work that he does in the paint. This is, again, just jump shooting, okay? Sport Radar has Jokic as the third best jump shot field goal percentage in the NBA. Kevin Durant at 49%, Darius Garland at 48%, Joker at 48%, 48.3, just a tenth below. Effective field goal throws added weight on the three-point shooting, right? Because they're worth more points. That's why that stat exists. Jokic is at the top because three-pointers are jump shots, and he's shooting 47% from three. Darius Garland, number two. Kevin Durant, number three. They're not as high in effective field goal on jump shots. Nikola Jokic is the best jump shooter in the NBA right now. And what floored me about it was when you say Kevin Durant,
right?
I say that's the best jump shooter of our lifetime. There's never been a sniper like that dude. Nope, he's just. I think Kevin Durant is the best scorer, the best pure shooter of our lifetime. Okay, shots from all over the floor, and Nikola Jokic has surpassed him in that particular skill set in the NBA right now. A 7-foot tall, doughy Serbian, a guy that Marcus Camby said the other day on our show has a dad bod and a 3-inch vertical, is the best jump shooter in the NBA.
Okay.
That's amazing.
Help define. Because look, I guess what's blowing my mind about this is that I don't like remember a lot of just classic jump shots. Does it not include the classic jump shot? Like with just some of those,
three, that's a jump shot,
right? But what about some of the in close ones?
Not the hook stuff.
Nope. But what if it's just like this?
Not the float game,
which is not good for the radio audience. But yeah, the floater.
I'm talking jump shot.
The classic.
Exactly. The
two hands, if you will.
The 15-foot. Think the 15-foot Nikola with a defender faced up on him.
Right.
Okay, I'm just going to shoot over you.
How does he shoot enough to qualify? Does it not feel like he shoots a lot of those compared to his near the basket work?
He's second in the NBA in three-point shooting right now.
Right. Okay.
He's scoring 30 points per game. He's scoring from all over the damn floor.
I know, but don't you feel like when you think of Jokic, and maybe this is why you brought the topic up, I feel like near the rim, one shot over a guy, something creative. He's the Patrick Mahomes of shot angles.
Do you know who is number one in the or 1-2 in the NBA in three-point shooting by percentage this season? 1-2.
Wemby?
Domantas Sabonis and Nikola Jokic. Two centers are 1-2 in three-point shooting, okay? A stat that for our entire life has been dominated by guards. And it's in this very year, two guys that are defined as fives, lead the NBA in three-point shooting.
We should ask Camby about that.
You know what else is nuts about this? And check this out. Here, let me go a little bit further for you. Let me nerd out a little bit more. Nikola Jokic on two-pointers is having his worst shooting season in 6 years.
See, again, that doesn't seem possible either.
Now, he's still making 59% of them, which is very good. But, I mean, his 22-23, the year he didn't win the MVP, he shot 68% from two. This year, he's slacking. He's down to 59% from two. But what's different about this season? He's making 47.5% of his threes. And that's why, and it's by far his best three-point shooting season. Did you see him hit a corner three last night?
Yeah.
A corner three. He now takes corner threes.
Because I was talking with Scotty after the game. We usually chat after the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just telling him, he brought up the three-point shooting, and what'd you think of Joker, and what about this? It's usually, what did you think of that? Holy cow, can you believe this? Joker is like any great athlete. Jordan did it in his day where he put on the weight so he could take the beating. The recent examples I think about is Manning or Brady constantly working on their craft and trying to figure out, what are you going to take from me, and I'm going to add something else.
Yeah.
That's Joker. You and I talked about it. There's no way this is just I promise you, because he's not in the States. Had he been in the States, maybe we would have been locked into it. I promise you that we're going to get the story of how he developed this three-point shot. He had to have been just manic about it in the offseason, right?
I think so, yeah. And he's talked about it. Him and Ogie got to work a month before training camp. And it was, he had a hitch in his giddy-up. He wasn't happy with his release. He put his work into it. And now he's the second best by percentage three-point shooter in the NBA. He was 2 of 3 last night. He's incredible. He continues to get better. In fact,
and yet they were talking about him scoring less because that's what the Nuggets didn't need the whole night. Remember that?
Right.
Stan Van Gundy couldn't quit going on about he's just going to do what the team needs, and they don't need him to score right now.
And you look up at the end of the night, 27, 13, 10, and a plus 21. After the game, he was talking to the guys on the postgame on TNT, and Candace Parker asked him a question, and Jokic gave an incredible answer, which it's hard to disagree with.
I feel I'm playing the best basketball of my life. I think we, as a team, we are not where we're supposed to be, and I think that's probably a good thing because we are trying to get where we're supposed to be, and we're trying to find the rhythm. I think like today's game, we usually had the problems with the team that miss a couple players. We always kind of struggle, but tonight we took care of business, and I think maybe that's our first step of us being serious.
First step of us being serious, I'm playing the best basketball of my life. All right. Well, look up at the numbers right now. Box plus minus, he's at plus 14.2. Best mark in NBA history, besting only Nikola Jokic of 3 years ago. Player efficiency, the John Hollinger stat. Right now, Nikola Jokic is at 33.2, best mark in NBA history, better than only Nikola Jokic of 3 years ago at 32.9. He is, by many accounts, playing the best basketball of his life. He's averaging a 30-point triple-double right now.
Where do you fall on the win shares? Didn't Stan talk about the win shares, and that's his favorite stat because it accounts for the winning, not just having a good game and a poor effort or something like that?
Right now, in win shares, he's tied with Shea for best in the NBA at 9.2, which is too clear, but they're tied at that mark, too clear of Karl Anthony Towns at number 3. Win shares is the basketball reference catch-all that they used right there. It tries to compute how many of the team's wins you are individually responsible for.
Is it like war in baseball?
Yes, very much so.
Real quickly, dude, is this not – I know Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. If he wins the MVP, good for him. I'm done.
And honestly, Andy, I have no problem with it.
No, I don't think anybody should.
Yeah.
But I will
He's
say
had a great
this.
year.
Of all the years that Jokic has gotten the MVP, and I thought Stan did a great job last night about talking about, well, if the voters just get tired of giving it to the same guy, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But when you look at it, and he went through all the numbers last night, when you look at, and even Hyatt's done this too, you've done it, it is amazing. The Nuggets are not a good team when he doesn't play. It's just that simple.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that to me is the definition of most valuable.
Yeah.
They stink when you're not on the floor.
There is, I just saw a measure on this before too, and there was, Shea's also got a considerable drop-off when he leaves the floor. It's nowhere close to Jokic.
Nobody's is.
Yeah, nobody's
They're
is.
not a playoff team without him, basically.
No, it's the Thunder are 35-7, and Shea's having an unbelievable year. If you want to give him the MVP, fine. And I don't think Jokic cares in the least when he's won 3 of these things. I almost don't have the energy to get my hackles up about it anymore.
Because we need another trophy.
Exactly.
This thing's got to be a dynasty, and it's collecting those NBA, the Larry O's.
And he knows that. Got a no-look lob to AG
How
last night.
beautiful. You know what I thought was so cool watching the video? Like, we see no looks sometimes, but to actually see him draw the post defender across the key to open up the space for AG, that is chef's kiss stuff.
I also love that it was the 10th assist, so he got the triple-double on it. Just put some extra flair on it, and then you get out of there. He has triple-doubles in the last 4 games that he has played. He has not played 1 minute of the fourth quarter. And he is also, again, the best jump shooter in the NBA. 7-foot-tall Nikola Jokic. That guy is the best jump shooter in the NBA.
Would you like better, the no-look one or the over-the-head one? Both were no-look.
Right.
But the one that led to the Aaron Gordon Thunder dunk?
That one, because the dunk was a little bit better.
So also, he literally didn't look.
Yeah.
He just...
Yeah.
I think even AG had to be a little surprised that was coming his way.
They were both good,
Does AG have the most highlights off Jokic passes?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, he does. Also, Mahrez was talking about this on DNVR. I believe Russ is up over now 100 assists to Jokic this season. Last night, that connection was perfect.
Oh, yeah.
There's
a thing going on.
It is the best entry passing that Nikola Jokic has ever seen in his life. It's something special. This run also, just to put a bow on this conversation, this run up to the All-Star break, this is the shot right here that this team has. At the moment, they are healthy, not completely, getting healthier for sure, and AG's minutes are going up. But this run, this is up to the All-Star break, Andy. Sacramento tomorrow night at home, mediocre. At Minnesota, mediocre. At Chicago, bad. At the Knicks, good. At Philly, god-awful. Whew, that team stinks.
Although maybe Embiid decides to play, but like you said, he's really beat up.
Their best player on the floor last night was Gershon Yabusele. Sanford wouldn't shut up about him. At Charlotte, back-to-back home games against New Orleans. Zion's back. Home against Orlando, another banged-up team. At Phoenix, who the hell's going to be healthy for that? 2 back-to-backs against Portland. Monday, February 10th, Wednesday, February 12th at home, and that's how you go to the All-Star break.
Okay.
The only game on that entire thing I don't think they'll be favored in is the Knicks game at the Garden. That's the only one I don't think they'll be favored.
Then if you're playing serious, as he said, the answer that we played, and I believe they are,
Yeah.
you handle your business.
Yeah.
And you have about an 80, 85%, 90% winning percentage? I don't know if it's possible to be 85. But.
Yeah. It's you'll mix one stinker in there. If you can get to the All-Star break with 2 losses in between today and the All-Star break, then this thing's happening. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? Do you have a sweetheart in your life that is in to truck or 4x4 accessories? I guess we might as well go ahead. We're about 3 weeks away from, I don't know, 4 weeks, not quite 4 weeks. Yeah, 3 weeks away from Valentine's Day. Start planning. Put a big old "Will You Be Mine" sticker on a bed cover. Kreckman likes that idea. Maybe you could even get a "Be My Sweetheart" on a remote start. You know, how about "I'm Into You" that you could slap on the old step rails? Make your own candy hearts, but it's truck or 4x4 accessories. I don't know if Jerry can pull this off, but I'm sure he'd try for you. Jerry and Wendy Jones have this longtime Colorado business. They're the place to go if you do need the aftermarket parts or accessories. If you need suggestions, they're there to help you out, point you in the right direction. They've done that to me. For me so often. If you're a contractor and you need to be upfitted on your vehicles, they do that work too. It's Colorado Off-Road. Go see this great Colorado business 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. That's the showroom. It's right behind ACC. Find them online at cooffroad.com or give them a call at 303-761-1264.
We got an update from Miami, Andy. Latest on the continuing saga of Heat culture v. Jimmy. The Miami Heat are planning to suspend, thank you very much, there it was, planning to suspend Jimmy Butler 2 games. Butler missed a team flight earlier in the day, had plans to join the Heat Wednesday night. Now, Miami is keeping him home from its 2-game road trip Thursday at Milwaukee and Saturday at Brooklyn. He had just returned Friday from a 7-game suspension for multiple instances of conduct detrimental to the team. Now 2 more games. So just keep withholding pay.
How does that help the trade value? Or does nobody care because it's just Jimmy Butler? You know, this is kind of the deal. It's an expiring contract.
Right.
Why would he want to go to the Suns, though? They're not making any playoff run. Just likes warm locales?
No, I think it's the classic NBA on paper situation, right? Like on paper, if the Phoenix Suns are healthy and you add Jimmy Butler to that mix, that's a damn dangerous team.
Sure, they haven't been healthy the entire time this group's been together.
And Jimmy's never healthy.
Right.
But again, these guys can convince themselves of these delusions of grandeur, and eventually the Pat Riley and the iron fist of Riles down there in Miami is too much for him to deal with, and he doesn't want to play for Miami anymore.
I guess in fairness, I just looked at the updated standings. The Suns are in the 10th spot, so they're a play-in team right now. Technically, though, they're tied with they're not technically. They are tied with the Warriors.
Yeah.
The Spurs are only a couple games back. Are you surprised the Spurs have struggled so much after last year?
I wouldn't.
To the point where they're 12th?
No, they had a slow start. They kind of found their way a little bit this year. Obviously, the situation with Pop's not been ideal, but they're still finding their way. That team has just got building to do. They've got building to do, but damn, Wemby is an awful lot of fun. They're a problem.
Ooh, the Nuggets are game off both the Rockets and the Grizzlies.
Yep.
Same number of games played
They're in
for
good
the
shape.
Grizzlies. Houston has 1 game in hand on them.
So earlier today, Russell Wilson goes on Pat McAfee. And McAfee is asking him a 4-minute long question, and Russ goes into a whole thing on these great coaches that he has played for and the possibility of Pete Carroll going to the Raiders and his admiration for Pete Carroll. And Russell Wilson said something that sure did catch the ear. This is Russ today on the McAfee Show.
Listen, I think Pete's an amazing football coach. I think he's an amazing individual. I've been fortunate to play for 2 really special coaches in terms of men and how they think and how they process the game. Obviously, and Coach Pete Carroll and obviously Coach Mike Tomlin are really unique individuals in how they lead and motivate. I think they're culture builders. I think Pete will, do a great job wherever he goes. I'm not sure exactly where he's looking or whatever, but if he gets the opportunity, I know he'll do a great job. And we've always stayed in touch. I went to see him and a lot of the other guys, Bobby and the guys like Doug Baldwin and DK Metcalf and all that, and Sherman, all those guys. When Coach Carroll got let go from Seattle, we spent a lot of time there, and we flew back in and just spent a lot of time with him, and just we have memories. And I said, it's funny because I said, if Sherman and I could be in the same room, it's always a good thing,
Yes, yeah, I could.
Played for 2, really. Great coaches, special men, football knowledge, motivation. He's played for 2. Only he's had 3 coaches in his time in the NFL.
He has.
He has.
Well, he's had 4.
That's true.
He lived through Hackett.
Oh, don't.
you blocked out Hackett.
I did. I had forgotten about that part of it. I guess Hackett didn't make the list either.
No, Hackett.
Yeah. Well, that's got to be tough for Sean Payton, because now Sean Payton is being included on the list with the guy that did the worst coaching job in the history of the NFL. All right, so already this week we got the misery, drudgery, ennui from Sean Payton, and now Russ
We've only had 2 good coaches.
Firing it back in his direction now. I love that it's now like there's no these guys aren't even trying to hide it. The open, visceral disdain for one another that Sean Payton and Russell Wilson now have.
What I talk with Russell about is none of your business.
Do we get a third salvo fired at the combine?
Yep.
Because that's the next time we'll hear from Peyton. Coach's breakfast, hepped up on a couple of lattes.
Sure.
After a night at St. Elmo's and some shrimp and steak.
Oh, the difference between Bo's 24 sacks and Russ's 55. Let me tell you a little bit. Well, our quarterback wasn't taking as many negative plays this season. It's good, man. This is great. It's a little bit illuminating too, like how public it all is, and it's never been a secret. Hell, Russell Wilson stood there and talked to reporters in the locker room right there in Denver
when he wasn't supposed to
about the beef. Yeah, he had no problem with all that.
I shouldn't say that, but they preferred he would have just held an official media time, and
yes,
he said, "Nope, everybody gather around." Uncle Russ has a story to tell.
Yeah. It. By the way, what I was told is there was some prodding from the local media on that of Russ really didn't want to do it, and somebody was just like, "You're a grown ass man," and
and then he took it as a challenge,
and that was
took
enough.
it as a dare.
Yeah. Well, okay, here we go.
Was that a CT prodding?
No.
Trying to think who would prod.
No.
Surprising.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was there's some light encouragement given to Russ, and it was enough to fire him up to reveal that he was asked to adjust his contract and
he went into quite a bit of stuff.
Get rid of his injury guarantee.
He was more than happy to let us know about the conversations that took place at the bye week.
It's just like it's so illuminating of like if indeed the Broncos did go to him and ask him to make those adjustments, knowing the way the organization felt about him. Sean Payton obviously not shy about it. Greg Penner making some pretty revealing comments in the Denver Post this week. That for Russell Wilson, it was just like, oh, this is my last big payday. I'm taking every dime I get. And he sure is. And now these guys can just sit there and sling arrows at each other in public. It's pretty fun.
You know who may be the new in the Russ situation, which is kind of odd?
Who's that?
Some speculation on, I want to say ESPN, and maybe Kirk Cousins takes the big...
Oh, yeah.
Give me the big check, and he goes to Cleveland.
Yeah.
To reunite with Stefanski.
Kirk Cousins is the greatest quarterback in NFL history at making money.
He is. That's like, well, if he gets a Russell Wilson deal, would Kirk Cousins take $1 million on the cheap?
Yeah, sure.
You think?
If he's getting if the guarantee's getting paid by Atlanta, what does he care where it comes from?
Nah, you're right.
No, you want to help out your new team. Yeah, you take as little as humanly possible from the new team. You make the old suckers pay for it.
Aaron Rodgers taking that deal?
He gladly would. I don't know if anybody would want him, but he gladly would. It's pretty fun, man. Good to have some beef. Good to have some real-life beef.
Well, we could have done the Des Bryant, who's the pass rusher, 11? And for the
Micah
Cowboys,
Parsons?
Micah Parsons. You saw they were beefing.
I did not.
Oh, yeah. It was a multi-tweet beef.
Oh, good.
Went on for a while.
All right.
Matter of fact, I didn't think we had enough jazz flute to get into it when I saw it. So,
by the way, somebody wants to know, why is there jazz flute music playing? Because that's
beef tweets, baby.
That means there's beef.
Yeah, that's our beef in music.
Yes.
Not sure why.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we don't know why.
I like it. Spring went with it. I can only imagine Ron Burgundy getting down in the background as we read hate-filled or play these comments about other people, and it just makes me laugh.
That's really...
Now, listen, if it puts you in the mood when you get home, not our problem.
It's in fact, we encourage that. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Take a shower? Go ahead.
Just call up Andy's people. That's all we ask. All right? We got NFL news. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Oh, well.
Your people.
Yeah.
Your people.
Never mind. You're
yes,
right.
Call them up.
Hour or more.
You've got people. It's a long time. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Yeah, let's dive right into it. We've got NFL news for you here on a Wednesday afternoon. Spring, what's happening around the league?
Let's find out in today's High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. The Tennessee Titans have the first overall pick in the NFL draft. They have a new GM, Mike Borgonzi. Previously a front office executive with the Kansas City Chiefs. He had his introductory press conference today. He was asked about what they will do with the number 1 pick. The odds makers have Cam Ward as a slight favorite to be the number 1 overall pick. But it was actually Chris Brinker. Chad Brinker, the Titans president of football operations, sitting next to Borgonzi today. He said, quote, on the first overall pick, "We're going to take a look at all avenues as far as that number 1 pick, but we won't pass on a generational talent with the first pick in the NFL draft."
What? Mel Kiper has them taking Cam Ward.
They want Cam Ward.
And I saw him on Get Up this morning.
They're going to make the decision between Ward and Shedeur.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people today is saying that Travis Hunter is that generational talent.
Well, it could be. And so if they don't, but then...
Then you have Will Levis play quarterback
Which it
for
doesn't
you.
feel like you're gonna.
Yeah.
That was quite back and forth.
Do you want Sam Darnold in your life?
You don't want to be picking this high again next year.
No, you don't.
Listen, I love Travis Hunter. Hey, man, go for it.
Pretty damn generational.
He is.
Pretty
well,
good.
There's no doubt about it. Cam Ward, it's interesting. Will it come down to Cam Ward or Shedeur? And Mel said that basically he thinks Tennessee is going to favor the arm strength and the mobility of Cam Ward, and that's why he'll go number 1.
Yeah, generally the physical traits of Ward are rated slightly above that of Shedeur. Okay, fine. And
But Mel said Shedeur is a better pocket passer, and he likes Shedeur as the prospect better than Cam Ward, but he thinks this is how the Titans will go. This thing's going to change 15,000 times before we get to draft.
Yeah, we got time. Don't worry. Mike Borgonzi, Andy, is the new general manager of the Titans. Right here in the midst of the High Five, I've got an abbreviated little game to play here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Andy, this will be a fun, quick one here, but I just like saying the name Borgonzi.
You like a bolognese.
Here we go. I will give you, Andy, I will give you the GM. You give me the team. Are you ready for this?
Sure.
I give you the GM. You give me the team. Know your front office executives right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Start here, Andy. Let's go. Brian Gutekunst.
Brian Gutekunst, of course, is the Packers. How could we forget that?
He is the GM.
Central piece in the Aaron Rodgers drama.
Of the Packers. Just a fun name to say, too. Gutekunst. All right. Andrew Berry. Andrew Berry is the general manager of what NFL team?
He's a fantasy expert for. No, that's Matthew Berry. I don't know who Andrew Berry runs.
Andrew Berry is the GM of the Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns.
Why have a GM? You're screwed.
Exactly.
You got no cap room. You got no draft picks. You do have draft picks.
Your pets' heads are falling off,
yeah.
etc. Les Snead.
Where is Les Snead?
Les
he's the
Snead.
Rams.
He is. Well done.
Is he a boss of ours too? Probably somewhere in the chain. He could tell us what to do.
I think he's a better compensated coworker. Is what I would call him.
I like that.
Uh-huh.
But if he told us to do something, we'd
probably
have to do it.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Omar Khan.
Khan.
I'm
going to guess Jacksonville.
Know your GMs. Omar Khan is the GM of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Really? Not Shad Khan's kid? I thought maybe we were just...
The Jags technically don't have a general manager today after parting ways with Trent Baalke.
Right.
Quasi Adolfo-Mensah.
No idea.
Is the GM of the Minnesota Vikings, Andy. Know your GMs. Let me hit you with one more right here. Here's a fun name to say. Monty Ossenfort. Monty Ossenfort is the general manager of what
I've
NFL
heard
team?
His name. I don't know. The Commanders? I hadn't even heard the other people's names.
Heard his name. He's the GM of the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
Monty.
Why don't you pick some teams that do something?
Ossenfort. Okay, who's Brett Veach?
Brett Veach. Gosh, I know
Brett
him, but
Veach.
who's he with? Good old Brett Veach.
Good old Brett Veach.
KC?
Life's a Veach. That's correct. There you go. See, you got a team that does something.
Yeah.
They win Super Bowls.
Yeah, they hate him.
Okay, go ahead. Continue the high five, Spring.
Yeah, you mentioned Trenton Baalke. He is finally out as Jaguars GM. They decided to retain him when they fired Doug Peterson, but today they changed their mind. Maybe that's because earlier this morning, Buccaneers offensive coordinator Liam Cohen took his name out of the running for the Jaguars head coaching position. He was the favorite to get it. He said no thanks, and then Shad Khan fired Trent Baalke.
When Peterson was fired, everybody in the world said, well, Trent Baalke's next, right? And then he wasn't.
And then on the awkward call, Shad Khan told the media, well, if the coach doesn't like him, I'd reconsider my decision. So I guess the coach is just saying, no, I will not interview with. Did he go Yukon Cornelius when he went, I changed my mind. You're fired.
I just want to read this part of the piece here.
Or is this a sign Belichick is in?
Ooh. He hadn't signed
Nasty
that contract
rumor.
in North Carolina.
Nasty rumor.
Khan retained Baalke when he fired Doug Peterson on January 6th, saying that afternoon in a news conference that a complete organizational overhaul would be suicide. He also said that if any coaching candidate expressed reservations about the organizational structure or working with Baalke, he would be willing to address the topic. Well, it sounds like he did.
Well, did Khan balk?
Well played.
Thank you, Serbian guy.
It's well played.
Thank you, Serbian guy.
Got an extra base and everything.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. You know what? I should do this one next. The Raiders have a new GM
Yes.
today. They have hired former Buccaneers assistant GM John Spytek.
Great name.
As their new GM.
Of course. It's too bad he didn't work for the Patriots.
It's-
Apparently, he was connected to Brady at Michigan.
It's too bad that lifetime of being a defense contractor didn't work out for Spytek. He'll just have to settle
Serbian guy twice in the high
with being an NFL GM.
Do you still feel attacked?
Spytek.
Yeah. Do you feel he just weaponized Spytek
does.
against you to get Serbian guy on?
It does a little bit.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
even looking at that name during Know Your GMs, and I passed over it. But I'm glad
I wouldn't have known.
I'm glad
Even though
we got
I read about him 3 times a day because I was like, who the hell is this?
Spytek.
Spytek. The guy that's going to let Brady come in and do whatever he wants? Okay, cool.
It sounds like an evil corporation that Bond has to take down.
It sounds like G.I. Joe fought them back in the day.
Like an offshoot of
Yeah,
Cobra.
yeah.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Patrick Mahomes talking to the media today ahead of the AFC Championship game against the Bills. He was asked if he thinks that he is getting more protection from the refs than other QBs in the NFL. Here's what Patrick Mahomes said.
I don't feel that way. I mean, I just try to play football at the end of the day. The referees are doing their best to call the game as fair and as proper as they possibly can. And all you can do is go out there and play the game that you love as hard as you can and live with the results. And so for me, it's to go out there, play hard, try to do whatever I can to win the football game. And then live with the results based off my effort and the way that we played the game. And so I think that's what we preach here in Kansas City.
I don't think I get preferable treatment. I could get way more
The
flags.
refs
Come
are doing
on.
a great job. Although you did have the numbers that said it's about even. Can you play the very beginning of that? That kind of caught me off. Right there. He did sound like Kermit the Frog more than ever right there.
I love hearing him talk.
I don't think we get favorable calls. In fact, I'd like more.
Yeah,
Yes.
not going into this weekend anyway. I think we get just the right amount.
Yeah. Good thing he's got Brett Veach on his side. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Ben Johnson was introduced to the media as the new coach of the Chicago Bears today. One thing of note he said that the NFC North, the division that he was just coaching in, is the toughest division in football right now. He's excited to stay in the division, and he said, to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year. The Packers have had ownage of the Bears in recent years until the Bears
Bears got him at the end of the
finally got him at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Now Ben Johnson will try to keep that going. Amon-Ra St. Brown on his podcast with his brother Equiminius said that he has been texting with Ben Johnson since he took the Bears job. Here's what Amon-Ra said.
We had some banter back and forth, messing around, but he's, I think he's he's obviously excited for the opportunity. We got our boy Caleb over there, who's talented. They got some good players over there. So Swift is over there. So they got a pretty good team. I told him, I said, for 2 times a year, Ben, we're gonna you up. He goes, I'm gonna you up. I said, okay, we'll see. I told him I know all the plays he likes to run. I know all his tendencies. But we're just going back and forth, messing around. But it's funny. He's like, if I want to be the best, I got to beat the best, right? I said, damn.
You know, I hear these clips Mark plays, and I think, man, I got to check into these podcasts. That one, I don't feel the same way about. When he shared that I'm going to mess you up, he said, you should have given him the cool Carl. That's where I'm at with that.
Would the Raiders have fired Antonio Pierce if they knew they weren't going to get Ben Johnson?
I think so. I think this is really Tom Brady wanting to put his hands all over everything, but I do wonder how much he thought he
fella,
would.
huh?
Well,
yeah.
Well, I do wonder how much he thought he might get Vrabel.
Yeah, he's not getting anybody.
No,
right now.
I don't know. You're gonna end up with Pete Carroll.
Yeah, I guess so. By the way, I was looking at Brady on TV the other day.
Very floofy hair. Very.
He's older than me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't look like it. He looks like an AI rendering of a 28-year-old right now.
Yeah, he's got a little of the Jerry Jones, what the hell's going on? But
yeah.
You got to remember, dude, the guy's cat and avocado ice cream. I'm not saying you eat like trash.
He's got that TB12.
You don't have the money to eat the way he does.
My water doesn't have 72 trace minerals.
I'm positive.
It just has water.
He probably gets to eat fish, of which there's like 20 in the world, and he has them all in some tank. Some like Dr. Evil shark tank or something. You know that fish right there? Most potent protein in the world. Also 20,000 a gill. What?
I'm over there eating my grocery store salmon like a loser.
You're just happy to get some plump grapes. Tom's having exotic fish. That's probably illegal to eat in 5 areas.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
He got that kind of money.
Yeah. He does, like, there's like a Max Headroom kind of quality to what he looks like right now.
Does he have the Darth Vader pod? Does he sit in that pod and the thing just comes down at night? He only breathes mineral injected air or something.
I can't even afford to breathe his air. That's the thing.
You're just trying to get the smoke from the last owner out of your house. And Tom Brady's got super oxygen. He's probably got the Vegas smell, the Vegas hotel smell. It's all over his house.
It's just it's surgically implanted inside his nostrils. No matter where he
sweats,
goes,
he just efficates or whatever.
He could be driving past the Purina plant on I-70. He wouldn't even know.
Could Tom shower in any public spot he wants to with nobody saying anything?
He can.
There wouldn't be any DMAC law where the gate's down the next day and 2 padlocks.
In fact, when Brady showers there, they then sprinkle flower petals upon it, and it has now been christened.
Or they do what Philly did, and they scoop up some bath water and go and sell it.
Okay, so give me that story. What happened here?
They're selling chunks of the Philly field with the snow from the other day, right? Spring. This was a great spring find
because
I'd not seen it.
Ran for 205.
Yeah, it's Darren Ravel had it. Great find by spring, but they're selling frozen snow that covered the field, authenticated by therealist.com for $50 a pint.
Okay, so is it it's water though, right?
Right, spring. It is water, right?
I guess it becomes ice.
But it was snow.
Snow, frozen snow.
Okay, so do you have to like pay extra if you know like one of Lane Johnson's snot rockets like hit that part of the field?
There's a thing floater. There's a floater still there.
There's like some of Cooper Cup's drool fell into that one spot, so you're paying extra for it.
No.
Okay.
I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to put that up? You know what that is right there? Snow from it's water. No, it's snow.
No, it's melted snow.
Melted snow. No, that's water.
From a divisional playoff victory.
That, my friend, is an Aquafina that you put in fancy packaging. Pal.
There you go. Nick Kosmider made an interesting point earlier today in the show about the Broncos' lack of run game this season. Want to revisit that and consider that against Mel Kiper's suggestion in his latest mock draft. That's right, we're fixing the Broncos' offense next. Borgunzi. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kind of made it sound like that guy's the new third co-host on the show. Borgonzi, Kreckman, and Lindahl.
Couldn't do that.
That's the guy that
Doesn't
wants to.
roll off the tongue.
It really doesn't. It doesn't
That
quite
G
work.
kind of throws a roadblock in it.
Borgunzi.
It's like going KTVD.
He wants to draft TH. Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Yes.
By the way, again, if you missed it, the deal is done today. You that want to watch the Avs take on the Peg tonight.
Yeah.
And you got DirecTV Stream. It's now available to you on the stream. You've got Channel 20 in your life.
So the DTV stream has the KTVD, so you can watch the Colorado Avalanche take on the WPG this evening. There it is, everyone.
How would you shorten Hellebuck? BK?
CH. What is his
I don't
locker
know.
room nickname? Helly? Bucker? Which one is he?
I don't know.
Spring, go down to Ball Arena and find out for us tonight. This is the scoop
Hebby?
that we need. What do they call
Lucky?
Hellebuck? Is Mackenzie Blackwood? Is he Woody? Which between Wedgwood and Blackwood, which one is Woody and which one's Wooder? How do you decide?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
You just go Wood?
It's
Like
all
Top Gun?
all encompassing.
Hollywood was just Wood?
To cover all of them. Hey, earlier today, our buddy Nick Kosmiter stopped by, and we asked him about the Broncos' run game, what to do in the draft, what position to address, could you do it in the first round? And Andy, you brought up the part of the conversation of this guy never commits to the run, which is an excellent point. Why is that the case, and would you get the value out of taking a back in the first round? This is from earlier today, Nick Kosmiter. Oh, hold on. We don't have the clip ready. We will get that clip
We'll get the miter here in a minute.
prepared.
Because I'd thrown out there, like you said, Ty Warren, Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
They've both been mocked quite often to the Broncos. More recently, you said Dane Brugler and Mel Kiper had Genty going, which I love the pick, but again, you gotta use him to run the football.
You do,
right?
You need to be aggressive. You need to lean into your run game and make that a priority, not simply say, all right, well, we'll carry the ball a couple of times, and then we'll simply go back to our Bo Nix play-action bootleg pass game and hope that if he can throw enough screen passes or find tight ends on drag routes while we're running these plays, that would be successful for us. That would somehow then supplement a run game. What did Javonte have? 51 receptions this year? I believe he was second on the team in catches. And, they weren't all bad. Don't get me wrong. It's just the effectiveness was hit or miss at best.
Okay, someone texted in. I thought it was a good name to throw out there. What do you remember about Reggie Bush's run with Sean Payton? Was he more a pass catcher or a runner?
Oh, no.
Or a split? Because is it fair to push? I think Genty could profile as a Reggie Bush. Could he not?
Reggie Bush.
Now, I realize Reggie was a phenomenal player, but so is Genty.
No, Genty very much is, and he's also a good pass catcher out of the backfield. There's not really a weakness, okay? He's as complete a back as you're going to see coming out of college. It's a la Bijan Robinson, a la Jahmyr Gibbs in recent seasons. Some of these guys that have warranted being first-round picks have absolutely earned the right to be able to do that. You go back to the Reggie Bush years, and, his first season in New Orleans, he had 88 catches.
True.
88 catches for Sean Payton, and it was Payton's first year coaching in 2006. He went 88, 73, 52, 47, 34, and some of that coincided with his health, sort of just going down low over the years. But he was the guy, and he also was over 100 rushes in 3 of those seasons. So he was constantly getting the football in his hands and making huge plays.
Okay, now I'm curious. Whoops, I don't want to go to postseason.
Mm-hmm.
What would have been the where would 88 have put Reggie Bush in the leaders in the clubhouse for receiving?
In the 06 season?
In the season.
Okay. It's a good I'm willing
he would
to
have been
bet
up
you
there.
top probably top 15 in the very
Here
least.
we go. Receiving.
Okay.
Where is how about overall? I'm looking at the Broncos team stats. Why don't I have? Well, I've got receptions. Is this postseason?
How much faster can I
Yeah, I
find
know you
this
can find it. This is I'm getting
Then Andy, and I've got
got
it for
yards.
you.
How about catches?
And his 88 receptions put him 10th in the NFL in 06.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about from the Broncos? I'm talking about players on the roster this year. Who led the team in receptions this year?
Javonte Williams led the team in receptions amongst backs with 51. Cortland Sutton led the team in total receptions with 81 this year.
80. So he would have had more receptions than Cortland Sutton.
Yes.
Is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
That's a lot of catching.
Yes.
Who was their leading receiver that year? For the Saints.
The Saints in 2006? Great question. Let's work backwards.
I'm not
we?
trying again.
These are...
Because this is the crap I ended up with, and I don't know why. So there you go.
What are you looking at?
I don't even know anymore.
Do you not use Pro Football Reference? It has
no,
literally
I
everything.
literally Google everything, and you're
just use Pro Football Reference. It is the best website.
I refuse.
It has everything. It is extremely user friendly. It's excellent. Like any sports fact you need to know, they have it.
All right, then who led the Saints in receptions in 2006?
In 2006, Reggie Bush did with 88 catches.
Okay.
Marcus Colston was second with 70. Joe Horn was third at the age of 34 that season with 37 catches.
All right, so if Genty...
Oh, man, remember some Saints right here. Devery Henderson.
Hey, you're naming a lot of fantasy football studs, right?
Deuce McAllister.
Oh, Deuce was fun.
Terrence Copper. Oh,
Yeah.
man, remember some Saints.
I don't remember Copper
This
so
is
much.
fun.
What about, was that Brooks? Was that Aaron Brooks' quarterback, or was that Breeze?
06 would have been Breeze.
Was it
yeah.
Breeze? When did
Mhm.
Aaron Brooks play? Was he prior to Breeze, right?
I think so, yeah, because Breeze was 06 to 20?
Okay.
21?
There you go.
Somewhere in there, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, but my point being, a guy that can catch the ball that much, then that's a back worth taking.
Yeah.
So knowing that he's got the ability to take receptions out of the backfield, who would you take? Because I keep reading mixed. I don't know a lot about Ty Warren. I'll admit it, okay? Didn't catch a lot of Penn State football. I know a lot of people think he's a really good tight end prospect. I've seen
Number
some
one
people,
tight end in this draft.
But is he more a straight line guy, or is he really, like, again, give me Genty if he's going to be able to provide the dual layer threat.
So Nick Kosminer brought this point up earlier. Actually, well, let's play the cut here, talking about the connection of Genty to Denver.
I think Sean Payton has been telling you with the way that he has used these running backs is he is telling you, I'm not committing to the run because I don't have one good enough to commit to the run with.
Right.
I think that's been the message he has been trying to put out. When you have your guy, and Javonte Williams averages 8.2 yards a carry. I might have cited this stat the last time I was on with you guys. There's not a team in the league that had a running back who averaged fewer carries per game than Williams did. Several teams had two guys average more than that, and you know, or a running back and a quarterback. And so again, I think look, now that doesn't mean that I don't think that they should have committed more at times with the personnel they had on hand. Like, that's the cards you're dealt. You had an off season to go change it. You didn't. It shouldn't completely change how you do things. But I just think that they don't believe they have that guy. And so, again, there's his past history will tell you that if he does, you know, look at Alvin Kamara, like they're top 10 in the league when he's there in terms of him having the volume of carries per game. So it's not as if he's ever been adverse to that. He's just very particular about having to have the right guy in there to do that. And so I think if you have it, it would just be such a weapon for this offense that is clearly missing it right now.
Andy, after the Buffalo game, we lamented in that discussion of, like, you're still trying to figure out your running back rotation, and it's the damn playoffs.
Right.
Like, okay, fine. For this particular matchup, you thought you had you wanted to make a change. You wanted to put Bidet in there.
And then you used him for 2 snaps.
And then again, yeah, he carried the ball twice in that game. And again, you consistently ran the ball directly up the middle where, I don't know, maybe Audric Estime would have been a more effective back in that situation. But clearly, okay, you didn't trust him all that much. teams with backs that they like, a stable of them, and in the very least 2 or 3, it's like you don't mix and match. It's just like, well, we alter our game plan, but these are our dudes because they're good players, and obviously Sean Payton doesn't think he has that player. So connecting Ashton Genty to Denver at number 20 makes all the sense in the world to me. Now, again, it comes back to, is he going to be there? I don't know, because this was a year in the NFL where it was renaissance for running backs with Henry and Saquon, and we see James Cook is so damn good. Okay, and what he and Buffalo are doing right now, and you're seeing again the more teams that are playing too high safety and putting a cap on these passing games, and it's like, okay, then let's run it effectively. If everyone's going to nickel up and play 220-pound linebackers up there, let's run directly at them. And Jeff Legwold told us a couple of years ago the NFL is going to go back in this direction, and sure enough, we've started to see it go that way. The Broncos really couldn't participate all that much because they didn't have the dudes. Their yards after contact numbers were butt. It was awful. They couldn't break tackles. You need a talented back that can go and do that. And what I wonder about is, the Broncos aren't the only team in the NFL that's realizing this. Is Genty's value going to get inflated in this draft? Will he even be there at 20?
Yeah, it's interesting. I had to text our guy, Jeff Legwold. Here's what he's saying, because I'll forget to ask him tomorrow. He doesn't think Warren's going to be the one that's there at 20. And he said Genty's going to be the only back with a round 1 grade. So he thinks Genty's the possible joker. It sounds like he'd go Genty.
Last 2 mocks that I've seen, and it was I think both Brugler and Kuiper had Indy taking Tyler Warren at 14, another team that is desperate to upgrade their tight end play.
Well, so I'll ask you this, okay? With what you and I had an interesting conversation end of the year we didn't see coming. We started the year by saying, does this team have any real core players on it? Because training camp was frankly a snooze fest, and there wasn't a lot to get excited about. Then we get to the end of the year, and now they've got all pros. They've got Pro Bowlers. There's guys that we didn't see having big years. Can you afford to think about trying to trade up for a guy like Genty now? Now, I'm not getting nuts and giving you the 2nd rounder. I'm not sure I'd give you the 3rd rounder. But if we're talking about jumping 3-4 spots to make sure you get that back and it costs you a 4th or 5th, I'd give that up to get Genty. Not only would I select him, I'd be willing to give a little up to make sure I get him.
Moving up in the 1st round's so expensive.
It can be, but that's why you got to be realistic about it. But I mean, honestly, what is going to be the best? See, to me, I'll even go this far. And remember, you and I had this conversation early in the year. I brought up T. Higgins. I love T. Higgins as a player. I don't know that I'm going to love a T. Higgins contract with this team right now. I still think when you step back and you get realistic about what the numbers look like, there's still some growth that needs to happen. I don't know that this is the offseason for the big swing at the receiver till you figure out the Cortland Sutton thing. I would go get Genty over trying to pay a big contract right now to T. Higgins.
I've also seen, and this is varied from some of the mocks. And again, guys, we're not just trying to bludgeon you over the head with draft conversation in January, but we are having a conversation about this team's needs and how they'll be able to address it in a manner by which they can bring in a player that's going to be a starter and hopefully a star and an inexpensive one at that for the next 4 or 5 years.
And I think they need a yard after contact guy, whether that's a tight end, receiver, or back. They need someone that makes more out of a play than what it was drawn up for.
Dallas at 12 in Kuiper's latest mock is taking Luther Burden III out of Missouri, the wide receiver. Another name that I have seen attached to Denver in other mock drafts. Again, if you're telling me this team is getting a dynamic playmaker at any of the skill positions, Genty at running back, Warren at tight end, or Burden at wide receiver, I'm in. That's great. You have desperate needs at every single one of those spots right there. Bo Nix had a very good rookie season. You have solidified your offensive line. Now get more dynamic. Now go and get some weapons out there, because that's what you have to have. That's what you have to have if you're going to be a player at this stage of the NFL season.
Right. I will not be surprised if our Final Four matchup ends up being Buffalo-Philly. I will not be shocked at all if the 2 running backs, Cook and Barkley, are the reasons why we get that matchup.
Could be. Yeah, very well could be. Yeah, get better. Get better at those spots right there. Don't worry, guys. We have a lot more draft conversation to cover.
Yeah, but it's fun while it's fresh in your mind. First off, fresh how the season ended.
Yeah.
Secondly, fresh as to what the teams that are in the Final Four have that you don't.
And looking at the way that Sean coached the Buffalo game, as Cosminer kind of conveyed to us, what it tells you about how he views his own roster.
Right.
And where they have to get better.
And look, you could be playing in weather like we saw multiple games in last year. Okay? You need a plan B. It can't be throw the ball everywhere. It didn't work for the Rams.
Avalanche getting ready to take on Winnipeg this evening. We'll get you all set for that matchup coming up here in just a moment. Plus, will the guy that snubbed Ichiro ever reveal himself? It's all coming up.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. New year, new you, if you're into that thing. Maybe it's an old you that you want to get rid of, and the old you is the erectile dysfunction you've been dealing with. If that's the case and you want to finally see some progress with this or find a true find true help with your situation, it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because there isn't a better resolution to make than getting done with ED. If, again, this is your resolution, it's easy to solve by going to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when the pills and herbals fail and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can even have you lasting an hour or more if you so desire. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Your initial visit is simple. It's $99, includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a TMPSA test, and if you're advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, the visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could restore your sex life the next day. They have 5 locations to serve you, and they have locations in Fort Collins and the Springs. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We had it yesterday. Ichiro, CC, Billy Wagner going into the Baseball Hall of Fame, joining Todd Helton and Larry Walker in Cooperstown.
You're not going to do the Allen Roach?
Walker.
There we go.
KT, VD.
Can we get him to do that?
Get him on the show. Call up Roach.
Logan O'Connor.
There we go.
Good to hear from him right there. Ichiro, 1 vote shy of being unanimous. Stupid. Stupid. It's still so stupid. I got a couple of Ichiro stories here for you. Ichiro was, in addition to being one of the great hitters, one of the great outfielders that we have seen in our lifetime, is also one of the great characters of the game of baseball. He came to the U.S. in 2001 to begin his 19-year major league career after over 1,000 hits that he was able to acquire in Nippon Professional Baseball. And I got some Ichiro anecdotes. He was beloved by people all around baseball. Mike Sweeney, in 2000, he said, I was part of the MLB All-Star team that went to Japan to play in the Goodwill Series against the Japanese All-Stars. Ichiro didn't play because he was preparing to sign with Seattle. Everyone knew about Ichiro. While we were in Japan, every time an American player got a base hit, you'd hear the term nice batting in a Japanese accent over the speaker system. It would say on the Jumbotron, nice batting. I thought, wow, that's a kind, common gesture. So in 2001, it's the first few weeks of the season. We're playing the Mariners. Of course, Ichiro hits a line drive over the shortstop's head for a single. With total respect, I didn't know if he knew any English. So I looked over, and in my imitation of what I heard in Japan, I said, Ichiro, nice batting. And he looks at me and goes, Mike Sweeney, nice ass.
What?
And that's Ichiro. Brett Boone, his former teammate in Seattle, opening day 2001. I'm taking my position at second. There's a veteran umpire out there, a guy that's been there forever. He comes up to me and he goes, Booney, what's up? How you doing? He goes, the hell's up with your right fielder? I said, what are you talking about? He goes, he runs by me. And I say to him, hey, Ichiro, welcome to America. And Ichiro looks at him and says, what's happening, home slice? And keeps running to his position. Which is pretty good. So there's a ton of these stories about him, but this is some of the most notorious stuff. He gave a speech to the AL All-Star team every single year at the All-Star game. And 0-2, Randy Wynn says, I'm at the All-Star game. Joe Torre is the manager. Joe brings us all in, says something very nice, very professional, very Joe Torre, very even and monotone. Everyone in the room is quiet and respectful. And after Torre finishes, he goes, all right, Ichiro, what do you have to say? And I was like, wow, why is he calling Ichiro, of all people, to say something? Jim Leland chimes in on the conversation. All of a sudden, he pops up. Let's kick their bleeping fat asses.
This is Ichiro.
As loud as he could. Others added, by the time we got to 2010, he'd added a few more lines and added more F-bombs. Every year when the manager said, does anyone have anything to add, everyone would both point both their fingers at Ichiro. And that was the unwritten rule on the American League All-Star team, that he would just go on an F-bomb-laden rant about getting the AL All-Star team fired up. Of all things at the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Who cares? But
right.
that was Ichiro's time to shine right there. Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that feel like some Joker would do?
Very much so. Yeah. And again, then not go out and try at all in the All-Star game. Yeah. Put in no effort. He ate a burger every single day. He ate a burger.
Good for him.
That was his diet every single day.
Burger.
Yep. He would just eat a burger every single
Cheeseburger,
day.
certain brand, just
Five
a burger.
guys in and out, didn't matter the place. He just loved burgers.
God.
That was what
He was
Ichiro.
so thin.
I know.
Jerk.
He'd eat corn dogs. He'd eat wings. It didn't matter. The guy ate like crap, and he loved American food.
And he'll live to 100. You watch.
He probably will. Mm-hmm. One of the all-time coolest baseball players of all time, the great Ichiro Suzuki. Again, I don't know who the one dill hole is that didn't vote for him. That guy
We'll
sucks.
find out sooner or later.
I hope we do. It's not a rule, I don't think, for them to publicly reveal their
Someone
ballots.
will get it out there.
Yeah.
So from Front Office Sports,
Okay.
the Paul Skeens one of one. Speaking of cool baseball players, he may join Ichiro in that category by
He's
the
got a
time he's
sweet
done.
stash.
And yeah, everyone, he's part of a power couple. But an 11-year-old has just pulled that Topps Paul Skeens one of one MLB debut patch card. So here was for those that don't remember, the Pirates want this card.
Yeah.
And they offered whoever got it. In this case, it would be an 11-year-old. Season tickets behind home plate for 30 years, a softball game for 30 people at PNC Park, 2 Skeens autographed jerseys, and a meet and greet with Skeens. So that's the offer.
Is season tickets to the Pirates really all that tempting?
Yeah, so someone did the math today because they're like $1,200 a year, whether they're going to put them behind home plate or whatever. And it turns out the deal's worth like $720,000 to $750,000. I can't find that tweet, but I'm just freeballing it.
Okay.
Somebody said, the Front Office Sports page also had said, like, an auction house had said the card's at least worth $1.5 million. So basically double what the Pirates offer is.
Right.
I'm asking you as an 11-year-old who doesn't have a lot of financial needs. I don't know about the parents. Maybe they just need some money, and so he's going to give it up.
Yeah, his parents should make the call on this.
But wouldn't you hold on to the card? I mean, it's worth 1.5 allegedly. Now, auction house, all that kind of stuff. But wouldn't you wait a bit and try to Star Wars at this thing, or what was your Boba Fett collector item, the misfiring missile or something like that?
It's the J missile.
Yeah,
it's like the most rare Star Wars toy because they had to take it off the market because idiot kids kept poking their eyes out with it.
It was like a Red Ryder BB gun.
Yeah, it was just like Boba Fett had a little backpack that shot a little missile.
Do you remember the value of that?
I don't.
Don't you see what this appreciates to, though? You know what I mean? There's no way Skeens, or do you worry that he has Tommy John?
That's just it. What if he turns into Mark Pryor?
Yeah, or Strasburg. Just never quite what you thought he was going to be.
What if he turns into Eddie Butler and he's just a star over in Korea and we forget his name?
I don't think that'll happen. Mark Pryor, you had me. Eddie Butler, I don't know about all that.
It was supposed to be good. Remember?
Dude, Skeens came out untouchable.
Butler and Gray.
Butler was all kinds of touchable.
We thought he was going to be good.
Butler was a fat man on a plane. You're touching everything, whether you want to or not.
Good. Uh-huh.
So you think you'd sell it now and not risk the career not going the way you want?
Yeah,
sell high, buy low.
It's because there is the inherent risk, especially a pitcher.
Right. He could blow his elbow out
How many
next
Tommy
year.
Johns is he going to have?
No, you're right.
And suddenly the value falls off. Like it may not ever match the hype. Like the likelihood of Paul Skeens, winning 5 Cy Youngs and a World Series MVP.
But you're not taking the Pirates offer, are you?
No.
I love the softball game. I don't want a softball game at your baseball stadium. What are you doing?
Yeah, tickets to a Pirates game. Back when I used to work at Comedy Works 20 years ago, and this is a very different time in Denver. But one of the local comics, had a joke of just like, I got pulled over on Spear on the way in. Cop threatened to give me a ticket to a Nuggets game. And it was, again, at the time, this was pre-Carmelo Anthony, so it was a very appropriate joke. But, do you want to get... That would feel like a burden. I have to go to the Pirates game every single day. And PNC Park rules.
It is. It's a great little spot.
Yeah. But
I always preferred I left a pair of Rockies tickets on my front seat. Someone smashed the window and left 2 more.
That's good.
You hadn't heard that one?
I don't know that one. That's very good.
So it says, let the kid take Skeen's wife on a date. I don't think that's the wife yet.
I don't think we should be dabbling in the flesh trade.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. Then there's that.
That's going to do it for Kreckman and Lindahl today. It was an informative show.
We've had a lot of fun.
We did.
Might be our last.
We learned about DMAC's penchant for public showering.
So if DMAC's in your gym, look out. Or maybe don't look out. Just cruise past.
Mark Mosier called in and revealed, I don't know if it